It's alive! It's alive!
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. It's horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Whoa. What's going on? What's up? What is up? Hello. I'm here. I'm really here. I told you I'd be here and I'm here. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Here we go. Yes, we are here. Yes. Hello everyone. My name is Victus and this is season 2, episode 20. Is that right? Episode 20 of Beyond the Shadows podcast. We're getting danger close to our 1 year anniversary. Danger close. We're gonna have to do something special for that. We will not do what everybody else does and just do a recap. We're going to continue on as normal. So have I introduced myself? Did I forgot already? Wow. Okay, cool. Hello, my name is Victus. This is the Beyond the Shadows podcast. I'm going to write an opening script and read it every time so we have something consistent to listen to. Welcome to Beyond the Shadows podcast, where we delve into this mysterious, the spooky, the creepy, the conspiratorial, the fake, and the truth. Tonight we have a doozy. I say this every week because all of these are doozies. They are very doozy-like. We are doing the Skinwalker Ranch. Yes. Yes, that Skinwalker Ranch, the one that everybody knows about. So I'm kind of sort of breaking my own rule here. Very, very early on in season 1, we had decided that we were not going to do anything that is mainstream or been covered a million bajillion times. However, this one is ongoing. So there's tons and tons of new stuff. So up until recently, my baseline, my knowledge of what I knew about the Skinwalker Ranch was based on just whatever, like what you see on History Channel, what have you. I did, however, start watching the show on Hulu. Hulu, was it Amazon Prime? I think it was Hulu. That is like the mystery behind the Skinwalker Ranch or something like that. And I did not know that they were still investigating. There's a new owner, and they're reinvestigating, because up until recently, the last thing I heard was the current owner locked the place down and was dealing with so much stuff that he did not want people on the property. He did not want people investigating. He did not want people poking around, because it seemed like every time something happened, it was because people are poking around, digging, investigating, whatever. So when I found out that they were doing this show, let me see. I'm gonna look it up right quick. Skinwalker Ranch, The Secret of the Skinwalker Ranch. It is on. So it's from the History Channel, but it's on Hulu. And also Disney Plus if you've got the History Channel stuff. But it is on Hulu. It's very good. It opened my eyes to what's really going on currently with the Skinwalker Ranch. It's not just fantastical stories anymore. We're dealing with solid evidence of things. Uh, I think I read a book 5, 6 years ago, maybe longer, probably closer to 10 years ago. And they were dealing with some crazy stuff. Portals opening, UFOs coming in and out of the portals, people having out of body experiences with the portals, going through the portals, through astral projection, and seeing some wild stuff. Um, but they weren't getting any evidence. However, this new show, Secret of the Skinwalker Ranch, I just started watching it because I was like, cool, this is what I do in my downtime. I just put something on that's halfway interesting, and I'll just kind of leave it running while I play some video games or whatever. And I've found myself more watching it than playing video games. So, I finished the show, and I realized, there's so much more to the story that I don't think is being told. So, I think it's appropriate tonight that we cover the Skinwalker Ranch. We're going to cover everything from the original mysteries back to when Native Americans were on the land. Geez, up until most recent stuff. And so usually when it comes to these big cases like this, I like to bring good, strong photo evidence or video evidence. I can't show any of the new video evidence because it's so heavily copyrighted that I don't think I can get away with it. So I'm not going to try. So I was like, well, let me get some photos. Well, there's thousands of photos of this stuff. However, the photos are just like of a light in the sky. You can't really tell what it is without context. And that's why I think watching the show really helped push everything into context for me. So, oh, excuse me. I am yawning. It was a long night last night, and I got up early today. So, without further ado, we are going to get into the Skinwalker Ranch. Oh, wait. No. We still got one thing. Here we go. Wait, here it is. What shirt am I wearing today? Indeed. So nothing fancy. I just got my skeleton shirt on today. This is one of my favorites. I love the Walmart Halloween shirts. You can't go wrong. They're good daily drivers. I've got a stack of them. I said last weekend that the space here looked a little off because I had a bunch of stuff from the other bedroom in here. Well, everything's back to normal now. And now I have a shelf dedicated just to t-shirts for the podcast. And I did not realize how many I had. My plan was to wear a different shirt every episode. Because at first, I think it was like the first 5 or 6 episodes, I was wearing the same shirt every day or every weekend. So when you go back and look at the video and like the shorts and the reels we were making for the first handful of episodes, it just looked like we were talking about the same thing over and over and over again because I've always had the same shirt on. So I was like, cool, I'm going to start a pile of just wore these shirts, and then I'm going to have a pile of here's the ones next in rotation, and got some new bedroom furniture, got that set up. So now I have a space just for podcast shirts. And we've got lots to work with now. The stack is like this tall 2 times. Somewhere around 50 or 60 shirts. So I should have enough shirts for a season, 52 weeks. So yeah, we're just gonna go with the rotation now and work my way through the pile, and as I get to the bottom of the pile, we're going to flip it over and start again. So here we go. We're looking at shirts from Halloween. Season 1. We're looking at a shirt from Season 1. I haven't worn this shirt since Season 1, so yeah, we're doing our best not to make things complicated. So let's see. Do we have any news? We do have news. We have a small piece of news. I was looking at the analytics for the podcast and decided that until further notice, there will be no more rapid fire episodes. So like these episodes we were doing, we're pushing out like 50, 60 views, which is really good for me, I think. Um, but then you could see 50 views, 40 views, 57 views, 30 views, and then you get to the week of the rapid fire episode, 3 views. Then back 50, 40, 30, 50, 60, whatever, get to the rapid fire episode, 4 views. So we're pushing out content that's not really being grabbed, and maybe we'll save them for some Patreon stuff later on down the road if we ever get that popular. So until then, we're not going to do any more rapid fire episodes. Last Sunday was our last rapid fire episode until further notice. So if you disagree with this, reach out to us, email us. Anybody's got any comments about anything, you can always email us. We are always willing to take emails. You can email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. That is beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Let me check the inbox. Let's see what we got in the inbox. Bunch of nothing. That's a big empty inbox. Spam. We got lots of spam. I don't know how, because a lot of these things aren't even like, why are we getting so much spam? Bellevue University, Elephant Insurance. I don't want this stuff. I did not sign up for these things for the podcast. Anywhoots. Yeah. So until further notice, no more rapid fire episodes, regretfully. But if you like them, and if you found some value in them, reach out to us. Let us know. We're beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. But until then, you'll just have to follow me beyond the shadows. All right. So we're going to get on into this. So today on the podcast, we're here to examine unexplained events, strange phenomena, and the boundaries of what we think we know. In this episode, we turn our attention to one of the most intensely scrutinized and controversial phenomena hotspots in the United States, the Skinwalker Ranch. Located in the northeast, oh my gosh. Located in northeastern Utah's Uinta Basin, Skinwalker Ranch spans approximately 512 acres over the approximately 512 acres. And over the past several decades, it's been the subject of numerous reports involving unexplained phenomena. These include unidentified flying objects, cattle mutilations, sightings of strange creatures, electromagnetic disturbances, and even psychological effects experienced by those who spent time on the property. Not mentioned here because this is a piece of an update that has to do with the most recent show on the History Channel. We've had recently, people were attacked by some unseen force. I'm going to see if I can find this guy's x-ray. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Cool. We're going to keep this picture open, and we'll talk about this later. Sweet. So, yeah, people getting attacked by unseen forces. Really, really wild stuff going on. So in this episode, we'll walk through the history of the ranch, from the Native American legends, tribal tensions, to the documented experience of the Sherman family in the 90s. We'll even examine the scientific studies conducted by Robert Bigelow's National Institute for Discovery Sciences, NIDS, and look at the more recent investigations under current owner Brandon Fugel, including those documented in the History Channel series, The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. We'll also explore competing theories about what might be causing these phenomena, ranging from psychological and environmental explanations to more speculative ideas like interdimensional portals or non human intelligence. Our goal isn't to sensationalize, but to investigate. What's really happening at Skinwalker Ranch, and how much of it is based on credible evidence? And why does this particular location continue to attract the attention of scientists, journalists, and even the Pentagon? So, we will start by looking at the deeper historical and cultural context behind the ranch and its reputation. So before we get into the modern reports and investigations, it's important to understand the historical and cultural backdrops of the Skinwalker Ranch. It's it's a big part of that saying is you don't know where you're going until you know where you've been. We've got to see the groundwork of what really happened initially at the Skinwalker Ranch that may or may not be causing a lot of this stuff. So the region's reputation for strange activity predates the ranch itself and ties into long-standing indigenous beliefs and tribal history. The ranch sits in the Uinta Basin, a region historically inhabited by the Ute people. Nearby are lands traditionally associated with the Navajo tradition, or the Navajo Nation. According to various accounts, the Ute have long considered the area around the ranch to be, quote, spiritually dangerous, that they reportedly avoided the land entirely, referring to it as, quote, in the path of the Skinwalker. All right, so as you know, the term Skinwalker comes from Navajo mythology, and in Navajo tradition, a Skinwalker called, oh gosh, I'm going to destroy this, Ye Naldelushi. Yes, take that to the bank. It is a type of a harmful witch or shapeshifter believed to possess the ability to transform into animals and inflict harm through supernatural means. These stories are deeply rooted in Navajo culture's beliefs and are not shared lightly or publicly, especially by tribal members. It's important to clarify that the term Skinwalker itself is specific to Navajo lore, not originally part of the Ute belief system. However, according to local oral histories, the Ute believed that Navajo skinwalkers were sent into the area as a form of retribution during the historic tribal conflicts. And this belief may have been contributed to the view that the land was spiritually compromised or cursed. So think of the Skinwalker for Native Americans as like a heat-seeking missile or a stealth fighter that you'll never see it going there, but once it's there, it causes damage. That's a good metaphor. I like that. So while this explanation remains rooted in oral tradition, it provides important context for how the area came to be regarded as a place of danger and mystery. Long before reports of UFOs or cryptids, there is no official record or physical evidence verifying a curse, but the perception among local tribes is real and persistent. Hence the name Skinwalker Ranch, of course. So during the 19th century, European American settlers began moving into the Uinta Basin in 1880. The U.S. government established the Ute Indian Reservation, forcing the Ute people onto this land. The Skinwalker Ranch area itself was eventually homesteaded and went through various private owners for decades. It was relatively quiet, at least in the public eye. However, by the mid-20th century, residents in the Uinta Basin began reporting increased sightings of unidentified flying objects. These reports weren't limited to the Skinwalker Ranch. They were spread throughout the region, which would later be called one of the most active UFO hotspots in the country. And they say this. Let me clarify. You could Google it and find it, and it'll say, quote, this area is one of the most active UFO hotspots in the country. I thought it was just verbosity, that they were just using these words like everybody else uses the words. I usually save this for the end, but we're going to look. So who's making money off of this? Sure, the owner of the ranch is making money. But after seeing the show, I realized that he is not out to try to make money off of the show. This guy is using the show as a form of documentation. There's a big like overbearing vibe that you get from everybody on the show, that they don't like the government and they have trouble with the government. So they try to do things officially on a private capacity, and using the show, they were able to fully document some amazing, absolutely incredible sightings. Go and watch the show. I promise you, it's like every 30 minutes, they're just like poking around with sensors, shooting frequencies into basins, and then boom, there's a UFO. Clear as day. 30 minutes later, they'll be sitting there talking. Oh, look, there's one right there. UFO. 10 minutes later, another UFO. They've got it on film. It's so clear. It's so crystal clear. And here's the kicker is, these guys have today, they have transponder equipment to read aircraft signature of whoever's flying within the area, and they could see for like 400 or 500 miles out. And they will see crafts flying above the property, and they have no transponder information. So we'll touch more on that later. Hopefully I'll remember. But I'm getting a little off subject. So, in short, by the time the Sherman family arrived at the property in 1994, the land already carried a reputation for strangeness. That reputation was shaped by both indigenous cultures, beliefs, and by a growing number of modern UFO sightings and paranormal claims in the surrounding area. So, to understand why the Skinwalker Ranch has become one of the most enduring mysteries in paranormal research, it's essential to look at the historical and cultural landscape that predates its modern notoriety. This land wasn't always the focal point of TV shows and government investigations. For generations, it was part of a much, much older story, one shaped by indigenous traditions, colonial displacement, and persistent reports of unexplained activity in the surrounding regions. So it's an amalgamation of just mysterious things happening in this area. So as we know, it's located in northeastern Utah. The area is known as the Uinta Basin. It's a vast, rugged, and isolated area. Before the arrival of European American settlers, it was inhabited by several Native American tribes, most notably the Ute people. Their history in the area extends back centuries. Even today, much of the surrounding land remains part of the Ute Indian Reservation. What's crucial to note is that long before the property became known as Skinwalker Ranch, the Ute people already regarded the area with suspicion. Many Ute tribal members have spoken often off the record about the land being cursed or spiritually dangerous. According to these accounts, their ancestors believed that malevolent forces occupied the region around the ranch, and they actively avoided it. They referred to it as the path of the Skinwalker. And it's funny that they called the area the path of the Skinwalker, because if you talk to anybody within the Native American culture and folklore, they avoid the word Skinwalker. So it's strange to me that they labeled it Skinwalker, or the path of the Skinwalker. That tells me that from way, way, way back before, what was it, 1880, when it was colonized? I say colonized, it was parceled out by the government. But 1880, it was, officially white people moved in. Let's just say that. That's the easiest way to do it. So up until that point, they had seen enough mysterious things on that property that they labeled it with the strongest word that they knew, Path of the Skinwalker. To give you an idea, Native American people will avoid the word Skinwalker much like they did the name Voldemort in the Harry Potter novels. He who shall not be named. That's precisely what this is. They don't say the name. Like, even if you watch this show, like, I'm telling you, go watch this show. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. It's incredible. They pull some Native American tribal leaders to the property, and like, these dudes, like, the cast are wearing like long sleeve shirts and pants. They are not hot. They are not sweaty. It might be a base in the deserted area, but they are not hot or sweaty. But these Native American tribal leaders get to the property and they become noticeably disturbed. They are sweating, they are nervous, and they refuse to use the word Skinwalker. And then if you use the word Skinwalker around them, they get clammy and they shut up. So it's strange. It really is. Now, the term Skinwalker comes from Navajo culture, not Ute. So in Navajo tradition, a Skinwalker is believed to be a type of witch or sorcerer with the ability to shape the animals, as we know. This being said, they are believed to possess supernatural strength, speed, and cunning, and are often associated with death, illness, or misfortune. Importantly, skinwalkers are not mythical creatures in the way cryptids like Bigfoot are treated in pop culture. They are seen as real threats, practitioners of a dark spiritual path. The skinwalker is not a cryptid, it is a person. It is a person. So, how did the Navajo entity become associated with the land traditionally occupied by the Ute? According to local lore, and this is based on an oral history, not written documentation, because that's the way it was done. The connection stems from historical conflicts between the two tribes. At various times throughout the 19th century, the Ute and the Navajo were engaged in territorial disputes and violent clashes. During this period, it's said that the Navajo skinwalkers were sent to curse the land as a form of spiritual retaliation against the Ute people. So, let's break that down. If Tribe A doesn't get along with Tribe B, they clash physically, they fight, they were likely on an even keel, very evenly matched with each other. So what's the one way you're going to get up a one up on the other person? Use alternative methods of attack as opposed to traditional methods like hand-to-hand combat. So what they were doing is they would go to their shamans and say, hey, let's use a skinwalker to get these people. And that's why this area is quote-unquote cursed. So whether this is a literal claim or a metaphor for cultural trauma is open to interpretations. What matters is that within Ute oral tradition, the idea of spiritual corruption tied to that land has persisted for generations. And even these beliefs are not universally held. The perception of the area as cursed or dangerous is well established among many Ute leaders and tribal members. The cultural backdrop forms the first layer of the Skinwalker Rancher's unusual story. The region's reputation for high strangeness didn't begin until the 90s, and it's embedded in a much older framework of indigenous belief system and tribal history. So in the late 1800s, the U.S. government formally established the Ute Indian Reservation, relocating the tribal members to the Uinta Basin. Many of them, anyway. Not all of them. Meanwhile, non-native settlers began to homestead land in the area under various federal land policies. We learned about this in school. This is just what they did. This is when the 1800s, early 1800s. We only became a country in 1776. So how long did it take for us to get across this country as a people? Skinwalker Ranch itself, then simply part of a larger basin region, was among the private land parcels, and for decades it was primarily used for ranching without any known public reports of unusual activity, because this area was very arid. It's desert area, and when I say it's desert area, let me see if I can pull up just a picture. Let's pull up freaking Google Maps. That's what we do, right? Let's just try Skinwalker Ranch. Here we go. All right, we got it. All right, let me switch scenes here. Here it comes, folks. All right, so what we're looking at here is Skinwalker Ranch. So it's huge. So I'm assuming the road bisects most of the property. So there's this chunk here. So we see an L shape like a boot. And part of it comes up into here. I don't know how much it goes upward. I'm assuming that's probably the extreme end of it, because this is Watcher's Lodge. So that's like a hotel or something. It was there and it's closed now. There's a sacred Navajo Ute circle over here. So I'm assuming probably this. I wish I could draw over this. That'd be great. Probably this whole area right here is Skinwalker Ranch. So lots and lots of desert. Lots of desert area. But there's an area here that has trees. So this would be ideal. Look, we even got water. So there's a creek. There's a creek that runs through here. So this is ideal area for cattle, for goats, for sheep, cows. This would be ideal because you can't do much else with it. However, things did begin to change by the mid 20th century. So by the 1950s, the Uinta Basin was becoming known in UFO circles for unusually high number of sightings. Reports included flying discs, strange lights maneuvering in the sky, and craft that appeared to defy known aviation technology. These were not isolated incidents. There were multiple independent witnesses, often describing similar phenomena at roughly the same time. One of the best documented clusters of sightings occurred in the 1970s, with multiple residents of the town of Roosevelt, Utah, located just a few miles from the ranch, reported seeing large, silent aircraft hovering at low altitudes, sometimes accompanied by strange sounds or beams of light. These events led to media coverage in local newspapers and eventually drew the attention of UFO researchers. Let's find it. What do they say? Roosevelt, Utah? Where is Roosevelt? Oh, here's Roosevelt. Yeah. So that's a few miles away. Yeah. So this area is kind of historically flat. So I don't think, can we do 3D? Where's 3D at? No, it's not working. Yeah. This is easier to do on my phone. So here's Roosevelt. It's strange that there's such a big town so close. I wasn't quite expecting that. They didn't really talk about that town in the show or in any of the books. I didn't know that there was a town so close. It couldn't be more than a few miles away. 5, 6. Hold on. Beverage change. I'm at the bottom of a jar here. Homemade stuff is running low. All right. And so it's worth emphasizing that this broader regional activity is what laid the groundwork for later interest in the Skinwalker Ranch itself. The ranch wasn't famous yet, but it sat right in the middle of what was rapidly becoming known as the UFO hotspot. So let's look again here at let's look again here at the map. I do see UFO Valley campgrounds and UTV tours. Let's see what kind of photos these guys got. Oh, beautiful country, though. Very, very rocky. How drastic of an area. Just crabby rock and then green lush. It's so weird. Yeah, these guys are just like posted up watching for UFOs. I wonder if there's any... Hold on. Nope, that's just something on my screen. I need to clean my monitor a little bit better. It would be great if somebody had like a photo of a UFO that they spotted in Google Maps. It is beautiful country, though. I'm not going to lie. So cool. Look at this. This is so here's the entrance to the campground, but right next to it is the entrance to the actual Skinwalker Ranch, and they do not like people coming on their property. They have cameras everywhere. This place is loaded down like Area 51. Do not go over their fence, people. They have cameras everywhere. Wow, snow. I really wasn't expecting snow. I mean, I guess it's Utah, right? Lots of people taking pictures over the basin here. So this area must be elevation-wise higher than the Skinwalker Ranch. They can look down on it, which kind of sucks for the owners of the ranch, I guess. Oh, let's turn the sound off. Oh, somebody posted video of a UAP on Google Maps. Let's start that over. Let's hear it. See what they got to say. This is old. This guy's name is Old Greg. This is on Google Maps. Check it out.
See that?
Oh.
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
My God, that one's bright.
Wow. Oh. She's not twinkling either. Oh, that's just bizarre. It's moving. Wow. That's cool. Kudos, Old Greg. Way to go, buddy. I knew somebody was going to post something here. So yeah, you get the idea. There is other things around here and that I didn't know about. Like, how cool would that be? You know, put that on the bucket list, right? Hey, all right. On the bucket list. Thank you very much. So by the early 1990s, the area's reputation was well established in folklore, and residents spoke of mysterious craft, strange animals, and electronics failing for no clear reason. It wasn't until 1994 when Terry and Gwen Sherman purchased the ranch property that these reports were to escalate dramatically and gain national attention. But before we move on, it's important to make a few distinctions. First, many of the beliefs about the skinwalkers, curses, and spiritual danger comes from the indigenous oral history. These accounts were difficult to verify using Western academic or journalistic standards because it was an oral history, right? And they shouldn't be exploited for entertainment. However, at the same time, they provide valuable context about how the land was viewed for generations. Okay? The context helps explain why the phenomena reported at Skinwalker Ranch was not treated as isolated incidents by local communities. Second, while the Skinwalker Ranch was often portrayed as uniquely anomalous, it is only part of a much wider region that has been associated with high strangeness for decades. The entire Uinta Basin has been a host to reports of UFOs and cryptid-like creatures, poltergeist activity, and other unexplained events, suggesting that there is something unusual occurring, and it might not just be confined to the ranch itself. It's the area. I want to see if we can pull up. I need to see how to spell Uinta. I want to see how big. Oh my gosh. So this whole area, this is the Uinta Basin. So what? So maybe I'm just dumb. What is geographical basin? A depression or low-lying area often surrounded by higher land where water flows downhill and collects. Okay. So yeah, looking at this, we see mountains over here. Low area with green. This entire area is the basin. So here's the Uinta Valley. This is the Uinta Basin. Okay. Yeah, zooming out, you can see it. You can absolutely see it. Finally, we should note that none of these cultural or historical details prove anything about the nature of the phenomena observed later, but they do demonstrate that the land had a long-standing reputation for being unusual, even before the ranch made headlines. So in our next segment that we're about to talk about, we're going to examine what happened when Terry and Gwen Sherman moved onto the property in 1994. Their reports of mutilated cattle, strange creature, and unknown aerial phenomena would become the foundation for the ranch's modern legend and would ultimately attract the attention of both private investigators and government-funded researchers alike. So, are you ready? Are you ready? Because I am. Wait, here we go.
I'm not saying it's space aliens, right? But it goes without saying it's fucking space aliens.
Absolutely, it's space aliens. So in 1994, Terry and Gwen Sherman, referred to as Tom and Ellen Gorman in some resources to protect their privacy, they purchased the ranch with the intention of operating a cattle business. At the time, they were unaware of the property's growing reputation, and according to later interviews, including a detailed feature by journalist George Knapp. And in case you're wondering, you don't know who George Knapp is. Can we get a round of applause for George Knapp, please? Yes. Yes. George Knapp is the godfather of paranormal. And if you don't know who he is, break out your radio and find Coast to Coast AM. Have fun with that. Go down that rabbit hole. It's been on the air for years and years and years. I can remember growing up just outside Detroit. Not a great, growing up wasn't great for me. So my getaway was I had my dad's tent and I would pitch it in the backyard. And I would camp out in the backyard because we didn't go anywhere. We didn't do anything. And what I would do is I would stay up all night long listening to the radio. And I would turn on the radio, so I would go out, and I can remember the first time I came across it. I had my CDs and I was out in the backyard in the tent listening to my CDs with my little flashlight in the tent and staying up way later than I should have for being like 10 years old. And I got tired of listening to the music and decided I'm going to scan the radio stations. So I scanned FM, couldn't find anything I liked. So it's like, what is AM radio? I've never listened to AM radio. So I switched over to AM radio and I started scanning the radio stations, right? And I remember I was in the tent on my sleeping bag, laying on my stomach, face up against the radio, and I'm scrolling through the AM radio stations real slow. And I catch this guy with this amazing voice. George Knapp has a great voice for radio. Oh my God, this guy's got a golden voice. And the first thing he says, the first word I heard him say was UFO. Okay, so I grew up watching X-Files, of course. If you couldn't tell. And when I heard UFO on the radio, on AM radio at that, I was hooked. I was like, what is this? What is he talking about? And let me just pull up. I want to give you a Wikipedia definition of what Coast to Coast AM is. Coast to Coast AM is an American late night radio talk show that deals with a variety of topics. Most frequently, the topics relate to either paranormal or conspiracy theories. Its host and creator, Art Bell, had its inception from 1988 to 2003 and is currently hosted by George Norrie. George Knapp was in between Art Bell and George Norrie. The program is distributed by Premier Network, subsidiary of iHeartMedia, both as part of its Talk Network and separately syndicated program. It now airs 7 nights a week from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Over 600 affiliate radio stations, and has been repeatedly called the most popular overnight show in the country. People, if you don't know what Coast to Coast AM is and you're listening to this podcast, your priorities are messed up. Go check it out. You will. It is this generation of paranormalites like myself. We are here because of Coast to Coast AM. Thank you, Coast to Coast AM, for what you've done. Thank you so much. So, by journalist George Knapp, the Shermans quickly found themselves dealing with a series of bizarre and disturbing events. The first indication that something was unusual came on the very day they moved in. According to the Shermans, a large wolf approached them in broad daylight. And this wasn't just any wolf, it was described as being abnormally large, possibly up to 3 times the size of a normal specimen, with an unusually calm demeanor. It reportedly allowed itself to be petted by the family members before suddenly grabbing a calf by the snout and attempting to drag it through the corral fence. Or the corral fence, excuse me. Terry Sherman shot the animal multiple times with a handgun and eventually a high-powered rifle, but it appeared unfazed. After finally retreating, the creature left behind chunks of flesh that, according to Terry, did not bleed and smelled like rotting meat. Despite the family's efforts to track it, the wolf's trail abruptly ended, as if it had vanished. And this was only the beginning. So this is a very famous first encounter. This has been very, very well documented and spoken about in many, 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 many interviews. The Shermans did not give interviews while they were at the ranch, except for like the high roller interviews, like George Knapp coming through. Canonically speaking, this is just broad strokes of what happened. Terry Sherman shot the animal multiple times with a handgun that he kept on his person, point blank. And while the wolf is trying to drag off the calf, he had time to go in his house, grab a 30-06, and come back and shoot again point blank, and caused enough damage to rip off a chunk of flesh the size of Terry's hand. That was the official statement. That's what he said happened. I'm curious. Do we have a picture? Surely somebody's got a picture of it, right? Let's see. Nope. No, we don't have it. We don't have an image of it. I tried. But yeah, it's a weird one. So I can't think of. I mean, let me look up one more thing, and this is a weird thing to Google. But what does a wild wolf smell like? Wild wolves possess a powerful feral odor described as a combination of wet dog and the scent of wild places. This odor is stronger and muskier than domestic dog scent and is often noticed before the wolf is seen. Wolves also use scent marking, depositing scents from their glands in their neck and back to communicate with their pack and mark the territory. A powerful feral odor like wet dog and wild places. What kind of description is that? I don't think I would. I'm pretty sure that if I were to shoot a wolf and pick up a chunk of its flesh that was left there, I wouldn't use the word wet dog and wild places. However, I don't think that I don't think I would describe it as rotting meat. But let me play devil's advocate for just a quick minute. If it was a wild wolf, which they have in the area, what's to say this wolf wasn't eating carrion that had sat in the boiling sun before he got shot? Excuse me. So, food for thought. Think about it. Over the next 2 years, the Shermans reported an increasingly diverse set of phenomena. These included cattle mutilations. Several of the family's prized cattle were found dead under suspicious circumstances. Some of them had been dismembered with surgical precision, with organs removed without blood or signs of a struggle. One cow was reportedly found with a hole bored through its eye socket, its body undisturbed with no tracks around it. Another was discovered dismembered in a field with no signs of predators or obvious cause of death. Should I look and see if we can find some cattle mutilation photos? Oregon. Oregon. Wow, what a tremendous number of cattle mutilations in Oregon. Okay, we've got one. I'm going to warn you. This is a mutilated cow. If you're a little squeamish about blood and guts and gore, you probably aren't going to enjoy this. So, yeah, probably ought to look somewhere else for just a moment. Let me switch scenes so you can see what I see. So this says, according to National Institute for Discovery Sciences, NIDS, this calf was seen healthy on the property just 45 minutes before it was found in this condition in a field, and there wasn't a drop of blood anywhere on the carcass or on the ground. Like, you can tell by looking. It's almost like this thing was lifted up, exsanguinated, cut up, and then set back down. What an absolutely wild, wild photo. Thank you for putting context into this. Thank you. That was great. It makes a big difference. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff that we're seeing. Yeah, there's so many cattle mutilation photos here that it's hard to tell. Oh, here's another angle of it. From the current owner of Skinwalker Ranch. Wow, yeah, there's nothing left. Half of its ribs are gone. How weird. Yeah, that's just wild. I'm not going to show all of that. I'm sorry. So, cattle mutilations in the 90s. So the next thing they saw were unexplained lights. The family often observed bright orbs in structured flying craft, or structured craft flying silently over the property, often at low altitudes. And these range from small basketball-sized lights that hovered or darted through the air to larger silent black triangles. The Shermans claimed some of these lights appeared to interact with them directly. One even allegedly followed Gwen's vehicle down a dirt road. And this happens. This is not just a tale. I'm going to say this happened in the new show on Hulu. A guy goes to investigate a light he sees off in the distance in the middle of an investigation, and he's followed by an orb. And I say orb because it's the middle of the night, and all they see is a round, unblinking, unflickering light. silently moving just like 300 feet over them. It's wild, absolutely wild. So thirdly, they were having poltergeist activity. And inside the home, the family experienced classic signs of what's typically labeled as poltergeist activity. Objects disappeared and reappeared in odd places. Doors and cabinets would open on their own. Voices were sometimes heard coming from nowhere, and electronic equipment frequently malfunctioned without explanation. So this is also something that they saw very, very often in the new TV series. Like I think the first episode, they had a pile of electronic equipment immediately start malfunctioning. So this is kind of like par for the course at this point, right? And lastly, they were seeing cryptids and creatures. Beyond the initial wolf encounter, the Shermans reported other strange animal sightings. These included a hairless dog-like creature with pronounced claws and a large bird resembling a pterodactyl. One of the more disturbing incidents involved the blue orbs described as intelligent. One orb reportedly caused intense fear and paralysis in the family's dogs, which later went missing. The animals were eventually found incinerated with no clear cause. And the book that I read growing up about this showed photos. And the way these dogs were quote unquote incinerated doesn't make sense, because you had these, it was 3 dogs in the photos anyway. I don't know how many they actually had. It was like they were lifted in the sky, burned, and set back down after they cooled. They were found on dry grass, burned, with no burns to their dry grass, not even the stuff underneath them. It was really wild, absolutely wild. So over time, the constant stress of the phenomena took a toll on the family. Terry, a no-nonsense former military man, reportedly tried to document what he could, even installing surveillance equipment, which is big in the 90s. But the occurrence often seemed to evade capture. According to him, every time he set up cameras, the activity would shift to an area outside their view, almost as if it was avoiding observation. Eventually, the Shermans went public with their story, initially under their pseudonyms, through journalist George Knapp of Las Vegas KLAS TV. Knapp's reporting brought the ranch to national attention and caught the interest of people in both the UFO research community and private science organizations. So by 1996, the Shermans had reached their limit. They sold the ranch to a man who would become one of the most influential figures, Las Vegas real estate mogul and aerospace entrepreneur Robert Bigelow. So this name has popped up many times over the last year. The Shermans remained nearby, leasing back part of the property to continue cattle ranching, but they were no longer the primary caretakers. Their accounts remained the foundation of the Skinwalker Ranch legend, and they set the stage for what would come next, the arrival of privately funded scientific investigation under the Bigelow's National Institute for Discovery Sciences, or NIDS. So now we're going to explore how the Bigelow's team approached the mystery, whether scientific research was able to uncover any concrete evidence amid the chaos. So, going to take a quick break here, and we will be back. Hold, please. Okay, I'm back. Hello. All right. So now we're going to cover the modern legend of the Skinwalker Ranch in earnest in 1994. When Terry and Gwen Sherman, whose names were later changed in some reports to Tom and Ellen Gorman, purchased the property with plans to build a successful cattle ranch, for all they knew, they were buying a remote but promising slice of the land in the Uintas Basin. They were unaware of the region was already the subject of decades of rumors involving strange lights, flying objects, and odd occurrences. Nor did they know they were stepping onto a land that for generations has been avoided by the local Ute tribe. I don't know why, but I seem to have I'm sorry, but I don't know why I have my script here has the same subject twice. So I'm sorry. Moving forward, in 1996, aerospace entrepreneur and billionaire Robert Bigelow purchased Skinwalker Ranch from the Sherman family. By this point, the Shermans' accounts had drawn national attention, and Bigelow saw an opportunity to do something few had ever attempted on this scale: fund the long-term scientific investigation into the unknown. Bigelow had already had a track record for fringe research. He founded the National Institute for Discovery Sciences, or NIDS, in 1995 with the goal of applying scientific methods to investigate the paranormal phenomena, particularly UFOs and conscious studies. Skinwalker Ranch became NIDS' crown jewel, a living laboratory for the anomalous. Excuse me. Soon after acquiring the ranch, Bigelow moved in a rotating team of scientists, ex-military personnel, and intelligence consultants, and this include Dr. Colm Keller, a biochemist who would later co-author Hunt for the Skinwalker, and others with backgrounds in physics, psychology, and aerospace engineering. Many remained anonymous due to NDAs and concerns about professional reputation. The team set up a base of operations on the property and began 24/7 monitoring. They installed motion detectors, infrared cameras, night vision equipment, and scientific instrumentation to measure radiation and magnetic fields and other environmental variables. The goal was simple: record and document whatever was going on. So it's interesting that a lot of the original team for Bigelow still isn't known to this day, NDAs aside. This shows the stigma behind investigating stuff like this. A lot of people will shy away from investigating publicly investigating what they do when it comes to the paranormal, because they'll get blacklisted or blackballed, whatever. There's 1,000 different terms for it. What you're dealing with is people don't want others in the professional world to know that they're investigating paranormal phenomena, because they're going off as something that has more of a spiritual context than a scientific context. So when they publicly come out and say, yes, I'm investigating something like the Skinwalker Ranch on a professional level, they are laughed at. And oftentimes people are removed from employment because they're investigating stuff like the Skinwalker Ranch. So it's interesting that this is even mentioned in the research here. One of the first major frustrations NIDS encountered was the unpredictability of the activity. The Sherman family had reported almost constant disturbances, but once the scientists were in place, the phenomena appeared to retreat, or at least become less cooperative. Occasional sightings of orbs and strange lights continued. Some team members claimed to witness objects that defied explanation. One described a bright orange sphere that split into two and zipped off in different directions. Others reported a large, silent aircraft hovering over a ridge before vanishing. However, every time the team set up equipment to capture the events, the activity seemed to shift elsewhere. In some cases, the cameras would malfunction. In others, the area being watched would remain quiet while activity was reported just outside the perimeter. It was as if the phenomena itself was actively avoiding detection. Keller, excuse me, Keller later described this as in terms of, quote, a trickster intelligence, something that responded to observation by hiding itself or changing tactics. This idea, while now scientifically provable, became a working hypothesis among some of the team that the force behind the ranch activity were not just unknown but possibly intentionally deceptive. So I can say that from the book that I've read that they were seeing things, and they would be like, oh, there's tons of activity here in the northeastern corner, and they would spend a day running cables, setting up cameras, and as soon as the cameras are up and operational, there would be nothing. And it would be like this camera has a field of view of like 105 degrees, right? Well, 112 degrees away, they were seeing orbs or UFOs or something that they couldn't explain. So it seemed like it was intentionally being deceptive. It did not want to be seen. So it feels like it feels like the lights were intelligent, right? That they were definitely not wanting to be recorded at the time. So despite the challenges, the NIDS team did document a few events. The first of which was the invisible presence. One night, while surveying the property with infrared equipment, 2 team members reported an invisible entity climbing through a tunnel, or, quote, a portal, that appeared briefly in the night sky. The figure reportedly emerged and ran off into the darkness, invisible to the naked eye but visible through night vision. Animal mutilations continued. A calf was found dead under strange circumstances. Its ear was cleanly cut, and internal organs were missing with no blood spilled. No predator tracks or signs of struggle were found. This echoes the Shermans' earlier experiences. And they also had electromagnetic anomalies. The team recorded sudden spikes in electromagnetic fields and radio interferences, and other environmental changes during the times of reported activity. One researcher experienced disorientation and nausea while working near a hotspot. His equipment later revealed an intense burst of ionized radiation. Yet for all this, they could never build a consistent data set. There were no replicable experiments. Most of the events were fleeting, subjective, and nearly impossible to verify. Even the photographs and videos that were captured often failed to show anything compelling. So, this is a trend up until recently. And we'll get to that here in a minute. Within the mainstream scientific community, the project was largely ignored or dismissed outright. Skeptics argued that without peer-reviewed publications, repeatable experiments, or solid physical evidence, the work could not be considered legitimate science. Some critics accused NIDS of secrecy and cherry-picking data. Others pointed out that for all the years the study and millions spent, the team never produced definitive proof of anything unusual. But those inside the project maintained a different view. According to Keller and Knapp's book, the team came to believe that the phenomena at Skinwalker Ranch were real, but non-physical, or at least outside the boundaries of current scientific understanding. In their view, something was happening, but its nature made it extremely difficult to study in conventional ways. So this ties into our understanding of UFOs and UAPs as not a physical phenomena, but that possibly aliens, UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them, are not physical, but perhaps trans-dimensional. There's a few different ways this can go. I'll let you make up your own mind about that. However, that is a rabbit hole. That is a very, very deep rabbit hole. And just to give you a little bit of something to think about while you're laying in bed tonight, that the new prevailing theory is that the reason UFOs seem to flicker in and out of reality is because they are time traveling, or that they are trans-dimensional, and that they are just shifting through our dimension or our time frame. And that's why we only see them in fleeting circumstances. Think about that for a little while. Think about it. Go ahead. Have fun with that. By 2004, the activity at the ranch had reportedly declined. The most dramatic events seemed to taper off, and NIDS eventually ceased operations. Bigelow shifted focus to other ventures, including space technology and a later partnership with the U.S. government in advanced aerospace research. Although NIDS had not proven the existence of aliens, portals, or cryptids, it had built the foundation of the Skinwalker Ranch mythos. The years of quiet study and the credibility of some of the team members turned the ranch from a local curiosity into a globally recognized hotspot of the explained. The ranch went dark for several years after NIDS left, with only scattered reports of new activity, but in 2016 it was purchased once again by a man named Brandon Frugal, a Utah businessman with his own plans for the property. Under Frugal's ownership, the ranch would re-enter the spotlight in a new form as the subject of a reality TV investigation series and the focus of renewed attempts to solve its mysteries. And that is where we are presently. The modern era of Skinwalker Ranch, and how high-tech surveillance, television cameras, and even a new team of investigators have tried to do what NIDS couldn't: capture the phenomena in action. But here's the kicker. They did it. They were actually able to capture this phenomenon. So after years of silence, Skinwalker Ranch reemerged in 2016 under new ownership. The buyer was Brandon Frugal, a Utah-based real estate mogul and tech investor. At first, his identity was kept secret. When his name eventually came out, it surprised many. Frugal wasn't a fringe theorist or UFO enthusiast. He was a successful businessman with a background in commercial real estate and technology startups. Frugal later said he was skeptical of the ranch's stories. When he bought the property, he didn't purchase it for paranormal legacy. He bought it to test whether any of the claims could actually be proven. And over time, however, he became convinced that something genuinely strange was occurring on the land. Frugal took a modern, high-tech approach to the investigation. He assembled a private team of scientists, engineers, and security personnel and funded a new round of intensive surveillance. Excuse me. And research efforts. Excuse me. The ranch was outfitted with advanced equipment, full spectrum cameras, thermal imaging drones, radiation detectors, seismic sensors, RF monitoring systems, biometric devices to track human physiological responses. Unlike the secretive operations under NIDS, Fugel eventually chose to publicize much of this activity through the History Channel series The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, which began airing in 2020. This is the show I've been talking about. It's about to get hairy, folks. It's about to get hairy, real hairy and gross and slimy and sloppy. The series followed Fugel's investigative team, led by aerospace engineer Dr. Travis Taylor, a veteran of defense contracts and a consultant for the U.S. government. So here's something that isn't really voiced until the last season of the show. So Dr. Travis Taylor, the aerospace engineer that was brought in, he kept it quiet for the first 2 or 3 seasons of the show, but eventually he came out and said, "Hey, do you guys remember the Tic Tac videos?" And of course, everybody remembers the Tic Tac videos, right? The videos that the government released when the UAP hearings happened on Capitol Hill, right? Everybody's seen them. The Tic Tacs. He was the investigator that was brought in by the U.S. government to figure out what was going on with those. Okay, so this is not just a regular guy, not an enthusiast. He is a legit investigator who was a consultant for the U.S. government. So episodes often featured experiments, flying drones, digging into anomalous zones, or exposing team members to specific locations to test radiation, EMF fields, or psychological effects. And according to the show, the phenomena hasn't stopped. The team has documented several recurring anomalies, UAPs, bright objects moving through the sky, hovering and accelerating rapidly, and in some cases, these have been caught on multiple camera angles. Malfunctioning equipment. Just like in the NIDS era, devices mysteriously fail when placed in hotspot areas. Batteries drain instantly. Wired systems cut out. Drones crash without warning. This is really interesting. So they, I'm going to say about the show, they hired a group of people that were professional drone flyers. So these were, think of, I'm sure we've all seen the videos of drone demonstrations over cities, like during 4th of July or whatever, where 400 or 500 drones will go into the air and make one giant animated thing because the drones are flying in sequence. And, it's 400 points of light can create a full 3D image in the sky at night. Well, these were the drones that were controlled by a specific group. So what they were doing was they figured out that if they were to shoot rockets into a specific area over Skinwalker Ranch, that they would see UAPs. And it seems silly just saying it out loud, yeah, we shot rockets into this part of the air over the ranch, and UAP showed up. But that's all they would do. They were reusable rockets that they could reload with fuel, shoot them straight into the sky, and while they're watching the rocket fall back to Earth, they would scan the horizon and see 2 or 3 UAPs in the area. So what they started doing was they would set up 4 or 5 rockets to shoot in this one specific area, and they would send a grid of drones to go straight up into the air in the area just to see if there was anything electromagnetic that would interfere with the drones. And I couldn't tell you how many times they've done it. A dozen times. They would go up. 400 drones would go into the sky in a perfect grid formation. And one by one, they would start dropping out of the sky. And they would look over at the drone operators and be like, why is it doing that? And they said, we've been doing this for 10 plus years. We've never seen that happen before. We don't know what's happening. And these drones would drop out of the sky and like hover in weird places. A couple instances where they would like collide with another drone and crash. Really weird stuff. Like you wouldn't expect drones, of all things, to have issues. But it happened. It's so wild. You really need to go see the show. Multiple investigators even have reported experiencing symptoms, nausea, headaches, skin irritation after exposure to areas with short-term bursts of ionizing radiation. One security officer was hospitalized after an incident where a portion of his scalp became inflamed and peeled with no obvious cause. So, let me give you a little background here. In season 1 of The Mystery of Skinwalker, this guy comes in, the guy that we know now was a contractor for the U.S. government to investigate UAPs. He was like, hey, this area is really strange. I want to dig some holes here. And a bunch of the security personnel were like, no, we don't dig here. We were told by the previous owner specifically not to dig in this spot. He's like, well, I'm not scared of it. I'm going to dig here anyway. And dude digs, gets sick. This guy finds like 4 or 5 points of such high radiation exposure that he has to have surgery to get nodes of cancer removed from his skin because he was exposed to such high radiation. And I'm really glad this came up because this was the photo we talked about at the beginning of the episode. Early on, before they brought in this government contractor, they were out there poking around, doing their investigation, and one guy felt really sick. So he left. Later on, he decides he needs to go to the emergency room. And the way it's described in the show is the day after he felt really sick, the back of his head in the center was swollen and inflamed, and his scalp began to peel off of his skull. And the only thing that doctors could say was it was like he was exposed to high amounts of radiation. Let me switch scenes here so you can see. I'm going to show you this picture that I pulled up at the beginning of the episode. Check this out. So this is the CT scan of this guy's head. Look how bad the swelling was. This was this guy's head. And it took him a year to get better from this. In the angle that it's at, they said it is suggestive of something shot a beam of radiation into his head because he was digging in an area where he was told not to. And to this day, the doctors don't know what caused this. And if you watch the show, this picture comes up a lot in the show. If you watch the show, they'll start digging in an area, and he'll just be like, "Okay, yeah, I'm done. I'm gonna go somewhere else because I've been zapped once, and I'm not gonna get zapped again." This is enough for me. If it happened to me once, I'm not gonna do it again. I don't know if any of you have had serious swelling on your head before, but it sucks. It sucks. Sucks fucking bad. Uh, Researchers discovered a consistent elevation spike around 5,000 feet above a particular area of the ranch where UAP activity often centers. This quote invisible zone has been a major focus of drone based experiments. So, this is the triangle, Skinwalker Triangle, right here. So, if you watch the show, there is tons of stuff that happened right here. Right here, Skinwalker Triangle. Ooh, it says vortex. I'm curious what photos are here. Oh, what strangeness. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here's the vortex. Check this out. So this is from the show. What they did was they sent a helicopter up with LiDAR, like a high end LiDAR. And they were scanning everything while they were sending rockets up. And this is what the LiDAR saw. So this is just like the crust of what happened really on Skinwalker Ranch. But I'm going to say that there are a great deal of like electromagnetic geographical, not geographical, like GPS anomalies that. How do I describe this? Let me scroll and see if there's anything else from the show. No, I don't see anything. So one of the things that happened in the show when they sent the drones up, all of the drones had GPS modules installed on them, and so let's say we have a rectangle of 150, 200 drones going straight up in the sky, hovering until batteries are depleted, and then they come straight back down. So you would expect the GPS data to show a straight line up and then a straight line down. But the drones that passed through this vortex showed their GPS data to be underground on the other side of this vortex. And they don't know what this is. They have no clue. So it's just there's so much stuff that happens here. Trying to see if there's anything else here. I'm gonna turn the sound off on this. Oh, well, look at that. That's a gauge on an airplane going wild over this area. This is a common, very, very common thing to happen. The prevailing thought is that there's something that causes some type of electromagnetic disturbance in this area, and they don't know what it is. And of course, electromagnetics interfere with GPS signals, so it's hard to say. They've tried drilling into the basin right here next to the triangle. They drill in, and they hit something so hard they can't drill through it. With something with what I know as like a ditch witch, what they use to drill underneath things, like under roads for like utilities. But this thing has like 1,600 pounds 2,600 pounds of force that it can press on, and it digging through this side of this basin like it's nothing, and then it hits something it can't dig through. So in the show, the operator pulls the drill back. He's like, "Well, I can't get through it. The machine's trying to stall." Uh, so they pull it out and they look at the bit on the drill, and there's like, "Well, there's no damage here. So what was it hitting?" And they didn't know. So they go down from the top, right above where they hit something hard, and the guy is trying so hard to drill straight down on top of this anomalous object that he just destroys a drill motor. It is wild, man. There's something in that basin that's just not clicking. I don't know how else to describe it. So also we have the no dig policy. Several unexplained instances have occurred following attempts to dig on the property. After one such dig, team members reported sudden illnesses, unexplained injuries, and strange equipment failures. Since then, a self-imposed no-dig rule has been cautiously enforced. One of the most surprising revelations of the Fugal era came in 2020, when it was confirmed that the U.S. government had previously funded research at Skinwalker Ranch as part of a secret Pentagon program known as AAWSP, SAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Application Program. This is the forerunner of what is now known as AATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, which investigated UAPs. Skinwalker Ranch was among the program's areas of interest, with millions of dollars allocated to study the phenomena there. Dr. Colm Keller, formerly of NIDS, was involved in this effort. This lent to the unexpected credibility to what many have considered pseudoscience. The fact that the U.S. government had formally investigated Skinwalker Ranch gave new weight to the claims that something genuinely anomalous was happening here. So despite high-tech equipment, years of research, no definitive explanation has yet emerged. Some theorists suggest natural cause as magnetic anomalies, unusual geology in the area, or rare atmospheric conditions. Others posit interdimensional phenomena, extraterrestrial craft, or advanced technologies testing the boundaries of our perception. Critics argue that the TV show dramatizes events and that scientific transparency is still lacking. Many experiments aren't peer-reviewed, and raw data is often withheld due to secrecy concerns. But the team on the ranch remains that the sheer volume of anomalies, especially those witnessed by credible or credentialed professionals, points to something real. Dr. Travis Taylor has gone on record saying that the events of Skinwalker Ranch are among the most compelling evidence for UAP phenomena he's ever encountered. This is the guy that did the investigation of the Tic Tac UAPs. As of now, Skinwalker Ranch remains under heavy security with restricted access and ongoing research. Surveillance is constant and visitors must undergo vetting. New data continues to be collected, and the team claims the phenomena are as active as ever. Whether one believes in the paranormal or prefers a skeptical scientific lens, Skinwalker Ranch stands out as a unique case. A single geographic location with a broad spectrum of reported phenomena: UAPs, mutilation, electromagnetic disturbances, cryptids, and psychological effects spanning decades. It's not just a modern myth. It's an active site of investigation, and it continues to challenge our assumptions about reality. So lastly, we're going to explore the theories ranging from grounded to outlandish that attempt to explain what's happening at Skinwalker Ranch. Is there one unifying explanation, or are we dealing with multiple phenomena? And what does it say about our limits of our understanding? So before we get into this, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. All righty. All right. So we've come down to theories and interpretations. No, we have a visitor. Come here. No. Come here. Nope, he doesn't want to be on camera tonight. That's okay. The puppy does not want to be seen by the internet. All right, so Skinwalker Ranch has inspired a wide range of theories trying to explain the many unusual events reported there. From natural phenomena to government experiments, cryptids to extraterrestrials, the explanations are as varied as the incidents themselves. Some scientists and skeptics suggest that the ranch's unusual phenomena might be tied to the area's unique geology. The ranch lies in a geographically complex area known for magnetic fluctuations. Some researchers propose that the shifting magnetic fields might cause hallucinations, distortions in electronic equipment, and affect animal behavior. There are minor seismic tremors that could create unexplained noises or sensations. The ranch's position near fault lines might mean that gases released from or underground movements produce some of the strange sounds and lights reported. Certain weather conditions like temperature inversions or rare electrical discharges could explain some of the sightings of glowing orbs or lights. While these natural causes could account for some of the incidents that struggle to explain others, such as animal mutilations, electromagnetic device failures, and reports of physical interactions with unknown entities. Psychologists argue that cognitive biases and social factors might contribute to the ranch's lore. Here he is, everybody. Here he is. Oh, the baby. One of which is pareidolia, the tendency to interpret vague stimuli as something meaningful, like seeing shapes or faces in shadows or light, might explain some sightings. Also, there's group dynamics. Once stories circulate about paranormal activity, people might unconsciously interpret ambiguous events in that framework, creating a feedback loop. And then, of course, there's also hoaxes and exaggerations. There's always a possibility that some of the incidents are exaggerated or fabricated, whether intentionally or through misremembering. Still, the presence of multiple independent witnesses, including scientists and military personnel, complicates purely psychological explanations. One of the most popular theories involves extraterrestrial activity. Proponents point to 1. UAP sightings. The many reports of fast-moving, silent, and unconventional aerial craft are consistent with some descriptions of UFOs worldwide. Animal mutilations. The surgical precision of some of the mutilations have been linked to alien experimentation in UFO folklore. In portals or dimensional gateways, some suggest that the ranch could be a hotspot where aliens or otherworldly beings enter our reality through portals or wormholes. So while intriguing, no verified physical evidence conclusively connects Skinwalker Ranch to extraterrestrials. However, the ranch is named after the Skinwalker of Navajo legend, a benevolent shape-shifting witch or spirit. Though the ranch is not on Navajo land, the nearby Ute tribes have stories about cursed or spirituality-sensitive places. Some theories propose that cryptids, unknown creatures, possibly shapeshifters, or paranormal animals could be responsible for some of the sightings and attacks. And there's also spirit activity. The ranch might be a site of supernatural or spiritual energy causing manifestation described in folklore. These ideas remain speculative, are a significant part of the ranch, but still a cultural context. Given the ranch's proximity to military testing sites and the U.S. government's confirmed interest, some suggest classified experiments. The ranch might be a test site for advanced aerospace or psychological warfare technologies. Black projects, unacknowledged government programs could be responsible for UAP sightings and strange phenomena, and psychotronic or energy weapons. Some theorize the strange electromagnetic fields and device malfunctions result from an experimental energy weapon or mind control technology. While some documents and testimonies support government involvement, no concrete evidence ties these programs directly to the ranch's phenomena. So now we're down to the multifaceted phenomena theory. A leading interpretation among researchers like Dr. Keller and George Knapp is that the phenomena at Skinwalker Ranch are multifaceted, meaning multiple or overlapping causes of intelligence may be involved. The view suggests that the ranch is a thin spot or a nexus where different realities or dimensions intersect. Various entities, biological, technological, or spiritual, may operate independently or interact. The phenomena may include physical manifestations, electromagnetic disturbances, psychological effects, and time-space anomalies. These theories account for the wide variety of reported events, but leaves many questions unanswered because there is no scientific, no real scientific study behind any of these theories. Despite decades of investigation, no single explanation fully accounts for everything reported at the Skinwalker Ranch. The ranch remains a unique case study in the limits of scientific inquiry, the complexity of the unknown, and the enduring human fascination with mysteries. Whether the truth lies in geology, extraterrestrial, secret government projects, or something beyond current understanding, Skinwalker Ranch challenges us to keep asking questions. Skinwalker Ranch has become more than just a location. It's a symbol in paranormal research, UFO lore, and popular culture. The influence on paranormal research is that the ranch helped shift the study of the unexplained phenomena toward more. Oh, okay. The ranch helped shift the study of unexplained phenomena toward a more multidisciplinary approach involving scientists, military veterans, and independent investigators. The NIDS project, although controversial, was among the first to try to apply scientific tools to the phenomena, and is often dismissed as folklore or pseudoscience. The publicized investigations under Brandon Frugel, especially with the History Channel series, brought renewed attention to the field of UFO and paranormal research. It's encouraged more open discussion about the topics, breaking down some of the stigmas and encouraging professional inquiry. So the ranch's stories have inspired numerous books, documentaries, podcasts like this one you're hearing today, and TV shows. The ranch appears in episodes of series of ancient aliens and unexplained mysteries in the ongoing TV show, The Skinwalker Ranch, which has brought these mysteries into the millions of living rooms worldwide. Its influence extends beyond the paranormal community, and Skinwalker Ranch has become a modern myth akin to the Bermuda Triangle or Area 51, representing the unknown frontiers between science and the supernatural. For the Uinta Basin and surrounding areas, the ranch has brought both curiosity and caution. While it has drawn tourists and paranormal enthusiasts, locals often view the stories with skepticism or discomfort, wearing sensationalism overshadowing the realities of the lands and its people. Which brings us to the human element of this entire thing. At its core, the Skinwalker Ranch is about people. Those who lived through the strange events, the investigators dictating dedicating time and resources to uncovering the truth, and the audience is captivated by the mystery. Whether skeptics or believers, the ranch invites us to comfort or to confront our understanding of reality and encourages open mindedness balanced with critical inquiry. And finally, the Skinwalker Ranch remains an active mystery to this day, with ongoing investigation, new technologies, and a growing interest in unexplained phenomena worldwide. The story is far from over. And for those who follow the ranch, it represents the possibility that reality is more complex and layered than we can currently comprehend. A place where science, legend, and the unknown meet. So, we've come to our conclusion. Yes. The conclusion. So, what do we think about Skinwalker Ranch? I have read and experienced enough through what I've seen through social media, various articles, and the show on Hulu to reignite my interest in the show. Up until a month or so ago, I don't think I would give Skinwalker Ranch a half a second thought until I saw the show. And I say again, if you haven't seen the show, please go out and watch it. You will see what I mean, because they are doing stuff on that ranch that frankly never really crossed my mind. They're employing scientific method to determine what's really going on. And if they find an anomaly, they do what they can to not just dispute it, but to figure out why. I can think of towards the end of the last season of the show that they were looking at stuff that they had talked about in previous seasons, and they're like, yeah, this was really interesting and mysterious at the time, but now that we've put a little bit of time in between us and a little distance between ourselves and in the moment, the fantastical part of the situation is worn off, and now that we see, maybe there was something, insert explanation here. This is why this was happening. So it's not just explicitly paranormal. And that's why I can appreciate what they're doing out there today with Mr. Fugel and his team of investigators, because they are not just, oh, there's a light, there's a UFO, I heard a sound, this moved, that happened, this happened. There's more than that happening, and they are thoroughly investigating what's really going on the ranch. So, we've come down to the conclusion. Do I personally think that the Skinwalker Ranch is a hotbed of paranormal activity? I can say, personally, yes. Because up until the point of these guys doing the show for the History Channel, I thought it was just another area that was trying to rake in some money. But once I seen the lengths they were going through, and the amount of money being poured into this, and seeing what they see when it happens, I feel like there is something interesting here. It just hasn't been explained yet. And I say again, and I keep saying this, I'm beating this dead horse, but go and watch the show. It's on Hulu. It's free to watch if you've got Hulu, folks. go and watch the show. There's so much that happens at this ranch. It's recorded by 5 or 6 different cameras from different angles. They've got helicopters catching UAPs disappearing into the side of the basin. They've got UAPs coming out of the side of the basin. There's so much going on here that we just don't understand why it's happening, but it is really happening. So, I will say, again, go and watch the show on Hulu. It's amazing. It's incredible. They do a phenomenal job of being thorough and scientific with their investigation. They did a great job. I was pleased with it because usually it's just a bunch of guys running around with cameras asking questions to the dark spot in the corner of the abandoned hotel that's supposed to be haunted. These guys are doing things that they know is going to stimulate UAP phenomena, and UAPs show up. I mean, that's what we want, right? The evidence is there. Go and see it for yourself. If you disagree, email me at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. We'll talk about it. Let's talk about it, folks. So I'm convinced that this area is truly paranormal. I can't say to what extent it is paranormal, because this area has been almost stigmatized to the point where nobody wants to go investigate it. It took a private millionaire to throw a few $1 million at it to get decent results. And, it just comes down to open your damn eyes and see what's really happening here, right? So, what's next? Next weekend, we're going to, I guess, I'm just going to do some research and see what I can find for something for next week. Thank you for those of you listening tonight. I appreciate every single one of you. This has been Beyond the Shadows podcast. I'm Invictus, and let me just say, if you find yourself in Utah, on the side of the Uinta Basin, in the dark, in the middle of the night, in the cold, in the desert, and you find yourself with a flashlight, and you shine it into the sky, in the night sky, and something shines the light back. Don't be afraid. Don't panic, but observe. Take in a moment but be skeptical. Watch that light shine. See where it goes. See where it comes from. Decipher whether it's human or non-human. And follow that light in the darkness. Just don't follow it too close, because you don't know what holes it might lead down. But make sure you follow us. Beyond the Shadows.
creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work. It's alive! It's alive!
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Now we're recording. There we go. See, I didn't want to get too far into it.
Yeah.
Anyway, hello, friends. This is our second attempt. The stream failed horribly, so we're going to have to record and upload. Hello, welcome. We're recording, and we're doing great. We're running at 60 FPS. We are your intrepid paranormal investigators. I am Victus.
I'm Aeon. And I'm Paul.
And we are tired, to say the least. So I started to tell you, when we just tried to stream this, and Twitch was not cooperating tonight. So we switched over. We're recording now, so I touched a little bit on it. I couldn't come up with a good case that we wanted to do for this weekend. We talked about cryptids, but something popped up, and I was like, that would make a really cool episode. But once I started doing the research, there really wasn't anything paranormal about it, but it would probably make for a good conversation. So I'm going to let y'all choose. We have 3 cases we can talk about.
Okay.
Let me bring up my little Chrome browser. And I'm going to look at all 3 of my researches. All 3 of my researches. We could talk about
Search eye.
case number 1, the Tommy Knockers.
Oh.
Case number
Like Stephen King?
like Stephen King, but more like the traditional folktale.
Okay.
There is history and some lineage behind it. Case number 2, the Hodag. He's a cryptid. Yeah, I love your reaction, Paul. The Hodag.
heard of it.
The Hodag's a cryptid.
Sounds like something I would have said as a younger person.
You Hodag. It sounds like a slur, doesn't it?
It says.
But then the third one, and now this is just interesting to me, and I did a little bit of research in it, but it's not really anything cryptid. It's spooky, but it's the story of Centralia, Philadelphia.
Speaking of Philadelphia, I know what we should do for our next show.
Oh, okay. What is it?
Philadelphia Experiment.
Ooh, yeah, that would be a good one.
The Philadelphia Experiment.
Did Paul really just say the what? Do you not know what the Philadelphia Experiment is?
I don't know what a single thing that you all have just discussed is.
Well, I don't know what the other 3 things are, but the Philadelphia Experiment. Yeah, we won't.
Oh, man.
That makes me want to jump right into it, but
It does.
we'll get some research too, because I got bits and pieces of stuff that I saw, so we'll skip that. But that's great. You don't know about it. That'll be great. We'll do the research.
Yeah, that's absolutely. That's
Be
next
surprised.
week.
Yeah, I forgot all about that.
My little
So-
tiny Hello Kitty fridge over here.
So how about we start with the Hodag, just because I have no
Hodag.
idea what that is. Yeah,
Do
let's
you-
start with that.
Do you know what Centralia is?
No.
It is one of my favorite. It's on my bucket list. I want to go. You can go, but it's called the Town from Hell.
Is it the one with the perpetual fire burning underneath it?
That's it.
Yeah, I do know about it. Yep.
So
Yep. It's blocked off and they wiped it off the map.
yeah.
Like it's not on the maps anymore.
So here's what's crazy about it. Silent Hill. You ever played Silent Hill?
Yeah.
And
saw the movie.
The city for Silent Hill, the original video game for PlayStation, was based off of Centralia.
Okay. That checks out.
Yeah.
Checks out.
So it's just, I love the story of Centralia. It's always been one of my favorites. But you suggest Hodag, so we go Hodag.
Let's start with the Hodag. We can,
Oh, oopsies.
we can add the others if we need to.
Da-da-da.
'Cause I like that. I like that story too, the Centralia thing. But I only know, I just know what it is. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
I had expected there to be like some spooky folklore behind it, but there's, there's like a bunch of people died. There is one like minor haunting, but it's never been substantiated. It is just a spooky little story. And it's some of the images out there on the internet are just wild. But yeah. So we're I guess we're going to do Hodag. Let's start off with the Hodag. The old Hodag. So should I bless you with an image right out of the gate?
Sure. Let's have one sitting up there. We know what we're laughing at.
Oh, jeez, I gotta get in the network. This one, 123. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, let's see it.
This is purported image
Oh God.
of a hunted and captured Hodag. You want me to really zoom in on that thing?
Yeah, please, because it looks like it's made out of clay. And also, I like that all the guys are standing around with like pitchforks and stuff.
Yeah.
And a gun, like they've got it trapped. But
Yeah, it like
certainly looks.
the fake dead body.
Yeah, it certainly looks a little.
It was paper mache. Yeah, this is absolutely paper
bogus.
mache.
Yeah, it looks. Yeah, it looks bad. But what? So, what do you have on this?
So the Hodag. I need to switch chambers here. Not nearly enough of that in me at the moment. Heyo. Penguin juice. So, the Hodag is a legendary creature rooted in folklore of Wisconsin Northwoods, particularly in and around the town of Rhinelander? Yeah, Rhinelander. It's a German name, so I want to say pronounced like Rhinelander. It has become the symbol of the area, blending mythical tales, pioneer humor, and regional pride. The legend of the Hodag began in 1893, credited to Rhinelander native Eugene Shepard, a known prankster. Just saying. Lumberman and local storyteller described the Hodag as a fearsome beast with glowing eyes, razor-sharp claws, and formidable horns. He claimed the Hodag was born from the ashes of a deceased oxen, particularly those overworked in Wisconsin's harsh logging industry, making it the symbol of Northwood's rugged spirit. The creature was said to have been about 7 feet long, covered in greenish-black scales, with a spiked tail used to lash its enemies. Its diet allegedly consists of white bulldogs served to it on Sundays.
What? Okay. That's elaborate.
Yeah.
Very elaborate. The ashes of deceased oxen, specifically that were overworked.
Yeah.
Hey.
I feel like this was trying to be social commentary. It just didn't happen. It just turned into an absolutely ridiculous joke. The Hodag. Oh wait, there we go. I'm sorry. In 1893, Shepard claimed he and a group of other lumbermen encountered the Hodag in the dense forest around Rhinelander. According to their tale, they captured the beast after a dramatic struggle. The Shepard displayed the creature at the first ever Oneida County Fair using a cleverly constructed puppet controlled by wires to scare and amuse visitors.
Okay, so it was always a hoax
I think
from
so.
the beginning. Okay,
But I think
Okay,
I
gotcha.
think we're running into what with squonk. With the
Squonk territory?
squonk territory, yeah.
Yeah, coming up
It's
in the deep woods. To
it's their
look out.
cryptid, and this is
Yeah.
ours. You're not going to change our mind on it.
Right, right.
The Hodag exhibit was a sensation. People traveled for miles around to see this fearsome beast, but when scientists from the Smithsonian Institute announced they were coming to examine the creature, Shepard confessed the hoax. He admitted the Hodag was fabricated from wood, cowhide, and oxen horns, operated by hidden mechanics of his own theatrics. However, the legend persisted. Despite Shepard's confession, the Hodag legend endured, taking on a life of its own. Locals embraced the creature as part of Rhinelander's identity. Stories of the Hodag multiplied, each more colorful than the last. The creature became kind of a mascot for the resilience and humor of the North Woods people. Definitely squonk territory.
Definitely a squonk. Yeah.
But we do have
Less sad squonk.
yeah, a much more vicious-looking squonk.
Yeah.
However, we do have some first-hand accounts in regional lore
Of course.
of the Hodag. Yeah, so
Of course. Because that's how it goes.
somebody saw it. A group of hunters. Excuse me. A group of hunters in the 1920s claimed they encountered a creature fitting the Hodag's description near Pelican Lake. The men said the beast charged to their campsite, but they scared it off by lighting torches. This tale was later revealed to be part of a local storyteller's telltale competition. In the 1940s, logging camp incident. Loggers working near Rhinelander reported strange claw marks on trees and a pungent, sulfurous smell, both attributed to the Hodag. While skeptics pointed to bears and wolverines, the loggers maintained their Hodag story, passing it down as camp legend.
You see a sulfurous smell?
A sulfurous smell. So that's already the story's already mutated in the span of 20 years.
I guess I did claim it came from the ashes of, disgruntled oxen souls.
Yeah.
So.
It's just... It seems like there was a good build-up there. It could have been a great story, right?
Yeah, but dude, rather than hide his animatronics, he's just like, yeah, no, I made it up. Sorry.
Yes, behold, this is the Hodag, and his arms are up underneath the table. Hello, everyone. I am Hodag.
Like
Hello.
a Muppet.
Yeah, and everyone's just amazed by it. Contemporary Hodag sightings are often staged or part of tourism events. Visitors to Rhinelander sometimes claim to see a shadowy figure moving through the woods or hear unexplained noises. These playful accounts add to the town's charm and keep the Hodag legend alive. Today, the Hodag is a mascot of Rhinelander and beloved symbol of the region. A large fiberglass Hodag statue greets visitors at the entrance of Rhinelander, and smaller versions can be found throughout the town. They have an annual music festival celebrating country and folk music, draws visitors across the Midwest, and the Hodag appears on everything from school sports team logos, Rhinelander's high school mascot, to souvenirs and local business names. The Hodag is a key part of Rhinelander's tourism industry. You want to see the statue?
Yes, I do. I do want to see the statue.
It's
It was something that somebody started, to make some money in the first place, and it still does today. Bring in tourism and so on.
There you go, buddy.
Oh yeah, they definitely embellished it a bit, didn't they? Over the years. Yeah, he got a lot
Now
more.
snake eyes.
Yeah, he got a lot more claws going on, and some fangs, and then some spine bits. Yeah, and he got a lot bigger.
Yeah, he got a whole lot bigger.
Yeah.
So this is the big statue. Welcome to Hodag County. I think we're in agreement that this is not real.
Yes. Well, I mean, given that the guy said as much, but
And I feel like, the people seeing stuff is just attributed to, you look in the dark, you're going to see what you want to see.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. And that's it.
This is a good example, though, of why it's hard to get people to take other, like really good video of cryptids seriously.
Yeah.
Because this is the second blatant example of a hoax. We found others who were like, I don't know if that video is enough to make me believe it's real, or others that like don't have any, like the Jersey Devil. I don't think they made that up as a hoax. I think something really scared those folks way back when. I don't think it was a flying horse-faced lizard-tailed baby creature. But something scared the crap out of the whole town.
Yeah.
Written in paper, and a bunch of people heard, footsteps on top of the roofs, and but then you have the Squong and the Hodag, and I think that that's the reason that some of the better ones, like some of those photos we had with the Skunk Ape.
Oh man, yeah.
Chillingly good. Photographs, and the trail cam stuff really got me of the skunk ape, but
Speaking of skunk ape,
good.
got a new guy at work.
Mm-hmm.
He's from Florida,
Mm-hmm.
and he has multiple skunk ape stories.
Really?
Yes.
That'd be fun.
He says he's seen it. He says he's heard it. He's got crazy stories interacting with it. I'm going to try to at least record the stories.
Yeah, we could do a little Skunk Ape Revisited segment.
Yeah, I told he just moved here, so he just got internet 2 days ago. So,
Oh, okay.
maybe we could see about getting him, push comes to shove, I can get him to just record something while we're at work. Even if it's just audio, that would be okay. But it would make for something interesting.
So I see that says Spotted Hodog, but I also see that down below it's Centralia Lumber Company.
Ooh.
It's probably just the way the ad was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying, they were an energy company, so, lumber, coal, etc.
Damn.
It's interesting, right?
I didn't expect that. I just pulled this up because it's good context to bring up old newspaper articles like this. But yeah, that's photographed from Life by T.A. Taylor. Yeah. They even gave it a Latin name. Bovine spiritualis.
Spirit of the ox.
Yeah.
Well, it looks strangely friendly for being a fearsome beast. Like in
Hey.
the little paper model doesn't look fearsome.
That's his face.
Yeah. Hey guys.
Growl.
Grr.
Rawr. Rawr with the
Swipe at you with my pointy toes.
rawr with a W. Rawr.
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 All right. Hodag is not real. I'm sorry, folks. Hodag isn't real.
Yeah.
What other embarrassing pictures do we got here? This is beast mode. Check that out.
So that looks like that's out of the. I'm pretty sure that's out of the D&D Monsters Compendium. That page. That looks like some shit out of the D&D Monster Manual.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. It does look something.
Yeah.
No, that I would be.
I mean,
that would I would be afraid of.
Right. Yeah, it looks like a rat with horns.
Yeah.
A giant rat with horns.
Yeah, this is just somebody selling prints. That's all that is. A rat with horns.
Oh, it looks like.
Yeah, there's no good way to do it. There we go. In the spirit of Christmas. They put a little Christmas hat on it and wrap them in Christmas lights.
That one down below, down a couple.
No.
Right there. Yeah, that looks at least more like an ox.
Yeah.
Ox meat pork.
It's strange that he's green and covered in hair.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's always green when it's supposed to be the spirit of an ox, but whatever. You know, not my story.
There's so many horrible illustrations of this thing.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that.
Ah, jeez. All right. Well, moving on from that, we've experienced the hodag as much as we can, but I will say this is a legitimate photo from the 1800s. This is one of the papier mâché models made by prominent hoaxer. We do have so there's one other picture. I had trouble nailing this down. This is the guy that hoaxed it. They're holding something right here. I just can't see what it is.
Yeah, I can't tell. It's too much.
It's
or not enough contrast.
But yeah, dude looks like a skeevy type. So yeah. Anyway, hodag over with. What do you want next?
Okay, so
you want Centralia? Centralia?
Yeah, why don't we
okay.
Cover that, yeah.
There are so many photos of Centralia. I'm just gonna bring up Centralia and see what we got.
I know there's some video out there too of the stuff still burning.
Oh yeah, there's lots and lots.
But yeah, so they took Centralia off the map. Literally off the map.
Yeah, because people were going and dying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can. There's a point at which in those old like road atlases that used to be able to buy, where it was there, and then it's not there anymore. I would bet Google Maps still shows it.
Yeah, this is
Oh, wow.
This is the town now. This is what it looks like. It's just this is all carbon monoxide just belching out from the ground.
Yeah, and fissures in the ground from where it's burning.
Yeah. And they go back and try to smother it all the time, but it just doesn't.
Well, it's a whole coal vein.
Yeah.
Smoldering.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, not much you can do about it.
So, I actually got, and there's not a whole lot for Centralia. It's not spooky. It's not paranormal. It's a little creepy, but
it is weird.
It's a horribly interesting story. But I say again, you see why, Silent Hill was modeled on this.
Oh yeah, yeah. Plus, it's kind of dated, so
yeah, So in May of 1962, a fire was ignited in the town's landfill, located near an abandoned strip mine. What seemed like a routine controlled burn quickly turned into catastrophe. The fire inadvertently spread to the coal seam beneath Centralia. Despite initial attempts to extinguish it, the flames proved unstoppable. Fueled by the vast network of coal veins beneath the town, the coal fire spread steadily, burning beneath homes, streets, forests. Temperatures underground soared, releasing toxic gases such as carbon monoxide. Residents began to notice alarming signs. Sinkholes opened unexpectedly, emitting noxious smoke. The ground felt hot to the touch, and roads buckled from the heat below. And by the 1970s, the fire had burned for nearly a decade, creating an apocalyptic scene. In 1981, the crisis gained national attention when a 12-year-old boy fell into a sudden sinkhole in his backyard, saved only by quick-thinking neighbors. This event underscored the danger to the community, prompting the state and federal authorities to act. In 1984, the crisis gained national attention. In 1984, Congress allocated $42 million to relocate residents. Over the years, most families accepted buyouts and left. Houses were demolished and entire neighborhoods disappeared. But by the 90s, Centralia had transformed into a ghost town with only a few stubborn residents refusing to leave, despite court orders. Today, Centralia is an unearthly landscape. The fire, still burning more than 6 decades later, continues to smolder beneath the earth. Highway 61 was once a major road and is now nicknamed Graffiti Highway. A cracked and colorful canvas left to decay after the road became too unstable for use. Smoke occasionally rises from fissures in the ground, and the air carries a faint sulfurous smell. Few buildings remain, but the town's overgrown lots and abandoned streets evoke a haunting sense of what was lost. The local cemetery, with its weathered tombstones, adds to the town's spectral atmosphere. Centralia has become a magnet for urban explorers and thrill seekers. Its legend inspired the fictional town of Silent Hill in the horror video game films and film series, cementing its status as a cultural icon in desolation, while warnings about the dangers of visiting, the allure of a real-life ghost town on fire draws curious visitors each year.
Sure, I mean, it makes me want to see it.
I
Even though you're like, no, dude, it's a coal field that's burning, putting off, carbon monoxide. You're like, yeah, but that sounds super interesting.
Let's see what Google Maps shows us. Oh, there is a Centralia.
Mm-hmm. That's what I said. Google Maps will still have it, but they started taking it off of
Oh, we got Street View?
stuff.
Oh,
no.
Dude, they drove through it.
Nice. The street looks okay there. Or is that New Centralia?
Yeah, it's hard to say. So, like, there's there's a fire station, ironically. Active Centralia vent.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, like, I don't feel like this is as abandoned as I thought it was. Like, like there's...
Or as abandoned as they make it sound like.
Right. Oh, welcome to Silent Hill. That's cool. Yeah, like,
Nice.
That's spooky. These people are just hanging out, taking pictures of this stuff, man. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, honestly.
Can you find us some actual pic of the coal veins on fire?
Big Mine Run Road. Active smoking vents. Oh. Let's see. What's this? More smoking vents. Interesting. What's that sign say? Closed to all motorized vehicles. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a good one there.
Oh, wow. Yep, and everything's dead.
Oh, that's a video. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, that smokes a lot more than I thought it would.
So I guess it found its way to natural air vents, which is what's feeding oxygen to the whole thing. Though coal can smolder with very little oxygen.
Oh, yeah.
Keep on going. Hydrocarbons, hard to.
Ooh.
There you go.
Oh my gosh. What? Ugh, you asses. Just want to see the pictures. That's it. Joke's on you. I got
There
it.
you go. Holy crap.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, that's a little on fire.
To say the least.
It's a little on fire, yeah. Huh.
I bet you the coal companies
So
are kicking themselves. We should have went back in there. All that money just burning.
So it started because of a fire in the local landfill.
Yeah, and I think their reaction was to bury it.
And that didn't help.
But like, look how close that fire is to the surface.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's
Which
right
means
there.
the coal seam was right there in the surface.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's not. It's probably not that deep if it's spreading that easily.
yeah. Yeah, that's actually a really good picture.
Yeah, that's a.
Oh. Is it a real picture?
Oh, there you go. Looks like it.
Let's see what this is. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool, man. That's a cool picture. Let's bring it up. Oh yeah, that's an awesome picture.
So a spot where there was already a natural depression or cave, it made its way.
Yeah, it looks like that might have been like the opening of the mine, to be honest.
Yeah. Or one of the sinkholes.
Yeah.
You know, they said that sinkholes popped up all over the place. Man, it's no joke.
Yeah, it's scary, to be honest with you.
There's shots of the roads with lots of fissures through it. So there you go. There's a real picture of. So I think that they relocated it and made a Centralia.
Yeah, made
another
made
one?
a new Centralia, yeah.
Yeah, when you relocated everybody, I think that the old one, like I said, I think it's not on the map. Because see there's like nothing. There's not all the things that it looked like there was in that other picture.
Let's see if we can find this. I can't read these streets, but like that's a very specific road.
Yeah, that's not what Google Maps looked like either. Is it? That curve right there?
Oh, wrong tab. My bad. Where'd the... There we go.
So if you... Oops, now the other one changed. There you go. So is that lower curve? Is that it? Just below the town?
South something Avenue.
I mean, the layout looks similar.
It does, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As far as the square of the street. Yeah, it looks pretty similar. Maybe that is it. It seems like the pictures don't match up to what's going on, though.
Let's look at satellite
They were like
view.
stuff.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there were like mown lawns and stuff around the graveyard. Like, made it sound like it was no one was there.
Well, now that we zoom in and see, yeah, there are a few houses,
Yeah.
but like these are old streets, man. Like you could see there used to be houses here, old sidewalks.
Yeah. Yeah. All broken and cracked.
It's funny.
Mostly missing.
It's funny they have a fire station. Yeah, this guy's not giving up. Look at this big chunk of land he's got.
Yeah.
Yeah, he ain't going nowhere.
Huh. Interesting.
Wow, it's so weird that, you know, it kind of gives you a... It's like one perspective is rose-colored glasses, but the other one's like doom and gloom. Like this is
Right.
this whole town is like I expected to see like just like Silent Hill. That's what I was expecting. But you know, now that I see it,
No, there's not that much to it. It's just that, you know, sinkholes could open up, you know, because it's burned out the coal vein underneath.
mm-hmm.
And there are active, you know, vents of coal and all the other stuff that comes along with coal, like sulfur and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, pretty deadly stuff to be breathing in all the time.
So like this is Big Mine Run Road. Oh,
There's the mine.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there's the above ground section of it.
Oh, it looks like they're still working over here. Wow, yeah, they are. They're trying to get, I could see how this could be part of the federal effort. Maybe they're
The snuffed out.
yeah, maybe they're digging down to try to sever, the coal vein, and at the same time probably trying to get their hands on some coal. But it just honestly a lot of this just looks like gravel.
Yeah, that looks like. I mean, well, if you're doing a mining operation, you got to pull the dirt out somewhere.
Well,
It's not all
Like
coal.
like this here, piles and piles and piles, truckloads.
Mhm.
That's what the dumping. I guess they're dumping is what it looks like. Yeah, they might be just trying to fill this in and snuff it out. Wow, that's really interesting.
So not quite the creepy haunted place that it sounds like.
No.
The hellscape they describe, but those are dramatic pictures
Yeah.
of where it has cut through the ground, and in the evening, what it looks like in some places. That's
Yeah, it's probably not at all what it used to be. Maybe 40 years ago it was probably really spooky, but now I think, this is all you're going to get is some cracked roads with graffiti on it. Every now and again shoot out some smoke.
I mean, it has been going for 60 years. At some point,
Yeah.
it's got to run out of
Right.
the easily accessible
Right.
surface stuff.
Yeah. That's some spooky stuff. So, well, nonetheless, it's a good story. It's very interesting. So any of our fans that are fans of Silent Hill, now you know where the story came from. Freaking Centralia.
And they definitely had to add a lot.
Oh yeah, they
To make
they
the
they
Silent
embellished it like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, let me see where we're sitting. We're sitting at wow, only 35 minutes. Shame on us. We burned through two of them.
Let's do the other.
Well, let's do this. Let's talk about the Tommy knockers, huh?
Yeah, first thing it made me think of when you said Tommy knockers was the Langoliers.
Langoliers?
Yeah, that other Stephen King story, Langoliers.
I don't know that one.
And it's a Stephen King story. It's not really I don't think it's rooted in any sort of folk anything, but in the book, this plane accidentally passes through a time loop.
Mhm.
So they get taken out of the normal time stream.
Yeah.
So instead of moving forward with time, they're stuck basically at a static point. And the Langoliers are basically what come by and eat up old time.
Oh.
So like if you're not moving with the time stream, right, the landscape that's there gets eaten up by the Langoliers. They look in the awful movie they made up. They look like big meatballs with teeth.
Oh no.
Not very good. They look like big meatballs with teeth, but they eat up leftover existence. So they're trying to get out of this static space and get back into the time loop.
Well, that's
before they get eaten.
not a
So their only
horrible
choice was
story.
to take. No, I mean I watched it and I kept thinking there would be like a big Stephen King twist.
Mhm.
Like I watched it on Sci-Fi Channel. Not one of his better ones. If the movie wasn't that good, I'm sure reading the book just meant you got a whole lot more description of all the same things, and the coffee cup and the coffee table and
Yeah.
the drink dude was drinking and how the ice felt on his teeth. Like it just,
Yeah.
I couldn't. I'd never read it because I just couldn't.
It, rem-
I wasn't able to.
it reminds me of this video I saw. I was doom scrolling last night, and this guy was hoofing through the woods, and he looks into a cave and he sees a light, and he sees a guy dressed like an old miner, but he's just standing still holding a lantern.
Mm-hmm.
But then when he goes into the cave, dude starts moving, and he hears a noise. He looks behind him, and it goes day, night, day, night, day, night, day, night, and time is just zipping by really, really fast. And he was only in there for a couple minutes, so he goes back out, and like 10 years had passed.
What?
Yeah. So what he was seeing was the person from like an olden time in the cave.
Yeah.
Still walking forward, but time passed differently. I don't know what it was. I wanted to try to find it, but
Like it passed faster the further we went into it.
yeah, it was really strange. Usually you can get a movie title from these reels, but you've got to really dig through the comment section to find the movie title. I wanted to find it because it looked interesting, but that's what that reminds me of.
I don't remember you saying miner with the lantern made me think of this, but there was a haunting that I came across, and the house had all kinds of weird stuff happen in it, but some guys had set up photography to try to get, a picture of something.
Right.
And they got video, not just a picture. And in the video, this spectral form that's like, I don't know, almost 7 foot tall. Basically, as they're approaching the back of the hallway, it ducks under the eave of the door and reaches out with this lantern. It's like a green or blue, and they scream immediately and book it, and they go back frame by frame for you, and there's 4 frames of the dude going.
Ooh,
he's all raggedy clothes, and yeah, it was pretty convincing.
I want to find it now. Let me see.
It was pretty green specter ducking out a doorway. I don't know. You're gonna get a bunch of AI stuff now.
Yeah,
I think. Unfortunately, when you search that, but
let's try a ghost holding a lantern.
Yeah, you're gonna get a bunch of
oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Real ghosts.
Paranormal haunting caught on video. Ghost with lantern. Hallway of house. Get real specific. Yeah, they were filming at night, and it was 2 of them. And yeah, they you don't see anything on the back guy's camera because the dude in front of him's in the way. But he drops his camera and runs into the dude behind him and knocks him over on his way, booking it out of the house. So, does that say Tom?
TOMT.
Tom.
2000s video. People in a mansion getting attacked by a ghost who had to bend down out of a closet holding a lantern.
I think that's it. Is it not? There's no video? It's a Reddit thread.
Yeah.
Bogus. Oh, search, Tom the Lantern Ghost.
Hold on. He gave a link. Wait, he tagged somebody. Let's see what this is.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Down on the floor. Right there.
Was that it?
Mm-hmm.
We gotta go back because it gave a timestamp. 2150.
Oh, because it starts out at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Oh, the video's so bad.
Yeah, I looked down over there at something, and then they turned to the doorway.
Oh, yeah, he's a big boy, wasn't he?
Yeah. I think they go back and do it frame by frame for you if you let it keep going after they get the shit scared out of them. Maybe not.
No, it doesn't look like
Pretty long video.
Yeah, 20-minute video. That was a good one.
Yeah.
It was spooky.
Yeah.
Reddit for the
That's what I
win.
was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
So I have one picture of a Tommy knocker,
Okay.
and I was not able to discern whether it was fake or not.
Okay. What's the background? What is it supposed to be?
I'm gonna put this picture up, and then I'm gonna talk about it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Oops, I hit the AI button. No, I don't want you, co-pilot.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Make up your own mind about this. I was unable to find any decent information about this. I do not want to edit my images using AI. Yeah. It's this little guy is spooky, man. He's holding his sword.
Like a little troll or a goblin
Yeah.
kind of thing.
So let's get into Tommy knockers.
This guy's all wing hanging out there.
Yeah, his bits are hanging out for sure.
Yeah.
Should I put a black box over that?
Nah, you wouldn't have seen it if I hadn't said something.
Hey, buddy.
It's stained on his underwear.
Pat. He's wearing jeans.
Yeah, there you go.
Stonewash. Get it?
Nah.
Comedy Paranormal Podcast. All right, the moment's over. So the Tommyknockers are a mythical creature deeply rooted in mining folklore, particularly among Cornish miners who brought their stories to America during the 19th century. The small, mischievous, and often helpful beings were said to inhabit mines. The legend of the Tommyknockers originates in Cornwall, England, where they were known as knockers or buckas. In Cornish lore, they were considered to be small, elf-like, goblin-like creatures who lived in the depths of the earth. Making their homes in mines, they were said to knock on the walls of tunnels to either warn miners of impending danger or lead them to rich veins of ore. Seems a little convoluted, I'm just going to say, right out of the gate. Oh, yeah, there's a...
So it's either you to your death or your great fortune.
Right.
How do you know?
I don't know. It's
Probably by the rhythm,
yeah, the pitch of the knock.
the vibes of it all.
Yeah, maybe they're knocking on the ore. You got to really listen closely. Maybe they're knocking on ore or they're knocking on stone. I don't know. How loud can you really make a knock if you're knocking on stone?
From the ground side.
Right. Unless they're knocking on it with something. A giant curved sword, perhaps? So,
That's an interesting picture.
it is. So, like, I did find other photos similar, but they were, like, obviously, like, statues. Like, they were cheery-faced. Look like like lawn gnomes. This is
I gotcha.
This is the only one that I found that looked like it could be real if it really wanted to be.
Yeah, I mean the lighting on it is the same as the lighting on the stones. You know, it's a flash, camera flash at night.
Yeah. But it makes you wonder, what's this little something holding it up? Could it be a
Maybe.
statue? Yeah, maybe it is a statue. If it is, whoever made this deserves a damn award. That thing looks great.
Pretty good.
But this is the only photo I found of it, which is interesting.
Okay.
Because you'd figure if it was at like an attraction, there would be lots of pictures of it, right?
Right.
This is the only one I found.
Somebody could have just made it just for this photo. I mean,
Maybe.
I don't know.
When Cornish miners immigrated to the United States in the 19th century, particularly to mining regions such as Pennsylvania, Colorado, and California, they brought their stories with them. The creatures became known as Tommyknockers, a name likely derived from the knocking sounds attributed to them. Obviously, they're described as small humanoid figures, often about 2 feet tall, with wrinkled skin and miner-like clothing. Minor, like children.
No, it's in miners that work in the.
They're wearing Oshkosh
God.
Bagosh. Choo-choo trains on their shirts.
Makes me
Yeah.
think this is where D&D got their dark elves from.
Ooh, yeah. That
'Cause,
makes sense.
the other elves, the forest elves, or the the light elves are always up in the forest, and the dark elves live in whole underground cities.
Yeah. That is interesting. They're typically invisible, but could sometimes be glimpsed darting around in the shadows of the mines. Their personalities ranged from benevolent to mischievous. They were often credited with protecting miners, warning them of collapses by knocking on the walls of unstable tunnels, leading them to riches, guiding them to valuable deposits of ore, or playing tricks, stealing tools, extinguishing lamps, or creating distracting noises. Extinguishing lamps. Could you imagine being a miner in the 19th century? Underground,
Oh yeah,
and then your lamp
they
goes out.
and they would have been using carbide lamps too.
Yeah.
so-
I actually just watched a video. A guy, he had an old one, and it's a page I follow where he restores old stuff. Completely restored it, and then he got his hands on some carbide. It's just carbide and water, and that's it.
Yep. makes acetylene.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
And
really
you can actually. It's funny that the carbide makes like a really muddy water when you buy like the miner's carbide like that. You still get it in the can.
Yeah.
And it's still available. But you can also get laboratory grade carbide, little pellets,
Mhm.
and those when you put them in water, they make just acetylene. There's no muddy byproducts, and the light from it is like white,
yeah.
very very bright,
This guy was using
and near no smoke,
the original stuff. It just looked like crushed up stone.
like gray
Yeah,
black.
yeah,
Yeah.
And I'm honestly surprised at how much light it gave off.
Yeah, I mean they're still really bright, but I'll have like yellowish tinge to it.
Yeah, dude had all the
Yeah.
lights off, and he was outside with the lamp burning. And I mean, both of us have done enough metal fabrication. We know what acetylene looks like when it burns. But
Yeah.
honestly, surprised at how much light comes off of these things. But I could only
Oh yeah.
I could only imagine being in a mine and your headlamp goes off.
Right.
Oh, jeez.
Right. And a lot of those then didn't necessarily have the built-in striker. So a lot did. Nice ones had like a built-in striker, so you just cover it to build up a little acetylene and strike it when
Yeah.
you move your hand. It'll light back up. But yeah, it could be a problem.
Yeah, I have recurring nightmares of being, because it's like you hear a car accident, you see somebody about to get hit, and instead of turning away, you're gonna stand there and watch, right?
Mm-hmm.
I hate this because it scares the shit out of me. Mining, or not mining, but like spelunking videos,
Yeah.
and then they get stuck.
Yeah.
Openings like
Yeah.
this that they're crawling through, like what? I've done spelunking before, but it was like maybe crawl through an opening this tall. I'm not
Right.
going through an opening where I've got to contort myself. And then once you get to the end of that opening, there's no way to turn around, so you got to do it all backward. And,
Yes.
and horrible.
You might have slipped past some of those rocks easily because of the direction they were facing.
Right.
And going backwards might not be possible.
Yeah, I have horrible nightmares all the time because of these stupid videos I watch.
You watch them anyway.
I do, yeah. It's my crux, man. I've got to. I don't know. It's like watching a car accident. It's the best way I can put it. So the time of knockers. While many miners consider them helpful, others viewed them with fear, believing knocking foretold disaster. So we do have a few first-hand accounts. From 1850, in the coal mines of northern Pennsylvania, Cornish miners spoke of hearing strange knocking sounds shortly before a cave-in. Miners who escaped such incidents often credited the timely knockers for saving their lives. A documented account from this era describes a miner named John Williams who claimed to have heard persistent knocking near the shafts he was about to enter. He decided to avoid the area, and minutes later, the tunnel collapsed. So, I'm going to state this, and it seems kind of obvious, but I'm going to say it anyway. Couldn't the knocking be rock shifting?
Yeah, or the sound, a sound they're putting off. They may not be cracking, but material being compressed
Right.
just before it explodes outwards from the pressure.
Right.
Yeah, could very likely be that, or even the timber beams they have up.
Yeah.
You've heard wood shift in your house. It's more like a popping, but I mean, in a mine, would it sound different when it's up against a wall?
Sure.
Stone wall. I mean, I think it's definitely more likely. But at least they were paying attention to the sound.
Yeah. I mean,
whatever they credit it to,
I could see, maybe they just didn't have the foresight to say, oh my gosh, that's, the rock is shifting. Or it could have been a bunch of loose rocks. There's no description if it's in a pattern. So what if it's, a pile of loose rock is shifting and they're falling. I could see, 1850. How
blasting from one end.
Right. How bright is the guy from the 1850 that works in a mine?
Yeah, where geological movement is concerned.
Right.
I mean,
they're down there to
they're
make
doing it
money. That's it.
They're doing it by feel and experience,
All right. Next first-hand account comes from 1870. The Colorado Gold Rush. During Colorado's mining boom, miners in places like Cripple Creek, horrible name, and Central City reported Tommyknocker activity. A miner, Thomas Pritchard, wrote in his journal about hearing a faint tapping sound while working alone in a shaft. He initially thought it was another miner, but later realized he was entirely alone. The tapping seemed to lead him to a rich gold vein. Pritchard credited the Tommyknockers for his discovery, leaving small offerings of bread and whiskey in the mine as a thanks.
Okay, it checks out.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe.
So my question is, you're leaving bread and whiskey in there. I want proof that it was gone when he came back and nobody else went in.
Yeah, he probably didn't have all that. He was just thankful he got a bunch of gold.
Probably went down there, got a bunch of gold, left some bread and whiskey, and then he just told somebody else. They went in and, oh, look, bread and whiskey. Yum. Sweet.
Hooray.
Not only am I rich, but now I've got a full stomach. And I'm warm from the inside. In the early 20th century, miners in California, Sierra Nevada often left scraps of food or small coins for the Tommyknockers as a way to gain their favor. A miner named William Billy Hart recounted an incident where his lantern was mysteriously extinguished in a mine shaft. In the pitch black, he felt a tug on his sleeve and was guided to the surface by what he believed was a Tommyknocker. After that, he always left part of his lunch as a gesture of gratitude.
Huh.
Okay, that's a little more specific.
Yeah, that's a lot more specific.
I can't think of any way
To explain being tugged on at the sleeve?
Yeah, like I could see maybe like getting something snagged, but
Yeah, but it
getting
lead you to the surface.
yeah, getting snagged up to the door, to the opening of the
Yeah.
mine, that's a little different.
I don't think it'd lead. Yeah, I mean, if he had said he felt a tug and then he backed away and rocks fell, I'd be like, well, anything could have snagged on his clothes in the dark, but something tugged on his sleeve and led him back up to the surface without his light.
That's
I mean, it's weird if nothing else. It's a weird account if nothing else.
yeah, that's probably my favorite account so far. And there's lots and lots of stories of people going down and it's a thing. People find old abandoned mines and they dig through them. And people are generally looking for looking for gold. So what it is they back in past the gold rush, it was time where people was robbing and hoarding gold because they, I just robbed 400 pounds of gold from somebody. I can't just waltz into town with 400 pounds of gold because they're looking for 400 pounds of gold. So they would go to these old mines that are abandoned. They would stash this stuff.
Right.
And that's why people today are finding old abandoned mines looking for the gold that was left behind. So there's a lot of stories of people going through these old mines and hearing knocking sounds. When, out in the middle of nowhere, you hiked for 6 days to get out there and they would hear knocking sounds. That would be different.
There's still a group of guys that hunt for old silver stashes.
Yeah.
What they do is they take folks that have big tracts of land and know that there used to be a silver mine. There's not a lot of documentation. They especially like ones with not a lot of documentation because it means probably somebody else hasn't found it.
Yeah.
And their whole business model is going out to and locating these collapsed mines or mines that are, they think still have a stash in them.
Yeah. Okay, we are back from a small technical issue. I don't know. I might be having internet problems here. That was really weird. They lost connection, but I didn't. It's the first time I've seen that.
Yeah, Victus stopped in a pose of this kind of, or something like
Yeah,
that.
like that.
Because
Close
I didn't
to
even
that.
notice at first. I was like, is he just... No, he's frozen. He's not
putting-
not that intently staring at the screen. He is frozen.
I'm putting together a really, really complex statement about what we're about to talk about.
Yeah.
So what you were saying about the people that look for silver?
Yeah. There's a group of guys that their whole business model, their whole company is, if you have land and you can show them at least with some old documents that they're whether you can find the location or not, if you know that there was an old silver mine out there, more importantly, a place where the silver was being stored on site before it would actually get moved.
Yeah.
And then there's no good like historical records of it. What they will do is they will pay for half the expedition and you will pay for half the expedition. And they will bring in equipment, they'll bring in a helicopter, they'll bring in all this stuff to try to track down where they think it would likely be. They also use ground penetrating radar from above, like from the sky.
Yeah.
Really high powered stuff. It's this big drum thing that they tow around underneath the helicopter. But the account that in the show I was watching about them, they ended up they found a stash that was like literal tons of silver bars.
Wow.
Yeah, and they kept it a secret between the three of them, and one of the guys had gotten what they called literal silver fever, where he was always thinking about he had to go back because they couldn't tote out all this stuff, waiting for an opportunity to be able to. They wanted to, in this particular case, somebody else owned the land.
Yeah.
And they were trying to get it out of there because the owner of the land didn't know it was there. This was one of their own things that they did, not in conjunction with the landowner.
Right.
And so the guy went back there and he disappeared essentially. And they found, he had found an even bigger stash of it on the land, and he had just been living out there because he didn't want to leave it. He was afraid he wouldn't find it again, but he also couldn't move it out of there. And he just was mentally stuck there.
Yeah.
And got super paranoid, and they went to try to recover him. And dude had set up explosives and
I know the story you're talking about. Yeah. That was
blipped the entrance to the mine and buried himself in
that
there.
was it was an episode of Snap Judgment.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So they were like a team of special forces. They were treasure hunters.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this woman contacted them and said, my husband went out to find a stash of silver,
That's what it was.
and he never came home. And there was a thing that they got hired to do. Like, yeah, we'll go up there. If we find him, we're not going to haul him back, but, we'll bury his remains, whatever. And they go out there, and he had found a massive stash of silver in a mine. And so they approached the opening of the mine. So they would talk about how the certain geological structures not naturally occurring that you see on mountainsides is from them mining into the hill and then dumping it outside the mine. And they found it. And so they approached the mine and like they make it like a dozen steps in and they see dynamite everywhere. Like old...
Yeah, and dude cracked a couple of shots at.
Yeah, dude.
Shots off at.
Dude starts shooting at him. And then they're, the leader, the guy they were talking to on Snap Judgment was like, he put his gun down, and he put his hands up, and he's like, "Hey, I'm not here to hurt you. Your wife sent us here. We don't want your gold. We don't want your silver. We're just trying to find you. Your wife wants us to bring you home." And he's like, "Duh, y'all are lying. You're here for my silver, my gold." Blah, blah, blah. And dude popped like a dozen shots off at him, and the leader tried to charge the opening of the cave because you could tell he ran out of ammo. Because he had been out there for like 3 years. You could tell he ran out of ammo, so he charged the opening, and right before he got to the opening, he heard the fuses burning. And so he turned and ran and did like a dive, and midair the opening of the cave exploded, and dude was ready to go with his treasure, man. Wild
dude got
story.
buried in the treasure.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine. Great story.
I want to say there was something about, someone was considering going in and digging it out, digging out the mine, but I can't remember that they didn't get into that part.
Yeah, it was an awesome story. I don't know.
Yeah, the episode I think was about disappeared people or missing people.
Yeah.
That's right.
I don't know if any of our listeners are into... I mean, you're here, you're listening to our podcast. Snap Judgment is incredible. If you've never listened to it, go and listen to it. The host actually went to my high school in Michigan.
Really?
Yeah, he's a cool guy. I've met him a couple times, just in passing, but we went to the same school. He was like 3 years ahead of me, but yeah, he went to the same high school I did in Michigan, just outside Detroit, and he was all right, I guess. I didn't really talk to him. I met him, but since then, I started listening to it. I found the podcast on accident, back when we were living together. It was on the radio. And, you know how I felt about Snap Judgment. I'm in love with that show.
I never missed it there for several years in a row.
Jeez, yeah. Snap Judgment's great. That was a great story. They got a gift for telling stories. That was the... I want to say that was the episode that got me to want to get into podcasting.
One about that guy.
Yeah, because it was the storytelling part of it, and just hearing an interesting story from people. And so my first podcast that I tried to do was called Disseminate, and I had tried to collect just interesting stories like that from people, but my circle was very small. I am not a social butterfly, so it was really difficult. I pushed out like 4 episodes in like 5 years, so it flopped. But I had fun. Do you remember Tim Holder?
No.
He how do I word this? He worked closely when we were living together.
Okay.
He was episode 3 on my first podcast, and he was in Sling Blade.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, the episode was called like 5 lines cut to 2, and he had 2 lines in the movie. He's a great guy. I still talk to him all the time. He had 2 lines in the movie, but it was still, somebody I knew was in Sling Blade.
Yeah.
It would be great to get him to come on. You know, he had wrote a book, and so like we talked about his book, and then we talked about him meeting Billy Bob, and you know how fun that was, and you know he had 2 lines, but they let him stay on set for the entire filming of the movie, which was cool for him. You know, it's cool. It's a cool story.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a cool story. Tim was a good guy. He's still a guy. I still talk to him every now and again. He's stuck in the Arkansas pit. He can't get out. But
Yeah.
anyway, let's go ahead and go ahead. What do you got?
Well, I was gonna say so I think next week we'll cover Philadelphia Experiment. I think that'll be
Absolutely.
that's an easy one with a lot of very weird stuff, a lot of weird explanations by people around it, what they think really happened versus what, you know, other people think happened. It's
Right.
There's quite a bit of documentation, and there's even some photo stuff, and then there's some recreation stuff as well.
Yeah.
So
It's
that'll be good.
yeah, Philadelphia Experiment is great. Don't you Google it, Paul.
I won't.
I'm watching you.
Want your mind blown.
Yeah, this is what we strive for. We love to come up with a case that one of us has never heard of.
Yeah.
Because the reactions are great. They're pure. And geez, what was the one that I got a good reaction out of you, Aeon? We're on episode 23 now, so it's hard to say.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. Some of the stuff you pulled together for some of the rapid fires.
Oh, geez, yeah, the
The
rapid.
video. No.
Yeah, that one of the thing at the end of the hallway, and then shooting up the door that I didn't see.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was my video. I picked it, and I didn't even
Yeah.
see the thing in the video. Turned out to be it was Freddy Fazbear.
Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, that was a horrifying video.
And it was like
Holy
a
crap.
single frame of his face
Yeah.
right at the end.
Yeah,
Very good. Very good.
evil animatronic character from
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Five Nights at Freddy's. But yeah, somebody puts their camera in through a little slit to try to look into this abandoned building, and because he can't reach it, and so he's just like, oh, I'll just turn my phone, and puts it up like this, and you can kind of see a shadow back there, which is what Victus pulled it for.
Mm-hmm.
But then as he looks down, and then
you
as
see
he pulls
two
the phone
eyes.
back, as he pulls the phone back, just as he gets it here, there's 2 big cartoonish eyes in the
Yeah, it
and the
charges
Freddy
the
Bear.
door.
Yeah, it's back here, and as he pulls the phone up, it goes from back there to right here, in like a couple frames.
And he's like, I guess there's nothing. Huh.
Yeah, because it's a missing brick that he's putting his phone up through. Oh,
Wild
Yeah.
video. Awesome video.
yeah. All right. Well, do you have anything? Any thoughts you want to leave us with?
Y'all want to comment on the 3? I guess I can lead it off. You know, I feel like Tommyknockers have a touch of realism to it. You know, I'm gonna ask my first question, and who's making money off of it? Obviously, nobody's making money off the Tommyknockers other than Stephen King.
Right.
But that was
Later.
an original story. But the concept of it goes back to the 1800s. I feel like that is rooted in some truth. Out of the 3, the Tommyknockers feels the most believable. I really like this photo. I wish I knew more about it. I might try to run it through a reverse Google image search and see what I can find. But
See if you find something else.
yeah, it would be. I feel like it might be in that same group of photos that I told you about that had like the friendly lawn gnomes. They look I feel like this is it's probably like a cave somewhere that they set it up as an attraction.
Mm-hmm.
But whoever made this did a great job. This thing is creepy. Centralia is great. It's one of my favorite stories. I didn't realize how close it was to me. It would be a cool. It'd be cool to get out there. And Hodag is probably not real. again, asking that question, who's making money? Obviously, the entire town. So
Everybody that ever told the story.
yeah. So the entire town is making money. Hodag's not real. As much as I'm sure you want it to be. I'm sorry.
It'd be funny.
I'm going to say yes to Tommyknockers and no to the rest of it.
So, I mean, the Hodag's out to start with anyway, because it's, even the guy who first made the story is like, yeah, it was all hoax.
Yeah, day one.
Day one. The Centralia thing, I mean, it's not fake. I mean, there's really a fire under the ground, but it's certainly not the town that happened to be built on top of hell.
Right.
But, they really did have to relocate, the federal government really did have to relocate a town of people, or, in the case of the people that stayed, offered to. And it, really has in older pictures, it really has a real fire coming up through fissures in the ground. So I get where they were like, the town built on top of hell.
Yeah.
The town with a portal to hell. I get why. I mean, that's super dramatic photos, especially those night shots. Like that's
oh yeah,
it's
yeah.
just crazy thing to see. Fire coming up out of the ground. So I mean, it's real in the sense that it really has a coal vein on fire underneath it. But is it a gate to hell? No, it's not.
It is not
a gate to hell.
paranormal.
Very easily explainable with rational cause and event stuff. The Tommyknockers, I'm gonna say, man, while I like this photo, I mean, this is a cool photo.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it could be a bronze statue even. I'm not really sure with the discoloring, but
yeah.
For me, I think the Tommyknockers thing is a folklore thing, and was probably the first understanding of geologic effects that precede a catastrophe. Now I can't explain the guy that says that the knocking led him to a gold vein.
Yeah,
and I can't explain the guy that got his shirt tugged on. But also, weird things happen when you're stuck in the dark and you can't see and you're stuck down there for a long time. Maybe he panicked, and then maybe felt like something was pulling him towards the entrance. I don't know. I can't explain it, but it's his experience. I believe that he experienced that. I don't know that I believe that it's some supernatural or paranormal occurrence like this photo over here.
Mathematically speaking, out of all the people that have been miners,
yeah,
the ones that go in the ground, not the children, somebody, statistically speaking, could have had their lantern gone out and got their shirt tugged in just the right sequence to get them out.
Right.
What's the expression that a million chips at typewriters, one will eventually, write Shakespeare or something like that?
Right. Well, yeah, and the probability, yeah. So yeah. I don't think that you need to worry when you go into a mine that there's trickster Tommyknocker. Stuff gets weird in mines, man.
Yeah.
Wind drafts, moisture appearing in weird places, heat and cold in odd spots based on geological formation. I mean, it just gets weird. We're not really built for being underground for extended periods of time. We don't have the senses necessary for it. So I'm not really willing to believe that's supernatural, but it is a cool story. It's cool folklore, and I do believe they probably hear knocking. I don't think it's supernatural.
Okay. I want to believe.
Yeah.
Paul, what do you say?
So the Hodag's just the person getting money from that's the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah.
It's a cutesy little mascot. Really nothing else to say about that. The town built on hell. I think that looks to me like the city council back in the day was pretty hellish in how they tried to manage the dumps that caught fire, that caught this.
Yeah, I think there was actually some stuff in the research that said that I want to say it was the city council actually tried to push it under the rug, and literally literally used the words "mum's the word" about the fire underground until
Right.
until people started dying of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Right. In
Yeah.
their houses. Yeah.
falling into sinkholes and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, the Tommy Knockers is an interesting story. So I think people go on, especially before now, before modern mining, they're down there with picks and whatever. I think that they became accustomed to hearing normal things and not normal things, and maybe not quite understanding that they were sensing this. I don't think there's, little imps or whatever knocking on the walls, but I think they're hearing something and not giving themselves credit.
Right.
Sensing something's not right or something's weird, not giving themselves credit. But the power of belief is really something, and this has been an enduring story. So I don't think that's real. I've seen mines where the miners erect statues and all sorts of things to signify belief.
Yeah.
Much like you go into any Catholic church and you'll see statuary that looks more or less realistic, that's set up to remind you of some appearance, some apparition, some location where some holy thing happened, some supernatural thing happened.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a statue of some sort set up. I think that's a little rack on the bottom on that picture.
Yeah.
And I think that, though it's a really good picture, and I think they put it in the mine, you can Google churches and whatever built inside mines. And I think it's in Poland. There's really amazing underground cathedrals and churches and all sorts of things built. I don't know that they were ever really used for that purpose, but the miners were very, had that sort of belief and were oriented in that way and created those things underground. I think this is similar, but this would require much less work. But what a cool picture. If you were coming into some old mine and you're coming along with your flashlight, you see that it would scare the crap out of you. For sure. So I think for me, I'm no to the Hodag. I'm no to the Tommy Knockers.
Okay.
And I don't think there's anything supernatural. If hell were only, a fire burning underground, that would be super. We could all see it and it would be great. But unfortunately, I just don't think so. But the power of belief is really amazing.
Yeah.
It's really amazing.
Yeah.
And if someone believes in this, I'm all good with it. For me, this just doesn't captivate me.
Yeah, we probably could. Go ahead.
I probably believe in things that are crazier than this, though. So
Okay. Well, I feel like we could probably have dug a little more and find some really good firsthand accounts of Tommy Knockers.
Right. But you always can, right? That's the amazing thing about belief. I can tell you amazing things that probably aren't the way that someone believes them.
Which, while you were...
I told Aeon the other day that I had all these dash lights on in the Toyota. And I got in the car and, of course, prayed that the dash lights would turn off, and they did. I mean, the Lord is the best mechanic. And I could not wait to tell him, and he was a bit aggravated. I just don't know why. Because they're still off. And everything's fine. I mean, it is fine.
That's all I was going to say.
So the power of belief is something. It's really amazing. It's not to be underestimated. But for me, all this is a no.
I guess I'd like to see how that works on oil changes.
Well, good. It needs an oil change.
You know where to start, I guess, now.
So while you were talking, Paul, it got me thinking. I watched a very, very extensive series on Oh my gosh, I can't think of what the heck it's called. Ark of the Covenant. That would make a really good episode. We should cover the Ark of the Covenant one episode.
Why don't we cover Ark of the Covenant? Why don't we cover Mystery Rock in New Mexico? There's 2 of them, actually. Why don't we cover some of the other religious things? We don't have to do them all in one episode. In fact, I would recommend we maybe do 1 per episode because
Yeah, like
I would like really fascinating.
Where are the miracle stairs at? I forget where those are.
Chapel of Loretto and Santa Fe.
Yeah, it's really interesting story. Like, do you know anything about
Sure.
that, Ian?
So no, I don't know anything about that one, but I was thinking of the Teos hum.
What's that?
Did I stumble onto one you don't know about?
Maybe.
It's not long enough for an episode, but we can cover it in a breakup segment.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, it's a bizarre thing. The Taos hums are really bizarre.
Yeah,
a bizarre thing.
We'll cover,
I might
we'll cover
know it. I do it. I mean, I'm constantly streaming something. I mean, it's probably been on Ancient Aliens, and I've seen all those episodes.
It might have been.
All 700.
I'm not sure. Jeez, yeah, they went way too long.
Yeah, I love Ancient Aliens. It's the greatest. It is.
Me too.
I randomly send my wife the meme of him, aliens. Just we'll go most of the morning without talking because we've both been busy, and I'll just send aliens, and then a meme of somebody going, yeah. It's fun. It's good times. Ancient Aliens is the best. Go watch it.
I agree.
Yeah, I had it. I had all I think it's like 648 episodes on my server for a while, and because I just like to leave the TV running. But I'm like, well, I don't want to stream it because then you get ads. I was like, well, I'll just get all of the episodes, and then I put them all on my server, and I would just loop it, and it ran for like 3 weeks straight before I started seeing repeat episodes. There's so many episodes.
I have mixed feelings about Ancient Aliens. I have 2 problems with it. That guy, the guy with the hair, aliens. He brings an air of bogusness.
Hokey. You were gonna say hokey.
Yeah, hokey. he brings just an air of I don't believe you when he talks. And what's worse is some of the points that he makes and some of the stuff he brings up are very valid and legit.
Yeah.
Evidence that something weird's going on. But him saying it has done damage to the need to find out the truth about, UAPs and UFOs.
Yeah.
He himself presenting it has done damage and made it seem hokey when some of the stuff that he's covering is very legit, but also some of the stuff that he's covered is so bad.
Yeah.
So, because I think they thought they'd put it out for like 1 or 2 seasons, and then they'd see how it went, and then it got really popular, made a lot of money, and they're like, "Crap, we got to find some more examples." And my favorite example of awful episodes is the Subterranean Lizard Men, and how they correlate to the royal families, and like I was just like, no, and the second problem I have with Ancient Aliens is all they need to justify
Paul's just shaking his head.
all they need to justify a thing on that show is to say blah 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 whatever it is. Ancient alien theorists
suggest.
believe.
Yeah, ancient aliens theories suggest. Yeah, that's it.
Suggest or according to ufologists. I'm like, ufologists. What?
Which one?
What's Yeah, what school? Which what accredited university offers that as a lot? Because you have ologist, like geologist, biologist. What rigorous study is involved in becoming a ufologist? I get UFO researcher. I'm down. I got you. Ufologist.
I think there is one college now that offers ufology.
It's like online only.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Although there's a piece of me that believes like, oh man, that would be a cool class to be in, right? Because I'm like, the teacher's gonna get up there and he's gonna be like this Indiana Jones looking guy.
Hope.
He's gonna have the hat and the leather jacket, and he's gonna come in and be like, aliens built this Earth. Believe me, I'm a scientist. And then,
Yeah, but I already know the guy running that program has 0 hard science degrees.
yeah, absolutely.
I feel like the person running it has 0 hard science degrees.
Yeah, they picked the one guy that was the least not credible, and,
Right, yeah.
and gave him a class.
Because I really like it when physicists, start to explain how, some of this stuff might work. They're like, look, it's not impossible. Like, I mean, we haven't made it as far as I know. He's like, but nothing in physics prohibits this stuff. He's like, it's more that we don't understand. He's like, but there's ways and devices I could imagine that would take care of this. He's like, how you would make it, I don't know. He's like, but nothing in the realm of physics prohibits it.
Right.
It's not. He's like, when it comes to teleportation, like we can move single atoms, or single subatomic particles. We can move them a distance and have them skip the distance in between. He's like, so even teleportation is not impossible. He's like, now I don't know how you disassemble a whole human, teleport them, and reassemble them subatomic particle by subatomic particle. He's like, I don't know. He's like, but it's not. Physics doesn't prohibit it, and I love that when they bring in those segments.
And that's why I like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's gonna tell you like it is, but he's not gonna shoot down your favorite theory.
The trouble with Ancient Aliens is they've taken very interesting information and
Sensationalized it.
they've made it into a cool whip for the mind show.
Cool whip.
Yeah.
Cool whip.
Cool whip. Cool whip for the mind.
Whip.
Yeah,
Whip.
Whip.
Yeah. Whip.
Whip.
Cool whip
Cool
for
whip.
the mind show. And that's very disappointing, right? I mean, there's a long history of bizarre phenomena, aerial phenomena, religious phenomena of shining beings coming and bringing knowledge. There's all this stuff. And instead of really talking about what does that mean and doing anything about it, any real reporting about it, of course, no one wants to have real. They want to have fantasy.
Right.
So, of course, that's the story. It's for entertainment purposes, not to learn anything.
Mm-hmm.
Except then you meet all these people that watch that, and they're like, I believe in ancient aliens. You ask them their religious belief, it's ancient aliens.
Well, and the History Channel, unfortunately, is guilty of doing that with all sorts of history now.
Yeah.
Like, that's what all their shows are like now. It used to be the History Channel was like very straightforward documentaries, and I'm sure that's why, when I was a kid and watched them, I'm sure that's why other kids were not watching them.
Right, because you were learning. It was
a
real.
documentary learning. So they had to take and make this stuff, more dramatic and cinematic to get people to watch it.
Right.
So
I'm still gonna watch Ancient Aliens. So
I mean, you watch it all you want.
I watch it.
it's good background noise.
It is.
It's the problem I run into is if I watch I like ghost hunting shows, I'll fall asleep to Ghost Hunters. I love Ghost Hunters. It's a great group of guys. But if I leave it running too long, then it gets into my dreams and I have horrible nightmares.
Yeah.
But Ancient Aliens doesn't do that.
True enough.
I have cool whip dreams about pyramids and flying stone structures. Yeah. So Ancient Aliens is safe. That's why I like it so much. But I was just looking at the date. So next weekend will be 24.
Mm-hmm.
So I think next week will be Rapid Fire.
Okay.
So
and
we'll
do Philadelphia Experiment after?
Yeah. So next weekend is Rapid Fire. This will be Paul's first Rapid Fire.
They're fun.
and I will play with the layout and get our layout changed and see if I can figure out what's going on with my interwebs.
Streaming. And I've sent you so much.
Yes, you have.
So much material, and a bunch of it's even good.
I haven't looked at any of them because I want to be surprised too.
Well, good. There's so much.
So much. Capital S.
And the ones that are bad are great to watch too, because I picked them because they're bad.
Well, we might just run through them and just watch them all.
That's fine.
You know,
that's fine. If you just save them on the account, and then you can go in and pull them up one by one. So,
all right, we will do that. Closing statements. Who's got something they want to say?
I got something maybe. So, we cover a lot of stuff on this show, and our job here is to, weed through to find actual things that we think are actually fantastical, because that's what's interesting, right? And unfortunately, one of the reasons why you even need us to weed through this stuff, or whether there's even any utility in trying to search through all this stuff, is because there are hoaxsters, and hoaxsters do it for all sorts of reasons. Generally money, but sometimes fame, sometimes boredom, maybe. And some of the hoaxes even come out of real myths or real, something that started out as real but has become a popular thing to hoax.
Mm-hmm.
Much like some people still do with UFOs, even though there's a bunch of good actual evidence out there. So sometimes I think, in the case of some of this stuff, the only difference between a hoax and real in the same genre, like the UFOs, one person had an experience, the other one had a plan.
Yeah.
So, with that in mind, unless you just like digging through and slogging through knee-high mixed bag of junk, it's a much faster track to the fantastical if you just follow us
beyond the shadows.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
It's alive! It's alive!
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
ever done.
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Why, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Space. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
Hello, friends. Welcome in. Before we go too far, I want to say we didn't say anything last week, but last week was our 25th episode. Yeah, 25. We've done 25 weeks. Yeah, that's 25 weeks.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm very pleased with that. Our format hasn't really changed. I think we finally have found our legs and the sound and look we're going for. It's looking better. I feel better about, like, I went back and rewatched the first episode and it is so bad. It's so bad.
Yeah.
The green screen was a horrible idea. This was much better than the green screen.
Yeah.
Because I had looked at some other streamers that are podcasting too, and I was looking at their setup, and like they'll have this huge 19 by 20 screen,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just in the corners
Yeah. Yeah.
and nothing else. Like, why? Why are you doing all of this?
Uh-huh.
But they've got the green screen, and all you see is their chair and their bodies.
Yeah.
Like this much of the screen. That's all
Yeah.
you see of them. And
Yeah,
I'm
I've
like,
seen
how is that entertaining at all? So I was, I feel like this is a better format for us. It's a little more interactive. You can see a little bit more what's going on. So yay to us for episode. So this is episode 26.
26.
20 freaking 6. And I'm glad we're still rolling strong. And I said it last week, I'll say it again. Even if we don't have anybody watching or listening, I don't care. I enjoy doing this. Even if it's just hanging out with y'all and talking about some weird stuff. So with that,
Started.
I still remember the conversation. There was a bunch of us in voice chat. Do you guys want to start a podcast? and they were like, no. You were like,
I don't know if I could be recorded. I was like, is that all we're doing? Yeah, I could do that.
yeah. I was very happy because I was like, I gotta get more time with my homie.
I was like, what you need is a hype man. That's the problem. You need someone to keep the conversation rolling while you hit on facts.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just, you run through the facts in like 15 minutes and then you're done. And then there's no, I guess you could go the half crazy route and like have the conversation on both sides. But
yeah,
it would start to get a little meta and a little weird.
Yeah. So with that, welcome in everybody. This is Beyond the Shadows, your friendly neighborhood paranormal podcast. My name is Victus.
I am Aeon. And I'm Paul.
And we are your professional paranormal investigators. If you call us that. Professional. With a capital P. Professional.
Professionals.
Professional. So I want to touch on one thing before we get started. I told you guys about this before we started streaming. Shout out to my wife's friend Whitney, if you're listening. Thank you for the shirt. This is the best shirt for the podcast ever, and I'm very, very happy with this. I need like 10 more in 10 more different styles, so I can wear a different one. That was the big thing on my Christmas this year. My wife just bought me like 12 different shirts, and I was like, well, I don't really get to wear them because Monday through Saturday I work.
Right.
And I was like, well, what am I going to do? Work grocery store and wear it laying in bed? That kind of sucks. And she's like, no, these are for the podcast. Like, oh, nice. So I've got some cool ones that I'll be wearing in the next few weeks. And yeah, there's some cool. I got a Bob's Burger t-shirt.
Oh, that's cool. I got one of those. Let me know what night you're gonna wear it, and I'll
I'll wear it next. I'll wear it next week.
Okay, Bob's Burgers next week.
Are you familiar with My Neighbor Totoro?
Totoro. Is it the
The
spirit
big
cats?
Yeah.
The big ass spirit cat. Dude, that was like one of dude's first movies that was translated into English, wasn't it?
So yes, it was. So
Yeah,
the iconic scene where
I
she's
was
standing
this
with
big
the
when I
umbrella,
watched it the first time.
where she's standing at the bus stop with the umbrella next
Yeah.
to the giant cat.
Uh-huh.
So my Bob's Burgers shirt is Louise standing there with the umbrella, and she's got her glow in the dark animal as the giant cat next to her.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's
So
cool.
I'll wear mine next week.
That's pretty obscure. I like that.
Yeah, that's the way I like to roll.
That's cool.
You know, 3 different references tied into one T-shirt, and you've got to know both shows to get it, so it works out. The diehards will get it, and I appreciate that. So I say this every week because all of these stories are my favorite, but this week is one of my favorites. I did so when I first moved here to the Eastern Shore, I didn't have a job, and the only thing I could do all day long was sit at home, search online for jobs because I didn't know what was around. So what I would do was I was making Facebook Reels, and at the time you can make decent money, $50, $60 a week just from making videos.
Mm-hmm.
And so I did a whole string of like paranormal videos, like what we do on the podcast here, but I was uploading it to Facebook as Reels. And right as soon as I started making decent money and I was able to buy a couple things or go to the store and buy some luxury items, Facebook changed their payment policy, and now it's like instead of getting $1 for every 100 plays, now it's 10 cents for every million plays.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
so
they don't actually like paying out. They like you to think you'll get paid, so that you'll put a lot of time into content. They don't actually want to have to pay.
So the first set of reels that made me money were about MK Ultra.
Okay.
And that's what we're going to cover tonight. So I found a really cool video on a really obscure Russian version of YouTube that had like 6 or 7 like MK Ultra. I call them glitches because it's hard to say exactly what's going on. They're MK Ultra glitches, people that have been programmed and they glitch. And these are videos. So I cut up this long video into smaller videos and posted them as individual reels. It did good. I made a little bit of money off of it, but I've got the original video, and we will play it here after a little while once we get through talking about some of this stuff.
So I think it's interesting because I think the reasons that this is one of your favorites is different from the reasons why it's one of my favorite topics.
Yes.
So I'll be interested to see the stuff that you've got, because whenever you suggested this as a topic for the show, in my mind I was like, I mean, since we're normally doing a thing like is it real, is it not real, is it bogus, all that. I'm like, there's already a mountain of government documents released about declassified and FOIA documents about the MK Ultra project. So it was a real thing.
Yeah.
And the part, like where they're, experimenting with various psychedelics and compounds on people. And so whenever you mentioned it as like a topic for the show, I was like, well, there isn't much to answer. It was a thing. There's a it's not, we don't have to wonder, it's not a conspiracy theory. But some of the stuff that you showed me after we closed out the show last week, the stuff you showed us off camera, I don't know about any of that, so you're gonna have to talk us through that.
Yeah, I
don't know anything about that. That was not at all what I was thinking when you said MK Ultra, because I'm like, I thought maybe you're gonna. The only thing I remember hearing about, but I don't see in the documentaries, was that there was possibly a section of San Francisco that had the water contaminated with LSD.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Amount. Yeah, but I couldn't find anything about it. Yeah, so that I thought it was gonna be stuff like that, like the less substantiated parts of it.
Yeah,
large mass public exposures and stuff like that.
I was going more with the tangent of what I felt was more interesting. It's a little selfish, and I'm sorry for that. But I'm leaning more towards like mind control in people in the public eye.
And in the modern era.
Correct.
Because this is an old program that, at least if you go by the government documents, was shut down. I guess it was as late as the early 90s?
Yeah.
Something like that? No?
I thought it was much earlier.
Was it early 80s?
No, because I think the first Senate report on it was in the 70s.
So tell us, Paul, what's your understanding of MK Ultra?
Hold on.
I'm holding.
Please hold.
Are you wearing a shawl?
That's none of your business.
Of a sort. It's
Is it that cold over there?
It's a little cold. I turned up the heat, but it doesn't heat up fast. We're underground in the secret laboratory here, so it's cold.
Yeah,
I have my air conditioner on.
Yeah, I have the heater on, but it's like 50 and dropping outside. It was 55 middle of the day, and it's dropping.
it's clear down to 51. I mean, it's just
Clear, yeah,
ridiculous.
just you know.
It's 55 here, but with 1, 2, 3, 4 computers running,
Yeah,
and
it's
my
warm
lights, it's 75 in my office. And there's a reason I wear shorts. I wear shorts to the episodes every week. There's a lot of machinery going on here.
No, it's bare concrete floors in here, and even the wall that shares it with the street, like with the ground, while it's drywall, it's just concrete right behind it, sharing it with the ground outside. So even when you have to turn it up pretty high to actually be like, oh, it's a little warm in here. Like I got to set it at like 75 before it feels like 70 does at home.
Right.
It just sucks it right out of the room.
It supposedly went on from 1953 to 1964.
Well, see, I thought I remembered hearing it being as late as at least the 80s, but
So did I.
They don't deny that it went on from 53 to 64.
oh, I see.
There's a Senate report on it here from the Select Committee on Intelligence, Subcommittee on Health and Scientific Research from the United States Congress, August 3rd, 1977.
Well,
I haven't read the Senate report. It's usually
No.
not very helpful.
Also,
no.
some of the like CIA projects and operations, sometimes they have really dumb names because sometimes they're chosen at random. But
Yeah.
MK Ultra, what a
Right?
great name for a dark government project. Like
Yeah.
it just has that punch that like from a Bond movie.
Yeah, like it might as well have been like Dynamite Machete.
Right.
Or something like that.
It's like one of the iterations of the companies from Jason Bourne, Blackbriar. You know,
Yeah, how great is Blackbriar, right?
yeah, Blackbriar. You know, it's something dark and thorny. Blackbriar.
Yeah.
You know, it's what it makes me think of.
Kudos to those writers, by the way. Blackbriar was a wonderful name for a black side organization.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Well, because they're making fun of groups like Blackwater.
Yeah,
Stuff
yeah.
like that. Yeah, they're alluding to that sort of thing.
So, I had the broad strokes history and a small breakdown of what the MK Ultra program was. So we're going to dive off into that. All right. Let me get my. Well,
I feel like we should have had some Spangle or something playing in the background.
Spangle. I forgot about Spangle.
Spangle or Fish or something like that.
If we could get away with copyrighted music, especially on Twitch and YouTube,
I know. Wouldn't that be great?
there's a way to do it, but only for the live video.
Yeah.
So when you go back and get the recording, which is what I'll do afterward to get the upload to YouTube, the music won't be there. So I mean, it makes for a great show live, but then it's dead air in between sentences. You know what I mean? That's why the music. That's why I felt like music was so important in this stupid production. That's why we spent an extra 30 minutes last weekend setting up. Because my stupid laptop's being stupid and not smart like it should be.
It's nice
Anyway.
to have something playing in the background.
Yeah, it's we've spent almost half a year adding music to the podcast now, and this is the playlist I feel like kind of embodies the vibe we're going for. It's lo-fi but a little spooky at the same time.
He does good work.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he does. Are you on Spotify?
Yeah.
Did you get your Spotify Wrapped? I'm sure everybody's talking about this.
Oh, I don't know. Every year when they come out, they're like, "Oh, what'd your rap say?" I don't know. I didn't look.
I really enjoy the rap. I really do. We
It is. Sometimes good, and sometimes I'm like, you guys, yeah, of course that song is the most played because I couldn't get it off my list. Like I literally had to go and exit.
Yeah.
Like put the X on it so that it would stop playing it because I skip it every time. I don't even have it liked, but somehow it comes up 5 times a week. Like,
yeah.
Are you trying to push something into the to make it look like people listen to it? Like I could if I could get my songs to play like that for people who don't even like them. Like of course my Spotify'd be really popular. Like what the hell?
Yeah.
No, I don't even listen to it. One year it told me this one song was like my favorite song, favorite artist. It was like literally I've tried all I can do to avoid that. It just keeps getting crammed into every playlist I have.
So I will give a shout out because I use this guy's music for everything. Harris Heller has a company called Stream Beats, and all of his music is free. You could use it on Twitch. You can use it on YouTube. You can just listen to it on Spotify. It's a lot of lo-fi, some high energy stuff. But we use all of his music just for this podcast. And matter of fact, our intro song is a remixed version of one of his songs. So if you're a streamer, go out there. Harris Heller, Stream Beats Audio. Check him out. He'll help you out. Good guy. He was my top artist of the year. I listen to a lot of lo-fi. So it comes up in a rotation for me. But I will say, I feel kind of crappy saying this out loud, but you guys know what a Rickroll is, right?
I don't think so.
It's where somebody sends you like a video or something and it starts to play and then it switches to Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up. So it's a thing. It's a thing, Rickrolling people.
They did that on Family Guy or American Dad last night on one of the episodes.
Yeah.
How the episode started. It started as the episode, and then in the background, I guess Fran, her eyes twitching. Steve's like, I think it's Morse code for something. He starts typing. I was like, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. That's what.
Yeah.
He's like, and then it starts playing in the background. He's like, they got us.
That's a Rickroll. Okay. So
got it.
I got Rickrolled by Spotify 3 years ago. I didn't think that it was a thing, right? So, because like everybody really likes a Spotify Wrapped, I get my Spotify Wrapped and I'm stoked because I love it. I love, what was my top artist for the year? It said your top artist for the year was, and the page rolls over, Rick Astley. Explain it. It said that I listened to 15,631 minutes of Never Gonna Give You Up.
Did you really?
I did not.
Oh, okay. I was like,
I think maybe I listened to it like twice, like as a joke, like at work, because I was working at Walmart. I would get ready to go on break, and I would put on my speaker, and then I would hold the speaker above my head and walk around listening to Never Gonna Give You Up just to mess with people. Maybe twice that year. Maybe.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget getting Rickrolled by Spotify. Never. As long as I live. 15,631 minutes of Never Gonna Give You Up. Did not happen.
That's funny.
So there's my Spotify Wrapped story. Everybody is so interested in Spotify Wrapped. I mean, it's cool.
It's fun because they animate it and they give you fun names and non-achievement achievements for those of us that are nerds and like getting our achievements on games. It's like getting an achievement on a game you didn't know you were playing. And they give you little badges and all that.
I listen to so much Spotify that I'm in the top 0.02% of listeners.
Because of the stuff that you listen to?
Because the volume I listen to, it's always on. Always on. I think it came out to like 230 something thousand minutes of audio this week.
So a guy I worked with was that high, but it was because all day he had podcasts playing, like the whole work. The podcasts were playing all day. I was like, how did you get that many hours? Anytime I'm not doing something, I literally have Spotify on. How is yours like twice what mine is? He's like, well, anytime you see one in, I'm not waiting on a call. That's a podcast. He's like, it's
Right.
it's actually always on every minute of the day. I was like, oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Hey, my buddy Jaden's in the chat. Everybody, say hello to Jaden.
Hi, Jaden. I
Jaden's
think
great.
I think last year I got Space Cadet.
Space Cadet?
Because it said I Space Cadet or Time Walker or something like that. Because it was like, you know the genres you like, but you don't care what year it came out. Because I'll listen to like, like electronic music from like the early 2000s all the way to like, now. Because some of the artists I like have been around that long. Like Bongo's been around since like the 90s.
Yeah.
So, so I don't care what album, like for his, I don't care what album. They're all great. But I didn't realize some of the other people I was listening to, I was like, that's why it seems like they have so much music. They've been around for 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
Got it. So.
Yeah, good
I
fun
think it's
Spotify
probably-
rap.
Yeah, I think the Space Cadet was because it was all psychedelic electronic music.
I don't think I got a badge this year, but it did make a big mention about my being in the top 0.02% of listeners because I listen to so much freaking Spotify constantly. When I'm at work, they let me get away with it at work now. So while I'm working on boats, earbuds always in, always, because they will not tolerate my music. They will not let me put my stuff on the speaker. So they're like, you can listen to your headphones. It's fine. So. All right, well, let's get into it. We're talking about MK Ultra this week. So we're going to go through the broad strokes, and if you want to stop me, go ahead and stop me, and we'll talk about a little bit of things here and there. And if not, we'll go through what I got written out, and towards the end, we'll go through some of these videos, and you will see the side of MK Ultra that I like, and maybe you can tell me about the side that you like. Because I did see what you sent me earlier.
I can tell you those strokes are my favorite kind of strokes, the broad stroke.
Look at Paul. Oh my gosh. Any hoots. So, MK Ultra, officially known as Project MK Ultra, was a clandestine program conducted by the Central Intelligence Agency, heretofore called the CIA. During the Cold War era, it involved experiments on human subjects, often without their knowledge or consent, aimed at developing mind control techniques. The project officially began in 1953 under the leadership of CIA Director Alan Dulles, D-U-L-L-E-S, Dulles?
Dulles.
Dulles,
Oh,
thank
yeah,
you.
Alan Dulles. Yes.
Yes. And was terminated officially in 1973. That's what I got.
Okay.
It's one of the most controversial operations in U.S. history, raising significant ethical, legal, and human rights concerns. The objective of the program, or the primary objective of MK Ultra, was to investigate techniques to manipulate human behavior, particularly for intelligence and military purposes. So there's three key objectives of the program. They were developing mind control methods, interrogation techniques, and defense against similar efforts. So I remember when I first heard about this, the big thing that I remember hearing was they're developing these techniques for mind control because they were afraid that the Russians were doing the same thing. And, what better, I've watched enough X-Men to know the only way you can defeat a psychic person is to fight him with another psychic person.
Right.
So I think that was, I feel like maybe that was their objective. And I'm also thinking about, what was that? What was that magician guy that got in with the government because he said he could astral project?
Oh, yeah.
Keller?
I don't remember, but that was, it was a whole, that's what they based the Men Staring at Goats movie off of.
Yeah.
Men who stare at goats.
Yeah. Oh, ironically, that's also a subject we talked about it last week. That other podcast, The World's Greatest Con.
Yeah.
It was about a group of kids, 12-year-old kids had conned that guy into thinking that he was really psychic, and he got scared. And these kids were like legit scamming this entire government-funded facility into thinking they were
yes.
psychic.
It was
Geller.
the
That was his name. Geller.
The Amazing Randy.
Mm.
Amazing Randy set up
That's
that
it.
whole thing. Yeah, because one guy, Geller, he had convinced a university that they had legitimate data from him.
Yeah.
Predicting things and moving things and so on. And so the Amazing Randy, the great debunker, the amazing Randy, the great debunker of things, set up his own plants to get into the next phase of that research that they were going to do. He had like 3 guys, 2 of them got in, guys that he'd trained and so on, who were already into doing and replicating the tricks that Geller was already doing.
Yeah.
And so he got them into the program, and then they just came up with bigger and bigger ways to mess with them. And then they finally came out later after they released all their findings, all this. They were like, it was a scam.
Yeah.
Enjoy. We're out.
Yep.
We made it all up.
They dipped and officially wasted like $4.2 million of the government's money. It was wonderful. It was a wonderful experiment, social experiment.
Yeah, it made Amazing Randy one of the most hated people, at least by institutions. But the public thought it was great.
Yeah, because the host of the World's Greatest Con is a magician, and he got into the podcast because of the story of the Amazing Randy, and yeah, it was really interesting. It's a cool podcast. If you're bored, check it out sometime. So, methods and experiments. The program involved a wide range of experiments, some of which were highly invasive and unethical. Some of them include drug testing. The CIA extensively used substances such as LSD, barbiturates, and amphetamines. LSD in particular was tested for its potential to disrupt memory and perception. Test subjects included CIA employees, military personnel, prisoners, hospital patients, and civilians without their knowledge. Other methods are hypnosis, sensory deprivation, electroconvulsive therapy, I don't know how that's going to work, and behavioral experiments, where subjects were exposed to psychological manipulation, including emotional stress and misinformation. I think that was the Stanford experiment, wasn't it? What year was that?
So the Stanford experiment was really just to see if the prison environment perpetuates the prison environment. So they took people who were neither prisoners nor guards and gave them these roles, and then gave them a set of rules. And they wanted to see if the way in which it was perceived that prisoners were treated in prison, if that was because of the people that worked there, or if it was more about the dynamic. And it turns out, because they very quickly, even though it was an experiment, the guards very quickly turned abusive and power hungry.
Yeah.
And the convicts very quickly turned violent due to that. Because that was the other thing. They were like, is the violence because these people are all naturally violent, or is it because of the way they're being treated? And it turned out it replicated very scarily exactly what a prison environment is like, even though they took people that were neither of.
Right.
People that were never in law enforcement and weren't prison guards, and people who hadn't committed any felonies. And all of a sudden, they just had this perfect mini model of exactly how like prison riots start and stuff like that. It was wild.
It's a really interesting read.
And some people got hurt. Some people got hurt. More importantly, that was the ethical issue with that experiment. Was some people got hurt, and some people were pretty traumatized over the whole experience, because there were some times they probably should have stopped the experiment and didn't.
Oh, absolutely.
Because they were actually locking doors and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I feel like that experiment should have ended very quickly after it started. Mm-hmm. Once they saw, the crux of the situation, they started going downhill really quickly. And when it did, I think that's when they should have stopped it, but they didn't. And now we have a fantastical book to read. So some of the notable incidents from MK Ultra are Operation Midnight Climax.
Baller name too.
Wonderful name. Dynamite Machete. that one came out in the 70s.
I did.
Everybody had a lot of hair in places they don't normally have hair anymore. Was it one of them sort of movies?
Yes, back in the day before they invented the razor.
I always think of this is horrible because every
a lot
time
of slap bass involved.
Hey, this is how we grew up. We grew up from sneaking VHS tapes out of the closet.
Yeah.
All right. But I can't help it, like I feel bad for kids today because they don't know who Ron Jeremy is.
What's weirder is that he was even a cultural, like a pop culture icon that we even, because he'd already long been not actually making major money from that, other than to appear on Howard Stern and talk about it.
Yeah.
Everybody just knew who Ron. I had some Ron Jeremy rolling papers when I was younger.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did.
Ron Jeremy.
It was not the part of Ron. It was not Ron Jeremy's face.
Oh no!
It was bad. Well, they're the extra long rolling papers. So
I can't. Though embarrassingly, though, I could say I've never seen one of his films, but I know who he is, and I've seen him enough that I was like, "Who is this guy?" And by the time I got my hands on the internet, it only takes one search, and then and you're like, "Okay, so I've got a name, and it's stuck there now. So for the rest of my life, I will know who Ron Jeremy is."
By the time I knew who he was, he looked like an old fat Mario,
Yeah, a greasy old fat Mario.
Yeah, greasy old fat Mario. I was like, this dude was in adult films.
He was always
changed,
always sweaty for some reason.
Probably because he was huge.
Yeah,
He's a big old round dude. By the time I heard anything about him,
and imagine the look on my face when I was watching Boondock Saints, and the scene where, what was the crazy guy's name? Catch You on the Flip Side. Had the crazy hair, and he's always way too drunk. Dang, curses. Anyway, there's a scene where he goes into, because he's like a mob affiliated in Boondock Saints, and he goes to bring the mob boss a sandwich, and he tells him a very racial-oriented joke, and Ron Jeremy's like the guy in the background, like, "Come on, just tell him the joke already." And I'm like, "Hey, I know who this guy is." And then my dad's like, "How do you know who he is?" And I'm like, "He was in that other Quentin Tarantino movie, remember? The one where they were shooting guns?" And he's like, "Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Okay." Anyway, yeah.
Okay, who was? So I know you probably watched Comedy Central at the same early age that I did.
Uh-huh.
You remember the dude that used to smash melons and smash other things with a giant hammer while doing a comedy routine? Gallagher. So I always imagined Gallagher was the Luigi to Ron Jeremy's Mario.
Because he always had the hat on.
And
yeah, that's really funny. Yeah.
He's all skinny and tall and also greasy looking.
And for some reason, as a young preteen, I was like, "This is my life goal. I've got to go to a Gallagher show." And now, yeah, it was. At the time, I was watching VHS tapes of it, and I was like, "That's so cool! I want to go to a show and get smashed watermelon thrown at me." And now I see his shows, and I'm like,
I should have known that.
No.
Well, also pretty long since done with. He's not like Yakov Smirnoff, where he's still doing it up in
Branson.
Yeah,
gross. Gross.
Where stage stars go to die.
Yeah, couldn't make it to Vegas. Where else can I go? Middle of nowhere, Missouri.
Vegas of the South.
Vegas of the South. That's what I tell people all the time. Yeah, because there's nothing like that around here. And that's the only thing I could brag about from the Arkansas area was Branson. All right.
I think you're not good enough for Vegas and you're also not good enough for Nashville, then you end up in Branson
or Atlantic City.
Or Atlantic City.
Yeah. No, I think Atlantic City is where you go if you can't make it in Branson. So yeah. And you're hooked on something pretty heavy, and you're a junkie.
And you need your
alcohol.
employers not to care.
Yeah, that's it. Atlantic City, everybody here talks about that because we're so close to it. I'm like, I don't want to go. I'm sorry. I'm an adult now, but I want to stay home.
Well, when you've been able to go to Branson, I mean, Atlantic
Yeah,
City.
yeah, why go down the ladder when you can only, when you can go up? So
I guess there's still Reno somewhere in there.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that. Gross. Ugh. You say Reno, the first thing that popped in my head was just trash in the streets.
Yeah.
I went there. Not great.
Yeah, it's bad.
Gross.
Something about cities built on gambling, they just don't really strike you as super great.
All right.
I wonder how that works.
I remember I thought about it from the old Sister Act movie, so I figured that's what it would be like, and sure enough, it was not.
Gross. All right. So, Operation Midnight Climax, aka Operation Ron Jeremy. The CIA set up safe houses in cities like San Francisco and New York where unwitting individuals were lured into taking LSD-laced drinks. The interactions were secretly observed by CIA operatives. In the other case is the Frank Olson case. CIA specialist Frank Olson was dosed with LSD without his knowledge in 1953. He later died under suspicious circumstances. Officially ruled a suicide, although some alleged it was a CIA cover-up.
Well, his travel at great speed out of a high top-story window certainly did seem odd.
Yeah.
He traveled at great speed through a plate window out that outside window and took a short flight to the ground.
Yeah. It wasn't the fall that killed him, it was the sudden stop.
Yes. And he was a scientist. That was the thing. He was another academic and scientist, and at the time it was not. So one of the things that was going on was it was not unusual for LSD to be traded around amongst faculty at various universities.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Cricks and Watts and Cricks, the guys who figured out the double helix of the DNA strand, they figured it out after a week of microdosing, and they were sitting at the pub late one evening, sure that they were on the edge of it, and he pulled out one of the beer napkins, and he's like, I have it. And he drew it, and they both that they knew they had it.
I didn't know that.
So, yeah,
that's a cool story.
There are quite a few discoveries that were found during, so you also have to remember too, though, that microdosing at the time, while we think of microdosing LSD now as being like 10 micrograms, they were microdosing what is now the common street dose of 100 micrograms.
Oh, gosh.
Because you also have to remember, in the 60s, if somebody got a dose of like window pane or sunshine blotter or something like that, it was 400 to 600 micrograms on a single dose. Whereas now the average street dose, if you look up on websites where they have like, they rate or they test, kind of like Dance Safe does for ecstasy. There's other places that do it for other street drugs, and the average dose is between 80 and 100 micrograms per dose.
So there
but
was
in the
more
60s and 70s, it was 400 to 600. So like,
so they were more macro dosing instead of micro dosing.
Yeah. So the takeaway from that is they weren't getting a little bit of stimuli. They're getting quite a bit. What somebody today would think of as quite a bit of stimuli, enough to be tripping.
Yeah,
enough to be tripping for sure.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Dude did not fall out of that window. He probably couldn't stand.
No, and there's only one other example of like somebody jumping from a roof, while they were on a heavy LSD dose, and they bandied it around like it was multiple people across the country, but all their source stories for all of those goes back to one incident. But it was an attempt to demonize LSD in the late 60s, early 70s.
Okay, well, that's cool. That's cool. Do we need to talk about the ethical and legal implications of what they were doing? I think we fully understand. Or should we let's just graze over it? Let's graze over
What
it.
you mean dosing people without telling them that you're giving them drugs and then monitoring them and making them part of a scientific experiment without them knowing or signing any waivers? Yeah, there's a Paul problems.
So let's say.
I don't know where to begin.
So let's do a hypothetical. Let's say I find out that the CIA dosed me with LSD and watched me and didn't say anything to me about it. I come to you as my representative.
My immediate thought is to file a suit, but I'm going to have to look at the statute and make sure that the government is not immune from suit in that situation. I think that I think that it's not. I think it's a violation of your civil rights, and we'd sue under United States Code, what people call Section 1983. Violation of civil rights in federal court.
I feel like maybe at the time it would have been considered a matter of national security, and they probably
they might have done that and might have tried to cover it up, but it probably would have been worth bringing.
Right.
You know, the problem is they were so demonizing counterculture at that time that, you know, the very conservative profession of law would probably look askance at that.
Mm-hmm. So it makes me wonder if maybe these people that were so maybe what's this guy's name? Where'd it go? I lost it that quick. Wow.
That's why when people come to my office and tell me a really crazy sounding story, I usually try to listen pretty carefully, and then I try to go verify any facts I can.
Right.
Because the story sounds crazy doesn't mean it's not truthful, or just because the person might in fact be crazy doesn't mean the story didn't happen to them.
Right.
Just
so maybe that
doesn't mean they're not after you.
Maybe that was the thing with Frank Olson, was he realized he had been dosed and he was about to blow the whistle on it, and they helped him trip out of a hotel window.
Accidents happen, you know, it's terrible.
Yeah, I'm sure he was
happen actually. It's the agency of accidents. The alphabet agency of accidents.
Right.
My assigned CIA liaison that's secretly watching this. You don't have to bug me, dude. Just watch the stream, help my numbers. He's watching and listening right now, and he's just sitting back laughing. I know he is. He'll never prove it. It's fine. I've got video evidence. We'll talk about that later.
So the thing that I always find interesting when people hear about MK Ultra the first time, they're like, there's no way they were doing that to people without, you know, telling them, and like, you know, to psychiatric patients and to people in prison. So we actually have a long history of doing this as the government. A great example was infecting black inmates with syphilis in prisons without their knowledge, so as to have test subjects. Also, then testing untested medications and cures on them as well. Also, to be able to test risky pharmaceuticals and that sort of thing. Just jump straight to human trials. Don't worry about any science.
Right.
When it's so easy. So the idea of testing on convicts and people in mental institutions, which again was a form of prison.
Right.
You know, state hospitals and that sort of thing used to be, you know, they just locked you up and that was it. You know, we've had kind of a long history in the U.S., at least the government has, of doing that sort of thing. So this was not a big leap for them to just apply the same methodology to another program.
Right.
That was also not going to be talked about.
Well, I'll just graze over the wow, I lost it again. The ethical and legal stuff. I'll just hit the highlights here. The program violated numerous ethical and legal standards, the lack of informed consent, obviously, human rights abuses, of course, and legal fallouts. Survivors and their families pursued lawsuits against the governments, some of which were settled out of court. I didn't know that. I assumed that it was just all brushed under the rug, but apparently there are records of people settling out of court with the government after, being dosed with LSD. But
Everybody'd sign NDAs, and you'd never get to find out what said settlement.
yeah, it's probably a government page that's so heavily redacted, you get 5 words on a full page report is all you can see.
Well, that's usually the advantage of settling out of court with something that is embarrassing. Is when you settle out of court, tell me more about it, Paul. But usually the advantage is you get to get everybody to sign an NDA as part of the settlement.
Kind of been a pushback in the last few years from lawyers not wanting to get their clients to enter into that confidentiality. Those confidentiality agreements and part of settlement almost always favors big business, almost always favors the insurance industry, and almost always favors the wrongdoer. So there's been quite a lot of pushback about it, and with some success. But usually, if you're representing a client against one of these wrongdoers, they usually want or need the money. They don't care, and they'll sign it.
Right. Yeah, I guess that's, money's a big deterrent if you need it. I mean, let me get hurt somewhere. I'll take that paycheck. But I'm going to do my stuff the right way, and I'm going to get paid for the rest of my life. I was just saying the other day, we had a 200 horsepower, no, a 250 horsepower motor on a pallet, and the pallet completely broke, and the motor fell off. And so we brought a forklift over, and we were lifting up the motor, and we were setting it down on a new pallet. And they're like, "You don't want to get underneath there." I was like, No. Let it fall. Come on, just let it fall. I need a vacation. But, I'm not talking against my employer or anything, but when I was working at Walmart, I was the first one to climb a ladder. Let me climb a ladder on the clock. Yeah, that box is about to fall, but we don't have a way to get up there. Do I have your permission to climb? Yeah, give me permission. I said, all right. And I'd make sure a camera was looking at me. All right, here I go. And I climb up there. I'll be the first one to do it. I'll volunteer. Let me get up there. But yeah, I get it. Money's a big persuader in those situations. So we do have a little bit of a legacy when it comes to MK Ultra. First and foremost is the pop culture influences. MK Ultra has inspired numerous books, movies, and conspiracy theories. The biggest one I can think of is the Manchurian Candidate, right, where a guy was military. He gets captured as a prisoner of war, and while he's in this POW camp, he's really in an MK Ultra reprogramming facility where he gets brainwashed and programmed. So that way, when he gets home, he's immediately received as a hero because he's been in a POW camp, and he works his way up the political ladder, becomes president. And at that point, they can manipulate him in any way they want. So now the most powerful person in the country has been completely brainwashed, and they can do whatever they want with him. Spoiler alert. Sorry. If you haven't seen it yet, there's something wrong with you.
You had a lot of time. You had a lot of time to see it. If you haven't seen it now, you weren't gonna. So we really just helped you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Now you know the reference when people say Manchurian Candidate. Now you can get in on the conversation, since you didn't go see the movie.
Yes, and there are also. This is something I'm going to get into with the videos. This is the side of MK Ultra that I'm interested in, and this plays along with the pop culture references. There are claims that they are brainwashing celebrities, people in the public eye, so they can make them say what they want them to say or make them do what they want them to do. And the school of thought behind that is that when you brainwash somebody repeatedly, their brain just turns to mush, for the lack of a better word. and their programming gets all messed up. So we get things that are called glitches, and I'll show you these videos here in just a little bit. But they're really interesting, and I had a hard time nailing down a few things. Some very convenient cover stories or excuses why it happened. Sorry. Oh, I didn't bring my conspiracy theory hat. Dang it. I bought a roll of aluminum foil and everything this week. Anyway, the other part of legacy is public trust issues. The revelations about MK Ultra have, after being publicly talked about, have been contributed to skepticism about government transparency and accountability. In conclusion, Project MK Ultra stands as a stark example of governmental outreach and the abuse of power under the guise of national security. Its legacy underscores the importance of ethical standards, transparency, and oversight in intelligence operations. While the full extent of activities may never be known, the program serves as a cautionary tale in balancing security needs with fundamental human rights. I do have a little bit more. I was having a hard time nailing down specific cases known about MK Ultra, so I went to ChatGTP and asked ChatGTP to give me specific references. So it gave me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different specific publicly known examples of MK Ultra. Do you want to go through those? Do you want to talk about them?
Sure. I will say one thing. So, I know the big thing around MK Ultra is the fact that they started, because LSD was so new at the time, it started with the idea, man, this affects the brain so much. What else could we do with it? Right. Like surely we could do all sorts of things with it. I think one of the reasons that section of the program at least ended, is they found that, yeah, well, it does a lot of really interesting things to the brain, though it does not actually make somebody more malleable. If anything, it makes them less. Hence, the rise of counterculture around drugs, right? Like that's the whole thing. It allows you to think more freely, not more narrowly, which is what they wanted, right? It actually helps with the opposite. And so I think after a lot of trying and a lot of funding, they found that there were other compounds that were better, and that the LSD side of it for that was a dead end.
Right.
But I think they also learned, and maybe part of the reason they demonized LSD so much is they found that it was very hard to get someone to conform to a thing when they had access to psychedelics regularly. Right. It causes it doesn't make you a nonconformist, but it makes you think outside the box and makes you think in new ways, which makes it very hard to get somebody to conform to a central theme or a central idea that you're telling them, because they always want to be like, yeah, but why? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I feel like there's it makes more inquisitive thoughts, not less. So it's the opposite of really what they wanted out of a mind control drug.
Right.
So that's I just thought that was interesting, because I think anybody who may have taken it or tried it or experimented with it probably could have told them that early on. Hey guys, well, this is really interesting and great. I don't think this is quite what you're looking for.
I think maybe the people they were testing on and then getting direct responses from are probably like, you know what? Let's do it one more time just to make sure.
Right.
And it just went on for 20 years. And, and finally they were like, you know what? I've had enough. Okay. This doesn't work. This doesn't do anything you guys want us to do.
Well, because it was fun. Because anecdotally, they found that like that, along with things like amphetamines and that sort of thing, actually stimulated the mind, right? Which was why this stuff was going around in academia so heavily. Dexedrine was the amphetamine of the time that was popular. Heavily used by people who had to do a lot of high-level thinking, much like Adderall now. And then LSD was a great, stuck breaker. I'm stuck on this problem and I can't find a better solution. It was a great way to get lateral thinking and solve complex problems or abstract problems, abstract thinking.
So they had already seen a whole lot of anecdotal evidence in academia underground of this stuff working like that. Albert Hoffman made a huge point to send and disseminate it to any academic who asked him, the inventor of LSD. He would send it to and give it away to anybody who asked because he thought it was that important. So he was largely responsible for a lot of that making its way through the academic circles. That was him personally. That was way before any of the counterculture stuff, right? That was in the 50s and early 60s when he first accidentally dosed himself. So they already had a lot of evidence that it wasn't really good for that, but I think they were just trying whatever.
Yeah.
Like you said, they're afraid the Russians were going to do it, so they were going to do it first.
Right. Of course.
Which seemed to be the motivation behind almost everything Cold War related on either side. They did it because they thought we were doing it. Yeah, right. We got them to do things because we thought it'd make them spend stuff on stuff other than what we were afraid they're going to spend stuff. Like it was a whole, whole murky circle.
I love when we're on these subjects that you can wax for minutes on, because it just feels like this is more of a conversation than me just telling a side of a story. I love it.
Right.
I love
just facts.
Yeah, you're great at this. This is a good subject for you. Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight.
I assemble extraneous threads into a little cord when I've got a lot of bits of it. Plus these are things that we've talked about a lot. The CIA stuff.
Oh yeah.
Cold War stuff. I mean, all these things. That's funny that most of our favorite conspiracies all come out of Cold War. Refuse, Cold War wash up stuff.
Yeah.
Well, sure, because your children are right at the end of the Cold War.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I remember in elementary school, people still being afraid of Russians.
Right.
So,
I'm a little older than both of you, and I remember having nuclear bombs.
We both did.
Both of you just stopped.
No, we did nuclear. They called it nuclear / tornado drills, and we would do the drills.
As if those school deaths would have helped us with either a tornado or a nuclear bomb. My God.
So in Kansas, I went to an elementary school that, while they had relabeled it as a tornado shelter, the steel door on the thing tells me it did not start as a tornado shelter.
Yeah.
The steel door and various facilities inside of it downstairs were very old. Very old.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tells me that was not how that started. It was a fallout shelter.
Yeah, the courthouse in my hometown in a small county in New Mexico had a shelter in the basement, a fallout shelter, and it had humongous doors on it.
The apartment that I was in after Ayla and I were living together, when I moved into that apartment, there was an elementary school at the end of my street, and it had a tornado shelter, but if you go up to the doors, the tornado shelter sign was next to a fallout shelter sign.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And it was an old facility from the 50s that they repurposed into a school.
My godfather actually remembers being young and being legitimately frightened of the very scary Russians. Like, he's like, no, everybody was terrified.
Sure.
Like, if you had been walking down the street and you heard somebody speaking Russian,
right, you call the police.
You would have called the police and seeing if somebody would apprehend them, like, right there. Like, it was that scary. Like, if you actually knew somebody that spoke Russian in the U.S., like, you'd think for sure they were a commie spy.
I've sort of forgotten that, but that's how I remember that it was, right? And I grew up in and around Albuquerque, and there were apparently a lot of spies in New Mexico, and I remember being fearful of that. I remember when that movie, The Day After or whatever it is, came out on a made for television series. I've forgotten which network it aired on, but like the whole country watched it, and it was what happened if we got into a nuclear war with Russia, with the USSR.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really a terrible thing. And suddenly everyone's, planning again, and it was in the 80s when that happened.
Mm-hmm.
everyone's planning again and storing food and all sorts of stuff. It was just crazy. It was kind of crazy. I think in a way more fearful than we are presently of, you know, any Islamic threat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I remember, geez. But then we were also children of, those 80s movies of like Red Dawn.
Yeah,
Right.
Red Dawn.
Oh, geez. That put the fear in me.
Do you remember the remake of Red Dawn?
Was it something terrible?
So it wasn't the Russians anymore. It was like the North Koreans.
It was Koreans and the Russians.
Yeah, but the thing that I thought was funny, like, is the way they attacked was the same. They just had, airplanes going over and just dropping, stormtroopers. I'm like, okay, first of all, let North Korea drop a bunch of troops over the south of the United States. Are you joking? We have more guns than people.
Right. Like there are 7 people in Arkansas that do not have a gun right now.
Right. And everybody else has 7 guns.
Forget it. They wouldn't even hit the ground.
Yeah. I'm like, are you joking? If they saw paratroopers, and plus they had their, it had like the North Korea flag and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Are you joking? No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Maybe if you dropped them over, like Ohio, but I'm just like, dude,
don't try that stuff down here.
Yeah, I was like, plus it's North Korea. Like, okay, so they don't have a navy, but they've got a big enough air force to do an entire country assault. No,
yeah,
no, they can't even feed their people. I was like, of all the people you guys picked, they didn't want to make it about China because China's a big place to sell American movies. So they didn't want to make it about China. They just picked the only country that wouldn't care because you can't import movies there anyway.
Yeah. North Korea. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
and they figured, well, if they get mad, it won't matter anyway because they can't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, they wouldn't fly over here either. You're like, I didn't realize everybody's got freaking guns over here. Everybody. Like, my boss was like, one night we were running behind. He's like, hey, man, let's go up here. We're going to go put this boat in. We had to go put it in the ocean because it was a huge boat. He's like, I just need an extra set of hands in case something happens. I was like, cool. It happens all the time. You take a big boat out, and it's your first time taking it out. You get as many hands on it as you can in case something happens. And we were leaving, and I was like, well, let me put my keys and my stuff in your truck. And we're walking away. I was like, you're not going to lock your door? He goes, no. And he pulls open his driver door. He had 2 handguns in the driver's door. And I'm like, you think anyone's going to open this truck and take anything out of here? And they see that? And I'm like, let's get on this boat, buddy. Let's go. He said, I don't lock my doors and I don't take the keys out of the truck. I was like, cool, man. Let's get this boat over with. Let's get it done. So
that's America all over right there.
Yeah. There was a video on Facebook where people were talking to people in like China or Japan, and they were like, this is what Americans think they do every morning for breakfast, and like, I roll out of bed, and the guy's standing there with a cowboy hat on and sunglasses and American flagged underwear, and like jumps on a snowboard and rides down the stairs into the kitchen and eats his breakfast cereal with a handgun, and then he goes to drop his kids off at school and gives his kids a couple handguns in their backpacks, and like, go and get your learning on. And they walk into school, and as soon as they walk into school, they all hand them all AKs, 47s, and I'm like, dude, does everybody really think we're like that as Americans?
Yeah.
I mean, kind of, yeah. Yeah, and loud and obnoxious.
Loud and, yeah, very flamboyant.
Comparatively, they're probably not wrong.
No, you're right.
Loud and obnoxious,
right.
no. By comparison, no. I mean, to us, I mean, not really, but go sit in a cafe in like France and listen to conversations versus go to a coffee shop in the U.S. Like, yeah, no, we're obnoxious.
I sometimes forget how over the top we are until I go to Europe, or I'll go see family in Europe or something, and I stay there with them for some period of time, more than a couple of weeks. I don't, talk to other Americans or speak much English, and then I come back here and it's stunning. It's really jarring and shocking.
Yeah, y'all have been to my mom's house for the holidays. You know how crazy it can get.
Right.
Cram 50 people into a dining room.
Right.
Paul's been around me and my sister. We get white girl obnoxious. We do. I get loud, she gets louder. I get louder. The whole circus.
I'm to the point now where I'm at a social gathering with groups of people. I'm just like, I don't want to be here. You know, I was. Silver lining is, you know, we're going to my wife's family's house, like a 2-hour drive away for the holidays, and we're gonna miss the company Christmas party. And they're like, "Oh, that's so bad because we rented out this local pub for 4 hours, and it's gonna be open bar." And I'm like, you know, I'm just gonna show up and have 2 beers and want to leave. I'm sorry, I don't. You guys are not in my circle.
So I can't talk.
I'm like, y'all are gonna want to talk about like hunting and fishing, and I'm like, I'm just gonna drink my 2 beers and go home.
Want to talk about MK Ultra and
yeah, right.
Hunting.
You know, I might talk to the new guy because he's a little bit into, because he's from Florida, so he might be interested in, you know, what we talk about. He said he's got a few skunk ape stories that I haven't got from him yet.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that.
Yeah, he's got skunk ape stickers all over his truck and everything. Seems like an alright guy. I haven't cracked that conversation yet, but we're getting there. All right, so I'm going to jump through some of these. All right, so some of these we've already talked about. First one in the list is LSD experiments. We already know about that. Operation Ron Jeremy, we know about that. The sleep deprivation experiments. The goal was to investigate the psychological effects of prolonged sleep deprivation and its potential use in breaking down resistance during interrogation. And the example is subjects, including military personnel, were kept awake for very long, extended periods of time, leading to hallucinations, paranoia, and psychological distress. I think we've all heard something along those lines at one point in time or another.
Yeah, we still employ those techniques.
I think you actually told me a story about how you had been up for like a week straight and a tree started talking to you.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah. So,
or it morphed into somebody you knew, something like that.
No,
take a week with me.
So it was not quite a week, but it was a long time. It was like 3 or 4 days of like almost no sleep. I mean, you start to take like micro naps, you know, on accident. But I was out at night around a neighbor's campfire, and you know, we had smoked some weed and some stuff like that. But it was not the pot. I mean, at this point, it wasn't very good weed comparatively, and I was no stranger to. Yeah, well, from what I understand, that like the stuff I hear people, you know, say numbers at the dispensary, that sounds scary as hell to me. Like 97% pure THC. I'm like, that sounds like a vomit comet waiting to happen.
Yeah.
But anyway, this was garbage ditch weed. We were just hanging out, and at that point, it was really just making me tired. But I looked over from the campfire back towards the house, and it was like, you know, the house was facing towards the road. I was out on the side yard, and there was lights on the porch, and there was like 3 or 4 cars, our cars, you know, parked in the front. But I kept looking over there. I was like, who's over on the porch? Like I was saying to my buddy, he's like, who is that? I was like, well, we're all here. He's like, no, we're not. I was like, no, look, you, me, 4 cars. So who's on the porch? And it was just me and dude seeing it, and the other guys are like, no, there's no one on the porch. And the longer I looked, the harder I stared, the more there was like, dude on the porch, dude talking to dude on the porch, people sitting in our cars, but they all looked like shadow people, kind of.
Ugh.
Like a shadow standing in the light, like standing up and in the shape of a person. And it was next to, you know, some, you know, closed eye psychedelic experiences, probably the most real thing I've ever seen that was not there. Now I could tell, I was like, well, I mean, we haven't really, we've slept and partied and drank and that sort of thing. We've gotten like almost no sleep. I could look at it and be like, oh, I was like, watch this. And I go over there. I'm like, where's he supposed to be? And he's like, right there. And so I sit right down there. He's like, oh, it's not there, is it? I was like, no, it's not there, man. There's nothing. So, you know, I knew before I walked over there, I was like, oh, no, I know. It's kind because it sort of came on like seeing heat vapors.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
It sort of came on like that, like I could sort of see the outline of a guy. And then the more I looked, the more my brain filled in like, oh, it's a guy and he's talking to another guy and there's somebody else in the car. And it was a whole thing. But if I
Totally
stopped
weird.
looking so hard and stopped trying to think about it and just look at the chair, for instance, they'd sort of not be as noticeable. It was more like heat waves. So yeah, it's
Super weird.
yeah. So yeah, sleep deprivation is a powerful thing. I mean, that's why it's as risky to drive super exhausted as it is to drive drunk.
Right.
You know, it's equally as impairing, and in some cases more so, to drive super exhausted, like you're nodding while you're driving, you just keep driving anyway. It's absolutely as dangerous or more dangerous than driving drunk, which is an extremely dangerous activity. Aliens. So
yeah, that's what you saw.
yeah, I mean the sleep deprivation thing, and some of their experiments with sleep deprivation were pretty harsh. You know,
yeah.
loud jarring noises going off, but they'd only do it once you start to nod off, which then makes you afraid to nod off. You know, because lights and sirens and or big crashes or a gunshot, like, you know, PTSD storm, you know, creation. So
didn't we talk about
this?
Didn't we talk about that creepypasta about the Soviet sleep deprivation experiment? I think we did.
Did we? Remind me.
Where the dudes were locked in a chamber, given a drug to keep, or given a gas. A gas was pumped into the chamber to keep them awake, and they started like ripping out their organs and all this other stuff, going totally crazy. Yeah, and then they turn the gas off, and they're like, no, turn it back on. We don't want to sleep anymore.
Yeah.
Wonderful creepypasta. Wonderful. Very well written. Kudos to you, stranger writer man. All right.
I wonder too. I don't know if this came out of MK Ultra, but where did waterboarding come from?
I don't know.
Because they did a lot of exploration in MK Ultra about fear. Like
right.
About what is fear and what makes fear. Like not fear like, oh, I'm afraid of this, but like terror. Like phobia, terror. What makes it and how does it start? And they did a lot of research into that, in that could they create phobias in people? Right. And waterboarding, really, it's the reason it's so powerful is because they figured out a very simple way, employable way to make you feel like you're drowning without actually killing you.
Right.
Like it has all the hallmarks and all of the feels to your body of drowning without actually, you know, having to hold your head underwater and hoping they don't kill you.
Right.
You know, it's a controllable semi-death. But I wondered if that, I don't know if that came out of this. I mean, that waterboarding is probably much older than MK Ultra.
I don't know the history of it.
I don't either. But
That
was
a
another
nice rabbit hole to go down.
Well, that was another thing they looked into was, you know, because if we could create a phobia around a weird thing, if we can't control what you do want to do, maybe we could control what you don't want to do.
Right.
So if they could create a phobia, like let's say you have a plant, you know, or a double agent that's working for you, you could make a phobia of them turning, so that you know, doing something unpatriotic would be a phobia, not just a thing you're not supposed to do, like a crippling.
Right.
Thought.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hold on,
because they found that in the sleep deprivation stuff they could make a phobia of a potential noise, or a phobia of sleeping, which is I think where that whole gas chamber creepypasta thing came from. Because if you were setting off a loud noise, as soon as you just start to drift off, and then they like set off a gunshot, right? Eventually you'd get, because of the, you know, the heart pounding event, right? Eventually, over hours and days of that, it would be hard for you to even want to lay down and try to go to sleep, right? Because you already know they're not going to let you, and you already know as soon as you drift off, they're just going to, you know, shoot your cortisol out your ears.
Yeah.
With a loud sound or action or something like that.
Right. Okay, so some of the other examples are behavior modification through hypnosis, which we kind of touched on that, just barely. ECT, electroconvulsive therapy. It says in Canada, Dr. Ian Cameron, under a CIA-funded project of the Allen Memorial Institute, subjected patients to extensive ECT and psychic diving techniques, which involved playing repeated audio loops to break down their personalities. That's yeah. Another one is drug combination experiments.
Yep.
Exploitation of vulnerable populations, testing prisoners and psychiatric patients. Here's one I haven't heard of: the Harold Blower case. Harold Blower was a professional tennis player, was admitted to a psychiatric hospital in 1953 for depression. Without his knowledge, he was injected with high doses of experimental drugs as a part of a CIA-funded program. He died from the overdose, and the case remained concealed for decades, and his family was only informed of the truth in the 1970s, leading to legal action against the U.S. government. Wow. I mean, I guess that eliminates the idea that, are they willing to do it? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
The Manchurian candidate experiments. Oh, we talked about that. I think chemical interrogation agents. That touches on sodium thiopental.
Pentothal?
Oh, yes. Truth serum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell us
Truth
about
serum.
that, Paul. It's a sedative.
I mean, but that's always like in every movie, right? They're always injecting them with that as the truth serum.
The
Right.
idea is to get your inhibitions down enough that you just don't feel like you have the energy to create a lie, and you just say what happened. That's the idea.
That's the
That's the premises of it. Now, I think they found it's not very effective.
okay. That you'll just say anything. Maybe not necessarily even the truth, but just whatever.
Not anything. I
Because
think
you're pretty inebriated.
Yeah, you get inebriated from it.
The objective was to identify substances that could aid in interrogation, causing amnesia or compliance. The CIA tested chemicals like sodium thiopental. It's saying thiopental, truth serum, and scopolamine on subjects to evaluate potential in extracting truthful confessions.
Paul, tell us about scopolamine.
Oh, you're smirking. Oh, he's smirking. I had heard of it. I don't know anything about it, but I've heard the name before.
Ancient astronaut theorists propose.
Scopolamine is a anti-nausea, anti-vomiting drug. And like a lot of those drugs, if you've ever had any of them, they tend to have a sedative effect. Phenergan is another one. The scopolamine, what's the current one that's
Dramamine?
What is it?
Dramamine?
No.
I was gonna say I've seen associates.
Wait, I have an anti-nausea medication right here in front of me. What is
I've seen
this?
associates eat a whole tube of Dramamine and go Fruity Loops from it.
Oh, the writing is so small. Ondestin.
Ondestin. That's the current one that's, I've forgotten what the trade name for that is, but they were using that a lot for anti-nausea for cancer patients. It's a very effective anti-nausea medicine.
Yes.
But it has less side effects than scopolamine or Phenergan or any of that.
And I guess they were after the side effects.
Yeah.
In this case.
Yeah, they were after the side effects. The side effects is what they were doing it for. Scopolamine, I think, is pretty a sedative sort of medication. And Phenergan's another one that kind of has sedative effects. It has antipsychotic effects as well. So
it wouldn't be the same as like a disassociative.
No.
Okay.
To be clear, though, I have this medication because I had a concussion a number of years ago, and I hit my head last weekend. So I kept it handy just in case my concussion was happening. Just saying. Just put it. This is
No
the
judgment.
table. I'm putting it on the table. I was afraid. I hit my head really hard last week. You can't
Did
see
you?
it now, but I had a nice little
Oh yeah, you told me. Yeah, you had
nice
that
little
dark
dot.
spot right there.
It's making
Yeah,
me
it's
crazy. The trade name for that is Zofran.
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 Yeah.
is that on there? Let me see.
No, it's not on there, but that's the trade name for it.
No. But yeah, they said that they said this was given to pregnant women for nausea. So I assumed
this
it was safe
point-
to keep.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's given to everyone. For
It's better than one of the first drugs they tried to develop for morning sickness for women.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Another
What
great
was it?
example of so it was actually the drug that is one of the more famous things that Bayer Pharmaceutical ever made, notably for its terrible birth defects that it caused. It was
Oh no.
Is that the thalidomide stuff?
Yeah. So their great mistake was they had a compound, a naturally occurring compound, that was very effective at curbing morning sickness for pregnant women. Where they made the mistake was, and this was how they figured out the importance of isomers in chemistry. And an isomer is, let's say you have a molecule and it looks sort of right-handed, right? Because they come off of this side of the molecule and bend this way. Well, the left-handed version is going to come off the other side of the molecule and bend that way. The rest of the tail will be the same. Isomer, right? Isometric. So normally, not all, but most chemistry that interacts well with the organic human body is left-handedness. When you produce a chemical or in the lab, like a given compound, you're going to produce almost equal parts left and right-handed versions of said molecule. Now, for some compounds, for some simpler compounds, doesn't matter. They work just the same. In some, they're drastically different. Great example, since we're talking about LSD. Iso-LSD, isomeric LSD, the right-handed version of LSD, is absolutely inert in the human body. Does absolutely nothing. You could eat it in solid form by the chunkful, whereas the left-handed version of it is incredibly active in the microgram scale. Huge difference.
Yeah.
Huge difference. So what they had done was they produced this organic, naturally occurring compound that they had managed to extract. They produced it industrially, got 50-50 isomer and non-isomer versions of the molecule, and turned out the isomeric version of the molecule was incredibly detrimental to fetuses and caused birth defects like spina bifida and exposed spinal, unformed spinal columns exposed to the open when the child. Yeah.
Dang.
Horrifying stuff.
Yeah, not fun. Not fun. Well, I said I've got some videos. You guys want to see these videos?
Sure.
So the first one I want to show.
Oh, I did one more thing about the stuff that you went through. So we kind of went past it real quick. Hypnosis.
Yeah.
Right. So of the things that they were researching, right, besides the stuff they turned into tortures and that sort of thing, but of the things that they researched that turned out to be the most effective and are probably still known to be the most effective, drug cocktails and that sort of thing aside, is likely hypnosis. And I don't just mean talk therapy hypnosis like you would go into. I'm talking the stuff that eventually probably spawned MDR and that sort of thing, where you have sounds, lights, directed attention stuff, as well as the person speaking and physical sensations added to it. It's like a multifaceted thing, all meant to distract the thinking part of the person's mind and get into the subconscious.
So
Right,
kind of like Project X, what happened to Wolverine?
Kind of. So the setups that I have seen are everything from simple to more sophisticated stuff on a computer screen that has what look like fuzzy stuff on the screen, but are algorithmic patterns that are just
Mhm.
below, the thing that you're actually looking at. But a simpler version of it would be something with patterns of red and green lights blinking at one frequency, the speaker directing your eye to other lights that they're setting off, saying, look at this, whenever this goes off, look at that, and then they'll reverse it. When this goes off, look at the opposite. When this goes off, and they have your thinking mind focusing on all these things while they're talking through something completely different. As well as sounds and that sort of thing. It's much more invasive, but a lot of that stuff probably came out of that. And even, I've seen Paul put someone under, with just talking. I mean, like, she was out.
Yeah,
she was out in his past life regression stuff, and the thing that he's using to talk them under doesn't come across as that. It's not complex, but it's the way he speaks, it's the way he talks to him, and it's the things that he says. Like, you're doing a similar thing with that. Hypnosis is incredibly powerful, and I think they initially they added it in there, but I think they focused so much on the drugs and chemicals because you don't need training to shoot something in somebody's arm or stick something in water. And what they wanted was a cure-all. Here, put this in their water and then tell them whatever you want. Done. No training. Done. I think that's what they wanted. They wanted a switch they could flip and have the thing they wanted super simple.
But with hypnosis, you can implant words or phrases. And I only do it ethically, like if I'm doing a regression with somebody and they want to have future sessions, I will tell them right in the beginning, if you want to have future sessions, I can implant a word or a phrase that if the time is right and you're ready and everything's fine and it's safe, I can say that, and the induction will be fast, instantaneous almost. Sometimes people in the beginning, before they know you or they've had a session or two with you, they're feeling a little funny and they don't know if they want to do that. So we have to kind of go through a long induction. And by long induction, I mean, 10, 15 minutes. Is that about how long you think it is?
Yeah, it's about 15 minutes before the one that I saw was, based on so I had the mic on her and I could hear her and Paul much better. Like, he was watching her breathing. I was listening to it.
Right. And you can tell the breathing changes.
Yeah.
It's one of the physiologic signs. You can see signs in the skin and you can hear the breathing change. A lot of times they'll sigh and I'll know then. They'll be, I'm like, oh, gotcha. All right.
The sound of her breathing between when she was actually talking was startling because it sounds like you sleeping at night. Like, it sounds like the person that sleeps in your bed every night. It was that kind of breathing when they're asleep. Like, they've nodded off in the movie. It was that breathing.
Right.
That, like, super steady metronome thing going on, except when she was experiencing something agitating.
Right.
But even then, the agitated version of that was still very subdued compared to, like, what I imagine the actual panic was.
Right.
So I find while it's the less mentioned part about MK Ultra, the truth is it was probably the most effective. It just they wanted a field kit that was like, put tablet in water, give suggestion. Like, they wanted something that was super simple like that they could employ just everywhere all the time, anytime they wanted to. And it turns out not to be that simple.
I've tried it. It works. In my law practice, sometimes I represent people who've been accused of sex crimes, and one of the things I like to do is myself do a psychosexual history on them to decide, do I think I need to send them to a doctor to get a psychosexual risk assessment. And sometimes those things take an hour and a half because you have to really kind of get people's inhibitions down and get them to trust you, so they'll tell you, frankly, a lot of very personal details. So I've had a few recently, and I'm like, listen, I kind of need to do this. I need to ask these questions. Why don't we do this in kind of a guided meditation sort of way? I don't tell them I'm going to hypnotize them, but guided meditation is another way for that. And I said, I want you to be calm, and then I'll basically hypnotize them in the office and get them to tell me their whole psychosexual history. And it's shocking. I can be done with it in 15 or 20 minutes. instead of an hour and a half. And so it's, it's a really interesting, it's an interesting thing. So I've seen how powerful I think it is. And I think that I think it's more powerful than people think.
Oh yeah.
You'll see these hypnotists, like
The TV hypnotist.
the TV hypnotist or the party trick hypnotist and that kind of thing. Their subjects are usually not some plants. It's legitimately people out there. They just observe ones who might be more susceptible to rapid hypnosis
Right.
or some kind of rapid action hypnosis.
You talking about the forehead slappers?
No, those are more the television.
Don't you
I've seen that.
put up your sleep?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, like on Maury and that sort of thing
Yeah,
back in the day
sure.
before Maury was just Who's the Baby Daddy?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so there's ones like that. I think now it's not so much forehead slapping, but I think it's maybe a hard pull of the hand. Like it's look like you're shaking hands. It's a hard,
Yeah, and then
hard rapid pull. of
yank
the
it
hand,
down.
and then they're out.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
For all the stuff that they focused on in MK Ultra and all the money they spent, I wonder if the program didn't end because they found that probably the thing that they were trying to do didn't really require a lot of this chemistry experimentation on people, and short of starting a pharmaceutical company or having a pharmaceutical company make something tailor-made, they just in the 70s, I just don't think they were getting where they were wanting to with all that mess. And I think it turned into a mess. No oversight, and they were doing all these shady things. I think the shady things got shadier, and it just turned into a whole soup of mess and, reputations going up and that sort of thing. They burned a lot of doctors to participate in it.
Well, let me show you some videos. This first one I want to show you, I know you've seen it before. I know you have.
Okay.
But
You don't know me.
I know. you
don't know what I've
know me. I immediately go to a Lonely Island. You don't know me, hot dog man. Ooh, I'm an adult. Yeah. Love me some Lonely Island. All right, so this one I didn't think of it as MK Ultra until I looked at it through the lens of MK Ultra. And I'm sure we're going to have lots to say about this. Oh, there we go. A little bit of audio. Oh, well, I can't hear it. Do you have audio?
It's very low.
It's very low.
Yeah, I can't hear anything. So, people will say, or what they're saying now is, this woman in the beginning of the video, in the green, they're saying that she is his handler.
Okay.
And there's some, so I've tried to find a decent version of this video where it stays zoomed out, but there's so many videos where they zoomed in. I think it was only the live feed that stayed zoomed out, but she does like weird suggestive things to his wrist while his hand's on the podium, and she leans in, covers her mouth a couple times, and says something to him while he's frozen. And people are saying that she is his handler, and she's telling him what to say.
Do we have the information on who she is, in fact?
That's the kicker. We don't really know who she is. Some people had said that she's just a White House employee, but I'm just like, like he comes up and he says something like, "Do you want to say anything else?" And then when he doesn't respond, he just shuffles him away.
I saw this when it happened, and my thought of it, having dealt with seizures with my brother for a long time, is I thought
Yeah.
he had a seizure. I didn't, and I figured somebody would think it was something like this, and I suppose it could be, but I think most likely, way more than 99% is he had a seizure. He had a small
Yeah.
of some sort, because hadn't he just recently had a stroke or something?
Yeah, I think that's what it was, honestly.
But that could just be me wanting to see what I want to see, right? And not wanting to acknowledge that it could be something more nefarious.
Although it does look.
But what gets me is he starts out talking. See, look, there she is, a lady in green. She touches his elbow, and as soon as she touches his elbow, he stops.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that. See, look, she comes up from the back. Bop. Shuts off.
Oh yeah. Huh.
And so, conspiracy theory hat. Why was she being a bright color if not needing to be seen out of his periphery? Everybody else is wearing dark muted colors. Everybody.
And she pushes her way out there to the front for.
Up. He cuts off mid-sentence as soon as she touches him.
And then she touches him again.
Yeah.
Right after that. Like just before it gets zoomed in too far, you can see her touch him again. So on the one hand, I also want to say I don't think I ever saw Paul's brother trail off like that mid-sentence, but I would catch him sometimes doing this face, kind of, and I'd be like, Brian, buddy, are you all right? And he just sort of give me, kind of like he does when he comes up and talks to him. He says, is there anything else you want to say to the press? And he just kind of bunches up in his lips and looks the other way. That's not unlike the kind of thing we'd see out of him, like this. And he just sort of that.
But then again, maybe he's just old. Maybe he's finally starting to slip. Sure, I get that. That makes sense.
I do like the shot though that it's right after she does the little.
Yeah,
that could
it's. Be, I mean, sometimes.
Let me kill that audio. So it's just so. Look, she comes up out of nowhere.
Fast. Dude.
Like, look at all the other people in the background. They're keeping their distance, and she comes completely from the back. And they just let her through. Everybody knows who she is.
Yep. He says something to her. And he even points at her hand when she does it. And then he's looking forward at him.
Yeah, it's really suspicious. It really is. Because I am not a professional. I am not a politician. But I know that if somebody's at a podium in front of a bunch of cameras, don't interact with them.
Right.
They're giving a speech. They're talking. Don't interact with them. This guy had the right thing. He stepped in because he realized something was wrong.
Right.
Other than
that,
that,
even the guy behind him doesn't look super surprised.
Yeah.
Watch that guy on
the tall guy.
Yeah, the tall guy. Watch him. He's checking some stuff, and this is while he's talking. It's almost like he was about to say some stuff that they didn't want him to.
Oh,
and see, he arches his eyebrows, and then watch him.
Look at his facial expression.
Yeah, watch him. Yeah, watch him really close.
Okay, conspiracy theory hat. He gets a text message. Handlers coming in. Act natural.
Right.
Now watch him. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then he
fake smile. Here. Fake smile. Oh,
the eyebrows. Yeah, and then keep watching. It gets better. He's for something that is so as weird as this, as weird as we all thought it was on TV. He seems nonplussed.
Oh, there we go. Let's go back to where he comes in back into the shot.
There you go. He's like, yep, no, it's time. Let's all go. Yep. All right,
you're done. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is the side of MK Ultra that I am interested in, because we're seeing this in the forefront. It's out there. It's obvious. It is freaking obvious.
I like that video. I'll drink a little bit of the Kool-Aid on that one.
Yeah, that was.
I'll drink a little bit of the Kool-Aid on that one. It is weird. It's got a lot of weird things.
This is my okay. So I didn't look at the people in the background. I knew about the lady in the green, and people calling her the handler.
Yeah,
that was it. I didn't think to look at anybody else because I had always watched her.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, I'm gonna bring this up, but we're gonna jump a little bit through this video. I'm gonna let this disclaimer play. All right, so this first one, I know this isn't a glitch. This is just a woman being agitated. Let me make sure I got audio on this. Yeah, this woman's just agitated. She does this eye thing, and everyone's like, "It's an MK Ultra glitch." No, she's just agitated
and crazy.
Yeah, she just got some weird eyes.
Mad.
That's all it is. That's all it is. She's agitated.
She's mad and crazy. Yeah.
So the next one in this video is Lady Gaga, where she does the slow motion thing. Have you seen this?
No.
I'm gonna kill this audio. So she comes out of an event and moves in super slow motion to her vehicle. Like it takes her 5 minutes to get to her vehicle.
But she is also notably weird for the cameras when she gets a chance.
Yeah, she's a performing artist. That's what I think this is.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. And you know, then maybe, you know, my brain immediately went to, there were complaints that she moves too quickly to her vehicle and no one's able to take pictures. So she blew it out of proportion.
Yeah, so she was like, "Oh, okay, too fast? No problem.
I got you.
No,
I want to be on your magazine anyway, so why not?"
Yeah. Like even climbing in the car, look how slow.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Come on. Yeah, I feel like it's a gag. I mean, this lady famously wore a meat
from Gaga.
Yeah, gag from Gaga.
Yeah.
I mean, this lady famously wore a meat suit and was like,
"Yeah."
Somebody was
That's
like,
an
"Meat
egg."
suit." She's like, "Yeah, that's it. That'll be the thing. Meat suit. Yes, I'm on.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. Just make it. I'm down."
So this one's interesting. So this ties into, we're getting into a little bit more conspiratorial stuff here. There is a popular consensus that says the Illuminati, I hate to start this conversation with these words. The Illuminati is the one pulling the strings with celebrities.
Okay.
All right.
I thought it was the Scientologists doing it.
Oh, no, it's the Illuminati this time. Wait.
No, it's Scientology for the movie industry. It's Illuminati for the music industry.
Aliens.
And they all have their lane.
I see.
Yeah. So
and then Build-A-Bear Group for business.
I wish they'd come to our business.
So the consensus in this thread is that the Illuminati is pulling the strings with celebrities. Now, there's tons of stuff with Beyonce, especially, talking about how she is in with the Illuminati and that she worships the devil. I don't know if you've ever seen the breakdown of her Single Ladies video, all the satanic imagery in it. Yeah, Paul's reaction. That was my reaction. But I firmly believe that major celebrities have been affected by MK Ultra because we keep getting these weird videos like this one. This is at a Lakers game. And I can't help but notice that Jay-Z is kind of like doing everything but acknowledging her.
Mm-hmm.
Like something's wrong with her brain. Oh, she's doing that thing again.
And he's doing something weird too.
Like I think he was looking at like the Jumbotron or something.
Oh, okay.
And like he's just doing everything else. Like, come on, let this thing get over with. Pass. Come on and pass. I don't know about you, but if I was sitting, courtside at a Lakers game and my wife started doing this, I would immediately be like, "Are you okay? What's going on?" He could care less. Like, he knows what's going on almost.
So this is the idea
out,
of people being programmed having broken brains. Is that?
Yes, the over programming. These are the people. These are called glitches. Is what I like to call them, glitches, where MK Ultra got in there. They did their foundation work, programmed their brains the way they wanted them, and over the years, change it again, change it again, change it again, change it again, and it's eventually that muscle is going to wear out. So this is the stuff we're getting. I don't know, other than just being blitzed out of her mind, why she would be sitting there.
I mean, maybe she doesn't like basketball and she's going to her happy place.
That could be it, man. I don't know. This one's fun, but I know what this one is. I mean, this has got yeah. Dude is out there. He is destroyed.
Who is it?
I don't know exactly who this dude is. Oh, it's 2 Chainz.
It's 2 Chainz.
Yeah. I gotta cut this audio because that's one of his songs. I hope I didn't get dinged for that. Dude, like they interact with him like 3 times in this clip, and he just stands there. But he's probably just
real
blitzed out of his mind.
Yeah, see, because then he's just being, I don't know. It's weird, but I don't know. But why 2 Chainz?
Yeah, why 2 Chainz? What is he doing? What is he?
I don't think there's a whole lot of hidden messages in 2 Chainz.
No, there's not.
Not that kind of. Not that.
Of course, Mark Zuckerberg was going to come up on this list. So they brought this one up because he had these custom jackets made for everybody at Facebook, and they're like, "Oh, look at this." He's like, "Look at this hidden logo in the back of the jacket." And the lady literally says, "Oh, it's like a secret cult. It's like you guys are the Illuminati."
Oh, and that's why they put the.
Yeah, that's why they added this. It's nothing. He made a special like team logo. There we go. There's the logo. And it's
okay.
It's nothing to do with the Illuminati. It's just he made a logo and put it in the back of a jacket.
I mean, it's got interesting symbology if you look at old. I mean, the
has a Star of David in it.
Yeah.
Blah blah.
So
yeah.
The funny thing is, I'm surprised they didn't try to say the symbol for chaos.
Right.
Check this out though. The symbol for chaos, the many arrows, going in opposite directions. That was invented by Michael Moorcock, the author, for one of his book series. As a symbol that it was in the book. The symbol was in the book. Check it out. There you go. So that started out in a book of his from the late 60s, early 70s. All the arrows pointing in all the directions at once, and it was a popular symbol in D&D later on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
D&D popularized it after Moorcock had it in his Elric series.
Yeah, I don't think this is I haven't seen too much from Mark Zuckerberg to make me think that he's been affected by MK Ultra. If anything, he might be one of the outliers that's not affected. I mean, have you seen his glow up lately? Dude's got some bulk now. He's yoked up. He grew his hair out.
Did he?
Yeah, he looks better now than he did. I'll just say that.
His glow up.
Yeah, his glow up. Ooh, so this one's fun. So this is an interview with Kourtney Kardashian. And there's somebody off screen telling her what to say, and she does the same straight ahead stare.
Very empathetic apathetic about what happened and very sort of horrified. And so we were wondering, how is everyone going? How's Kim doing?
Did you see that? If you listen,
The stop
somebody
talking?
somebody says it. You could hear it. They say, "Stop talking."
Yeah, but they might have just been background people telling others around stop talking.
Yeah, because it's a little because it happens before she even starts. But
Yeah.
Very sort of horrified. And so we were wondering, how is everyone going? How's Kim doing?
What? Okay.
I'm sorry, is there someone talking to you?
Yes, sorry.
Sorry about that. So I just was wondering
They
how
just
everyone's
came
doing.
in.
awkward.
Hello, Courtney. Have we lost you?
Yeah, so that's. I'm not sure if it's MK Ultra. It just seems maybe more like a publicist was saying, maybe there was a beef with the studio or something. Stop
Maybe.
talking. These guys didn't pay, or something.
Or maybe it does say reality star spills on famous family. Maybe maybe she changed her mind about the spill.
Right.
Maybe the spin publicist was like, yeah, no.
Or there was a suit threat or an injunction that just arrived at that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she literally said they just came in, so
Yeah.
a lawyer comes in and says, "Nope, stop. Interview's over."
Yeah.
And then whoever's like, stop talking.
Oh, is this the lady that? Oh, this is so. The official word from this lady was that she got too hot in the studio, and this happens.
Okay.
The Obama administration, we have this new CNN ORC poll, which is quite a turnaround in
It sounds like someone who's about to lose consciousness.
Yeah. So they cut it, and then she comes back like 10 minutes later, totally fine. And she said that she got too hot in the studio.
Yeah.
That was the official word. But I don't know. You could take that any way you want. This poor girl had a freaking brain aneurysm on camera. We're not going to show that. Oh,
is
yeah.
that
This
what
girl
hers really was?
Yeah, she had some medical stuff come up not long afterward, and it was diagnosed as a brain aneurysm. And she had it on camera, and it sucks. And I feel really bad for her, so I don't want to show it.
Yeah, that's fine.
So this one, I don't know this lady's name off the top of my head, but I've seen enough of her videos to know that she is a very loud, very flamboyant character, and she's political, one of those political talking heads that talks about, you guys know the type. And like usually as soon as the camera cuts on, she's going 100 miles an hour, go, 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 go. But this happened.
I'm sorry. I was in a trance.
Yeah, watch the drill there.
Huh. So, I mean, I've done something like that before, but not like at work in front of a camera. I mean, there's vocals, somebody shouting "camera live" in 3, 2, or whatever. You get, I can't see any decent situation where that would happen to me.
She's pretty blanked out.
Yeah, she was out
Pretty
there.
blanked out.
I don't remember this one. What is this one with Bruce Willis?
Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis? Let's watch it. I don't remember it. Let's watch it. Let's see what's going on with his brain.
But I suppose it's because you had kind of a good day, and if you would have died, well, so be it. Is that it?
That's right. That's a good question. Have a sandwich, and let's go shopping.
Die Hard. That would have been your choice.
Well, it's about, it makes about as much sense. A good, or maybe there is a good day to Die Hard.
Yeah. I said it was.
But we now know that he had underlying medical issues.
Yeah.
So I guess
What
that
were
one's
his underlying
explained.
medical issues?
What?
I didn't know he had underlying medical.
Oh yeah, he can't even speak now at this point at all.
Really?
Yeah.
He has a terrible degenerative brain problem. I've forgotten what it is.
I had no idea. Why
What's
is this the
wrong?
first time hearing about this?
Because I just was trying to keep it a secret from you.
You've been keeping. You're part of it.
I am.
You're part of it.
I'm the
Uh,
Illuminati.
That's your programming. Is you've programmed Bruce Willis right out of my life.
It's exactly right.
Bruce Willis has front
Your loved ones
temporal
always know where to
dementia.
hit you where it hurts.
For a month.
Bruce Willis has front temporal dementia,
Oh,
So
a rare group of brain
did you-
disorders that affect frontal and temporal lobes of the brain, personality changes, odd or inappropriate behavior, language problems, and memory loss.
have you heard this discussed in our office in the last week?
oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Gotcha. Okay, I know. Yeah. So similar.
Yeah.
But why is it giving him trouble speaking?
It gives speech problems. It gives other things, weird behaviors, all sorts of stuff.
Okay. Gotcha.
Oh, I
Of course.
Britney Spears.
Of course, this was going to come up. So I feel like Britney Spears may have been one of the first, like, big celebrities that they played with her brain.
Okay.
If not first,
just
maybe
drugs and
second.
alcohol.
It may have been, honestly. But she does some really weird stuff, like deflecting stuff that doesn't make sense to me. There were a couple rabbit holes where they talked about how Marilyn Monroe was the original MK Ultra celebrity test subject.
Marilyn.
But
She had a pretty bad drug problem.
yeah.
Marilyn.
But then again, it was Marilyn Monroe. So let's check this one out. See what she's doing.
This spasm of publicity about what happened from Mexico to London.
It was pretty rough. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Ah, weird. Hello. Oh my goodness. Hello. Ew. Strong Britney. Yeah, it was a weird.
She's trying not to cry.
Yeah, I think. But she says like, "Oh my gosh, ew, strawberry."
Yeah.
Like I watched this with my wife earlier, and she's like, "Yeah, she says strawberry," which is why?
I think she's trying not to cry.
Yeah, it's. I had to pause it right there. Didn't I?
And now failing with the ugly cry.
Yeah, fail. Wait, where? And then like
that mummy.
Yeah, and then TMZ dropped an article about how she might have multiple personality disorder.
Good air diagnosis, TMZ.
Oh yeah, then Amanda Bynes. We're not going to talk about that. That was drugs, alcohol, probably
Yeah.
both at the same time. Here's my favorite. Now we showed this last week, but this is the unedited clip, and so in my researches with MK Ultra, they're usually, like you said earlier, Paul, that there was a word or a phrase that you could use to quickly induce somebody. The theory behind this one is the words Holy Ghost was Al Roker's trigger word to put him in a suggestive state. Because I can't think of, outside of this video, the last time I heard the word Holy Ghost in casual conversation. So that would make a good trigger word, sure.
Well, you ought to hang out with me.
And the church.
I probably only said it a couple of times today.
Only a couple times. All right, check this out. This is a good one. This one's one of my favorites.
Yes, like they say in Catholic school, leave room for the Holy Ghost. Anyway, there is a lot of memories today, actually. It's a big day in music history.
35 years ago today, Elvis Presley passed away, the king of rock and roll. And as Mark Cohn says in his great song, Walking in Memphis, there's a pretty little thing waiting for the king down in
Harbor, Michigan.
17 seconds he stood stock still staring at the camera, and then goes right back into the conversation like he was there the whole time.
I wonder if he thought the camera was close in on the two of them. And he just waiting to make sure he was looking at the camera when it cut back to him. I wonder if that's his thing.
I don't know. It's a weird one, man. But just to stand there and stare, unblinking.
Or maybe he was trying really hard not to laugh at her Catholic school nuns saying, leave room for the Holy Ghost between you and another boy that are trying to, participate in some heavy petting at the dance.
The official statement was that it was a joke.
Him doing that?
Yes.
It was a weird joke if we don't all know what the punchline is.
Right? Or why do it on national live TV?
Right. Okay. Well, it's weird. It's weird.
This one's got Eminem in it, and he's probably just thrown out of his mind. I mean, this one is not MK Ultra. This is drugs.
We'll go back because I want to see it. It looks funny. How does it start? Turn it up.
Yeah, we get some audio back in here.
Harbor, Michigan, and what a pleasure for Herbie and me to introduce Marshall Mathers. Some of you may know him as Eminem, but he's going to join the Saturday night crew with our music intro next Saturday night. But folks, I want to take you to the world premiere of one of his new videos called Berserk. Take a listen. It's headed for the top of the charts. Was that the great Rick Rubin who was helping produce that with you, Marshall, when you did that?
Yes, sorry. Live TV. Live TV freaks me out a little bit. No. Yes, I'm sorry. What was the question? But it's been a...
Yeah, so piece of me feels like that was drugs, but the way he just snaps back in and he's totally coherent conversation is a little weird. It was.
Sometimes people are just weird.
Sometimes people are weird. Yeah, I don't know what year that was. I don't know. I know he had. I don't know when he got clean, but I know he had gotten clean, and I wonder if that may have had something to do with it.
I don't know when Berserk came out.
I don't either. But
I like how it was insert Berserk. it was the title screen.
Yeah, it was
where
like
they would have inserted it on
VHS.
live TV.
Yeah.
It was just their feed, cuts their feed, goes to the other feed, and comes back to their feed.
Yeah. I think for copyright reasons they couldn't play it, but
yeah, probably.
But this one, dude, just stares off into space.
I really can't complain. I was kind of, I was a little down. I found out I was injured and I had to have surgery again, or another knee.
The unblinking thing is what gets me.
Oh yeah, look at his breathing too.
I didn't see the breathing thing. Oh, super weird.
He could be having a flashback, some kind of PTSD issue. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch him now when he changes how he looks.
Yeah, whatever it was, he didn't feel good about it.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Hillary just does some weird stuff. She does this. They're saying that this head bob thing that she does is a sign of MK Ultra brainwashing. It's a little strange. Yeah. Wait, is that her daughter right there?
No.
No.
But it's just like she didn't notice that person was standing there, and then she starts talking, and she's totally caught off guard or something.
Yeah. Yeah, she interrupted her while she was talking. Oh, she didn't want to answer the question about Senator Warren.
Yeah, it was a little weird. I don't know if it's a sign of brainwashing. But look at that reaction. Yeah, that's a genuine reaction.
Hard to know without more context.
Right.
It's hard to understand what was going on there, and a lot of people around were
pumpkin chies like all the other white ladies of Instagram.
It's a little weird.
It
I ain't
is a
gonna
little
lie.
weird.
It seems like a mental stutter to me. But then she kind of laughs it off.
Kind of plays it off.
And everyone else is laughing too. I think it must have been some sort of a physical joke.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, here's a scene of Bill Clinton getting makeup put on, and he's just. The cameras are not supposed to be rolling, but they were. And he is just non-existent. But I could see, maybe he's just holding a position for makeup reasons.
Maybe. It is weird.
No emotion whatsoever.
It's pretty still. I wonder what this was what he was about, what this was video of before, what he was about to have to say.
Mm-hmm.
If it was some more of his stuff he had to do after the Monica Lewinsky thing, I wouldn't be super thrilled to have to do it either.
Right? Yeah. I'm trying to get. I don't remember what this was.
Because he's sitting there thinking, he's like, all my homeboys at home are going to be like, really? Of all the people? Monica? You're the president and you're married, and you thought that was the one that was the hill to die on right there?
Yeah. So this says something about repetition is a hallmark sign of mind control.
Okay.
Every single man, woman, and child in the state of South Carolina awakens to a freer, safer world because of George Bush. I would remind people that every single morning we all awaken to a safer, freer world because of George Bush.
Bum bum bum.
Nicole, I would remind you and the people of Florence that all of us awake every single day to a freer, safer world because of George Bush.
Oh, she doesn't blink like a hypnotist.
They themselves awaken every single day to a freer, safer world because of George Bush.
This is unreal.
Oh, she didn't blink. That was
She
weird.
didn't blink any of those shots. That was 3 or 4 different shots.
A lot of Botox.
So I have. Oh my god! Right. Have you seen the videos of all the newscasters?
Don't know what hot.
It was like 25, 30 different news stations across the country, all saying the exact same thing.
Oh yeah, yeah, but I think that's more a sign of how little work.
Yeah.
News stations put in besides whatever gets handed down by corporate. There's like, here's the story, here's the lines. You've got two anchor people on there. You get line 1, you get line 2. Go.
Yep.
Do the thing. And also homogenizing the news, which is a big problem.
Yeah.
But that could also be MK Ultra, homogenizing of the news.
Dun dun dun.
Probably something much more sinister than MK Ultra, all that sort of oligarchy of the news media. It's very problematic.
It is.
Aliens.
I love that. I'm so glad you found this.
So this one, have you seen this video of Winona Ryder?
Mm-mm.
There's a piece of me that thinks she's just out of her mind. But like every shot, she's just like she doesn't know where she is.
I mean,
she's on some sort of medication.
Yeah.
Maybe she also doesn't like live TV.
Maybe not.
She's cool when it's filmed, but when you can't take it back, she's stressed about it.
It's like you get the full gamut of emotion there.
Yeah.
It's a
Also, this doesn't look like a particularly important award. What is that award in his hand?
So, it's something for Stranger Things. That's all I know.
But it's not one that I recognize.
No, it's not.
Like they got the whole cast turned out for it, and he's got this long list of people he's currently thanking and reading down.
Yeah.
But I don't recognize the statue they gave him.
Yeah, a daytime Emmy or something.
What is this?
I think this is Kendrick Lamar going on a rant. He does this now.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Kanye West. We can watch it if you want. He's just kind of known for doing weird stuff.
No.
Oh. I shall never forget to love Satan, it says.
What? What's the context?
I have no clue.
Okay.
He's standing next to Donald Trump, so I guess that's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So there you go. There's my conspiracy theorist rant for a little bit. It's a little out there. I know it is, but
A little bit. I mean, those are interesting videos, though. Some more than others.
Yeah. But they are definitely interesting, to say the least. The Al Roker one's one of my favorites. I had forgotten about the Barbara Bush video.
That was pretty good.
That could have also been, like you said, homogenization of news. Maybe they were trying to stamp information into the public.
Yeah.
You know, it's a political move.
They're
Sure.
hoping that was the soundbite people would take from her speech.
Right.
And
Right.
that would be the tagline underneath, whatever ended up in the news later.
Yeah. She keeps saying it,
says
so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She wanted that. She wanted every morning when you all wake up, you wake up in a better world because of George Bush.
Yeah.
She wanted that to be the headline.
Yeah.
After
And-
her speech.
Yeah, we took notice. Aliens took
we
notice
heard
as well.
We heard
you. We heard you the first time. Unblinking Barbara.
Unblinking Barbara.
They're coming to get you, Barbara. Favorite line. I love that movie. So what is your side of MK Ultra? What say you, sir?
So, I think first of all, us and any other country that can get away with it, likely has spent quite a lot of time researching, ways to both enact and counteract, the ability to influence what somebody does or doesn't do, especially when you're talking about, because in the case of, for us, probably the bigger utility in influencing what somebody does or doesn't do is actually on our own people, because counter-espionage is a real, a double agent is a real problem, or somebody disseminating information to the other side is a real, from being bribed or whatever their motivation might be, is a real threat when you're talking about the security of information.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if it wasn't more about, them trying to make super patriots more than it was, because, even
even folks that promote, very strenuous interrogation techniques will be the first to tell you. I mean, you kind of got to take it with a grain of salt because look what you did to get them to say it. I mean, you kind of make an impossible situation that they'll tell you whatever to get you out of it. You kind of got to. I mean, it's as effective as it is ineffective.
Yeah.
So, I think they were looking for ways that didn't require that. But a lot of stuff that they were researching, like the sleep deprivation. I mean, at some point, they're going to tell you whatever to get some sleep, because not getting sleep when you really want to sleep can become so acute that it's painful.
Yeah.
Psychologically painful, much like other things are physically painful. But I think, obviously the program existed. Obviously they were trying to get at the crux of how these things might work. And if it, it may have been, as you say, or as they say, as a counter measure, because they were sure the Russians were doing it, much like the remote viewing crap. Well, we think they're doing it, so we're going to figure it out first. But I imagine that the public-facing part of the program ended because they found out, that it has its own issues, much like torture does.
Right.
Or even the chemical stuff. It sounds like the two medications that they mentioned, along with even sleep deprivation, you're trying to get somebody so loopy that you'll get them to slip.
Right.
Slip and admit something rather than try to, torture it out of them. Because tortured information isn't all that valuable.
Right, like you said, they'll say what they need to say to make it stop.
Because you can't rely on it. But maybe if you can get someone to slip, because you keep asking them the same questions over and over and over, and then maybe one time they slip.
Yeah.
That's the thing that they were thinking about trying not to say. That's a useful thing. But I think the hypnosis is probably the most effective one. And I imagine if it were me, if you had this program that was so tainted by all of this experimentation that they did against people's wills, I think if the information was starting to come out to the point that they were suing the U.S. government, I think at some point you're going to need to contain it.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to need to contain the stuff that people are trying to get information out of by shutting down the program and starting something fresh that isn't tainted by so many things. Abuse, doing things against people's will, damage to them, medical, physical, psychological. Eventually, at some point, you're going to need to cut it and start something else. So, either the program ended because of the abuses and the issues with it, or they figured out that they were going to learn how they were going to learn from that vein and moved on to something else.
Yeah.
I don't think that research is any less useful today. Like the things that they were trying to figure out and trying to standardize, I don't think are things that they want to know any less now than they wanted to know then. I'm sure those are all still things that they would like to have be effective uses of that stuff, right? Like I said, like a tablet you drop in their water, let them drink it, wait 20 minutes, ask them whatever you want. Truth serum.
Yeah.
Right? Who doesn't? What government agency doesn't want that? Or same with mind control. Oh, he's their agent. We've got him. Take this tab. All right, we'll come back in 30 minutes and we'll tell you what you're going to be now. Right? Super useful for espionage and for government entities in general. But I don't think it works that way.
Right.
I think
it
works that way.
Yeah.
And I get why the idea of manipulating celebrities is so attractive. Because how many people do you know that treat celebrities like some friend of theirs they're getting advice from?
Yes.
Right. Well, Taylor says in her song, or, you get where I'm going with that, right? Like they watch, Housewives, reality shows, and they're like, oh, well, that's not what Melinda would put up with, right? They almost incorporate them like part of their family and part of their advice group.
Right.
I can see where the attractiveness of the idea of, well, if we control celebrities, we control the populace.
Right.
And the truth is, popular culture does already control the populace a lot. Whether it's being manipulated or not, popular culture certainly influences the populace in more ways than I think even the people most influenced by it even realize.
Yeah.
Terrence McKenna talked about this a whole lot. Speaking of, psychedelic pioneers, he talked about how society is like a poison. You know, it can be a medicine, right? Like learning how to farm, coming up with tools, having a group mind, a group think about things. He's like, but too much of it, and it becomes a poison, right? You spend so much time looking at screens, and in his time there weren't any smartphones, but he's like, you spend so much time engaged in the TV, engaged in the news, engaged in all these things that are shadows of the actual things, right? It becomes a sickness. And Alan Watts talked about the same thing, and all he had to go by was really radio. He was talking about radio and print news. He wasn't even talking about really like TV shows and that sort of thing. So it's a common running theme, right? This keeps coming up with big thinkers.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not surprised that people would want to say, well, this is why those folks are so popular, or this is why it's so infectious, and this is why you would want to manipulate them, because they are so popular. People do take so much stock in it. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel one way or the other about whether or not they're being manipulated. I think they're a manipulative device in and of themselves, and I think if nothing else, their publicists and their labels and their production companies certainly tell them what to and not to say all the time. Whether or not they're just doing it to get them to buy their shit, or they're doing it, you know, for some other nefarious purpose, I don't know. I mean, homogenization of media. It can reach out into the stars themselves, I guess.
I will say this is one of our better episodes.
Yeah, I like it.
It was a good back and forth tonight. Everybody had some good input. I agree. MK Ultra was a real thing. I'm not sure they're using it to the extent they were when the program was thought of, but you know, if they are, I think it's the extent of celebrities, what have you, for the reasons that you said. But I'm not 100% sold on the fact that they're not doing it anymore. Maybe they're not using LSD, whatever. Maybe they've, you know, like the Philadelphia experiment, maybe they learned from that experiment and they moved on to the next thing, and now they've got something that works, and they just haven't said anything about it yet. So
it's MK Ultra is just super old news. I mean, it's super, even Congress investigated in the 70s, so you already know if Congress is investigating, it's way old. It's to the CIA, it's ancient history. They're off to something new and much more dangerous and nefarious.
Oh yeah,
that we don't know a thing about, and we'll only know tiny shadows of it, of whatever the thing today is about in 20, 30, 40 years.
For sure.
And are they doing other things? And is the public being manipulated? Of course.
5G antennas. That's what it is.
If we learn nothing else, it's that the U.S. government is always happy to manipulate and twist the story to whatever fits what they want to. I mean, I think all governments do to an extent, but ours especially. I mean, all this, we come back to it in a circle in most episodes, not because we're paranoid libertarians, but because it just keeps the evidence of them doing it is always, the fingerprint's always there on all. It's always there.
Yeah.
You know, the Kennedy thing, you know, they wanted to twist it to be the story they wanted to, you know, whether it was benign because they didn't want the public to freak out, or whether it was covering something up. Either way, they absolutely manipulated the story, is the point. The point is that they do it, which means you can't know what they were really after in the first place, which is the scary part.
Yeah, and we're going to run into this again. And like you said, it's going to come full circle, every single thing that we investigate, unless it's a cryptid. I don't know of many cryptids that are government funded, so
they read them and turned them loose.
Right.
Yeah.
Discredit their critics.
Yeah, that's it. All right, so what are y'all thinking for next week? What's the date? It is 8. So
do we want to do final thoughts?
We'll do fun. Yeah, before we get into final thoughts, what are we doing next week? I think we're about due for an alien story, aren't we? Or, well, we've kind of danced around it a little bit lately. We've done some different things lately, so
Alien or cryptid, one or the other.
Yeah, we'll come up with a
Alien,
cryptid, but
or miraculous something or another.
Miraculous something or another.
maybe we should talk about. Maybe we should talk about Krampus.
Krampus, yes.
Let's do Krampus next week. Okay.
And let's do Christmas stuff. I have one too.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do.
About how we'll do how Santa came about. The older lore.
Okay.
And we'll do Krampus.
I can't wait to be educated by your.
Well, I mean the rural stuff, like the tribal stuff that it came out of and how it repeats itself. No, I'm not talking about just our Anglo version of it, but the gift giving entity that comes once a year is a repeated theme in a lot of cultures.
Yeah,
it's not necessarily Christmas. It's not necessarily the same time of year, but that theme of someone coming to visit the house, even coming in through the top of the house or chimney of sort of thing, is a repeated theme. That's what I meant.
I can't wait.
Oh my god, why?
Because I'm terrible.
You gotta be like that.
And I'm
You
suspect.
You haven't met this one yet. This is Olive Oil, by the way.
Olive oil.
She's been a downstairs cat until we lost Potato, and now she's free roam with the entire facility. And she's been asleep over here.
Is that
since I
like the
started.
backstairs cat?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Cat of the backstairs.
She's coming around to being more friendly.
She's looking pretty friendly right now.
Yeah, she likes it when at first she's like, no, don't pick me up, and then I pick her up and I do a little face scratch, and she loves it. She fell asleep in my arms earlier. But anyway, yeah, we'll do Krampus next week. Final thoughts. Tell us, take us away.
I think, whether you're getting relationship advice from Taylor Swift on what to do about your 32nd ex-boyfriend, or how to be a strong modern woman from Beyonce, or how to be pimping with Jay-Z, I think you have to take culture. I think you have to stop taking culture at face value and maybe look at what is culture. And the truth is, culture is stacks and layers of motive of memes and ideas of what this person thinks and wants you to also think, right? So everything from a news story that catches fire and spreads after one thing, a viral meme, poor Mr. Kane doing his scream on stage that canceled his entire political career. Everything has a either a motive or a mover behind it. And I think people who often take psychedelics feel like they can see through that stuff. I don't think that it immediately makes that stuff transparent. I just think you think more and think more about your thinking instead of thinking what other people want you to be thinking.
Yeah.
So if you are thinking about your thinking and thinking about others' thinking for your thinking, then you might want to think about thinking about following us.
Beyond the freaking shadows. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs. Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him. Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work. A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs. Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him. Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. It's horrible. It looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Here we go.
So his character's line was, this pipe is a magic pipe. It's so magical and mysterious. Magical and mysterious. And then he'd trail off and never finish the sentence. It was the last character that Jim Henson voiced in the last episode that he voiced on Fraggle Rock. It was his last character that he invented. And he has this little like tube flute and then he like does like a Pied Piper thing with all the Fraggles.
Huh.
Yeah.
I love Jim Henson,
Last
by the
voice.
way.
Yeah, me too.
Love
Me too.
Jim
Also,
Henson.
they brought Fraggle Rock back, and not as a cartoon, but like as the actual like
puppets.
Puppets,
Cool,
yeah,
cool.
and it's like they're identical. I mean, the opening song's different, which kind of bummed me out. But
Oh man.
otherwise, yeah, it's not like Down at Fraggle Rock. It's none of that stuff. It's yeah, it's not. But all the characters look the same, and it looks like they're gonna have new fun stuff. And the sets are super detailed, and the doozers have upgraded their technology. So they've got like a doozer monorail that runs around.
Oh,
it's
man.
pretty cool. It's
Jim
pretty
Henson's great. I think we had a long discussion about that big sketchbook, his sketchbook from concept art from Labyrinth.
Oh yeah.
Oh man,
dude, he had some cool ideas. Makes me wonder how many ones didn't get like put through to production.
Have you seen how big that sketchbook is?
No.
It's
You told me about
it's
it.
like this, man.
Oh my god.
And maybe 1 or 2% of the stuff was in the movie.
Of course.
Yeah. Jim Henson is the greatest. Any hoots and hollers, welcome in everybody. This is episode 5 of Beyond the Shadows. I am Victus.
I'm Aeon.
And this week we are talking about a cryptid. And I know you've been asking a lot about cryptids. And
I'm interested because I want them all to be real. I know vast majority are just a thing that scared someone in the woods, but there's a bunch of them that I really want to be real because I think it's so interesting.
So I really like cryptids. I love them, but like I really wanted to like just dive in head first with like Bigfoot and be like, yeah,
Right.
we're gonna talk about Bigfoot. But Jesus, it's beat that dead horse as much as you want.
Right.
But
they've made a feature-length
everybody's
movie about it in the
done-
90s.
Yeah, everybody's done Bigfoot.
Harry and the Hendersons.
I'd almost considered doing Mothman this week because I do live in
Oh.
Virginia.
Yep.
And I started listening to Mothman Prophecies and watch the movie, and I do a lot. That's the way I do my research. Is I'll listen to audiobooks while I'm working.
Mm-hmm.
And I started listening to books on Mothman. I'm like, you know what? This is kind of like Bigfoot. It's been beat to death. Let's go ahead with something a little bit more off the beaten trail. So, this week we are covering the Jersey Devil.
Yes.
The
that is
Jersey
one that I've
freaking
heard
devil.
of, but I don't know much about it.
Okay, so
I don't know much about it.
Jersey
or
Devil
how it
is one of
started
the-
or any of that.
It's one of the few that are actually rooted in deep like historical lore. There's a lot of folklore tales that go way back that talk about the Jersey Devil, and so there's a little bit of history to it that take it way back to what's the first the first story is in 1938.
Oh wow.
And it's like hardcore folklore, printed books about it and everything, very early on in American history. And this one was okay. So I like to choose stories that we're going to talk about that have some things that I could show you.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that there was a video just recently recorded. Let me scroll down and see what the date was on this video. ...2015. A video.
That's pretty
Yeah, a video was recorded. I found screenshots of the video, but I couldn't find the video.
Cover up.
Yes. Conspiracy. Aliens.
Aliens. Cover.
Aliens. Aliens. Hand gestures.
The government figured out. They took it away. We don't get to see it.
I think I know why, and we'll get to that later. So, on the flip side of that, I do have some really cool pictures. Like I said, I got a couple screenshots from that video, and I also have a couple of really old newspaper clippings from back in the day. But the Jersey Devil's fun. I like the Jersey Devil. Everybody kind of knows the name. Like, I'm a hockey fan, so of course I knew Jersey Devil just as soon as I knew who the Detroit Red Wings were.
Right.
So it's kind of known, but it's kind of not. But the story behind it is kind of interesting.
I've heard it, but I haven't heard the story. So tell me, walk me into it.
Take it back. Okay, so like every time we do this, I'm always like rehearsing how I'm gonna start the story, because it's the way my brain works. I rehearse conversations in my head for hours before I have them, and I always like my first line is, I want to take it back, and then of course my mind switches to logic to the song "Take It Back," or no, is it called "Take It Back"? I think it's called "Take It Back," but it's a song about him growing up, and and the hook is "Take it back to the way back to the way back to the first black man." Yeah, it goes on and on. It's cool. I love his fucking track, man. But every time I'll start thinking about this, and like, oh, I'm gonna take you back to, and then the song plays in my head, and then I'm like, well, I gotta stop what I'm doing, so now I gotta go listen to some Logic. That's what I was doing when you told me call you. So, yeah, I was gonna just connect and be like blasting Logic, and here you go, buddy.
Also, just a plug, I like your Adventure Time shirt.
Thank you.
That's dope.
Yeah.
That's dope. I love Adventure Time.
So do I. They got this at Walmart for like $7, dude.
I finally finished Star versus the Forces of Evil.
Oh yes, excellent.
I loved it.
We were just watching that yesterday.
I was so glad there were 4 seasons.
Have you seen? Oh geez, shame on me. Fiona and Cake.
Nope.
Do you know Fiona and Cake?
Nope.
Remember Ice King? Ice King does the like fan fiction of Finn and Jake, and it's like all of the characters in Adventure Time, but their genders are reversed. Yeah. There's like
I've never heard of it.
Like maybe 3 episodes where Ice King will be reading out of his book of short stories, and it's like fan fiction about Finn and Jake, but it's really Finn and Jake, but it's really, the way he tells it is it's gender swapped. So instead of Finn and Jake, it's Fiona and Cake. So it's a girl superhero or girl main character with a cat. So everything is swapped. So like Marceline is a boy, a vampire prince. It's the Ice Queen, Prince Bubblegum. Everything.
Oh, okay. No,
everything is gender swapped.
I haven't watched all the episodes, so.
Oh yeah.
I'm not. Yeah.
But they did a spin-off. They did a whole season of just Fiona and Cake just recently, and it's excellent.
Oh, that's cool.
It is so good. It is so good. I love Fiona. I like Fiona and Cake more than I like Finn and Jake. So let me make sure I got the right mouse here. Take it back to the way back to the way back. All right. The Jersey Pinelands of New Jersey. It's home to pine trees and sandy roads, but it's also home to New Jersey's most infamous resident, the Jersey Devil. Designated in 1938 as the country's only state, they said country, I'm sure it's county, the county's only state demon, the Jersey Devil is described as a kangaroo-like creature with the face of a horse, the head of a dog, bat-like wings, horns, and a tail. And for more than 250 years, this mysterious creature is said to prowl through the marshes of southern New Jersey and emerge periodically to rampage through the towns and cities.
So I did not know that there are swamplands in New Jersey. I just assumed it was the entire city of New Jersey.
I'm glad you dropped it because I was gonna be like, hey, no offense to the people of Jersey, but I kind of thought the whole thing was the type of swamp.
I just figured it. I just figured all of it was a friggin' cesspool.
That's right. I said what I said. I don't regret it.
Sorry to our listeners in New Jersey. It was an easy punch, and I had to pull it.
I was gonna say low hanging fruit, man. Yeah. Everybody else gets to make the joke. I can't wait.
Yeah. Hey, I used to live in Detroit. Go ahead and comment on this
Right.
episode and talk shit about
Right.
Detroit. It's fine. I don't care.
Right.
Yes. Oh, by the way, you can do that now. Today, actually, Spotify updated its podcasting thing. Now you can comment on podcasts.
Sweet.
So
maybe we'll get one day.
Comment. We did get a comment on YouTube. On YouTube. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I got to give a shout out right quick. I'm very happy because
was it hate mail?
No, it was somebody actually commenting on my cat ears. I'm totally okay with it. It's totally cool.
That's great. I'm just glad somebody watched it and cared enough to interact with it.
I know, right?
Even if they're like, "Hey, man, that thing in the background, what is that? Did you get that on Amazon?" Like, I'd be cool with
I'm
that.
really surprised more people don't talk about this shit back here. I've got a little bit of everything in the background.
Yeah, I'd be cool with something like that. I'd be like, "Oh my god, you interacted. Thank you so much."
I was like, "Oh my god!" I started jumping about a bit. Yes. All right, comments. Here we go.
I mean, you definitely have the far superior and dope-worthy setup on your end of the camera, for sure.
Okay, hold on. It is at Tina Marie Miller.96. She said, "Love your kitty or cat headphones. Been trying to get a pair of those forever." And then a bunch of cat emojis and a heart emoji and a skull and crossbones emoji and a sparkle emoji. So thank you for watching. Thank you so much
for watching, Tina Marie.
Thank you so much. But yes, if you are listening, I got these at Best Buy. These are little clip-on guys. You can put them on any pair of headphones that you own. That's why I bought them. But thank you for listening. You made our day. Oh my god, I lost my place.
So we were talking about New Jersey being a swamp.
Yeah, sorry, New Jersey. But I want to read that back one more time. Kangaroo-like creature with the face of a horse, head of a dog, bat-like wings, horns, and a tail.
Isn't most of a horse's face its head?
Yeah.
I mean, a horse is like all face. Like once you get past the face part, it's just the back of the skull.
So if you just shrink down a horse's head, wouldn't you kind of say that's dog-headed shaped?
Right. I mean, it's just instead of having like a brow, it's just nose to forehead.
Snoopy.
Snoopy's
a horse.
That's not how I imagined from the name Jersey Devil. Not.
Yeah, I think they gave it the devil name because it says it has bat wings, horns, and a tail.
Okay. And rampages.
Periodically.
Okay.
Periodically.
Cyclical rampaging. Cyclical rage for random towns.
Oh, there's a dead fly on my desk. Fantastic. A snack for later. Okay, so the history is, and this is kind of interesting. This is what I liked about it because there is history about it.
It's at 250 years.
Yeah. The most widely held belief about the origin of the Jersey Devil is that Mrs. Leeds, she was a prominent woman in the area at the time, a resident of Estiville, which I'm not 100% sure where that is. I'm assuming it's somewhere near Jersey, or maybe it was the town that used to be, but now it's New Jersey. I'm not sure. I didn't research the city because it's really moot. She was distraught when she learned that she was expecting her 13th child.
Oh, I would be.
Yeah.
I mean, and the first 12. for all the reasons.
I mean, one would be enough. You know, how expensive is it to raise one child today? Imagine back in 1938.
Oh, I meant when the kid. I meant about the kid shooting the moon. I mean, you got that 12 times. I can only imagine.
I think after 10, they just fall out.
They walk out with a top hat and a cane, swinging it, singing that thing like the WB Frog. Hello, my baby. Hello, my God.
Kicking his foot up. I can't kick my foot up. It's underneath my desk.
Thank you, growing up in the 90s.
Yes. Kids today will never know what we're talking about. It's okay. Go back and watch your Looney Tunes and Hanna-Barbera cartoons. You'll catch up with us.
Yeah, they don't have semi-racist cartoon characters
Oh my
anymore.
God, right? But on the flip side of that, I say this all the time. My introduction to classical music was Bugs Bunny.
Oh, right. Yep.
And opera music.
Also, Ben and Jerry was my first exposure to the concept of blackface.
Oh, yeah, you're
the
right.
lady with the broom that would chase him around. Like, now you go back and watch it, you're like, oh my God.
Yeah, some things just don't age well.
That's so foul.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's bad. Her character specifically is just it's like now when I watched it as a kid, I was like, it's the lady with the broom like chasing around Tom for being a jerk and he won't get the mouse because he's an inept hunter. but now you go back and watch it, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
America had problems at the time.
Yeah, we had lots of problems. So that was
America was having problems.
That was the 20s, wasn't it? 20s, 30s?
Oh, I don't know when Ben and Jerry or Tom and Jerry, Ben and Jerry.
Ben and Jerry.
Tom and Jerry. Ben and Jerry. I don't know when Tom and Jerry came out.
Let me see. When did Tom and Jerry come out? 1940.
Oh yeah, yep. So that
would right around the time the Jersey Devil was born.
There you go.
So now we know the reason the Jersey Devil is so fucked up is because Tom and Jerry influenced them.
So we had Tom and Jerry with blackface and the Jersey Devil all. No wonder America's having trouble. It was post World War. It was just before World War II.
Yeah.
No wonder it happened. I mean, just all the things.
Jesus Christ.
All the things. We're just asking for it.
I'm glad we progressed as a country. I really do.
Right? Okay.
Anywho, for real. So Mrs. Leeds is about to have her 13th child. She was distraught to learn that she was expecting for the 13th time. In disgust, she cried out, and somehow this is a direct quote, "Let the child be a devil." The story continues that the child... Quote. Yeah, it's everything I've researched. It shows that this is a quote. Let the child be a devil, or let it be a devil, or let it be the devil.
Okay.
So the story continues that the child arrived, and the baby was a devil. But there's also reports that the baby was born, he looked fine, but he was screaming and screaming, and his face turned red because he was screaming so much, and then he turned into a devil.
Oh. Okay.
So there's two stories.
Okay.
Choose which one you want. The creature then gave a screech, unfolded its unholy wings, and flew out a window and into an adjacent swamp.
Huh.
As a baby.
Okay.
So don't curse your child before it's born. Lesson learned. Flew out the window, adjacent swamp. Countless stories have circulated describing the devil's escapades, raiding chicken coops and farms, destroying crops, killing animals. His presence has been seen and felt by many in at least 50 different towns in the area when he emerges from his natural lair in the Pinelands. And he wanders through southern New Jersey, sometimes intriguing and sometimes terrorizing the residents. So... he's got a bat cave that he just hangs out in the swamps and just shows up sometimes. I need to turn my air conditioner off. It is getting cold in here. Let's see. Posses were constantly formed to apprehend the devil, but to no avail. And at one point, as much as $100,000 was offered for the capture of the Jersey Devil, dead or alive.
Wow, so a lot of people were
invested there's lots of lesser reports of like coming out into the pasture the next morning and 3 animals had their throats ripped out.
Oh.
Or half the crops in the field had just been flattened and killed or whatever. Or knocking on windows, beating on walls, running across of roofs. Lots of silly shit like this. We will highlight a handful of more prominent stories later on, but there's lots of little bitty sightings. Of course, it was, it was the 40s, so I'm assuming people were just having a hard time and just trying to blame shit on whatever they could blame it on.
Heck, wouldn't that have been the Great Depression?
I'm pretty sure.
Or no, that's before World War I.
Yeah, that was the 20s.
Yeah, that was just after the 20s. Yeah, so it would have been the 30s. So we would have been coming out of it though.
I mean, the 40s weren't great either way.
Yeah, it was just after, not long after World War I. Yeah, what this would have been.
Several reports of the Jersey Devil's death also proved to be inconclusive, even though the scientific community could not explain its existence. Belief in the Jersey Devil is quite real and based on records of concrete occurrences. Reliable people, including police, government officials, businessmen, and many others whose integrity is beyond question, have witnessed the Devil's activities. To this day, people traveling down the Garden State Parkway or the Atlantic City Expressway reported sightings of something or telling stories of strange occurrences. Many continue to believe that the legendary being is still around, disturbing the region, and will continue to do so for generations to come. So that's the story in a nutshell.
So it's also immortal.
Yeah. So human, but
or
immortal.
Is proliferating.
Yeah, we're getting back to the Bigfoot thing. It's if he's out there, I mean,
he's got to have had offspring.
One devil is born, so what is he, asexual and just buds one off and he plops under the ground?
Yeah, it's his tail.
It's the tail. Tail falls off.
Yeah, tail falls off. He sprouts a new one, and the tail sprouts a devil.
It takes root and turns into a fairy tree, and then it grows a devil.
Yeah, devil fruit.
Fruit of the devil. So let's get it. Oh, wrong mouse. Damn, 3 mice over here. One of the first reported Jersey Devil sightings was. Oh, I got a date wrong here. The first reported sightings was in 1812.
Oh, okay. So when did she have the devil then?
Let me find out. Let me Google it.
Because that's a 120 year difference. 129 year difference.
It's Steady trying to ask me questions about Tom and Jerry. 1735. Wow. I totally missed that one.
Okay. Well, there you go. 1735 was when she had.
Jane Leeds, also known as Mother Leeds, gave birth to the Jersey Devil on a stormy night in 1735 in Pine Barrens near Leeds Point, New Jersey.
Dang, so that was before we were the United States.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like 40 years.
Yeah.
Before.
1776
Wow.
is when we signed the Constitution.
Interesting fact. It's not the day that we signed it. It's not the day that we finished writing it. It's the day that Congress ratified it.
Yeah. July 4th, 1776.
Weirdly. Yeah.
And fun note on the Statue of Liberty, the book that she's holding, it shows in Roman numerals on the book July 4th, 1776.
That's cool. The French were super nice.
They were
about eventually.
Did you know
about our independence?
Did you know that there was two Statues of Liberty?
Yes, there's a smaller one in France.
It's right near the Eiffel Tower. Yeah.
Yeah, it's next to a bridge, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't quite reach out and touch her, but she's out there, and people have jumped across.
Yeah.
And or climbed up her.
Interesting fact of the day. Hey.
And we took a very long time to raise the money for the pediment for her to stand on.
Oh my
Like
gosh.
the French paid for everything else, but we had to raise the money for the big limestone.
Oh yeah,
massive
yeah.
stand that it's on. Yeah, they did like a penny campaign.
What's the name of the island again?
Yeah.
Hey Google, what's the name of the island that the Statue of Liberty stands on? Liberty Island, son of a bitch.
I feel stupid. I feel dumb.
Ellis Island, that's it.
Ellis Island. Okay, yeah.
Can you hear her?
A little.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Clip that for later. Show how stupid I am. Thank you. Okay, where were we? Yeah, so 1736 was when the Jersey Devil was born. I'm sorry, I got a burp. Whee. I drink an energy drink and I'm halfway through Mike's Hard Lemonade, so lots of bubbles today. All right, so one of the first reported sightings of the Jersey Devil was in 1812 by Joseph Bonaparte, ironically Napoleon's older brother.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he was here.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. He was like, my brother's doing all the cool shit over here. I'm just going to go to the new lands across the ocean. They'll think I'm important over there. I'll just go by my last name so they all think I'm him. Anyway, sorry. I like to cut it up sometimes. Sorry, I'm relishing in my day off. I'm really enjoying today. All right. He claimed he saw the Jersey Devil while hunting near his Bordentown estate, which I don't know where Bordentown is. I'm assuming it's near New Jersey, logic says.
Mm-hmm.
Sightings occurred, and the legend grew, fueled by animal attacks, strange footprints, and reports filed by eyewitnesses who supposedly encountered the beast. So, I have a note here to show you the first newspaper clipping. We actually have a newspaper clipping. Here we go. Yeah. Check this out. It doesn't.
Oh shit!
It doesn't have a date.
And they call it the Leeds Devil. Then.
Yes, because Leeds was the mother. So it says
hoof prints in the snow.
So this is a really cool story. So this is a whole like paranormal circle in its own. So this story, this is great. This is one of my favorites. I gotta switch positions here because this is so good. Oh, my little legs are falling asleep. So people in this town of Bordentown reported all night long to the police that they were hearing hoof prints or footsteps on their roofs, and people were scared shitless. This was a long time ago. I don't think I have a date on this. So somewhere around 1812. So still very early on. People were talking about how there was footsteps on the roofs, or they would hear scratching at the windows, and they were scared to death. Because back then, Christianity was very prominent, and if you were a Christian, you believed everything bad was the devil.
Right.
So they were hearing this, and they were like, it's the devil. The devil's outside. I'm not going outside. I'm not going to look. Police didn't even go out and look that night. So police go out in the morning. They found hoof prints in the snow that would walk up to houses, and they would look like it would be standing in front of a window for a little while. And then there would be hoof prints on the roof, like it just jumped up and landed on the roof. Walked across the roof, jumped down the other side. They followed this thing for like 20 miles, and it just went through this town from house to house, looking in windows, walking across roofs, and they would lose, like, it would be walking, and then suddenly the trail would be gone. And then they would find it, pick up like a quarter mile away on a roof somewhere. Like it just took off flying and landed somewhere. It is so fucking weird, man. This is a great little fucking rabbit hole that you can go down. This is my favorite piece of evidence about this story because there's so much documentation about this. Tons of newspaper articles. This is one of the newspaper articles that survived. We only have a clip of it, but for those of you not watching on YouTube, I'll go ahead and get Aeon here to read the title of this and maybe the subtitle.
Okay, let me. So the title is "Fly Rival of Leeds Devil," in quotes, has Jersey people frightened. The subtitle, "Hoofprints in the snow, whirring noises in the air, and other uncanny manifestations reach Bordentown and Mount Holly after making sensation in lower counties where natives remain indoors after sundown."
Yeah, so this is an actual newspaper clipping. There is a little tiny illustration here. Excuse me. Let me see. I can't. It's time for.
It looks like a cat head on top of a Falcor-looking dragon.
Yeah,
but not furry.
It's I don't.
And I see what looks like a dog and a cat and a dude running away from it. It says it's time for. I can't read it.
See something US. I can't see how that could be too many words.
Yeah.
I guess
I can't.
I guess it could be church. It's time for church now. I'll arrest it tomorrow. So, he's a cop. Yeah, look.
It's a
look
policeman
at the hat.
running away.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's an illustration of a policeman running away from an obvious dragon in the sky, and a dog and a cat running with him, and he's saying I guess it's time for church. Time for church now. I'll arrest it tomorrow. Very strange illustration. But, this was a long time ago. So this is after 1873 because there is one report in this article about 1873 being a previous date. Old residents of South Jersey are recalling that in the winter of 1894, tracks were made by an unknown beast in the vicinity of Point Leeds, and the creature became famous as the, quote, Point Leeds Devil. There was a similar incident near Bridgeton in 1873. So this was somewhere around 1894, this article. Yeah, it's cool. I love this story, man. I really do. Because some of the podcasts that I listen to, the paranormal stuff, I've listened to whole episodes just about this. Not about the Jersey Devil. I feel like these are connected because the newspaper article says it's connected. It's right about the time the sightings of the Jersey Devil pick up, and it's a nice correlation between the story of the Jersey Devil and this weird story of hoofprints being found all over town.
Yeah, and it's in the area for the Leeds family,
mm-hmm.
And Mrs. Leeds is supposed to be the progenitor of all this in the first place. So
yeah, I think there was more the story about this town where the hoofprints were found. Something about maybe the pastor making a deal with the devil, and like he showed up in the church and said that I will come to this town once a year for the next 1,000 years and terrorize you all, something like that. Like the church darkened and all sorts of crazy shit. Stranger walked in. Yeah, it's a wild little story, but I feel like this is connected to the Jersey Devil.
Yeah.
So, continuing on. We were down to the newspaper clipping. The Jersey Devil's fame solidified itself in January of 1909 when nearly 1,000 reports came in from eyewitnesses throughout South Jersey. While this group of people were testing cannonballs at Hanover Mills in the Pine Barrens, Navy Commander Stephen Decatur reportedly saw the creature and shot it with a fucking cannon. Kudos to this guy. I don't know if you... I don't.
Also, great aim, homie.
That's what I'm getting at. Jesus Christ.
Great aim.
And, we've been firing cannonballs for years, and we barely hit it half the time. If you're lucky, the law of odds and ratios says that eventually you're going to hit your target. This guy fired one shot and nailed the Jersey Devil with a cannonball. Solid ball of steel, this big. Think about that for a minute.
Then did they go and try to find it?
All right, let's see what it says. The cannonball blew a hole in the devil, but it wasn't phased by the projectile. Soon after, strange tracks were found in the fields, but bloodhounds were allegedly refused to follow the tracks. And it became so serious and worrisome, the residents that it became so serious and worrisome for the residents that they closed schools in the area for a short time.
Curiouser and curiouser.
You got to say that while you're...
Curiouser and curiouser.
What was that from? Lord of the Rings?
I don't remember.
I think it was Lord of the Rings.
I don't know.
I say that all the time.
I prefer to misquote things and mostly cite things that are not from the thing.
That was from The Wizard of Oz.
It was definitely The Wizard of Oz.
Curiouser and curiouser, right before she clicked her heels and flew away in a cloud of green smoke. Right? Isn't that what happened? Something like that?
Yeah, it's pretty much
in a nutshell. This is the nutshell, and this is my story inside of it. All right. So now we're getting into, I have a small list of sightings throughout the years, and these were the most well documented. They're paraphrased, they're quickly thrown together. I'm just throwing some information out there. We're going to see what sticks. So our first one we got here is the Salem cab attack in 1927. The Jersey Devil fad died out for a while until 1927 when a taxi driver in Salem City allegedly encountered the Jersey Devil while changing a tire. The man told police that a winged creature was pounding on the roof of the cab. Guess the Jersey Devil really needed a ride that night. Shitty joke in my editing. So, sorry, I try to cut those out because I know they're not good.
It was good. It was worth it.
So think about that for a second. 1927, dude's changing a tire. Fucking thing lands on top of his cab, starts beating on the top. Double hands like this, like a machine. And that's all he says. It scared me.
Was there damage to the cab?
See, that's the thing. Lots of reports of spooky shit happening, but not a lot of solid evidence. But
I mean,
that's why
the police weren't doing a lot of weren't doing much in the way of investigation.
Yeah,
then.
they were still walking the streets, swinging a billy club in the 20s.
Right.
So
right, yeah, not a lot of no investigation.
They didn't know what that word meant, I'm sure, in 1927.
Yeah. That's not how they solved crimes then.
No. Yeah. They usually just found the least white person in the area and said, he's the one that did it, and went over and beat him up for a little while, and
And this one they figured it's a cab. We don't really, it's at night. We don't really feel like it.
I don't know about you, but if something started pounding on the roof of my cab while I was changing a tire, probably would have fell off the jack and crushed my legs.
Right.
I feel like there could be more to that story. From the 20s, we should have better documentation.
At least reported to the police and scratches found on the cab or so. I don't know.
Yeah.
Something.
I mean, there was photography in 1927. Take a fucking picture, bro.
Or a sketch. I mean, they got other stories with sketches, of what was, of the damage or the fire or whatever for the newspaper. But all right, well,
so far we
have what we have.
This is our most solid piece of evidence. A newspaper.
We have what we have.
A newspaper clipping of a cop, a cat, and a dog running away from a dragon. Yes, America. So after the Jersey Devil sightings were reported in 1960, wealthy merchants offered up to $250,000 reward for the capture of the beast. And I'm going to show you our next piece of evidence on file.
Capture or kill?
Capture.
Ah, they wanted a sideshow act.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
They wanted a thing to put out. Hey, that's a fun drawing.
So this is a recreation, of course. I don't think any of the actual, like, I think there was a shitty version of this in a newspaper somewhere, but nobody has the newspaper clipping anymore. Of course. Can you read that? You need me to zoom in?
Let me just change my view here. Reward $100,000. That would have been so much then. For the capture of the Jersey Devil, which they're now calling it the Jersey Devil instead of the Leeds Devil.
Here, let me zoom in so I can read this part.
The creature has been reported as kangaroo-like, with the complexion of a horse, large bat-like wings, the head of a dachshund, short arms with cloven hooves, goat-like horns, and a long forked tail. This creature is said to live near boggy woodlands in the southern New Jersey pine barrens. Keep all pets indoors until further notice. Use caution when nearing this creature. So, I mean, that is a fun drawing.
It is. So, what is this? What do they call these? Wood cuttings.
Yeah.
No, wood cutting would have been medieval times. So this would have been a print.
Yeah, it looks like a block print though.
Yeah.
Like not a typeset thing. It looks like a block print. It is. I mean, I'm going to be honest. It's more comical than scary.
Yeah.
This particular picture, because they definitely made it. They definitely tried to make it look like something that could exist.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like torso is sort of the proportions of like a greyhound, like where they're super skinny at the waist and like a deep chest. And then it has a neck sort of like a stunted giraffe. And its ear, like they didn't really picture the horns in this, but its ears sort of look like little teddy bear ears.
That's exactly what it is.
Right?
Yeah.
And its face is, so I see what they mean by like horse/dog face. So it's got a horse-like skull, but the end of it, the nose and the mouth part are dog-like, but it's elongated and up. You know, the nose meets the top of the head like a horse. And then it's got the bat wings.
It's got tiny little
back legs.
It's got T-Rex arms.
Yeah, its front legs, while they have hooves on them, are like T-Rex arms. They're little tiny like T-Rex horse arms. But then its back legs are kind of like stork legs. With the forked tail is not like the spade-shaped like devil tail in the cartoons. It's like literally like three-pointed tail, like a kind of like a pitchfork, I guess, sort of. More like the ninja, one of the Ninja Turtle weapons, the little three-pointed weapon the dude had.
Yeah, the size.
Yeah, the size. And then it's got big, oversized hooves at the end of these stork legs.
It looks almost comical. As skinny as the legs are,
I mean,
with these big old
very
legs.
Yeah, and there's nothing pointy on it, and its mouth looks like something that grazes grass. So like, there's nothing about it that you'd be like, "Oh my god, I should run." Other than, this. If I saw this walk out of the woods, yeah, I'd be creeped out because I'd feel like, how does it exist? But also, I would definitely have a lot of like, what the fuck, as opposed to, oh my god. It's definitely more of a like a what the fuck.
The least intimidating of the cryptids. Like, you could just walk up and shove this thing one time, and it would just go. Whoa.
Yeah, I feel like its legs would break or it'd fall over, and then I don't know how it would get up based on those proportions.
That's all you'd have to do. That's how you beat the Jersey Devil. You push him over, because then he can't get up. He would just lay there on the ground.
Just spin kick it in the knee.
Help me, help me.
I feel like it'd be a lot of floundering around. Like, this has to be a creature that never gets to lay down, because then what?
You can't get up.
Because then it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. The only reason it's lasted this long, it's just stayed on its feet for 300 years.
Always thinking on its feet. Yeah, it's
that's where the figure of speech came from. The Jersey Devil.
There you go.
Investigative discoveries.
It's a very good draw. I mean, the drawing makes you think like it's a thing that somebody saw, right? Because they definitely tried to make it look like something that could exist, as opposed to like this horned devil, like long fanged, like crazy demon monster. Like, this looks like a thing. Though it's hard to look at it like if you're thinking, as far as, if you're going to take cryptozoology as like a study of animals we haven't found, right? Like it's still got to be influenced by evolution, right? So I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, what are any of these things an advantage for?
I know. It's like they put a bunch of pieces of weird animals together. I feel like maybe they just made a bunch of dice with animal parts on it and
just rolled them.
Blah! The Jersey Devil, we've made him.
I mean, because on the other hand, so if you took the wings away, it could almost be like a single-born deformity of an animal.
You take the wings away, it almost looks like a kangaroo.
Right, a kangaroo.
Maybe
or
standing with its legs fully extended.
Right, yeah, because they have that same sort of like face. Like kangaroos look like in the face. If you take a picture of it next to a deer, like a kangaroo looks like a deer that did time. Like it's all it's like jacked up and like moody.
Oh my god, I'm scared to death of kangaroos. Those things are so strong.
Yeah, I mean they have like all the ripped up muscles and stuff on them. I mean,
dude.
this kind of. So this kind of, I mean, it does kind of look kangaroo-ish, which makes me wonder, like, would a kangaroo have gotten loose? Also, though, then, how did somebody get in their head the wing thing? I don't know.
I think...
And also, would anybody in America have had any exposure to a picture of a kangaroo by then?
I think this was their idea of what a kangaroo looked like. Hold on. Just a little... I want to Google something right quick. You know what? I don't need.
Do kangaroos have bat wings?
I don't need to Google. Okay, you caught me.
What species of kangaroo has bat wings?
So interestingly, the word kangaroo. The first, I think he was someone from Europe. I forget the name of the explorer. The first one to come to Australia and discover it. He had learned some of the native language, and he was speaking to the Aboriginals there, and he saw a kangaroo, and he was trying to get. He's like, what's the name of that? And they would be like, oh, it's a, insert Aboriginal word for tree. That's a tree. What's that? And insert Aboriginal word for a bush. And he saw a kangaroo, and he says, what's that? And the Aboriginal said, kangaroo. We'll come to find out, the word kangaroo in Aboriginal means I don't know.
That's funny. I don't know, because he was just taking whatever they said.
Yeah,
funny.
It was. I just recently, because you remember I used to have those books, the books of completely useless information.
Yeah,
I have the whole series now. So this is my life. This is what I've become. But I was in there, so it's a nice little tidbit. But it's a weird creature, and I'm gonna say, if it were me illustrating this, I wouldn't have illustrated the wings like that. Because if you think about it, I get it. They flatten the image. It makes one wing look like it's coming out of the front and one wing coming out of the back. Ugh.
I mean, they put the animal's body in, like, its torso's in like 3/4 perspective, right? So it's slightly tilted towards you, so you can see it has 2 legs. 2 front legs and 2 bottom legs, but the torso is in profile and the head is mostly in profile, but then the wings are in like straight on view. They're in like portrait. And I'm guessing, I'm guessing somebody didn't say, yeah, it had a wing coming out of its back and one coming out of its chest. I'm sure that they did it so that you'd see it, because the woodcut's not super detailed. I mean, it's got a lot of detail, but a woodcut itself has limits. There's not really shading. It's either black or it's white.
I mean,
so
layer them.
Yeah, I think they're
illustrations.
Also, maybe they weren't paying a lot for artists.
Weren't we getting paintings of like cats with human faces at this time?
Probably.
Go down that rabbit hole. You'll have fun with it.
Oh no.
Almost as bad as that lady who tried to fix the fresco that she discovered with the portrait of Jesus on it.
What?
Have you not seen that? Oh my God. Oh Jesus.
She tried to fix the face.
I'm just gonna pull it up on my phone because I don't want to mess with all the windows.
Where'd you find the fresco? Like, what wall was it on?
I'm just gonna go. Oh, it's an NPR article. Good deal. I have the app. A Spanish woman who really messed up when she tried to restore a 19th century fresco of Jesus. Oh my God. She attempted to restore the fresco. The image was being likened to a werewolf, but news reports in recent weeks have shown her work as some fans, such as the online blah 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 blah, as a detestable depiction of Jesus. Let me show you the picture. I'm really happy that opened in the NPR app. I'm glad I downloaded that.
As a werewolf? Oh no. Oh, dude, no. It's so bad. It's so bad. It looks like it looks kind of like
so this is
an Eskimo.
There's a progression.
Jeez.
It got so bad.
Oh my God.
They must have hired this lady to do this picture of the Jersey Devil.
Perspectives all, yeah, that face, the head's going one way, the face is going the wrong way. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. So,
she wanted,
it's so bad.
And she asked to get paid for this.
Oh.
She said she wanted 2,000 euros for restoring the portrait.
Wow. That's fun.
Yeah. So kudos on you, lady. Good job.
Hey, the balls on that lady.
Hey.
Like, yeah, that'll be $2,000. I destroyed your fresco. That'll be $2,000.
That'll be $2,000. Thank you very much.
That's a discount.
That's would you
recommend me to your friends?
You want to give me some sass? Then it's 5,000 euros.
You own a villa with a fresco. Tell all your rich friends. I'll restore theirs too.
No big deal. Pull a line from Animal Crossing. You get the cousin rate. Animal Crossing fans, rejoice. You know nothing about what I'm talking about, do you?
No, I don't. I haven't watched it.
Oh, no, it's a game, dude.
Then I obviously haven't played it.
Wow. You need to...
Because I thought it was a show.
You need to get it, man. Animal Crossing is the best. So I bought my wife a Switch after we lost our dog.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, she needs something to keep her mind off of things.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I can only do so much. I work nights, so it's hard for her to do what she needs to do. So I researched and found this game. I was like, Animal Crossing is really popular. So I bought her Animal Crossing. And then she started playing it. And then I'd be like sitting in bed playing on my laptop. And
You're looking over.
And I just start watching. And, I'm like sitting there getting just killed in Call of Duty.
Watching Animal Crossing.
So like,
that's so funny.
Like 2 weeks later, I bought one for myself. And then I bought Animal Crossing for myself. Yeah.
Just to get Animal Crossing.
So now we both play every day.
Funny.
We play together, sit in bed. It's a blast.
Hey, well, since you have a Switch, just so you're aware, I have Minecraft.
Excuse me. Sorry, the gag.
I have it.
The gag flex is really strong with.
I have it for reasons I won't go into,
okay.
But
different strokes for different folks, buddy.
See, it's top secret reasons, but I do know that it's on almost every damn platform out there. The server that I'm on is on every damn platform out there.
The only downside is I don't have Nintendo Online, so I can't play any Switch games online.
Oh well.
Unless you're on my network, that can play local play for free. But I am not. Not about to pay to play online. But Animal Crossing.
Yeah, I have it on PC, so I didn't.
Oh.
I didn't. Yeah.
I mean, I can get it for free. I got PC Game Pass, but I tried Minecraft. I can't do it, man. I can't.
I mean, it's tough to look at, but it's the one that I'm on. The people build some amazing stuff, and I like to go around and mess with them while they're trying to build. Like, not stop them, but I'll be like, "Hey, what's up? What are you doing? What's that? How do I do that? Because I don't know anything about this game. What's
I
up?"
thought you were gonna be like, I like to go over there and destroy what they're building.
No. They're all super nice. They're like, "Hey, if you stuff because you want to build," I'm like, I honestly am just here to like look at the stuff you guys are doing. It was like it was free, damn near. So I'm just don't mind me. I mean, if I'm in the way, just tell me. What are you building?
I cannot do it, man.
The part that drives me nuts about it is I'll be like, wait, this all does what? Like, for it being a block game.
Have you seen?
Like they're building machines that like auto harvest stuff. Like I'm like, how did you?
You think that's impressive? There's a guy who built a computer inside Minecraft to run Minecraft.
God, that makes my brain hurt.
Right?
Metacraft. That makes my brain hurt. That makes my. I mean, I know you can run things as like, bits basically. Yeah. Anyway, the stuff people build there is unreal.
Yep.
And so this is a group of artists that I already do like a every Sunday like morning Zoom thing with. There's probably about 12 of us, and one lady's from the Netherlands, and a couple are from California, and anyway, one lady's from, I think she's Irish. Anyway, 3 of them were big Minecraft fans, and they got everybody else into it. And so a couple times a year they start a different village somewhere, and everybody builds their own thing themed to whatever the thing is.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
So right now they're working on a summer village, and dude is building the biggest fucking pirate ship all out of copper.
Oh gosh.
And it's really dope. It's square, it's blocks and shit, but it's really dope, and he's really good at. He's just really creative in Minecraft. Like,
I've tried it.
I'm not creative in Minecraft, but I do love to go around and explore and whack things with a sword because it's funny. Because it's funny because they're blocks. Yeah, they're just blocks. It's funny and it's mind numbing, and it's not it's not serious. Also, there's a VR port for Minecraft, which I try with my
Oculus
Quest. So with my Oculus.
It's
so I am gonna try that.
It's not a Quest anymore. It's an Oculus.
It's an Oculus. I know. Whatever. I'm gonna try it. So back to the thread that we've dropped on the floor.
Oh, I'll get it.
So there's a. If you pick that up and give me the other end of it, and we'll stretch it back out.
It's a sock. Sorry.
Oh,
it's not a thread. I take my socks off at my desk because I run hot constantly.
So we're at the reward. We see that they offered $100,000 reward in the early to mid 1900s.
This was this was 1960 when the reward was offered.
That is unreal. Like,
so blah blah blah. We did the reward. Mary Ritzer Christensen told Weird New Jersey that she got the heebie-jeebies. That's a direct quote. She said heebie-jeebies. One night
she
would, wouldn't she? One night in 1972, when she spotted the Jersey Devil on Green Tree Road, Christensen was driving from Blackwood to Glassboro when she saw a towering figure cross the road about 25 feet behind her car. She described the figure as standing taller than the average man, with thick haunches like a goat and huge woolly head, completely unlike the picture we're showing you now. So apparently everybody has their own idea what the Jersey Devil looks like. Lots of conflicting descriptions, I'm just saying.
Oh, so $100,000 then would be, if you take into account inflation for today, would be worth about $2,343,000. Wow. They wanted the crap out of this thing.
Well, historically, there's lots of times where people believe that cryptids are running around, and the local governments will put up money as rewards. Like, say, for instance, when the werewolf scare was going on in England, they put up so much money to get people to go out and kill these werewolves.
Right.
That was another deep dive I went down looking for this week's episode.
Yeah, various South American countries have had out rewards for chupacabra.
Yeah.
At various times. I mean, because farmers were really losing a lot of livestock, but it ended up getting wolves and another endangered animals killed.
Yeah,
it never found.
It comes, sadly, one of the causes of like the werewolf scare in England and Europe was one man where he was working up the nerve to kill people, so he was slaughtering livestock. And then once he started killing people is when he got caught.
I see.
And
well,
and then of course under torture he said, "Oh yeah, the devil gave me the power to turn into a wolf."
Right.
Under torture. Good job.
Well, and in South America, it got. I mean, also deforestation did this too, but the maned wolf. We talked about it, or I mentioned it in another episode, but it looks like a fox, but it has what seem like unnaturally proportioned long legs.
Oh yeah.
But it's the size of the torso body is the size of like a timber wolf, like big.
Oh yeah.
Like when you see one next to a person, the photos of them by themselves don't really do them justice. There's a picture of a lady from Argentina feeding one in a captive breeding program, and they're trying to bring it back, and it is massive.
Yeah.
It is huge and colored like a wolf, and it's got its hind legs way up and its front legs down, so it really shows you how dramatic the proportions of its legs are. And I could see how someone would be like, "Oh my god, it's a cryptid," because it looks alien. It looks like yeah. There you go. Yeah, that's not showing it next to a person. Like that's like its back would be like up underneath your pecs. Like they're really tall. They're made for hunting in tall grassland. Like
holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's a Photoshop picture. They added that lady into a different picture that you can find online. I've seen that one too. But there is one of a lady feeding one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's a big
Yeah, these things are huge. Big. Creepy.
Like as big as a Great Dane. Like they're big. It's not as heavy, but they're big.
It's like the meat just doesn't grow on its legs. That's so weird.
Yes. And so people it's gotten blamed for being the chupacabra, and it may have been snapping off livestock. I mean, but it wasn't
it's a very elegant creature.
It wasn't an undiscovered, monster.
Very elegant. What an interesting animal.
Yeah, they're only recently back. Now they're considered they're off the endangered species list, at least as far as Argentina and Chile are concerned, but now they're just considered a what's under endangered?
Risk? At risk?
Threatened.
Threatened
or at risk. Yeah, it's a threatened species.
Yeah, so my guess so far is a maned wolf had a baby with a bat and a horse.
To make the Jersey Devil.
Then
got imported.
The end.
Yep, and then got imported.
Yep, and then
all right. So what's our next account?
All right, so we're gonna get into some a mysterious death. Forest rangers, wildlife experts in wildlife habits of the woods. In 1980, at Wharton State Forest, Chief Ranger Alan McFarland saw something that both grossed him out and stumped his wild animal knowledge. A brutal scene on South Jersey farm where a pack of pigs had been killed. He reported that the back of their heads had been eaten while their bodies were scratched and torn. However, there were no tracks surrounding the body and no blood on the ground.
That is super weird.
Aliens. It's really
back
weird.
Of their
back of their heads? What's there to eat on the back of the head?
Well, and it's also like one of the hardest spots. Thickest parts on a pig is the back, their skull.
Like I know a hyena will bite the head.
Yeah, but to eat the rest of it.
Yeah, that's what they do to kill it. I think a hyena has the jaw strength to crush a skull, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know.
because they routinely crush femur bones and eat the marrow out of them.
Strange for 1980. That's strange. And a pack of pigs.
1980.
But no blood on the ground, so figure that.
Yeah, I don't.
Aliens. Aliens.
Unless they got unless it drugged the entire pack somewhere else as they bled out and then stopped bleeding.
Into the sky, perhaps.
Yes, and dropped it somewhere after. sucked all its blood out. I don't know. Now the Jersey Devil's a vampire.
Well, he's the devil after all.
He's been around a long time.
He probably developed some other animal features. Well, he's got bat
Run
wings.
into a lot of things.
Who's to say he doesn't have bat fangs? All right. In the late 1980s, a group of friends went camping and riding dirt bikes in the Pine Barrens, and while riding down a trail about 100 yards from camp, the bikes all stalled. One said it could have something to do with terrain, nearby power plant. However, as suddenly as the bikes quit running, the men heard a piercing, inhuman scream coming from the woods. When they returned to camp, those who stayed behind said they also heard screams. And that evening, one of them went into a local bar and told the bartender about the screams in the woods. The man informed the visitor that he most likely had just had an encounter with the Jersey Devil.
So now it screams.
It screams. Or somebody was being brutally murdered. Again.
Or that.
And it is.
Or that.
It is Jersey. Hey, get chat.
Hey. We'll get another one in. Don't worry.
Sorry, New Jerseyans. New Jerseyites.
We'll make it 3. I'm looking for it.
All right, 19.
Yeah, don't call them Jerseyites. I don't think that.
Jerseyites?
That doesn't sound good. Yeah, I don't think that sounds good. Jerseyites. That sounds.
Gersonians?
Gersonian?
In 1993, Forest Ranger John Irwin was driving alone in the Maluka River when he saw a strange creature blocking the road ahead of him. He said it was about 6 feet tall with horns and matted black fur. The two stared at each other for several minutes before the creature turned and ran into the forest. So that was a pretty...
I mean, that sounds a little more credible.
Yeah, I like the sightings of cryptids where they see it and it stops and looks and then pew, bolts for the woods, because that's very animalistic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've lived in Arkansas long enough to know what a deer does when it gets in front of a car at night.
Right, that sounds like almost one of the most believable. I mean, the thing about the pigs, I mean, I'm sure dude really found the pigs, eaten up like that. I mean, he didn't say he saw the Jersey Devil. He just said he found something gross and weird. But that one, especially, I like the Forest Ranger ones because they're out there in those areas all the time.
Yeah.
So the chance that they'd run across something weird,
Oh no.
that's interesting.
Let's sneeze. Excuse me. Oof.
That sounded cool on the mic.
Thank you. I'll clip that and make that a reel for later. There you go, America. That's how I sneeze. All right, we're getting closer to the bottom here. While traveling on Route 9 in Bayville, 3 cars were forced to slam on the brakes when, according to one witness, a 10-foot-tall Jersey Devil figure, yeah, way to go, with a long head, short, flat ears, ran across the road. One witness reported that the creature emerged from a wooded area near a mini-mall and galloped out in front of traffic, and then disappearing into the woods on the other side of the street.
I mean, so that kind of sounds a little bit like this reward poster.
Yeah.
I mean, the round, flat ears and the facial features.
Mm-hmm.
Did it say wings? Did you say wings? Or no?
Long head, short, flat ears, ran across the road. For something with wings, it sure runs a lot.
Right. Right. Well, and the last Forest Ranger just said matted fur and horns. He didn't say wings or anything. He just said it was tall as hell.
Deformed Bigfoots. That's all we got. That's what it is.
It's all the Bigfoot rejects.
Yep. All right. And our last
end up in Jersey.
Our last sighting, and this one is the most recent. Occurred in Galloway Township in October of 2015.
Oh, okay. Pretty recent.
This is in Little Egg Harbor. Resident David Black said he was driving along Route 9 near a golf course when he saw what he thought was a llama walking in and out of the tree line, which is consistent with this head shape here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And suddenly the creature spread its wings and flew away. He captured the beast's image with a cell phone, and the photo went viral. And there's one video out there
but it is laughably fake, and I will not show
Oh.
it. But I do have pictures of what this guy took. I say that the video was laughably fake. Bear with me on this one, okay? It's not great. These aren't great. This is what we got.
Oh, so, I mean, it looks like a stuffed animal.
It does.
Um,
it's not great.
Mostly because I mean,
so this is.
I mean, it makes you start to think we're actually looking for Pegasus.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these accounts, like a long-necked Pegasus or a llama with wings. The llama is probably the closest thing to a lot of these descriptions.
This is the most cartoonish.
Yeah, this is not credible, I don't think.
No,
But,
it's horribly pixelated, which means it's been downloaded and re-uploaded 1,000 times.
Mhm.
Let me zoom out to the correct aspect ratio. So, well, that's in. So probably something like that.
It's a thumbnail. Yeah, it's a thumbnail.
That is the size of the photo taken in 2015.
Yeah, it's not great. So I guess, I'm starting to wonder if, it'd be interesting to know if all these people are like have always lived in New Jersey, like a lot of these accounts. Because here's what I wonder. I wonder if, the early accounts and how long this has been a thing right in the area and kind of bubbles back up generation to generation.
Right.
It makes me wonder if just anytime somebody sees something weird or they see something that's really quick and their brain processes it funny, if they're like, oh, Jersey Devil, right?
Right.
Because I've seen stuff. I've seen stuff in the woods, right, where I thought it looked like something, and then it turned out to be a funny way a tree sat, but scared the shit out of me until I managed to find a light or realized that while I was sitting there being completely still, it also was unnaturally still, and then circled around and it changed shape and wasn't a shape at all. It was just a tree with a weird berm behind it or something. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I wonder if because there's already this lore in the area, if it's easier for people to jump to it's something. Whereas when I see something in the woods that like at dusk that's hard to make out, I don't jump to, oh, it's some sort of a monster, because we don't have any lore like that here in Northwest Arkansas, or at least none that I know of, because I moved here in like 2000. So
I think there is one, but it's
Is
not. No, I think it's like Southern Arkansas.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say up here. I mean, most everybody's transplants at this time anyway, or by this time.
I know there's like central to Southern Arkansas. There's Bigfoot lore over there.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought that was a mostly like Pacific Northwest thing.
So remember when I was doing traffic control, I would have to travel a lot, and I did a job out in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't take you there today. I don't know where it's at, but I remember it was a little bitty town with maybe like 5 businesses, and then the rest is just sparse houses. Like
it's like everywhere in South Arkansas.
Yeah. And all of the businesses were selling like silhouette plywood cutouts of Bigfoot, and they would be like, Bigfoot souvenirs here, Bigfoot souvenirs here, or like a giant tree carved into a Bigfoot statue, whatever. And stuff was everywhere. It was I asked about it, and they said, yeah, we have sightings all the time. People see, oh yeah, let me tell you, I had something happen there. So for those that don't know, traffic control, I work traffic control, which means if they're going to do construction on the roads, they need those bright orange signs that say like road work ahead or lane closed, whatever. There's a standard that we had to follow when we had to set up these signs. So what we would do is we would get hired before the job started to put these signs up. So we have these big steel posts that had to drive in the ground, then we had to put these signs up on these posts. The ones that magically appear overnight. That was me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So we were getting down to the last couple,
and I noticed that. Excuse me, I'm very phlegmy. I noticed that there was a smell of something dead. I was like, "Oh, somebody hit a deer," and I was looking around because when you live in Arkansas, you see a dead deer. If it's decayed enough, grab its head, throw it on the bed of the truck, take it home. You know, let's hang the deer skull on your door or whatever.
Right.
Right. So I was looking for the dead deer because I was like, "Cool, I'm gonna throw the head in the bed of the truck, take it home." And looking around, I couldn't find it, but I kept smelling it, and got to the last sign, and we're strapping everything down. And I was, at the time I was running my own crew, and so it was me and 2-3 other guys. And I was like, "Gosh, it's so quiet out here." I said, "It's really weird." I was like, "We don't see any cars, nothing the whole time we were out there. We were out there for like 6 hours." It's like we didn't see any cars, and we're standing in the spot where the smell of something dead was. And I'm just like, it's really quiet. And, I told my guys, I was like, strap everything down in the trailer. Let's get ready to go. So they're doing, ratchet straps. So you hear strapping stuff down. And I'm at the front of the truck, still kind of looking in the tree line. And I shit you not, I heard from the trees. Yes. A loud...
How far away were you from the trees?
Maybe 20 feet.
Oh, okay.
Scared the living shit out of me. I turned around and my guys were at the trailer. They all stopped because they heard it. I was like, "Did you guys hear that?" They said, "The guy's sighing?" I was like, "Yeah." And we're looking around. It was starting to get dark. I was like, "Fuck that shit. Get in the truck. We're getting the hell out of here." Scared the living shit out of me. It was so fucking clear. It was like dude was standing next to me.
Dude.
Loud sigh. Oh my gosh, dude. Scared the hell out of me. And that was the Bigfoot country. I mean...
Okay. I seem to remember you told me about that.
Yeah, man. It spooked me.
I feel like you told me about that.
Spooked me to the fucking core, man. I'll never forget that shit.
I didn't remember that it was a Bigfoot town, but...
I mean... If I had to guess, I would say it probably wasn't a Bigfoot. I mean...
Oh, no, it's probably the local serial killer.
Oh,
but...
well, that's fine. I'm getting tired of us. Come on, get out of here.
Trying to... God.
I'm trying to cut this body up.
Trying to do my damn job.
He's over in the bushes, halfway through sawing through a leg.
Can't a man have a damn hobby? Jeez.
Well, I'll never forget that.
Much to do out here.
I'll never forget it till the day I die, man. It was so fucking scary. So fucking scary. Because it was just... The tree line was just dense enough you couldn't see about a couple feet into the trees. Because for those that don't know, in Arkansas, if you're on like these highways that are isolated out in the middle of nowhere, it's a 2-lane highway, and the only thing on either side is trees, and that's it. And it is dense forest.
For like 1,000 hectares in any direction. Like it's dense forest, especially, and a lot of it got logged, 80, 100 years ago. So there's tons of undergrowth. So it'd be even hard to try to go hike through it. It's not like big, several 100-year-old forest where there's no undergrowth and you can see through the trees. It would be tough country to try to.
Yeah, briars and bramble and lots of thorns over there. But it was just, man, it was clear as day. It was like dude was right next to me inside. Because I stopped and I looked over my guys. I was about to ask them if they made that sound, but they were looking. They were all 3 of them stopped and they were looking at the tree line too because they heard it. It was so fucking spooky, man. Spooky. I'm telling you, man, that shit rocked me to the fucking core. I'll never forget that shit. Never. It was fucking wild. But speaking of fucking wild, I got one more picture.
Okay.
Hey.
Is this a good one?
Depends on your definition of good.
Says everything. Oh no, it's worse. I mean, I guess they did better with the stuffed animal, but
yeah, there's depth to this one.
Yeah, its legs don't look like Snoopy's paws.
I hate to say it, but he might have his hammer swinging. It's
not. I mean, so the funny thing is, if you take away the wings, it looks like one of those tiny deer.
Yeah.
Those pygmy deer.
Yeah.
Little bitty deer. It looks like one of those, except for the part where it's flying through the air.
It looks like a goat.
But its wings, but its wings look like those cheap costume wings you get for like an 8-year-old for Halloween. Like they're just bent over wire and they're too round. There's no joint.
Yeah.
Where there should be a bending joint for the flapping. Like it's just a rounded wire. Yeah, this is it's got sort of a griffin hooked beak nose thing going on, or beard.
It's like they took a stuffed animal and then taped cartoon wings on it.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's like they blurred it so you wouldn't see the fishing line it's hanging from.
Yeah, I couldn't track down much information about this picture. It's not great, man. It's not great.
It's bad. I mean, in this whole thing, there's no real. I mean, it's a long perpetuated story with like zero evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Other than, a lot of, it ends up in the paper a lot. A lot of people seem to believe it. Many more, at least locally, than like Bigfoot. Right? It's almost like a regional belief.
Yeah.
Right, in that area. Like a lot of people will be like, "Oh yeah, no, it's definitely." I mean, it's definitely there. I mean, they even named their hockey team. I mean,
yeah.
Like it's such an idea meme that it persists, but which is interesting. That's why I say, like, I wonder if it's because it goes so far back, because it's not like there's compelling evidence to keep this thing going.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You just have a lot of anecdotal accounts of people that I think already might have it in their mind to try to, and then they see something weird and automatically it's Jersey Devil.
Yeah, that's why. It's another reason why I didn't choose to do like Mothman. I love the idea of Mothman. I live in Virginia. It's near and dear to me. I want to go and visit the statue, but I looked at the research and I looked at what evidence was available. I was like, there's no evidence to prove this thing was real other than a handful of eyewitnesses that said he was around the bridge the night it collapsed.
Right.
And there's one witness who said they saw him on 9/11 at the Twin Towers.
Oh, that kind of puts a even worse cheese factor on the story.
So,
because he just likes to make things collapse.
Well, no, the thing is he's the precursor to the eventual disaster. So my thing is he knew the bridge was going to collapse, and he showed up. He knew 9/11 was going to happen, and he didn't say anything. You fucking asshole!
Yeah, what a jerk!
What a fucking jerk wagon! Sorry, Americans.
He's like, I just come to stand menacingly, broodingly over the disaster,
perched on the corner of a tall building like Batman.
Right.
Yep, there it is.
I am Mothman.
I am Mothman. I am Mothman.
I am Mothman.
I am Mothman. Always grimacing. Always has a scowl on his face.
Like he's angry and constipated at the same time.
I am the night. I am darkness. I am Mothman. Or is always doing. What year was that? Where the Batman was always doing the. You know you are. What Batman?
I don't know.
It wasn't. Not Val Kilmer.
The other one-time Batman.
No, not Beetlejuice guy. After that.
Oh, that's who I was thinking. Clooney?
No, not Clooney. Damn, Clooney was Batman, wasn't he?
Clooney was Batman with nipples. He was the Batman costume with areolas and nipple titties, nipple tips. Yeah, and so did Robin. They just really went.
Oh, jeez,
who
was the?
On that one.
Now I want to know because I watch these all the time. Batman actors. Christian Bale. That's it. Yeah, he was always
Christian
doing.
Bale.
always sticking his
yeah.
lips out.
I was thinking
Do
older
what you
Batman.
have to protect the citizens of safe. Lots of duck face.
Yeah, I did see a meme that had a picture of the Clooney bat suit like in a museum, and it said nipple Batman just hits different. Or the nipple bat suit just hits different or something like that. I was like, oh my god. Because I had forgotten, like, for after watching it when it came out, like whenever I saw it again, I was like, oh, that's right. He had full on areolas and
oh, it's too
nipples.
bright. I can't show you. There's a bunch of people.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Christian Bale was
A bunch of people took
I do
screenshots of him doing
His
that.
making the face. Yeah.
It's like his mask was too tight. Yeah, it's just like his mask was too tight, man. That's bad. Ew. Oh, jeez. Yeah, his mask was way too tight. They needed to loosen that thing up a little bit. Dude's lips were always sticking out.
Oh, he had the short lip, like he'd had some facial surgery.
It's like
He had too much filler. Yeah. He had the upper Kardashian lip.
To give you an idea, I googled Batman duckface. Because that's what it was. It was Batman with duckface.
Yeah.
It was so bad. But we're not going to talk about. Oh, jeez. What was the? Shame on me. What's the guy from Beetlejuice?
I'm drawing.
I watched it the other day.
Didn't Tim Burton also do that movie of Batman? Okay, that's what I thought. That's why he got him to do him as Batman. The actor whose name we should know in our failing pop culture.
Michael Keaton. Jesus fucking
Michael
Christ.
Keaton. There you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Michael Keaton was the stiff neck Batman.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Where they made the headpiece and the shoulder piece one giant fucking piece. Hark. Villains.
I failed American pop culture in college.
Sad thing is I watched that last weekend.
Did you?
Yes. Shame on me. And I watched Beetlejuice last weekend. Also shame on me.
I really liked my of all the Bat movies, in the Michael Keaton one, Penguin, the Imagining of Penguin.
Oh yeah,
I just really loved it. Yeah, because
was it Danny DeVito?
Yeah, but they made the character both like repulsive and like endearing. I don't know, it was weird. It was super weird. Like he was vile and endearing at the same time. It was
always eating raw fish, the black goo dripping from his face. That was great.
And his swirly umbrella, like it was good. I saw they're putting out it's either a movie or a series that's just Penguin, but it's like they're going with the super realism, like Christian Bale type thing.
Okay.
Where he's just a fat guy and kind of a hangy face, but they're not doing any crazy makeup on him. He's just a thug.
Unpopular.
A thug trying to get back at the Marconi family.
Unpopular opinion. I really like the Jared Leto Joker.
Oh, it was a great Joker. That's unpopular opinion?
Yes. A lot of people were really, Heath Ledger. He took the legacy with him.
Heath Ledger was amazing.
He was amazing, don't get me wrong.
He was amazing, but the Jared Leto, that was in
that was the newest one. Well, no. Yeah.
No, it was
a Christian, no, not a Christian Bale. Yeah, it was a Christian
Jared
Bale.
Leto. Jared Leto was in the Suicide Squad as Joker.
Wasn't he in a Batman? When did Jared Leto play Joker?
Because he was definitely in there as Joker in
he was Joker in Suicide Squad. I'm sorry, shame on me.
Yeah.
I watched that movie a bunch too.
Yeah, he was. I liked it. He was the like gangster Joker. Like it was cool.
Some things need to evolve with the times, and I think that evolution of Joker was excellent.
Also, given how long the Joker character persists, right? He really is a gangster. He's not like a schizophrenic thug. Like he persists for a long time. he's like in the underworld of Gotham, right? So like him as this like respected gangster that's also known for like might just cut your throat for saying something off or not laughing at a joke. Like it came across that way. Also, he came across as pretty menacing. I mean, weird.
The face tattoos, the grill,
but menacing. Yeah, it was good. It was good.
I loved Jared Leto in that movie. It was great.
It was good. I thought his Lamborghini was hilarious.
Oh, that was great. Yeah.
The lit up like underglow and inglow like Lamborghini. Yeah, it was funny.
It was good.
I liked it.
And then, I mean, I'm just gonna say, while we're on the subject, there's another Joker movie coming out with Joaquin Phoenix.
Oh yes, I saw it come across my
so good.
Come across it somewhere, but yeah, I haven't seen it. But is it coming out or is it coming?
It's coming out.
It's coming out.
Yeah, they're filming now. It's good. I love
Joaquin Phoenix is always good.
Stellar performance of Joker.
One of my favorite movies of his is Last of the Buffalo. I think it's just called Buffalo Soldiers.
Yeah.
Which is funny because it's really a reference to
the African American soldiers during the Civil War.
Yeah, during the Civil War, but he's like he's a white guy in Germany during peacetime in the Cold War.
Nothing to do with the Civil War or African Americans.
Whose specialty is cooking down stolen morphine.
Ugh.
Stolen government morphine, cooking it down into heroin.
Oh, nice.
And selling it on the base. And it's the middle of the 80s, so like everybody's got a heroin problem too.
The 80s.
And yeah, and so that's what it all centers around. But yeah, it's the role that he plays is just phenomenal. It's so good.
Oh yeah, there's a nice little side note on Joaquin Phoenix. His brother River Phoenix is known to haunt the bar that he was shot in front of.
What? Really?
Yeah.
In what way?
He
haunted in what way?
Like they've gotten EVPs.
Oh, really?
Like they'd go around and ask who's in the room with me, and they would get the clear name River.
Okay.
Which is a unique name in itself, so I don't know how you'd screw that up.
Why did he get shot?
Wait, did he get shot or did he overdose?
I thought he overdosed.
Hey Google.
I thought he overdosed the VIP.
How did River Phoenix die? Overdose, yeah. Oh, cool. They showed a picture. Cool.
I thought he overdosed after a particularly long night of rabble-rousing.
But he died in front of the bar.
Oh, okay.
I think what I'm getting mixed up is it was like a gangster spot in the 40s, and there were bullet holes in the wall. But yes, he's known to haunt that bar because it was one of his favorite places, I guess. And yeah.
Oh, okay.
Lots of EVPs out there, people talking to him.
Yeah, I don't think I want to stick. I can't think of anywhere I really want to stick around and like haunt.
Yeah.
Sounds not super fun. Although I guess maybe they don't choose that, but yeah, I don't think there's anywhere I'm attached to enough to be like, I'm gonna ooga booga everybody here for the next 100 years.
I'm gonna haunt anywhere. It's gonna be an arcade, and I'm just gonna play all the games.
Mess with people's scores.
Oh no, I'm gonna help them. I'm gonna be the Casper friendly ghost.
I'd wait for the dude that takes it way too seriously and eat his quarters.
Oh.
Puts it in the machine, nothing happens.
Yeah,
scores, his score goes down.
Oh no.
And then the little 10-year-old that comes in and has never played, puts in a quarter,
hits the
gets
world
a million
record.
Points.
Yeah,
gets 1,000,000 points just by punching start. Skip to the last level. You win, kid.
Yay. All right, so let's come down on a verdict about this.
Okay.
Man, I want to believe this. I really do. It's very deeply seated in folklore. It really is. It's a great story. It has some foundation, as opposed to, like, say, Mothman just has a handful of sightings. This one's got a bunch of sightings. More than I could put into this podcast for one episode. But we're presented with evidence like this.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to take things seriously when you've got a stuffed animal with, freaking Halloween store bat wings on its back as evidence. So I'm gonna have to call it some bullshit, dude. I want to believe. I want to believe. That's a poster we need for back here.
So I had all kinds of visions of what this thing was supposed to look like, because like I said, I didn't really know much about it other than I've heard of it, you know. But it's disappointing because it's probably one of the oldest.
Oh yeah.
You know, other than like you know, tribal or Aboriginal stories of, you know, or Native American stories of things like, you know, like skinwalkers and stuff like that.
Don't get me
There's
started on
not
Skinwalker Ranch.
Well, I'm saying this is probably the oldest American, like Americans.
Yeah, I think the only one that's
post-colonization.
I think the only one that's older is Champlain.
I don't know that one.
Champ. It's a Loch Ness monster-like creature in Lake Champlain.
Oh yeah, no, I have heard of that. Yeah, and they still have stuffed animals at Champ.
Yeah.
So I like it because it's so old, which makes you want to feel like, oh, well, it persists for a reason. But I'm gonna be really honest. I don't see anything here that makes me feel like it should be persisting, and makes me feel like it's just something with New Jersey.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
There, I got it in number 3.
Ding.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to call it bullshit. There's nothing in here that makes me want to go tell someone, be like, no, but have you really read about the Jersey Devil? Like, there's nothing in here that makes me want to do that. I would feel silly.
It's good storytelling, but it comes down to, you're right, it's just folklore. It's a great story.
Honestly, the coolest stuff are the oldest stuff.
Yeah, this new
in this
shit are fucking stuffed animal with bat wings on it.
Yeah,
this ain't gonna cut it, people. Come on.
Everything before they offered a reward is interesting, and
this is great.
And actually seems like people not trying to make something up. They're actually scared of something.
Yeah.
The stuff later, I mean, other than maybe the forestry guys, the forestry service guys. I mean, those are cool accounts, but again, I mean, it's just what some dude said, and you know, I mean, I don't know the guy, so I'm not inclined to believe or disbelieve that he said it, but it doesn't help me believe the story.
Right.
But, you know, like the guy saying he saw something tall and hairy and it stared at him and walked away. I mean, that sounds more like a realistic account of an odd, you know, undiscovered animal.
Mm-hmm.
Like that sounds like something, but mostly because it sounds believable. It's not like, oh, it took flight, or, you know, it turned to me and hit me with its laser eyes. Like, you know, it's you know, but also because it's so, because it's so animal-like, and it was dark, and it was his headlights. I also feel like maybe he just didn't see it very well.
Yeah.
You know, maybe I had bad eyesight, dirty window, been up all night. I mean, you know, that doesn't really help the case at all. So yeah, I'm gonna have to call it shit too.
That is unfortunate.
I'm glad Jersey's got something to believe in.
That's number 4.
But I don't.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I'm sorry, everybody. We're gonna have later on. You know,
we're gonna get lots of hate mail from the people
traction and people go back. 2 years from now, we'll get our first hate mail from New Jersey.
A guy from Jersey is gonna listen to this and be like, "What the fuck is this?"
I'm gonna light them dudes up.
I'm thinking
be like, wait.
I'm
be like, man, I'm just glad you're listening to 2-year-old episodes, man. I agree with you. We're awful.
Thinking of that Joe Pesci meme from Casino where he's standing there. What the fuck is this piece of shit? Love Joe Pesci. Love that movie, Casino. See it a million times. I'll watch it a million more.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I'm gonna be like, oh no, man. You're right. We're terrible. I'm crying right now because you listened to an episode that's so old. I'm just so thrilled.
And again, I will flash it on the screen now. For me, post editor. Sorry, state is New Jersey a state? Yeah, it's a state.
Yeah, it's a state.
Sorry, state of New Jersey, that we know so little about you, and our preconceived ideas are only shitty stuff.
All based on terrible shows.
Yeah,
all based on terrible shows and movies.
Sorry, y'all. Don't hate our fucking podcast.
And everything every comedian's ever said about New Jersey.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll take that.
But if you do hate us enough, email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Let us know what you think. If you get an idea for another episode, let us know. I've actually taken the time to type up all this information now, so that way I don't have to be like, wait a second, what's our email?
We're getting professional.
We're getting there. Yeah. Now that I have
We're
this
getting
typed up, I can just copy and paste into the show notes. But
So, do you already have an idea since we missed last week for the holiday? Do you already have an idea of what you want to do next week?
Well, two things came to mind while we were talking in this episode. One is we could either do a ghost issue or a ghost episode with EVPs, or just do an episode on EVPs.
Ooh, let's do an episode on EVPs, because the only one you've played for me was the one with the Lorraine and no, not then the
It was the rapid fire episode with the kid leaving the kitchen.
Yeah. So, but you said there's some really good stuff out there.
Oh man,
with EVPs. So I want to hear some EVPs that'll make my skin crawl.
I'm getting people bumps right now just thinking about it.
Okay, let's do some good EVP stuff next week, and we'll do that. And we'll circle back around to some UFO stuff too later. I do want eventually, because I did ask, when I was little, I can still remember my dad mentioning, I don't remember if it's because we were watching a show or something came up, but my dad mentioned, he's like, just like real matter of fact, he's like, oh yeah, no, I saw a UFO once. And I was like, like across the sky. He's like, oh no, in my backyard. So he's got a whole story.
Yeah, we need to get that.
He has a whole clear description and everything. Now, no pictures or anything. He was a kid, and I think he was at his aunt and uncle's house, if I remember right. But he lived in Jacksonville, Mississippi at the time. So,
okay,
he was little.
Cool. Yeah,
he was little. So we'll get him on, and basically what I'll do is I'll get him on the speakerphone, and I'll talk to him on the speakerphone next to the microphone. We'll get him on for one of the UFO episodes. We can't make a whole episode about his thing. There's not that much to it.
Yeah,
but,
cool.
We can get him on there for it. And, see about that.
Yeah, it was either EVPs, or I was thinking about forest rangers talking about stairs.
Stairs?
So
what do you mean, like with the eyes, or like with the stepping?
With stepping.
Stairs.
So
with the stepping?
There are lots and hundreds, if not thousands, of reports of people that do search and rescue in large forests and state parks, finding perfectly brand new cases of stairs in the middle of the woods. And a lot of the stories go, new guy gets hired and they get called up for a search and rescue, and they're out searching, and he sees some stairs, and he says something to his supervisor, and he's like, no, you don't touch them, don't go near them, just walk away. Or there'll be a story of the new guy going out, seeing him, walking up the stairs, and then coming back down, and then spending the rest of the day looking, coming back, and they start freaking out and be like, where were you? And he's like, I just went out and searched like everybody else. Like, you've been gone for 5 days.
Ooh.
And then
are there some good accounts though?
There's this, my first real trip down a rabbit hole was about stairs. There's a YouTube channel I follow. We could save it for later. I really want to do EVPs.
Okay, either one. I was gonna say, I know you said you really like EVPs though. So
I love EVPs. They're so
and
good.
I don't have hardly any exposure other than the worst examples, which are those ghost hunter shows that are syndicated on channels that shouldn't be covering it, like Travel Channel and what's the other, Bravo, and all that garbage, where South Park made that episode making fun of them, where they're like, what did you hear that? It's sort of a it was like a, did you hear, it's just them making stupid noises, like, look, a ghost literally peed my pants. Is everybody getting this? Are you getting this? Is it in the shop? It's so funny. And so those are the only shows I have any experience with where they have to get results for every episode, and it just seems super bogus.
Yeah.
They bring a bunch of equipment and get not a thing. And some of them, like there was one that I wish I could remember the name of it. It was only interesting to watch because they did go to some creepy places.
Yeah.
Now, the 6 or 8 episodes that I watched, they never found a damn thing, but they did go to like some derelict prisons from the 1920s and like, you know, stuff that is, you know, had heinous stuff, or like, you know, mental institutions when they still abuse patients. Like they go to some creepy places with some awful history, and they've got a big long spiel about the history, and they talk a lot about that, enough to creep you out.
Yeah.
Besides, you know, them hanging out there in the dark. And they never have any results or find anything. They act like, oh, well, we think we sort of got like a little whisper of thing. They don't. But the places they go to are super creepy and interesting.
Well, I will do a
So I'd be
deep
interested to hear some real EVP.
Yeah, I'll do a deep dive and find some good ones. I'll see if I can't get a good 20 of them or so. And we'll talk,
that'd be good.
Talk a little bit about the science behind EVPs. So look forward to that next week.
Yeah, I'd like you to run down how people are recording that stuff, because I'm, you know, as you know, I'm a big sound guy.
Yeah.
So I want to know how they're doing that stuff. And like, you know, also I'd like to know, if you know, because I don't, every like modern, you know, ghost horror movie, they always bring out a bunch of equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
The equipment.
Mm-hmm.
What is that supposed to be representing? Like, is there a bunch of equipment the ghost hunters bring out? What kind of stuff?
Yeah, I've done some, so I could tell you all about it.
So get into some of that stuff too, and tell us like what, you know, what sort of, like, what's the coolest kit? Like, what's the stuff?
Yeah, there's
people
one
bring?
specific guy that I could talk about. He's really revolutionizing current paranormal investigations. Dude's using he's making his own equipment he's repurposing shit. My favorite thing is he takes the camera from an Xbox Connect, because it has
depth sensing.
It's got the tracking for humans, and he's catching figures where there aren't figures.
Oh, like it's registering a figure, but there's obviously no one there in the camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because they do the
really
tracking
good
with
ones.
both the visual, and then they've got a depth sensing camera.
Yeah, Xbox Connect
on
camera's
it.
pretty great. We'll get into that next week. It's good fun.
Okay. Yeah, show us some of that stuff, because I am interested in that, because that's, you know, it's all there. It's people trying to prove it with empirical evidence and science, which I really dig, because you know, I want to molder the thing.
Okay, cool.
We'll
do it.
I want to be into it.
We'll do it. Well, I'm going to go ahead and plug our socials right quick. If you guys want to shout out to us, you know, give us an idea for an episode, or want to talk shit about how much we talk shit about the state of New Jersey tonight, email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. We are on Instagram at Beyond Shadows Podcast, and we are on Facebook, Beyond the Shadows Podcast. We all have this right here that's above me. This is our logo. So look for that, and you will find us. We don't have a lot on Instagram, and we don't have a lot on Facebook. But every one of these episodes are uploaded to YouTube and uploaded to Spotify. I don't think we're on Apple Podcasts. I don't know. I don't have an iPhone. Wait, you have an iPhone?
I do.
Do you have Apple Podcasts on there?
I have Apple Music somewhere.
Yeah, so so when we get our analytics, we don't usually get... It always says Spotify. Everyone's always listening on Spotify. So I'm assuming, because we're publishing through Spotify, that we're not on Apple Podcasts.
Yeah, I assume you have to actually publish to them.
Yeah, it used to not be like that. Years ago. This is my 3rd or 4th podcast, so.
Oh, no, I don't. Oh, wait, there we go. Apple Music. Beyond the Shadow. Does not look like it. There's a bunch of stuff with the name Beyond the Shadows. Most of them are albums, songs.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll see about getting us pushed out the Apple Podcast too.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that'll cause a conflict with Spotify or not. So we'll see. We'll look into it. So, again, our email, beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Feel free to reach out to us. And we look forward to hearing from you guys. And next week, we'll be talking about EVPs and paranormal investigations. So make sure that you follow us.
Beyond the Shadows.
There we go.
Good night, everybody.
Jeez, I was wondering if you were going to do it.
Hang
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs. Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him. Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work. Beyond the shadows. A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs. Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him. Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
All right, so microwaves.
Microwaves?
Something everybody has microwaves. Microwaves.
Yeah.
We all have them, and those aren't the things I'm talking about. So, background microwave radiation from the universe. People have heard about it, or I'm sure you've heard somebody mention if you watched any like show on, how the universe was formed, things like that. Background microwave radiation. But what I never understood was, okay, so background microwave radiation is left over from the Big Bang.
Yeah.
The thing I was missing was, okay, so I don't understand. How does the Big Bang make this ever-present background microwave radiation? So turns out when light moves through a gaseous cloud like the beginning of the universe or the sun, right? Like the sun looks solid, but obviously besides the burning to death by trying to put your arm through it, it's not solid, right? It's not.
It's a ball of gas.
It's not a solid thing. Yeah, but the reason it glows is because every time an electron gets in the way of a light wave, it diverts it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shoots it all over the place, and then bounce off another one, and so it takes forever for, I can't remember, it's thousands of years for light to escape from the middle of the sun out to the chronosphere, the outside of it. Okay, so the color of light, when produced from fusion reactions like that, the light is actually directly related to the temperature that it is.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, light somewhere, red shifted is somewhere in the 20,000 degree range. Ultraviolet is somewhere in the like 50,000 degree range, right? So, the initial light, the initial burn from the Big Bang was somewhere down in the red, somewhere around 1,000 degrees. The cooling between then and now, the universe is about 3 degrees, generally, out in the space. And it turns out that 3 degrees corresponds to microwave radiation. So as you move down the scale of electromagnetic radiation, right? Gamma waves way up at the top at super high energy, down through other stuff that I don't remember the name of, most people don't interact with, down to light waves, and then down under light waves you have above light is infrared, below light is ultraviolet. Infrared is below. Okay, infrared.
Yeah.
And then you move down into microwave radiation. So as the universe cools, it will actually turn into other radiation eventually. Because it's about the heat and excitation of the electrons, and therefore how much light can pass through and in what wavelength it passes through. So now it's down into microwave radiation. And for those of us that grew up with a TV that had a dial,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Whenever you put the dial in between channels, you get static. I think it's something like 3% of that static is actually, you're actually seeing the background microwave radiation of the universe.
Cool.
But that is what I learned on Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson, because somebody asked him, they're like, okay, so I've heard about background microwave radiation, and then it has something to do with the Big Bang. Like, I get that you're using that to measure it and that it's everywhere and that it's there because of, but like, did it just put out a bunch of microwaves? Like, tell me how it worked. And so he explained how it worked. And I'm big, I'm a science nerd. And I had, of all the shows that I've seen that explain, the formation of the universe, nobody ever clued in that point.
Right.
The why. The why was, a big explosion of light now is microwaves. Nobody ever made that connection for me.
Wait,
I had no idea. Why?
It's
Why?
ASL for why.
Why? I was just doing my hand
that's
gestures.
ASL for why. the letter Y.
The letter Y.
Yeah.
So that was, I happened to tune into it because you were telling me I should watch it, and he was doing a Q&A from Facebook, and it was very good.
Cosmic Queries. Gosh, that man's voice is golden. Oh my
And
God.
at the end, remember everyone, keep looking up.
Yeah.
Like, so good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Beyond the Shadows is just we'll never touch that level of awesomeness with our silly little podcast.
No, unfortunately. we try to make up for it in humor.
We do, which we don't have a lot of. We try, while we're talking about awesome podcasts, I want to plug This Paranormal Life. Shout out to Kit and Rory of This Paranormal Life. Those were the guys that brought me back out of my I'm done podcasting shell. Fantastic podcast, This Paranormal Life. Go check them out. Hilarious comedy paranormal investigators. Hands down my favorite podcast every year. I actually listened to this week's episode today while I was painting my staircase. So, it's so good. Yeah, give us a shout. Kit and Rory, talking to you. Give us a shout. Neil deGrasse Tyson. We said this last week. Neil deGrasse Tyson, give us a shout, guy. Hey, I'm in Virginia. Come by. I was telling somebody the other day, I was like, I called out Neil deGrasse Tyson on the podcast. I was like, have him come on to the show. Like, fuck, you don't have to talk about science. You talk about science with everybody. Just shoot the shit like we're one of your old homeboys. Talk about anything other than science for once. Come over and have some coffee. I don't even want to pick your brain. I just want to sit down and talk to the guy.
Yeah, I want to know, like, when he's not doing awesome science commentary and super cool documentaries and symposiums and college appearances and teaching. I mean, I don't know how much time's left after all that, but
what does he do? Yeah.
Yeah, what does he do? Does he like dogs? Does he have a dog? Is he a dog person?
I don't know.
I know, these are the hard-hitting questions that I want answers to. Like mac and cheese.
Every now and again, just like
cheese.
Just like mac and cheese. What? How did mac and cheese tie into that?
If I want to know, the people things about him. Like, does he like mac and cheese? Does he keep a dog? Does he is he a Pepsi or a Coke guy? Like, does he always have ice with his water, or is he like cool with just straight out of the tap, or does he have to have it like out of the fridge?
I will say,
these are the things that I want to know.
I do feel like he's a very open-minded individual. I listened to one episode where he was talking to a guy who's doing extensive studies on LSD and DMT.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "Do you want a dose?" He's like, "I could bring you in the study."
Oh, nice. Nice.
He's like, "It's totally legal, totally legit. It's fine." He goes, "It'll be under control." He was like, "I would really need to see some science behind it, some long-term." He was like, "I understand that, like, people are like, yeah, I did DMT and it was mind bending and it opened my eyes. He's like, but I need to see if like long term, if that's going to affect anything with the brain, because this is my thing and I can't risk it. He's like,
hey, tap your mic real quick. You're kind of quiet.
I am.
Yeah.
No, maybe. I'm wondering if it was out of
Yeah,
sorts.
that's better.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, it's better.
I was looking
Sorry.
at levels on OBS. It seemed like it was fine. I am probably a little quiet because I am a little under the weather this week. But
yes, Victus has been sick all week.
Yes. I'm going to let me see if I can turn up my microphone just a little bit.
And then you can edit this out and we can just tie right back into the thing you were talking about.
Oops. Yeah, I'm going to edit that out. There we go. Yeah, I don't think it's going to get much better. I'm just...
No, that's good. That's better than it was.
Yeah. Yes.
I think it's a little far away from you. That's what it is.
It's a little far away. Is this better?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay. I was actually speaking softly as well.
Ah.
But yes, I was sick this week, and today's the first day I was actually able to get up and do some stuff. I did some things around the house for the first time in 5 days, got out of bed. So I'm looking a little rough. I sound a little rough, so bear with me. But we're going to make this shit happen. We totally missed the intro. Welcome, everybody. This is Beyond the Shadows podcast. I am Victus.
I'm Aeon.
And this week we were talking about the aerial school UFO incident. Crazy little story out of the 90s. In a nutshell, UFO touchdown outside of a school in 1994 while the kids were all outside playing.
Oh, dun dun dun.
Beep, beep. So I am going to play a little bit with the format this week. You know, now that you mention it, my levels do look a little low.
Dude, you're still pretty quiet.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
Damn it. I'm wondering.
That's much better.
Is it okay? Is it?
Yeah, it's much better.
Too loud?
No.
All right. I may have actually.
It maybe down a scotch.
I may have actually bumped a button or something. How about that? That sound better?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay. I may have actually bumped some buttons because the way it's sitting, we've mentioned this before. I have 3 computers in front of me. So I have a desk, a big desk. My laptop sits on the desk. 2 monitors from 2 desktop computers in front of me. But I have the mixer for the microphone is sitting on the desk. But when I put the laptop on the desk, I think I may have actually bumped some of the knobs with the laptop. I have a very large laptop, so very likely, in all likelihood, I may have bumped some knobs or something. But, yeah, so I said it last week. I went ahead and got it. I want to believe poster.
The poster.
I'm very happy with this. It's really, I'm fucking jazzed. Again, shout out to Kit and Rory at This Paranormal Life. Got me on the bandwagon of wanting cool shit with that have to do with the podcast in the background. They have a whole conspiracy wall in the background of their podcast. It's like a huge bulletin board with like red string and thumbtacks connecting all over, and it's a really cool little thing. I don't watch a lot of their stuff on YouTube because I don't have time to just sit around and watch YouTube, but I get the gist of it. It's fun. I think they just put up some stuff for some recently unclassified documents. They printed off an entire document, and they've got some stuff on the bulletin board now. Which
that's cool.
Let me go on a little bit of a tangent right quick. Hold on. So did you know? This would have made a great opener. The United States government actually has a contingency for a zombie apocalypse.
I think I did know that. I don't know what it is, but I believe I heard that and was like, it sounds like something they'd do just in case.
I think we've talked about it.
Okay.
Many years ago. But yeah, there's actual. I don't know, like. I couldn't give you like numbers of a file to look up. But full contingencies, what to do if a zombie apocalypse happens, and I did read a little bit of it, and my favorite section of this contingency plan is what to do in case of zombie chickens. Yeah.
Nice.
Yes, it's actually the government took time, paid somebody money, and took time to figure out what to do in case of zombie chickens.
To think tank zombie chicken. Did you still have your zombie survival guide?
Oh yeah. Yes.
I still have a copy.
In case you people didn't know, this is the rifle crossed with the machete is the cover of the zombie survival guide. I am a hardcore zombie fanatic. I am the guy that when shit hits the fan, you come find me, we will survive.
Yeah, we are fully ready and have plans in place.
Oh yeah.
If I lived in the same town as Victus, I would already know where to find him within the first hour of like on the news. Yes, it's zombies or the first brain that he sees getting eaten. I already know where he's going to be.
Yeah.
Also, my only thing is I don't know which place you would pick as a holdup. Are you a get out of towner, or are you a supply hoarder?
I'm a hoarder, hands down. I would I would hunker down where I'm at for now. Feel the situation out, and there's a couple contingencies I would take into. I would, if shit got hairy, I would move my way out of town a little bit. I know some places I can bug out to here. But I'm near the ocean.
Yeah, on a peninsula.
Yeah. So, realistically, we're probably a little safer than most places right here.
So, my plan here is, at least in the short term, would be fill both SUVs that we have after raiding the store for food. And there are 3 mega houseboats out on the lake here. Like mega, like bigger than my 3-bedroom house I used to have like in college that I had like 2 other roommates with.
Yeah.
Bigger than that on the water. I know between the automotive stuff that I've done and the age of those boats, there is no way I cannot dry start those things.
Yeah.
And get them off the dock, right? Get them out away from the dock. Yeah. And I'm not like talking like I want to cruise around. You get it off the shore. It has a radio. It's a boat.
Yeah.
It's gonna have a radio. Get it off the shore and then chill out for a bit while you figure out what is going on.
Yeah.
That would be my first plan. Especially if everybody's running around being crazy.
I mean, I've already got stuff in place here. I mean, I've got my entire property's fenced off, and everything's practically on solar power now anyway, but that's another episode. Tangent. Holy tangent, Batman. 17 minutes in, we haven't even talked about a UFO yet. So, we got some good stuff for you this week. This is, without a doubt, Africa's most heavily documented and experienced UFO phenomenon. More people have seen this specific thing that happened than anything else in the history of Africa relating to UFOs and aliens.
So I had heard about this one, whereas I had not heard of the Phoenix Lights. When you said you wanted to do the Phoenix Lights, I had heard somebody tell me about this one.
Yeah,
but no one had ever mentioned the Phoenix Lights to me, even though probably more people actually saw at the time the event of the Phoenix Lights, because it was all of Phoenix.
Yeah, definitely more people saw Phoenix Lights. This one, I think around 200 people saw this.
Mm-hmm.
Which a drop in a bucket compared to the Phoenix Lights. But this was, in a nutshell, group of kids are outside playing at the playground during recess. Teachers are inside because they're having a meeting. UFO lands.
Like right in the yard.
Yeah. I seen some maps saying that they were around 200 feet away. But then I've seen some where they're further away. So I'm guessing somewhere between 200 and 500 feet away from where the children were playing is where this UFO lands.
Pretty close.
So
that's shorter than a football field.
I broke down this week's episode in time because
good.
It's good to know what happened in the time frame, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It helps you organize a picture in your head.
Right. So the Ariel School UFO incident is a well-documented event that took place on September 16, 1994 at the Ariel School in Rua, Zimbabwe. I'm probably horribly mispronouncing this name. Rua, R-U-W-A. During the morning break, a group of around 62 school children reported seeing one or more silver objects in the sky and on the ground. The children described seeing beings associated with these objects, which they described as having large eyes, wearing tight-fitting black clothing. And here is a detailed breakdown of these events as they were reported. Are you ready to take this trip?
I am so ready. It has been all I could do not to go and like sneak looks on the internet between last week and this week after you told me and I already knew that I had heard about it. I was like, nope.
Yeah. I really wanted to. So if y'all are listening, and this is, episode 7, we're still playing with the format a little bit, trying to see what works best. I have found personally fully writing out a script does not work that well. Me just sitting here reading is kind of boring. So I gave myself some loose bullet points. Excuse me. And this week, I'm doing a time-based bullet points. And hopefully this will stimulate conversation. And if not, we do have some evidence this week. We have a few photos of drawings that the children have made. And we have
I like evidence.
We have the original 1994 news interview with the children.
Wait, we have drawings of the children's made?
Yes.
Oh, that'll be good. That'll be good.
So
I like that.
So, a little anticipation for you. What's coming? We've got drawings the children made, 3 of them, I think, and then we have the full 8-minute interview from a local news station in Africa from the 90s that they interviewed the children.
Okay.
So we have the actual children that saw the UFO being interviewed.
In the interview.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good.
So this should be good. This should be real good. So around 10 a.m. local time, school break begins. The children are out in their mid-morning break playing outside in the school grounds. So about what you'd expect. Just a group of kids, they're outside playing. I think the majority of them were playing soccer. This is Africa in the 90s, so soccer was a big thing. Rugby was a big thing. I'm sure they were doing one or the other. Schools in Africa.
10 a.m., right?
10 a.m.
I'm going to draw this out for myself.
Okay, legit.
Keep going.
Sorry. I need liquids. I'm very dry. All right. Kids are outside. So this is somewhere around, what did I say? 60. There's about 60, 62 to 74. It was hard to find a solid number. Seemed like every article I read came up with a different number of kids.
Right.
62 was the most consistent number, so I'm just going to stick with 62. So 62 of these kids are outside. From what I understand is like the teachers were in like an administrative meeting
Okay.
But they still wanted to do school that day. So when they went and did like their recess break, that's when they did the administrative meeting.
Okay.
So all the teachers are inside. So all of the children are outside. And if I understand this correctly, it's not like you would think a school here in America would be. It's like,
I'm sure it's not.
It's like little kids plus like early teenager kids at the same time.
Right. It's all the grades in a single sort of schoolhouse thing.
Right. So
yeah,
62 children, all different varying ages. And at 10:15 a.m. was the initial sighting. Some of the children noticed a bright, shiny object in the sky, and they described it as a silver disc-shaped object that descends and lands in a brushy area just outside the school perimeter. So, the map that I saw, I had a hard time tracking down like the actual photo of this map. I pull it up. I use it as a reference in my brain, but it's like the kids were playing in this rugby field or soccer field, and one looks up and sees some silver object, and it's like, hey, look at this. So all the kids gather around, start watching it, and that's when they notice that there's one on the ground already.
Oh,
in the bushes.
You mean because they looked that direction?
Yes.
Okay, so the one in the bushes is in the same direction as the one in the sky,
Yes.
just below it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm already getting chills. So these kids seeing this silver object in the sky, they see in the bushes just at the edge of the field. So imagine like a regular, an area cleared for playing soccer, what have you. At the edge of the field, you'd get 15, 20 feet, and then there'll be like a tree line or whatever.
Okay.
So right there at the edge of the field is when they see the other object. Already,
is it behind the brush or it's actually on the edge of the field?
Some reports say that they see it landing. Some reports say that when they looked, it was already landed, but they see it in the brush.
In the brush, okay.
Yes, not in the field, but in the brush.
Okay.
So, 15 minutes have elapsed.
Yep.
So 10:20 a.m. approach of the object. The children move closer to the boundary of the school to get a better view. They see two or more beings emerge from the object. These beings are described as having large, black, almond-shaped eyes and are about 1 meter, 3 foot tall.
Okay.
So we're talking grays.
Mm-hmm.
These are the grays.
The little grays, yeah.
They say that they see... This is where things start to get a little choppy, because you're dealing with kids.
Mm-hmm. Excited kids.
Right. Some kids say that they see him standing on top of the UFO. Some say that they're seeing 2 or 3 milling about in the trees and poking around in the bushes. Some say that they see through the windows dudes standing in the UFOs. But they all describe the same thing. So
the same ship, you mean?
The same ship. They describe
Gotcha.
all of these aliens as looking the same. I think that.
Oh, I see.
I think there was one that just was like way off the beaten path. Like, no, it was a praying mantis. But I think that kid was just, I didn't see shit, but I just want everybody to feel like I'm involved. So, 3 foot tall. Yeah. So we're talking about your standard gray, except these guys are wearing tight-fitting black clothing. So the way they described it, it's like a jumpsuit, but there were no seams.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So about what you'd expect, in the 1950s, what you would expect an alien to be wearing.
Right, except black instead of sparkly silver.
Yeah, with long spindly fingers. I am Klaxor. Beepity beepity beep. All I can think about is that what was that scary movie with Leslie Nielsen where they were ripping off signs?
Oh,
and all the aliens show up at the end.
Yeah.
And they were doing something happened, like he kicked him in the nuts or something, and he's like, "Oh, that's how we say hello." And he turns around and kicks his buddy.
Yeah, that's right.
He's like, and the whole time the alien's over there, and he's got his fingers in Leslie Nielsen's mouth, and he's like, "You think that's strange? You should see how we pee." And he goes, "Whoop," and the pee comes out the end of his finger. And he's like,
after he had it in her mouth. Oh my god.
That scene lives rent free in my head. Constantly. You think that's straight? You should see how we pee. Practical effects. They'll never get old. All right. So 5 minutes later, 10:25 a.m. Interaction with the beings. The beings are observed moving around the area where the object had landed.
Wait, what time?
10:25 a.m.
10:25. Okay.
Yeah. The beings are observed moving around the area where the object landed. Some children report telepathic communications, receiving messages about the environmental concerns and future of the Earth. So this is a consistency. A lot of cases that involve aliens and UFOs, where contact is made between an alien and a human. I say alien, I mean extraterrestrial, excuse me.
Right.
It seems like the people that have the most contact with extraterrestrials are always like, yeah, I've been talking to this person from the planet Klaxor for 7 years now, and they keep telling us to, stop building nuclear weapons, or we need to stop burning fossil fuels, or we need to reverse the damage we've done to the planet because we're destroying the planet. This is a consistency in just about every alien and UFO encounter that you could think of.
So that's true also of the folks that where people in past life regressions have encounters, in past lives encounters with extraterrestrials or other beings. They're always very concerned about what we're doing to the planet.
Yeah. And
some of them weirdly have past lives as other types of beings. It's much less common, but it's a common thread. It's just it's less it happens less often. Yeah. But they always talk about being on these planets where that sort of thing, things like pollution and that sort of thing, they've already moved past it.
Yeah.
Like fossil fuels and stripping the earth and stuff like that.
Right.
They've already moved past it.
Yeah, it's get yourself a bucket full of UFO and alien encounters, and scoop you out a handful, and odds are a good majority of those handfuls in your hand is somebody's gonna be like, yeah, I've been talking to them and they're telling me to stop killing the planet. This is the message we're bringing to you. Very consistent. Yeah. But here's the kicker, and this is my favorite thing about it. This is 1994.
Oh, right.
And these are kids in Africa that are saying it.
So global warming wouldn't have been a topic of discussion for them.
No, not really. And really not even like nuclear stuff, because that was another thing that gets brought up is with extraterrestrial encounters is like, you stop using nuclear weapons, you're just going to destroy your planet.
Right.
That would probably be the only thing these kids would know, because, surely in their school they talk about, the atomic bomb. But
one would assume, but maybe not.
I think that would be the extent of the only piece of information that they would have that would tie in, that they would be given that would tie into these extraterrestrial encounters. So I don't know if they're making that up, where they got it from. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, their general content wouldn't encompass a lot of that. Is what you're saying.
It's not like they just jumped on, I guess it would have been AIM at the time. AIM. AOL Instant Messenger. It's not like they jumped on, AOL and Googled, what are
Right, right. Yeah, access to information was much less. It wasn't near as easy or prolific, for sure.
And so this piece of information is one of my favorite pieces because kind of in an isolation chamber.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and these are kids. You'll see,
Right.
You'll see later when we get to looking at this video. These are kids, man. Unless there's somebody at this school telling these kids what to say,
Right.
which is possible. But again, this is '94 in Africa.
Yeah, I mean it's possible, but I mean I guess there's a lot of holes for me because I don't know what the social implications are of saying things like this. I don't know if there's a whole lot of excitement over, UFOs previous to this.
In Africa, almost none.
Well, I mean, I assume that they've watched some American movies, right? So, is there a whole lot of hype about UFO stuff? Because if you get, American movies, even, popular or unpopular, you're gonna come across, if you're a big consumer of American stuff,
Yeah.
which I'm sure is, there weren't a lot of movies being produced there locally, you're gonna get, some UFO alien stuff. I mean, especially in the 90s, man, a lot of movies were about encounters in it. But that's what I'm saying. I wonder if any of that is really all that big of a meme
Right.
for them.
Right.
Right. It does it matter that much, or is it just an interesting show that Americans made, or are they like us, where people see those movies and they're like, oh, that could be true. Like, I don't know the cultural feel there.
Right. And
I have no idea.
Something else
It's hard for me to say.
Something else to take into account is the age difference between some of these kids.
Right.
So imagine like a middle school kid is not really going to be hanging out with an elementary age school kid. They were there.
Right.
But these kids, despite their age gap, all had the same story.
Mm-hmm. Although I wonder in a one-room school, like a condensed schooling like that, I wonder if the social dynamic. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of social dynamics that are almost exactly the same.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
us going to school. Like, older brothers don't want their little sister hanging out with them while they're trying to hang out with the guys. Like, I'm sure that's not any different. But I don't know as far as friends across age gaps. I have no idea. I mean, this whole situation is so far outside of my worldview. I have no idea.
Right. There's a lot of details, admittedly, that I don't have. It is hard to find stuff like that. Like, I couldn't tell you a social dynamic setting of a school from 1994 in Africa.
Right. I mean, I don't know that it mattered. I'm just saying, that the stuff that motivate us, I'm sure is a little bit different. And what I mean when I say that is I find this almost more believable than a school like this reported it in America.
Yeah.
Because we definitely have a fever for it, and kids in America grow up on fantasy. I mean, I did, you did.
Yeah.
Though it's never led me to be like, oh, that thing that moved past the trees was a UFO. Right. I'm still a skeptic anyway. But I find this somehow more believable because, again, also it's, they're not in like, if I remember right, it's not like a heavily populated area. It's not like they could just go over to the news station like easily.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
like just go down a couple blocks. Like here, I know right where the news station is. It's like 5 blocks, 6 blocks.
Yeah.
To where they're doing it, or pick up the phone or whatever. If I wanted to tell a story like this, so they also probably had to go quite a ways out of their way to even talk about it.
Yeah. The news video we're going to see later is actually BBC. So
okay.
So locally there was no reporting.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So even more so.
But enough talk happened that somebody from BBC came over to Africa and interviewed these kids.
Wow.
So
that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Okay, so we were at telepathic communication.
Yes. We're at 10:25. The beings observed were moving around the area where the object landed. Some children reported telepathic communication, receiving messages about environmental concerns and the future of the Earth. 10:30 a.m. Retreat of the beings. The beings return to the object, which then ascends into the sky and disappears.
So that's only 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Huh. And so none of the adults ever came out and saw this while it was happening.
I think some reports. I remember hearing something about like. Okay, so there was a lot of shit going on. So imagine a group of 62 kids freaking out because a fucking UFO just landed.
Right.
They're gonna make some clatter.
Right.
Someone's gonna look outside.
Right.
And surely, you know, kids of that age, which you'll see later how young they are, kids of that age, not all of them are going to just be like, oh, this is really curious. Look, it's an alien or a UFO. Some are just going to freak the fuck out, man.
Yeah.
Between 62 of them, yeah, you better believe it. Some of them are freaking out. So there are reports that like some teachers went to the window and saw something, but by the time they made it outside, everything was gone, and there was just a puddle of kids freaking out.
Okay. Okay.
So 10:35, 5 minutes later, the children are in shock. Some are crying, and they quickly run back to the main school area to tell teachers what they've witnessed. So the oh shit is set in. 5 minutes later, 10:40 a.m., the teachers initially dismissed the children's stories, thinking it's a prank or overactive imaginations. But
so they don't believe.
They don't believe you, yeah. Surprise. I mean, if it were me, that many kids telling me this, they saw something land like that, you know, I would have been like, fuck, close the school. Let's get the hell out of here.
You know, I mean, maybe kids are jerks everywhere. You know, saying crazy stuff to their teachers to mess with them. I mean, I don't know. UFO's a little outside of what I would have done, but I did plenty of things to mess with my teachers. I'm sure kids are jerks everywhere.
11 a.m. This is 20 minutes after the teachers blew off these fucking kids. More children come forward with consistent descriptions of the event, prompting the teachers to take the matter more seriously. The headmaster, Colin Mackey, is informed, and he begins to gather children to hear their accounts. So, in the span of 20 minutes, dealing with adults, them saying, oh, you're just being children.
Right.
It escalated so quickly that the headmaster of the school was like, okay, something had to have happened. And so he starts sitting down and talking with individual students, getting all their accounts. I think he actually fills several notebooks that he later published into a book.
Oh, wow.
And that's where we get a lot of these,
their accounts?
Yeah, I think this is where we get a lot of the drawings from.
Okay.
Because what he was doing was he was interviewing these kids, because there was no way in an official capacity that they could interview these kids effectively. So he was, I want to say I heard something in reporting where he was like an investigator somewhere, or he's got a background with it.
Oh, for something else.
So he knew like good protocol when it came to investigation. So he was like, okay,
write it down.
We're going to get individual kids in here, not as a group. And I'm going to sit down and they're going to describe what they saw. They're going to draw what they saw, and then isolate him from the rest of them. Bring the next one in, do the same thing. So that way.
So before the stories cross-pollinate too much.
Yeah. So he did his due diligence kicked in. You know, kudos to this
really
headmaster. Cool. He was able to verify a lot of information because of this. So by 11:30 a.m., the headmaster, along with some teachers, inspects the area where the children said the object landed, but found no immediate evidence of disturbance or landing traces.
So they didn't see anything in the brush. They didn't see like bent over trees, bent over grass, nothing.
No, I feel like there were reports of like depressions where landing gear would have been.
Mm-hmm.
But I know so many UFO cases. I feel like they're bleeding together a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. I get that.
I feel like there were reports of like something was like, that could be, a UFO foot came down and smooshed to this, but
right.
I don't think there was anything conclusive.
But I mean, the grass was laid out. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't like a crop circle was left. Not like
Yeah, none of the electromagnetic stuff that they claim from crop circles and that sort of thing.
No, it would have been really nice
Like
to have.
static.
Yeah, it would have been really nice to have just like a flattened area with the, a Polaroid of the aliens.
An impression of the ground that looks like a big inverted nipple from
from
the saucer landing.
A Polaroid of the aliens doing a selfie with the school in the background.
Given the one of them's giving the shocker.
What's up?
What up?
You think that's strange? You should see how we pee.
I've been seeing so much stuff of Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman promoting Deadpool, like them on. They were on Ozzy Man.
Yeah,
you know who Ozzy Man is. So they were on Ozzy Man and some other stuff, and the most recent one I saw was just Hugh Jackman somewhere, like not in makeup, still a little jacked from the movie, but definitely, obviously not still in the workout routine. He's just like doing this. I'm like, there's nobody around. It's him. There's a car, and then there's some town. He's like,
you didn't even know, bro.
Just throwing the shocker. Oh my god.
God bless you, Hugh Jackman.
All right, so no
disturbance or landing traces.
Yeah, nothing definitive anyway.
So this is where our time-based timeline breaks down. We start to space out, and things get, they wrap up quick, but we don't have much in a way of timestamps from here on out.
Okay, that makes sense.
So the incident attracts.
How did the also? First of all, do these kids have watches?
Watches?
Yeah. How do they have these like by the 5-minute increment like breakdown of how long this took, or was it just that the teachers were in the meeting that long? Like, how do they have this? Such a timeline.
I feel like the timeline was probably built by the headmaster, because he seemed to be the only one with any type of investigation background.
Based on when they kicked him out the door and when they finally heard the first kid comes and talks to him.
There were reports that there was so much distress that they ended up canceling school for like 4 days. Like kids were.
Because the kids didn't want to come back.
Yeah,
or?
Kids were shook.
Oh, okay.
Nightmares. Like I think that there was even like 2 or 3 kids had to go to therapy.
Okay, that's convincing. That's convincing.
It's hard.
Any of them with PTSD from it?
It's hard to nail down specific information or stuff like that. But, I remember hearing other reporting from other investigators that the school definitely did shut down later. I think the extent was only like 3 or 4 days, but it was enough that these kids, like I think 1 or 2 of them were interviewed like 20 years later, and they were still fucked up about it.
Really?
Yeah. They're like,
no.
They're like, you don't have to believe me. I know what I saw. I know my truth. I know my truth.
Right. Now I know what I know. The first thing that naysayers are going to go to, right? Because I'm trying to think in that vein, and so they're going to be like, well, the kids played a prank. They got a big response. They closed the school that day, so then they just kept it up so they didn't have to go to school. But Here's something I do know about rural schools in Africa. Small piece. I don't know about this one, but many of them are run by missionaries. Often, the school is a source of clothing, food, and water for the children. Often, the incentives to get them to come all the time are a ration of said things.
Yeah.
School is a nice place for those kids versus the sort of manual labor and stuff that they would be doing with their parents.
Okay.
So often the kids are highly motivated to go to the school as opposed to, you know, over here where we're like trying to find reasons to skip out.
I hate to say it this way, but I think it needs to be said in the spirit of clarity and perhaps understanding in the story. Take a little vape. I don't want this to sound the worst thing to say before a statement is I don't want this to sound race related. I'm not trying to sound like a bad guy. This is not what you think like Africa. This is not like in the bush. I hate to put it in this box, but this is white Africa.
Oh, when you said small school and like
it is
all the grades were together, I was imagining all the schools that I see when they're like donate $1.
Yeah, that's
but it's like a tin roof cement building, but tin roof. They have desks and chairs, no AC, and you have, all the classes sort of in one big room, but like split up into 4 or however they're doing.
No, this is a white Africa school. I really hate that I had to put it. I think it does lend to some, complements the story a little bit.
No, that's a good distinction to make because of, like, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but all this, whenever they're building schools in Africa, like whenever I see like charities that are building schools in Africa, like it's not. I mean, it's a hard place. Like the place where they're building it there because nobody else will, and it's a hard place, and nobody's going to educate these kids unless somebody builds one there. So when you said small school, all the grades are mixed together, and it's 60 students might have been all the kids. Like, yeah, of course that's what I'm imagining, right? Rough place, a village, only cement building in the whole village. That's what I'm imagining. So it's a distinction worth making.
Yeah, I hate that I had to put it like that, but it's a good clear cut way to put it. I'm gonna Google this. I want to see what this area looks like. Rua, Zimbabwe. I'm gonna pull it up on Google Maps. Oh. Okay, let me switch to satellite view. I lost it already. Wow, very densely populated.
So that brings up another interesting question. If it is densely, see, this is why I thought this is also the thing that made me think it was a small school like I've described, is because one, you're saying it's ringed by, bush, but also that these kids were the only ones that saw this, and then that there's no local news station, and then that it was BBC that finally picked it up, makes me think it's pretty remote, or at least not highly developed.
Rua, Zimbabwe.
Yeah, I mean
So it's here.
That's a dense city, though. That's mostly zoom in on what looks like houses.
Let me see if we could find this school. Aerial school.
Because that doesn't look like. I mean, it's a big spread out population, but that doesn't look like a city top down like you would think of over here for sure.
Let's see if we can find the school.
Because those are dirt roads in the city.
There we go.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, it's not.
Okay,
It's
so-
outside the city.
Yeah, this is a little outside compared to what it was.
Okay, that's why nobody saw it. But it is quite a few buildings. I mean, the main building is.
Ah, here we go. Yeah. Okay, so this is the map that I was looking at earlier. So
Okay,
So
okay.
here's where the kids were. Let
Okay,
me get rid of
kind
this.
of a soccer field.
Yeah, this is where the kids were, right here. And here's where the UFO landed.
Oh, okay. So like over near some trees and stuff.
Yeah, it's not like.
Okay, not quite what I was picturing.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, dirt roads. This isn't really. This is recent too. Dirt roads, not a very.
Yeah, this is. Not, I wonder. Take it back 30 years.
Yeah, 'cause look over
What
here.
did that look like?
I think we. Yeah, we could roll back a little bit.
Because that's what I'm saying. Like, take this back 30 years. What did it look like? Also, there was no Google Map in the night.
Yeah. So honestly, I don't imagine a lot of this has been, changed too much since then. Oh, look. Rua
What is
UFO
it marked? No, it's marked on the map. Rua UFO landing. So that's the school.
Yeah, it must have changed.
That's the original school.
Yeah.
I'll bet that's the original school or the original building. Yeah, so not too far off from what I was imagining. It's pretty rural and it's outside the school. That's funny. It's got it marked on Google Maps.
It's got a 12 5-star reviews.
Oh, well, I mean, must be a good piece of grass.
Let's read these reviews. Let's get into it.
We believe you.
We believe you. We believe you and your experiences about aliens. The only reason that people don't believe us about aliens is because they are more advanced than us and they don't believe any evidence behind rather than showing up. We are not alone in the universe. 3 months ago. Great documentary.
Persistent.
Yeah, really? I noticed someone tagged this location as a spot where the children saw the UFO. We believe you. Wow. Excellent Netflix documentary.
Oh, so there's a whole Netflix documentary.
Yeah, there's apparently a couple years ago there was a movie. So
really?
I imagine that's why there's a lot of recent stuff. Look at that 5-star review a day ago.
Yeah, so definitely Netflix is doing a lot to keep it in the popular consciousness.
Kudos. This is surprising. Not gonna lie.
I didn't expect to find a pin drop on Google.
Yeah, that's
for UFOs.
Okay. Yeah, this makes sense now. See, look here. This is where they would have been playing.
Right, and then it's over there.
And
Got
then
it.
there's where it landed. Cool, man.
That makes sense. Also, now I want to search Google for UFO pin drops.
Yeah, we could do a whole episode about Google Maps, man. It really wouldn't be difficult.
My favorite stuff is the stuff people find on Google Maps and they're like, look, I found this secret thing. And rarely is it a secret.
You seen the thing where
It's something they've never seen before.
I don't know if it's like edited photos or what have you, but it looks like Godzilla in the water.
I'll
go down this rabbit hole. Hold on.
I did see one recently that was out in the desert. Dude was posting it was out in the desert and the photo looks like kind of like a Millennium Falcon like blacked out area on the ground. And then around it, he's not wrong. Around it there's about 10 or 15 tanks. In like sort of a circular crescent formation around this like what looks like an elongated Millennium Falcon black spot there. But if you look at the photo very closely, it appears to be a water reservoir that the two side parts appear to be ramps for some sort of watered vehicle to drive that in or for you to be able to take water from it and then drive back out.
Oh.
Yeah, but it is. I mean, when you first come across it, you don't get in, all the way down. It's it's super freaky, but it looks like it's a depot or a firing range.
Oh,
like to fire on those tanks.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like, because they do not look like there's no recent tracks going to where they're at.
Oh yeah.
And you can see other tracks, but you don't see any tank tracks. Like they've been there for a while.
Yeah.
So it looks like I don't. It was somewhere in New Mexico, but I'm like, oh, it's in New Mexico, and you found tanks that look like they haven't moved in forever. You know how many live fire ranges there are for the U.S. military out in New Mexico? I was like, I think you just dropped onto a live fire range that they don't have blacked out.
Here you go. Let's see. I'll pull this up.
Also, one of the biggest shames of Google was when they limited how far you can zoom in.
Oh yeah.
Because you used to be able to see what people were having dinner on the table outside. And people got freaked out about that. And they limited how far in you can zoom, or the resolution on, even when you zoom in all the way, they've limited the resolution. But the truth is, the satellites they have, you could actually see what's on somebody's plate outside if they're out on their back deck.
Yeah.
Because the same cameras that they use for Google Maps, part of what funded getting those cameras up in the air originally, since you had to have the U.S. government launch them at the time when they put up the first ones, is those same satellites. The U.S. government has first rights to time and hours on them. So at any given moment when they're shooting, Google Earth pictures, the U.S. can commandeer the satellite. They pay them,
right?
But they can commandeer it on a second's notice and use it to track somebody, reallocate it to somewhere else as an agreement to putting it up in the first place.
Oh, well, yeah.
So it does belong to Google, and Google, built the satellite. U.S. government launches it for them, with the understanding that anytime they need to reallocate the satellite, they can. Now, anyone else can also buy time on those same satellites.
Right.
It's very expensive, but they just allocate, and they just budget the money over once, based on how many minutes they use it, and then they get to have it back. So that's the dark side of all these all this imaging of the planet, at least by U.S. companies. Generally, they also are direct access to the U.S. government, because it's a cheap middle ground to putting up a shitload of our own spy satellites.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Plus better tech.
Oh yeah.
Better tech. The stuff they roll out for U.S. government. Oops.
I am sorry.
It's always. Oh, is that the Godzilla in the water thing?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that was going to be full fucking blast. Damn. No sound. I'm just going to let it play. This is really...
Okay, we got an island. Still an island. He's looking for it. We got a street view from a passenger ship. Oh. Huh.
I think it was...
That is what it looked like.
I think it was...
It looks like a...
It had to have been
fake.
A promotional thing.
Yeah, it looks... Because it looks exactly like the one in the movie.
Yeah.
Like the one in the... Not the most recent ones, but when they brought it back. With what's his name from Breaking Bad is the dad in it. Yeah, it looks like that Godzilla. Yeah,
I'm a sucker for this.
Cool
guys.
though.
I'm a sucker for it. Any hoots. Way off subject. Oh, what do we got left? We have I've got a few sentences left, and then we'll get into some evidence here.
Okay.
The following days, Dr. John Mack, a renowned psychiatrist from Harvard University, and other investigators arrived to interview the children and document their experiences. The children's accounts remain consistent and detailed across multiple interviews.
Based on dude's notes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So he compared with what the headmaster collected with a Harvard University psychiatrist.
Oh.
And everything stayed consistent with these kids, which is hard to get out of kids, by the way.
Right. Unless it was super impactful for some reason.
let's look at some pictures. Okay, so bear with me.
Okay.
These are literally children's drawings. You want to go ahead and describe this for our Spotify listeners, sir?
So, I'm sort of seeing. I mean, it's a dome shape. It kind of looks like Patrick's house from SpongeBob.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
Complete with his bamboo antenna, which always confused me, by the way. But it's got windows in the front on one side on I guess my left, and they look like the front windows on an Airstream, basically. It's got two little tiny landing gear way out at the corners, and it's got a little door that's the top of the door starts below the lowest part of the front. We're going to call it the windshield. And then we have some grass, I'm assuming, and we've got a pretty classic gray in a high-necked jumpsuit, black, and the craft is black.
I wonder what this means. The colors.
I was assuming that was grass or like the tree or the brush.
Because it fades from like red to orange, yellowish, like fire almost.
Yeah, I mean that's also possible. It's interesting that the kids reported the aliens standing in different places, because they're not the only ones to do that. There's other reports where two people are standing there and say they saw the same thing, but they both disagree with each other about exactly like the exact position of objects.
Yeah.
Right? Like the ship in relation to the guys, in relation to whatever they were doing. They both agree that they both saw it. Like they agree with each other at the time, but he's like, no, it was standing, whatever. He's like, no, it was right there, and they disagree. And I wonder if you follow the theory that all these UAPs are not, rather than traveling across the galaxy. So it's interesting that they say they reported seeing them in different places, and they disagree about the exact layout of where guys were standing, where the ship was, etc.
Right.
Because if you follow the theory of some, that UAPs, rather than being something that traveled interstellar, right, like from an actual other galaxy to our galaxy, given at least our understanding of the constraints of physics, no matter what you do, the problems with that. There's another popular theory as well that it's not that, they're just phase shifting, either out from another reality, and that's really what this ship does, hence why they can travel and move the way they do, because they're not propelled maybe necessarily by a propellant, but they're propelled by actually phase shifting from a place to a place, right? So it would make sense that if these things are phase shifting, right, it may not appear the same to every observer unless you're standing in exactly the same spot.
Right.
Right. So like if you're slightly over here, them phase shifting here, because they're not completely here, they're just sort of projected here.
Right.
That it wouldn't necessarily look consistent to everybody. You'd still see them. They're still there. And they're still there in a way that sort of makes sense. Like one's not just like, half in a tree, but hand gestures. One's not just like half in a tree. They're actually there, but that because it's a sort of interference pattern that they're making to cross through, that it would sort of appear differently. Kind of like a mirage looks different if you step 30 feet that way. Right. They're substantial, but the way it's transported is much like instead of a trick of light, it's a trick of matter and energy.
Right. I'm with you.
So I find that interesting that everybody reported it slightly different.
Well, let's look at another one. We have.
Yeah,
I think
let's see some more.
We have 3.
Oh, okay. So this one, written on it, says it was silver shining, and I assume they mean the craft. And it was oval shaped. This one has very long landing gear, long spindly landing gear, and a long rampway coming down from a door that's in the very center of the craft. And this is more like your classical, like toroid donut.
Yeah.
saucer, no cap on top or anything like that. It's a frisbee. It's a disc. Whereas the last one was, like I said, more like a dome with a flat bottom and short little legs. But those details may be the artist, not the account.
Right.
It's hard to say. This one doesn't have any color either, so I don't even know whether the color matters in the last one.
All right. Well, let's flip over to our last. This one's a little bit better.
This one's actually really good. So this one is another toroid donut-shaped one with a dome on top in the middle. Very classic UAP, UFO thing. Except it's got trees in front of it. 2 trees, and there's the line of trees, kind of like they just, are the only trees that are in that area from the map we saw. It's got 2 little angled landing gear, more like, classic accounts or rewrites or like encounters, close encounters kind of thing, with a shape that I'm gonna guess is supposed to be the alien.
Yeah.
But there's no face. It's just all black. It's all black and it's little. And there's little either windows. They look like port windows running around the bottom edge of the saucer. And the whole thing is very rounded. Like there's no edges to the saucer. It's like I said, it's like a donut. They may be lights. I don't know. But they look like, since people reported seeing them inside the windows of the craft, I'm going to assume those are supposed to be windows. But that's very different from the first one.
But I will say
sure.
the 3 are similar to each other.
Yeah, they are. They all have spindly legs that the thing's sitting on. They all have a rounded saucer-like shape. And this person seems like, to me, someone who either draws more or draws things that they see more often than, like, say, the first one.
Yeah.
The first one was like, have you seen the meme where the guy, the graphic artist or graphic designer has taken all of his children's drawings of animals
and makes them into real animals?
Yeah, makes them into real animals. The first one is like, it's like the dolphin, where like the fins are all on the same side and like, the head's a box. It's like same age group.
Yeah.
Same age group.
Okay, so we're gonna run this clip. This is from BBC. To give full credit to BBC. It was recorded and interviewed by BBC, but it was aired locally in 1994. If you want to holler and stop some stuff at any point in time, just give me a shout and we'll pause and talk about some things. Let me get this queued up.
We were playing down over there.
Okay. This will give you an idea, kind of like the demographic. Unfortunately, we do have German subtitles. So
right.
Here you go.
Well, there's English subtitles over top of that. So there were some that started up at the beginning. But yeah. So the demographic, these are, there's like 4 black children and like 15 or so white children.
Yeah,
boys and girls.
It's a uniformed school. These kids are wearing uniforms. So
they're all wearing Gilligan hats.
Yeah, strange choice of uniform, but okay, I get it.
They all look like they're at the Steve Irwin's School for Zoology right now.
All right, here we go. If you can't hear it, just give me a shout. I'll let you, and I'll turn it up.
On the log.
Yeah?
And then we saw something shiny, so we all ran down over there.
And it was in the early morning?
It was at break time.
Yeah?
And then we saw something shiny. And we saw two people. They were in tight black suit. And they had big eyes. And we didn't actually see their nose. It was quite small. And their mouth was quite small as well. One of them was running in slow motion up across the ship. And the other one was standing beside the ship.
Yeah, you...
Oh, you see the picture she's holding?
Yeah.
Oh, look at the alien face.
Dang. So that's interesting. She says that one of them appeared to be running in slow motion across the top of the ship. So that plays again into what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like shifting in and
about
out.
Right, shifting it out like this almost like, because if you were gonna, I mean, again, not like I've phase shifted matter and energy somewhere, but I have to imagine that when you're messing with, I mean, I mean, not empirically. Not empirically. Anyway, we used to phase shift matter all the time here in my hometown. I'm just saying.
This girl in the background is shifting matter as we speak. Look at this.
Right.
I'm sorry, girl.
So I got to imagine when you're, if you're changing the dynamics of physics that much, right? Because to move, energy, matter, and time are all integrally linked.
Yeah.
So if you're messing with, where something physically is across space without traveling between, I have to think there's going to be some weirdness with perception of time.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point, man.
Almost like maybe they didn't intend to be here. Almost like it was a wrong number.
Yeah.
They punched, like a wrong dial, and they were like trying to, or the ship shifted while they weren't in it. I mean, it's very interesting that she says that they were running in slow motion to me.
And I want to point out, look how sincere this girl is.
Oh yeah, and none of the other kids are like laughing or snickering. Like they are like, look, lady, like they all have very serious child faces on.
Yes, it's a strange face for a child to have. Let's get back into it.
Yeah, you made a drawing, huh? It looks like this?
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay. So, definitely a sort of gray alien head. I mean, the eyes are a little off the head.
He's got a butthole mouth.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and his mouth looks like a starfish.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Fire in the Sky story?
No.
Have you seen the movie Fire in the Sky?
I don't think so.
Hey Google, what year did Fire in the Sky come out? 1993. Interesting. The year before. So the aliens, the way they're represented in Fire in the Sky, have the same mouth.
Oh, the butt pucker mouth.
Ooh, yeah. Because
it looks like when a cat wants your attention but doesn't want to look at you. This is what they present you with. Like, tonight I will be presenting my bottom at dinner. Like that. That's exactly what it looks like. Yeah. Also, it's the same mouth that the bad E.T. movie. It wasn't E.T., but it was like
the
Mac and Me. Yeah, Mac and Me. That's
the
all their
wheelchair-
mouths were like that.
The wheelchair.
Yeah,
scene.
the kid in the wheelchair. Yeah, kid in the wheelchair, and all the aliens had the little. They made a whistling noise to like communicate, but they all had the like extended fish butt pucker like mouth thing going on.
I actually.
And the googly eyes and floppy the ears that just stuck straight out to the side.
flutes.
Yeah, and the flute. Yeah.
There was
Mac and Me.
So,
God, dude,
the scene
worst
from
shit
Mac
ever.
and Me where a kid in the wheelchair goes flying off the cliff.
Yeah.
I actually have that video saved on my computer. When I was streaming, it was a redemption that people could redeem points, and that video would take over the screen. So I would be playing video games, and then cut to the scene of Mac and Me. Wheelchair go flying, kid with a wheelchair go flying off a cliff, and then here comes. Yeah, it was a wild fucking movie, man.
God.
Carrying on.
Yeah, something like that. I couldn't see the eyes or the nose or the mouth. It was just blank, like a piece of paper.
Well, when they came, I thought they were crazy.
Was this the first thing you thought?
I thought they were crazy just coming to our school doing nothing. And all I saw was something like silver coming down, and I said, what must that be? And everybody's crowding it. I must go crowd too. And then I went and I started crowding, and everybody, then more people came and more. And then I said, hey, I can't see anymore. Come on, somebody, I'm short. Come on. And then I went to the front and I started seeing more of them, and then I just ran away.
The day before the spaceship came, my friends and I were sitting in the playground, and one of my friends, her name Emily, she looked up into the sky and she said, "Oh, there's a UFO." She said, and I looked at it and she said, "No, just kidding, it's an airplane." And we looked up and I thought to myself, that can't be an airplane because it was very shiny. It looked kind of like a cigarette, you know? It was a long thing and then on the end it was all shiny. And so I said, maybe it is a UFO. So we were all kind of like getting scared now. And then the day that it happened, then we started thinking, yeah, there must have been a UFO in the sky. Because my brother also saw it, but he's left the school now.
It was sort of like a round shape, sort of like a plate, sort of like two plates that were sort of like on top of each other. Then there was sort of like the hole, the hatch for it, and there was sort of like in between two trees. But you couldn't see that clearly, and it was just silver all over.
That kid. That kid looks like he's seen some shit. Like
right, the last little boy that talked, I was like, you don't know, you're just joining because everybody else saw it. You didn't see nothing.
I do get that vibe from a couple of them, but like
yeah, but that kid seems like he's really trying to tell you like
this kid, yeah.
But yeah, the last little boy, I'm like, you didn't see nothing. You're just trying to cut up. You just want to be on camera.
Yeah,
whatever. But he seems like he's really trying to
see. Like these kids here in front were smiling and looking at each other. This one, he didn't smile once. Like he's like, this is what I saw. Like the way he described it, two plates put together. That's how I would have described it if I were a kid.
I didn't see any men or something like that.
You saw one UFO?
Okay, here we go.
So his drawing is a lot like the third drawing that we showed.
With the row of windows. Yeah,
row of windows behind two trees, same. And with a dome on top and two little spindly angled landing gear.
Yeah.
Like that is exactly like the other drawing. I mean, there's a few details different, but I mean that if you showed me both of them, I'd be like, oh yeah, those kids saw the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, these are interesting. I like this.
It's also got a Yellow Submarine vibe going on.
Yeah, and the UFO's wearing a sombrero.
After he said that it was shiny and silver.
I guess it's a good way to show shiny.
Yeah, gold. Yeah.
That's surrounded by little ones?
Yeah, one big one. One spaceship.
Yeah.
Little ones around.
Yeah, let me see. Let me see your drawing. One big one.
One big ship and then small ones around it.
Okay, so we just got a rapid fire of like 3 different pictures, and they are all very similar.
Except this one. This one shows 3 ships,
yeah.
but again the saucer ship with the lights around the rim, and I guess the lines are for the shiny.
Yeah, they're consistent enough that I feel like these kids have seen the same thing. You know.
Yeah, and a door in the middle. I mean, they all share a lot of the same elements.
Definitely, and you know, they're kids. How well are they going to be able to draw? So this is compelling. I'm really enjoying this. This was a good idea to pull this video.
It with there were lights.
Yeah.
Surrounding the ship.
Like Sean's, huh? This is Sean's.
Okay, so that one is similar to the first picture.
Yeah, it's got the like beetle dome.
Yeah.
With little bitty short legs underneath it. Huh.
Drawing.
Yes. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. And okay, one landed, the big one landed, and the two aliens came out.
Yes.
And what happened with the little ones?
The little ones, they were just flowing around in the air. They didn't touch the ground.
And that, these made the silver lights?
Yeah. They were making different color lights, like green,
like
red.
flash to green, then they'd go to blue,
and then purple.
Yeah, purple and red. But it was like it was going like each one to each one, but quickly.
Yeah, like they'll go there and then it'll vanish, and then it'll go there and vanish, and then vanish.
Oh, really? But going quickly.
That's a very, very particular way to describe something.
Well, and the one kid was even like recalling the order, and he's looking at somebody else off screen like they were. He's like, oh yeah, and then purple, like they were.
Yeah.
Like the order was important and they remembered it.
What I like is these three guys here in the tan telling the same details, but all three of them are talking over each other, giving the same details. So, so it's not like
and there's some of the older kids.
Yeah, it's not like they're feeding the details to each other. They're like, no, this is what happened, but all three of them are saying this is what happened at the same time.
Yeah.
Very compelling.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, and they're, like I said, they're definitely some of the oldest kids in the group.
Yeah.
As well.
Because if it was one ship moving to places.
Candace
Oh, did you hear that?
Miller. Come on.
He said it was as if it was one ship moving in multiple places. Again, the phase shifting thing, man. Yeah. Like it can't, like it's not quite there. It's there, but it's not there.
Let's go back here. What he said.
Yeah.
Oh, really? They're going quickly, like as if it was one ship moving to places.
Oh.
Yeah. See what I mean? This seems like that sort of thing. The details. I mean, they all are remarking on things that obviously couldn't normally happen.
Right.
But and they don't seem to attach any significance to it. But everybody, the slowed time, the ship seeming like it's here, but it's over here, but it's here, but it's over there, and the guy, each person reporting the guys in different places. It just, I mean, makes me think of all the times that I phase shifted time. It was hard to tell where things were then too. It's like it was 1 minute it was over here, but like I could have sworn it was just there. But like, yeah.
Story of my life.
Yeah.
All right, we're about half through this thing. Let's go.
Okay.
Candace drawing.
Miller.
Come on.
Were they yellow?
No. I didn't have a silver crayon, so I did it.
Okay, so that answers the question with the yellow UFO.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, silver crayon's just called gray.
Yeah.
Yellow.
Unless you had the sweet box there.
So, but what happened? You came home and you told your parents.
Yeah, so there, you could see the trees, very dense.
Mm-hmm.
Very fucking dense. Compared to
So
what
I guess
we're seeing on Google Maps.
My question then too, because I can't see the trunks of any of these trees.
They must have must have gotten much closer.
I guess, but I mean, none of them look like they go up and reveal trunks. But there's 3 pictures of the ship squarely behind the trunks of 2 trees.
I mean, there's.
I mean, this may not necessarily be the spot, but they're panning out to it like it is.
Right.
Some of them didn't believe it. My mom didn't believe me.
Your mom didn't believe you?
My mom also didn't believe me.
Is that hard? Because if you see something and nobody believes you, what happens?
Yeah, you
feel
start
sad.
You start to left out. You talk to your friends you start to think as if it wasn't true. Yeah. And people say to you, no, it wasn't true, so you think it wasn't true.
Then you think that you're mad.
Yeah.
Yeah?
And after that, you get all upset.
Yeah, and everyone starts teasing.
And my friends over the road, when I go there and I tell them about it, they just say, oh, he believes in aliens, oh, he's stupid.
You've seen too many movies.
Yeah.
Was there nobody in your neighborhood who believed you?
Yeah, my mom and dad believed me. My granny and my granddad believed me, but my uncle didn't.
Where the spaceship had landed, all the insects and ants and stuff like that were all dead, and there was a huge black mark there. And my mom said it might have just been a fire there, but I don't think there was. I think it was the alien ship.
Yeah, but you have gone to the place, of course, and have you seen anything?
No, we weren't allowed there.
An evidence, I mean, that it was there?
Some other people came to the school and they went out the boundary of the playground and they went to go and see what had happened there, and they saw that the grass was burnt and all the living things had died there in that area.
That's a new one to me. I haven't heard that.
Because you said there wasn't.
Yeah, there was no evidence found of anything there, but
officially.
These kids are great. I like these. This is a great video, man. Best piece of evidence we've had yet.
Him and his parents and his brother and sister all believed me. And my mother just believed me, but my dad didn't believe anything I said. Anything.
And did you describe it to them? Exactly what happened?
Yeah, and I drew it on a paper and I said, Daddy, this is what it looked like. And then he saw it well and he said, Michael, I think you're telling the truth now. And then that's all he said of it.
Say again.
This also is the kid that I do not believe. Seems like a shit starter.
Yeah, he's making shit up.
And that's all.
He's the kid throwing chalk at the teacher.
Who was scared? Not all of you, huh? Who was dreaming about it since then?
Yes.
In a bad way?
Bad way.
Yeah, in a bad way? No, tell me first in a bad way. Why? You have nightmares about it?
Yes, I used to, but then after about a year, I stopped dreaming about it.
Mm-hmm.
I dreamt that the same one I saw without hair, he came into my bedroom and he took me from my bed.
Did you dream that?
Yes.
Yeah?
And then I just screamed. I woke up and screamed.
That girl is scared.
Did she dream it?
Did she?
Did she?
Did she?
Did she?
Did she?
Did she?
Did she? She's scared though. Look at her face, man. This
Yeah.
kid, between the older kids and this girl, I am convinced.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a very earnest little girl.
Yeah. Yeah, at that age, you can't really hide your facial expressions very well. Unlike this one back here, fucking cheesing. I'm on TV.
Right, you notice the ones that aren't talking.
Yeah, those are the ones that are smiling.
Yeah, and didn't see shit. Didn't see shit.
I'm saying.
Well, she just kept on saying it was a nightmare. She didn't really believe me.
I wasn't scared a bit.
No, not at all.
Nothing. It was all fun.
Liar.
I do not believe.
I heard this lady on TV, I think it was Jill Dark, and she said this lady got kidnapped and she had babies that were aliens.
That's what you're afraid of.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the aliens came because they're curious like us, and they want to learn about us and we want to learn about them. Some people say that people are saying that the aliens came to warn us something's going to happen, that something bad is going to happen to the Earth.
Yeah. I think they came here to try and warn us that the children that because we're young.
We've got a long time.
We've got a long time till we die. To warn us that when we're older, there's something going to happen to the Earth.
Yeah, and not to pollute. Because we're young, we can still prevent it.
Yeah.
Do you still have all that feeling?
Yeah, those kids look very upset about all of this. Those older kids.
Yeah,
do.
but I mean, if they knew, why didn't they fix it?
Why aren't they fixing the Earth? There should be.
I need a where are they now, right now.
Right? Yeah, I would like some names.
Working on an oil rig.
Yeah. The one in the red
overseeing some indentured employees, like just being a total shit.
the lying kid. He is current CEO of Philip Morris.
Yeah. Yep.
As a child, you can do a lot.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah. Do you feel, as a child, privileged, or do you think, next time if the UFO is coming, please go to another school?
No, I feel privileged.
You feel privileged that you saw it?
I'd love them to come back and you could see them again. But only this time closer.
What do you want to say?
The only thing I want to know, when are we going to be on TV?
The liar.
Same
said that.
kid.
The liar.
Same kid.
That's
I
his
called
name.
I called it from the beginning. I don't believe a word he says.
Nope, I don't either.
Same kid. The rest, though, very credible. Him?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, we get.
No.
10
No
seconds
chat.
left. I'm sure it's just 10 seconds of laughing.
Yeah.
All right, you are on
We sent you the cassette.
Yep, 10 seconds of laughing. Called that one. So,
cassette.
In conclusion, the Ariel School UFO incident remains one of the most compelling UFO sightings due to the large number of witnesses and the detailed, consistent accounts provided by the children. No definitive physical evidence was ever found, but the psychological and anecdotal evidence gathered has intrigued researchers and enthusiasts for decades. So, what do you think? Sir?
Oh, I mean, there's some weird stuff in it, but I'm sold. I think something certainly happened.
Yeah.
So only because this is how, and I have some experience through Paul with it, but this is how they explain visitations here in, or a lot of the past life regression stuff explains it, is that it's not, as long as we're continuing to think about, traveling to other worlds as a matter of physics, we're never going to get there. Right. Like, as long as we keep thinking of it as getting from here to there, like in a path, we'll be forever locked out of actually reaching other inhabited worlds.
Right.
Because no matter what you do, even, let's say you accelerate near the speed of light, you have physical problems with your own stuff holding together as a living entity when you approach that. So they keep saying it's a matter of it's like, they talk about like a blink. You blink and you're there, and it's like changing the channel is how they describe it. They're like, we could describe it in more detail, but we don't have words to tell you, because you don't have words in your language to understand the words that we would use.
Right.
But like, this is the best that we can do with it. And so, having heard that so many times from recordings and stuff from Dolores Cannon, her books, plug to Dolores Cannon. I don't think she's alive anymore. The concept of, it's more like a shift, and that detail coming out in so many varied ways from the kids, and them obviously not realizing or not saying it like it's any sort of important detail. Like, they throw it in as afterthoughts, right? As a description of what they're seeing. But none of them seem to think that it correlates or, anything like that. I feel like that's very important.
Yeah.
For this. And even the little girl saying that there was a burnt spot and dead animals. I believe that she saw that.
Yeah.
Now, I also believe that it's not in the general accounts, but I believe that she saw that. I guess I should go watch the Netflix thing. But I believe that, she even said some people came out and investigated it and said that there was a burnt patch and everything nearby was dead. I don't feel like she made that up. Also, she doesn't know who the guy. She just said the first people that came out and investigated it.
Right.
So, I think this is a legit story. I know all of this stuff's anecdotal and it's children and it's their drawings and their representations, but I feel, other than a few things on it that I'm like, it kind of makes me wonder. I'm more sold than not.
Me too. Yeah.
What do you think?
I have read a bunch about this. I've listened to a great number of podcasts about this. And this was the first time, that was my first time watching that video. I haven't seen that video until today, till just now.
Oh, so you didn't watch it when you downloaded it?
No, I jumped.
Oh, that's cool.
I jumped through to make sure it wasn't full of fluff.
That's cool.
And after seeing the faces of the kids, I'm sold.
I believe, you could make the argument that, they're covering up whatever, but they told people, they got ridiculed for it, and they still want to tell their story. Like that one kid that was talking about how his, people walking down the street make fun of him. Like, he doesn't have any incentive to then go be on TV about it.
Yeah.
and bring it up, because this is later, right? Like one of the kids said that her older sister saw it, but she's not at the school anymore. So this is later.
Yeah.
So what incentive would that older boy have to bring it up to get made fun of again? He's still in the school.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, you could say like all these kids are making up, but if they were all going to make up a story, wouldn't it sort of be the exact same story?
Yeah.
Why the variance? It would be much harder to get. I mean, generally, it's harder to get people to believe you when you're all telling slightly different stories. But the common thread in them is strong, I think.
Yeah, it's the fact that they're not all the same is good for me, because it's a group of kids that saw the same thing, but they're all interpreting it the way that they understood it.
Right.
And that's where the authenticity, I feel, comes from. So I'm gonna say this is real, man. I'm gonna say this motherfucker touchdown.
I think I think, yeah. I mean, obviously we don't know what it was, but something came. There were people, and these kids saw it, and it was not explainable by not in that quick of a period of time by something that you can easily point to here that we know of.
Right.
So yeah, I like it. This is a good one. I like this. This is a good one.
I've listened to my fair share of podcasts about this, but doing the investigation myself and really, I was gonna say putting my hands on I didn't put my hands on shit. I put my hands on a keyboard. Putting my eyes on something in front of me, seeing that video. Damn, that interview was great. I'm sold. This happened. This has had to have. I'm gonna say UFOs were here, man. Gotta be.
It's funny. It's funny too that you mentioned how like the differences of their stories make it seem more believable. That is it. It weirdly does, and I don't know if it's because there's a bunch of reinforcing small facets. Right, like the counselor writing down his own preliminary interviews with all the kids, right, and getting them to draw the stuff.
Yeah.
And then the stories being the same later when some notable researchers come from the United States, and then again they want to show the drawings and repeat it again in an interview, and it's something about it. I guess it's the small reinforcements within each of their experiences and the sort of the situation itself that lends, I think, a bunch of credibility. Because I gotta be honest, if I was gonna make a UFO hoax, I think I'd way overthink it.
Yeah, me too.
And my details would be better.
Yeah.
I'd way overthink it. And it seems like kids that got caught way by surprise by a thing they can't process. And then, them being honest and talking about how they had nightmares, and that one little girl being like how she had nightmares that they came and got her again. I mean, I think that little girl got abducted again. I'm just based on no evidence.
Yeah.
I feel like she's like, no, it was just a bad dream. But I mean, kind of coincidental, since there was no abduction stuff going on in this particular encounter, for her to jump to the nightmares being them coming into her room and getting her at night.
Yeah.
Dude.
Boop. Picked her up.
Plus, there's so many people's accounts of like getting taken from their bedroom.
Oh yeah.
As far as abduction stuff, getting taken, up through the ceiling, or people came in and carried her out, but like everybody else in the house stayed asleep. Like there's so many of those. It makes me scared for that little girl.
I know. Yeah,
she seems fine though. She seems fine.
I really would like to do like a "Where Are They Now" thing, but I'm sure. I mean, they were minors. I'm sure their names weren't actually recorded.
No, I mean, some of their name, like their first name and last initial, were on.
I mean, Brian.
Like this one,
Brian Robbins.
Yeah. So some of them are, but that doesn't help you find them. But yeah, I would be interested. I would be interested to find out if any of them had later encounters.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm sure they had.
Like an alien census. They come back and check on them ever so often, and I would also like to find out what their adult perspective was. I mean, I know, years tend to fill in stuff that maybe you did or didn't see.
Yeah.
But for traumatic and unexpected events like this, there is, besides, on the one hand, the brain does tend to want to fill in things that where there's gaps.
Yeah.
It wants to make cohesion. But recovered memories are also a real thing. People in trauma, you tend to actually record all of it. But generally, because of the impact of the situation, a lot of it just gets clipped out down to what you can process at the moment.
Yeah.
So, recovered memories, are a thing. So I'd be interested to see what their adult perspective on it was.
Yeah, me too. Maybe
or how it impacted their life.
Maybe we could do a follow-up episode if I can find anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if they didn't have a group still, but
maybe worth looking into.
Yeah.
But hey, chalk that up for a win. We've got one.
Yeah, a live one. We got a live one.
We got a live one. It was a good.
That was a good find. It was a good find, Victus.
It was.
I like that.
It's so documented, man.
We needed a good one because some of the ones already even that we've done, and this will be the case for a vast number of them, but they like the Jersey Devil, just so bad.
Yeah.
So the details are so bad.
Yeah.
So bad, and it's so popular.
And I think we're going to run into that a lot, unfortunately. But that's why we do what we do. We wade through this filth so y'all don't have to.
Right, and the bogus ones are fun too in their own way. But I really do want to believe, and I really wanted a UFO story that makes me go, "Oh, yes, exactly."
I want to believe.
Exactly. I just need a skinny tie and a nondescript black suit and bad shoes.
Okay,
cheap shoes, nice suit.
I'm gonna pull up our stuff. Hold on, because I always misread.
All of our info and places and
Yes,
things,
yes.
and where you can see all the fun and hear all the stuff and watch all the antics.
All the antics. So if y'all want to reach out to us, have an idea for an episode, or you want to just tell us how bad we are, reach out to us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. You can find us on Instagram at Beyond Shadows Podcast and on Facebook, Beyond Shadows Podcast. Also here on YouTube. For those listening on Spotify, we are on YouTube, Beyond the Shadows Podcast. Look for our logo. It is the where'd it go? It is this. This is our logo. Up here.
It's on everything everywhere.
Everything everywhere. Also, if you keep up with us on Facebook, you'll see that's where most of our updates are made. So, social media, find us. It's the easiest way to keep track of what we're doing. I'm going to start uploading video every week to Spotify.
Oh, that'll be good.
So that way, because I know a lot of people just don't want to go to YouTube or don't want to jump from Spotify to YouTube to see what we're talking about. So I figured it's just better in the end to probably just go ahead and upload video to YouTube, to Spotify. So we're going to start doing that from here on out. And comments are live on Spotify. That's a new feature that it just launched last week. So if you guys want to comment on any of the episodes, feel free to. Also,
leave a comment because we are terrible.
We are terrible.
Terribly handsome, charming, funny, and wonderful. So please just let us know all those things.
Yes.
We need reinforcement.
Yes. And, next week is Rapid Fire.
Oh, yeah. Rapid Fire. Our most popular YouTube episode yet. Full-length episode. Man, the Rapid Fires are fun.
Yeah, Rapid Fires are great. So we're going to shoot for another 15, 20. I think we're going to try to get more UFO stuff this week or this month.
Let's do UFOs. There's a bunch of good and bad.
So keep,
UFO stuff.
So keep shooting me the ones that you find.
Oh yeah, I will.
And I gotta find a way to download those ones, and I will start digging through the TikTok and finding those videos as well. I can't think of anything else. You got anything you want to say?
No, man. I'm just so happy to be here.
Next week, our episode may drop on a different day. So usually we do this on Thursday nights, and by Friday we have the episodes uploaded. Next week might be different. I do have a new job, so scheduling is going to change just a little bit. So we might be earlier in the week, we might be later in the week. We just got to figure out what works for us. But we will still continue to put out an episode every week. So bear with us in this transition.
Well, you want to take us out?
I guess so. So again, if y'all want to reach out to us, beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Let us know how great or how horrible we are. Just make sure that everybody follows us.
Beyond the Shadows.
Beyond the Shadows.
Good night. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming, everybody. See you later. See you.
Drinks all around.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs. Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him. Why, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the Shadows.
creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs. Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him. Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. It's horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Bing bang.
Wow. We're here. Okay, make sure I'm centered. I'm cropped a little funny right now. I'm trying. Yeah. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome to this week's podcast. This is Beyond the Shadows. We are your intrepid paranormal investigators. I am Victus.
I am Aeon.
And I'm Paul.
And today we have rapid fire. Rapid freaking fire. This seems to be a crowd favorite since like day one. I think I just checked our videos on YouTube a couple days ago, and our first rapid fire episode is still our best episode.
Yeah. Can I say your new mic is like way better? I could hear you scratching your beard.
Really?
Yeah, your new mic's really good. It's very clear, but I heard you like itching your beard. I was like, oh, that's new. That's good.
It better be, as much as I paid for it. It was a brave leap to go digital as opposed to analog.
Yeah.
But I've been having so much trouble with my mixer in the last 6-8 months that I was like, you know what? At this price point, surely a digital microphone couldn't be that bad, right?
Yeah, I mean they're much better than they used to be. They used to all just be garbage, but they're much better.
This is an Elgato, and you could do the streamer thing, like the gamer thing, and plug your headset into it and catch live monitoring. Zero latency on the live monitoring, by the way.
Yeah, because
phenomenal. And then it has I could click it. So like last week I sneezed and then I clicked my little mute. So I was like, chew. Yeah. I love the mute. The mute is great. I needed it. So I said I was going to do it. So let's do it. We're going to try a new intro segment of what shirt are you wearing this week? Because Aeon and I both have made very serious concerted efforts to wear unique shirts every single week. And I feel like it would be fun to just be like, what shirt are we wearing this week? So
well, and it started because I was just wearing like a white t-shirt or like just a black t-shirt, and it was getting to where like in going through to like see like what week was what, like we were just wearing the same stuff all the time. So it's hard to it looked like we just were posting reels of old stuff and it was the new video. So you were like, maybe if we changed our shirts. I was like, oh, that's easy. I'll just get a bunch of cheap pop culture t-shirts. So
yeah,
and sometimes it's fun, like the fried chicken, Kentucky Fried Chicken shirt for spontaneous human combustion. Sometimes they're even relevant.
So let's see yours. Just we all see Kirby.
Yeah,
Ooh, look at Paul's! Wow,
Japanese edition Kirby.
I'm a sucker for anything with Japanese writing on it.
Yeah, and it was pink like Kirby. I was like, yeah, I'll get that. It was
mine. So mine, I've been, if you don't notice on screen in the stream right now, I've been hunching forward. It's because I'm taking great lengths to make sure nobody sees my shirt before I want to show it. I just ordered this. It just came in yesterday, and I'm very happy with this. Check this bad boy. I got to stand up because the way the screen is cropped right now. But check this out.
Nice, Mothman. Oh yeah.
It says
Harbinger of Doom.
Yeah.
Nice.
I was very happy with this shirt.
That's a good one.
So I was looking, like we talked last week, I was going to try to get some shirts made. I'm still trying to figure out a good place to really get them. I really don't want to pay $30 a piece for 3. So still working some details out. I may holler at my co-streaming friend
Hephaestus, he's the one that really got me started in streaming, but he's my dude. My go-to when I don't know what to do with electronics, he's the one that I talk to. And he has like a side hustle with t-shirts. And so I might see if he'll print us off a few. And then he has a little t-shirt store. See if we can't get him to drop put a couple shirts in the store for us. And, you know, he gets a little cut, of course, but really,
it'd be nice to have him out there.
Yeah.
So that everybody can see him.
But the Japanese writing thing, I was going to say, I found a Mothman shirt that was all pastel pink, and it was like a cartoony Mothman with big old eyes looking all like anime, and he was holding a carton of strawberry milk, and it was an ad for a Japanese strawberry milk carton. In the Japanese, I couldn't tell you what the heck it said, but you know, it looked cool. I almost bought that one, but at the last minute, I was like, you know what? We're gonna go with Mothman. I got 2 more today or yesterday, so they're kind of not as fun as these, but they're still good shirts.
There's a whole thing in Fallout 76 where there's a whole like far-reaching cult of the Mothman.
Really?
Yeah. Kind of cool.
Interesting indeed.
Kind of cool.
Does Paul have the podcast up on Twitch right now? I'm just curious.
He does. I like the new layout. That's cool.
Yeah. So the layout's a little different. This is just going to be for the opener. I gotta quit leaning that way. This would just be for like the opener before we get to the nitty gritty. But notice the background has changed.
Yeah, I saw that. It's the creatures on the other side of some frosted glass.
Yeah. So we're going to use this for the rapid fire background, and we're going to try to start changing it up a little bit when I can, finding something worthwhile anyway. It's not super easy to find something that's not heavily copyrighted.
Right. Right. Yeah, they do want you to pay for that stuff.
Yeah. This podcast doesn't make any money. I think we made $1 last week off of ads.
No, we like free stuff.
So, before we get going, y'all got anything you want to throw out there? Any happenings, mysteriousness happenings? I have a tiny little thing I want to throw out there.
I don't, man. Honestly, we have been so head down in the law office the last like 2 weeks, really, that I haven't been able to surface for really anything else.
Right.
At the moment.
Between that and yoga.
Oh yeah, that, and we're on day 22 of 90 yoga classes in 90 days. So
Jeez.
I'm sore to the bone, literally.
Oh, that's good though. That is good.
Yeah, it is good. Yeah, my all the dumb things I did as a fabricator are, I think they're making themselves known. My joints are not. I think that's what it is. I don't have any other explanation.
I'm always talking with one of the guys that works at the shop with me about, he's like, man, you all right? And I'll get up. I'm like, oh, geez, I'm stiff. He's like, you okay? He's like, I'm older than you. How are you hurting? I'm like, man, I did not take care of my body whatsoever. Working at Walmart didn't help. It really didn't help.
Yeah, stocking and lifting all night.
If you give me just a second, I want to change this color in my background. I'm not crazy about it. I thought it was going to look good with the red, but...
You normally have recycling, don't you?
I do. I'm just trying new things. Or blue? Blue, there we go. That looks all right. Blue looks good today. Yeah, we'll stick with blue. We'll stick with blue for now. Maybe I'll switch to full RGB cycle later. But anyway, yeah. So rapid fire this week. Oh, I did have one. Yeah, I was gonna say I had one small thing. So most of this week I had to be at work early because there was a big, I don't want to say too much about it and give away what work is about, but we do a show a few times a year, and we had a big one this weekend.
Oh yeah, that's right. You guys are transporting for the show.
Mm-hmm. So all the people that normally open the shop aren't there, so I get there like 30 minutes earlier and be the one to open. So I'm there by myself for the first 20 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
So many weird noises in the shop when I'm alone. So many weird noises. I swear I heard somebody running across the roof the other day, middle roof. And the only thing I could figure is maybe, just maybe, is like, because we got a family of bald eagles that live at the pond behind the shop. And maybe one was just clambering around up there, but
ambling across it.
But it seemed a little too fast. It was like somebody at full sprint.
Huh.
It was a little weird. But I didn't see anything. Lots of jets this week, too. We're really close. Where I'm at now is really close to NASA. And there's a big military base south of me. And if they were to make a beeline from the military base straight to Washington, D.C., they fly directly over my shop.
Oh, okay.
So tons and tons of vehicles, military vehicles going towards Washington this week. I'm sure nothing short of what's happened with all the freaking aerial disasters we've had this week. Oh my gosh.
Right. Yeah, two in 1 week.
7 this week.
7?
2 in the United States.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say two here.
Yeah, 2 in the United States, but 7 altogether around the world this week. And I don't know if you've seen pictures of the one in Philadelphia. I'm gonna say for an airplane, a small commercial airplane, to crash in the middle of a city. They showed the street blocked off for 2 blocks in each direction around the crash.
Mm-hmm.
Tons and tons of burned up vehicles and debris in the street, but no plane debris. Which is really weird.
I don't want to be the tinfoil hat guy, but I'm going to be the tinfoil hat guy for a minute. You know, to have a bunch of aerial disasters all of a sudden in the midst of other crazy things going on, nothing distracts from crazy behavior, crazy public behavior like an unforeseen, preventable disaster.
Yeah.
Not to put it on too tight, you know.
No, I get it.
Tight, yeah, I was like, I told Paul, I was like, if I were into conspiracies and didn't need any evidence to support my conspiracies, I would say
yes, I completely agree with you. Hold on just a second. I'm linking something that I used to use all the time when I was full-time streaming. Rip.
What is it?
It's a piece of software called Speech Chat.
Oh, so that plays what chat says to you?
Yeah, I don't want the audio, but
come into the show.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how exactly. Well, guess we'll see what happens if somebody. Paul, would you type something into chat for me, please? Anything, please. I heard it. Did you hear it?
Nope.
No.
Okay, that's good. I just want to make sure that I'm keeping up with chat because the last couple weeks has been kind of active. So.
Yeah.
Cool. And it also shows me who comes in to the channel, which is something Twitch doesn't do.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
So I can see if, what was that? Thermore comes back. I'll see when Thermore comes in.
He was there a little bit ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see in chat or anything, but that's why I want to bring that up so I can see it's active. Like it even shows like the bots come in, everything.
Wow.
It's really nice. So let's get started with rapid fire. I think I contributed more than anything this week.
Did you?
Yes.
I don't know how many we had left. I think I sent I think we sent just a couple. 2,
Oh
3.
yeah. Yeah, that background looks nice with the rapid fire screen.
Yeah, that's cool.
Cool.
So,
all right.
oh, there you go. Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, a little nicer, a little something else to look at when we're rambling about nothing. I could stop leaning to one side now. So yeah, I'm still trying to find the sweet spot for sweet spot for the camera with this new chair because it sits totally different. Also, I didn't tell you yet, but I did get something called Nightbot set up for the channel. So it is something that I've set up before for back when I was streaming gaming, but I have it set up to certain intervals of the stream. It'll drop links to different things. Let me see if I can.
Oh, like for our other socials.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Let me see if this works. It worked earlier when I was offline. Yeah, there we go. Oh my gosh, now I got to hear this entire link in chat.
Yeah, we can hear it now.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, I can hear that. Maybe it's not bleeding over into your mic, is it?
It might be coming from my headphones. I'm going to see if I can mute it. Control panel.
Mute bot.
Enable speech. There we go. Pause speech. There we go. Anyway, so Nightbot will come in. I think we've got one that pops like every 10 minutes, one every 15, one every 20. Just saying, hey, these are other socials, things like that. I haven't gone through and really set them up, but I did give Nightbot full administrative permission so it can post links and chat. So that chat right there actually has a clickable link to our YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
And it even throws it out there. If you like what you're seeing, you can subscribe. It does help support us because we really don't make money on this channel. It would be nice to bring in a little bit, friends, because there are some things that we would like to purchase that would help create some more content for the social medias.
Yeah, then we could maybe not use free stuff.
Yeah, I like Opus Clip a lot, but there is a pretty nice premium tier that would enable us to create a crap load of content that otherwise we just wouldn't be able to do with I think it's like every month I get like 60 credits, which is enough to do one 60-minute video. So once a month I'm able to do one episode and not even a full episode. Yeah. And even still, it's just a piece of an episode.
Mm-hmm.
So I can also give shout outs if other streamers pop in here. Geez, I haven't done this one in a while. Let's see if this works. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So like my buddy Hef popped in here. So I gave him a shout out so anybody watching can go, hey, click on his link. This is also a handy tool if somebody decides to rate us so that we can give the rater a shout out. Or if other streamers pop in, we can give them a shout out and say, hey. So without further ado, we got rapid fire this week. Which oh, I've been busy today. I've got a few new soundboard attachments just for rapid fire. Let me know if these are too loud and I will turn them down, but here's this one. If we think it's real or if we think it's crap, we'll go.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I like that.
All right.
That. Give it the gong. I like that.
So we got a couple new sounds. I'm trying to figure out like a floating widget for the soundboard because every time I do this, it just covers a huge part of the screen. But we'll get there. I'm still learning some things. Surely there's somebody out there that's got a floating widget for this thing. But like I said, probably like 3/4 of what we're going to see today came from me, and I didn't watch all of them. Just kind of, oh, that looks kind of spooky. Sure, send that to the podcast. So towards the end are yours because mine were the most recent ones. But I would rather have started off with some that y'all haven't seen, so we can get some good reactions and get some conversations going. All right. So, for the spirit of clarity, those of us here that are in the stream or watching on YouTube that haven't watched before, rapid fire episode is we try to pull videos from social media. It used to be TikTok, but we all know what happened to that.
Yeah.
So now we're pulling from Instagram, and I'm gonna tell you, these last couple weeks the algorithm's really been working for me. So my personal account I send to the podcast, and ironically the podcast algorithm is junk. I'm getting like cosplayers and girls in bikinis, and
well, that's what they start you out with.
Yeah,
they start you out with the lowest common denominator of what people look at on social media. It didn't get better until I had started like actually trying a bunch of different searches for it.
It was
paranormal, spooky, UAP, that kind of thing, and then it's just it's half of what's on there now.
I didn't get them until I followed our Instagram.
Oh, okay.
And it's good because now that means our Instagram's tied in with the algorithm for paranormal stuff, which is good.
That's good.
I'm working the heck out of these hashtags. I'm trying really hard to get our algorithm working. So, we're gonna start off with this first one. I think you're gonna like this one, Anne. This is UFO Community _ on Instagram. It says mysterious explosion in the clouds spotted over southern central Los Angeles. Was it an experiment or a phenomenon? And I'm going to say I sent this to us before the fire started.
Oh, okay.
So, here you go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. It almost looks like a chaff explosion, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Right.
But chaff explosions don't sparkle. It's a little strange.
Yeah, they have like a weird secondary thing afterwards.
Yeah, because the point of chaffing is to release metallic material, well, other than what people get when they run marathons. It's chafing. Never mind. The point of chaff is to throw metallic items into the atmosphere to throw off radar, which, ironically, this is our first one because I do have a video of somebody explaining chaff on local news in Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that doesn't look like chaff. Chaff usually looks like
just a puff of smoke.
Explode. Yeah, because it'll put out some metallics, but also it puts out heat in case you have heat-seeking ordnance rather than object tracking.
Yeah.
Or radar tracking. So yeah, the metal makes a cloud for the radar, and then obviously the flaring part. It's not quite as cool as they always make it look in the movies when military planes put it. It's cool looking, but they make it look like these perfect symmetric stars and stuff that are really sweet. But whatever movie, Air Force One, I think, and Air Force One does like a barrel roll kicking chaff out. I was like, okay, first of all, I don't think that a full-size 747 is gonna stand up to a barrel roll, but I could be wrong. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know anything about Air Force One, but yeah.
Unfortunately, the first comment is from the poster on this, and he says something about, "Hey, if you like this video, go read our book." But the first comment after that is really got me thinking. She says, "My question is, how does somebody know to have their camera just in the right spot before an event occurs?"
Yeah. So looking at this, so watch the clouds before the thing happens and then watch them after.
It makes you wonder if the entire cloud is made out of this, so it was like 2 or 3 in a row.
Yeah, because when it starts, the cloud's much smaller, and then a big dark area covers the front of it after. See?
Yeah.
There's a little more cloud there. So it makes me wonder if this wasn't a repeated thing.
Yeah.
You know, and they like one happened, they're like, "Oh my god," and pull out their camera and start watching for it.
I think something's on fire. It looks like a smoke plume to me.
Yeah,
it does. But I've never seen a smoke plume ignite like that.
Yeah, there's some kind of static discharge that can happen, and you see them pretty commonly when volcanoes erupt.
I was just gonna say that. Yeah, they have lightning coming up out of the volcano, or it seems like it's coming out of the volcano, but it's all the particulates in the air rubbing together. Something I didn't know. When they do, like, we were watching a thing on this avalanche in the Sierra Nevada mountains, or no, Sierra Madres,
over in
California.
No, it was in Nevada. Just
it was in
Nevada.
Oh, okay. So
it
was a big. Yeah, that's right. So it was it's an area it's a ski area that's in a bowl, that's great for skiing, except the way the cliffs are shaped up at the top make for a lot of buildup on the other side of the cliff, right? As the air rolls, it just builds up, and they do a ton of dynamiting like every day, and they have a big artillery gun too.
Oh,
they shoot up there to like cause it, to come down early. So they were, they were walking through this big storm that led up to this massive avalanche, and they had some of the guys up top with dynamite. And they said there was so much, the wind was like 80 or 90 mile an hour, and the snow blowing across, the drifting snow blowing across the settled snow, there was so much of it that was actually making a static charge and making the hair and their clothes cling together. And then a big gust of wind came, and they saw a big arc in the air, like at the edge of the snow, and they're carrying dynamite with strike caps that you strike the top and it starts the fuse and you throw it. And they wrapped it up, stashed the backpack full of it, and got off the mountain.
Of course, yeah,
because they're afraid it was going to detonate in their backpack.
Yeah.
But yeah, so if snow can make enough friction to cause a big static discharge, maybe particulates in the cloud can, but it looks pretty explosive.
It's interesting you brought up the avalanche thing, because I did see a video today of how they clear avalanches in Colorado. They feed gas lines up the mountain, and then they have these huge tubes, like 2-3 foot around, built into the side of the mountain, and then they come out and go 90 degrees down, and they fill it full of natural gas and then ignite it, and then boom.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And they're like, this is how they clear avalanches from mountains. And then at the end is like, this is also how snowboarders get sweet grind moves done. It showed somebody grinding on it. I was like, oh, cool.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's a good idea, actually. That's you just fill the can full of it and set it off.
Yeah.
Pressure wave knocks the snow down. That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's pretty clever.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I think the only other one that I've seen that they did to, instead of
excuse me,
the like full on military cannon was still the dynamite, but they delivered it from an air cannon down below. They looked like little red torpedoes. And they'd shoot it with pressurized air. It'd land up there and then go off on impact. It's kind of cool.
So are we saying this is not paranormal?
I don't think so.
I don't think it's paranormal. I don't know that I have a good explanation for it, but it seems like there's probably one out there. If we knew more about it.
I would like to know the explanation, but not paranormal. There you go. Get used to that.
I like it.
I like it too. It's fun. Trying to make this a little more engaging. All right, our next one then. Let me turn the sound back on. So this is strange.fiction on Instagram. It says New Jersey, December 16, 2024. Aerial footage, orange orbs. What's happening?
Huh.
I'm going to say the lighting is really convincing.
That's
Wow,
kind of
look at
cool.
that.
It's like it splits apart and then jumps back together.
But like,
Though-
look, the reflection is excellent.
Yeah, the coloring inside the
like
in the edge and the
Ye-
lighting reflecting off of the aluminum. Yeah,
excellent lighting. If that's fake, God help us.
if it's fake, they really put some thought into it.
I don't
Because at
see.
first I was gonna be like, why is everybody else not freaking out?
Yeah, let's look and see if we could pause it on everybody else. And
Because it's
I
awfully
mean-
quiet.
There's something about. Look, stop it. Look at that. There's something about that hand that's weird.
it's the hand holding the phone.
I know, but it's not. That I don't. Something about that's weird.
Oh yeah, it's like a webbed hand.
That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing.
Oh, is it? Oh, because
Somebody-
he's got his fingers curved around the phone.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
I gotcha. I don't know, man. I agree. The lighting in the window is.
Wait.
Kind of hard. It's almost like they put that box there to cover up.
And see, suddenly you're not by this. You're all the way on the other side of the plane. Watch.
Yeah, he turns the wrong way away from the window. Oh, and it blacks it out beforehand.
Yep.
It's a screen change. Look.
Oh, he goes down. Okay.
Oh, the lights kind of went down in the cabin too.
Okay, so watch the flaring light in relation to the reflection of the hand.
Oh, is it his phone? Is he taking a picture?
Yeah, I think he's. I mean, that would explain the good flaring in the light, like actual light flare inside the. But watch the sky in this line. So this line would be the outermost ring of the window. The sky and this ring actually light up before the flash by his hand. Right there. See? That's the sky That's the sky outside illuminated. Then there's another one.
I think
And then
that. I think they're putting the video on that area. I think that's a video put on top of that. Because look at the clouds. They come over on the inside of the ring of that. It's just not. Maybe that's some fancy airplane windows I've never seen.
I guess maybe this ring on the outside could be the reflection of the ring on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Huh, I don't know.
Because that flash is definitely outside.
Right. I think the other one is him someone taking a picture.
If it is. Oh, but wait. The inside of the window isn't illuminated.
No.
It's only outside.
Huh.
There's a lot going on in this.
Have you seen the videos people do of like they'll take a video of like the twilight sky or the daytime sky and then put the filter on that makes it look like they're on an alien planet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what this makes me think of.
The only thing that's getting me is if that was a flashlight inside, wouldn't the color of the light be the same inside the cabin? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the color inside the cabin doesn't really change.
No.
Oh, you know what? Are those the overhead orange lights inside the plane?
It could be, but we're not getting orange light inside the cabin.
Yeah, that's true, and it wouldn't explain why it's lighting everything up orange out there.
A filter would explain.
Yeah.
Maybe
What are
that
the-
and
what are the-
very, very careful editing. You want to know some of the comments?
Well, see, look at the second one down.
Everybody on the plane
would have been panicking.
Discap, he says. Discap.
I'm not up on Gen Z lingo.
It means it's a lie. It's not truthful.
Okay, got it. I need a Gen Z dictionary. Filmed on an empty plane. It didn't look empty. No way. People
a
think this
VR
is real.
game? No, I don't think it's VR.
No, but I could be convinced about the filter though, only because I've seen people do some wild stuff with like I said, with the landscape stuff where they just film their day at the beach and then it darkens the light on the beach and it looks like space. You know, like
Right.
there's a giant moon that's not supposed to be there and planets and weird plants. So I also saw a demo recently of the Apple goggle things.
Mhm.
I saw a thing where the dude's like showing the feed of what he's seeing, and it's using AI to render like a landscape in real time, and he's out on a pier, and he's switching the what it's changing it to, and like at one point it's like it's in the middle of summer on a pier on the beach.
Yeah.
And he switches it to a Christmas filter, and now people look like elves, and a bunch of extra Santa Clauses, and like post signs turn into candy canes, and then he switches it to dune, and it looks like the ocean is sand instead. Yeah, and there's like sand built up against the walls everywhere, like on the boardwalk up against the food vendors and stuff. So, I mean, that's one it's not one that he wrote, like it's just one that he downloaded to demo.
Right.
And so I don't know. Do we have an undecided button?
That's the one thing we don't have. I prepared for everything else.
Just a recording of a guy going,
Well, I've decided.
You've decided?
Yeah.
All right. Fake?
I want to say it's real, but I really feel like there would be somebody screaming on the plane. Some woman would lose her stuff and she would scream.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest teller to me is like he's sitting there being like, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? And like everybody else in the plane is just like eating their peanuts and not even reacting to dude going, being weird.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. Yep. Or I guess this could be undecided. We could use that for undecided, I guess. But I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, I hear you. I do want it to be real, but I do
Yeah,
feel
so-
like with the way people are reactive on planes already.
Yeah.
A little turbulence, and you hear there's always that one woman in the back that screams.
Yeah.
Every time the plane just dips a little.
Mhm.
And, it's like they do say leave your seatbelts on when you're seated. Probably wouldn't have spilled your drink, Karen.
For a reason,
Yeah,
Karen.
probably wouldn't have spilled your gin and tonic, Karen.
All right, well, let's go on to the next one.
Your $10 gin and tonic.
So this is AI. This is clearly AI, but I wanted to
Right.
show this because it is so good to give our viewers an idea of what we're going up against when it comes to verifying whether things we watch are real or not. We nitpick. We pick every little detail apart.
It's
and
very tough. AI
it
is
is.
getting much better.
It really is. And this is what we're up against.
Oh, that's creepy. Oh my god.
Yeah. All of them right there.
Wow. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then there's this guy just hanging out.
Yeah.
Get
Super
a
tall
beanie
guy.
on. Yeah.
I saw one that was like it's videos of like the Harry Potter graduation party.
Oh yeah.
And like, you know, Gandalf's doing a line while he's, you know, scratching records. Or you know, or not Gandalf,
Yeah.
what's his name? Hagrid?
No, not Hagrid.
No, the
Dumbledore.
school Dumbledore. Yeah, Dumbledore's
Yeah,
doing lines off the records, and like there's a picture of like Harry, Hermione, and Ron, and they're all just look completely sloshed.
Yeah, they're blitzed
One
and
of them's
sweaty.
throwing up. Yeah, one of them's exactly.
They all
And
have cigarettes hanging out of their mouths.
yeah, exactly. They all look a little sloshed and a little strung out. Yeah.
It reminds
And it
me
looks
of
super convincing because it's all basement lighting. Like it's not like fanciful and fantasy looking lighting like a lot of AI stuff is. Like it looks more like this, kind of gritty and real.
it reminds me of that cutscene from. Do you remember the movie Project X? Where the kids throw the epic house party, and it's all filmed on like hand camera.
Yeah.
And then there's that
it's like
cut.
that.
There was that cut scene where it was just like a slideshow of like 50 different pictures, but they used a remix of Yeah Yeah Yeah's Off With Their Heads.
Yeah.
And it was just like mid pose holding a drink with a cigarette, and then like half naked lady, and they're all
yeah.
But that's what. As soon as I saw it, I was like, "Oh, Project X, cool, very nicely done."
Yeah.
But yeah, this is sadly not real.
Looks good,
But it's
though.
good. Yeah, it's really good. Unfortunately, this one got stuck in my algorithm for a couple weeks, and I may or may not have had nightmares.
It's nightmare making. I can see that.
It's these ones that get me.
Yeah. The people wiggling around in the background's weird too.
There was one video with like 50 of these girls all kind of leaning in, like peeking around corners. And I was like, hey, yeah, getting. I know it's fake, but it still gives me the chills. All right, next one. Here we go. So this is first high quality photo of the orb. So next few are going to be orb videos. I got orb videos were stuck in the algorithm for a little bit. It's been in the news, and we actually have something later on. People in Congress admitting that they don't know what the orbs are. So there's a bunch of orb videos, but this is one of the good ones.
I'm taking pictures with my Sony as well. I don't know. Let's just found some. Here, let's go. Let's try it. Here. What is that?
Huh.
They're weird, man. They are weird.
What? Oh, dang.
It's somebody who knows. Please let me know.
I like that.
Yeah. I don't know how to. I don't know where to go with these orbs right now because there's so many high quality photos of them, and they are weird.
Yeah, that's super weird, especially when you adjust the focus on his camera, on the cell phone. Like, yeah, that's, huh?
Yeah,
I like that.
The general consensus is it's an angel.
Huh? Yeah, I saw that in the comments. Everybody's saying it's an angel.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It says,
Yeah.
"Be not afraid."
What do you call us?
Seraphim.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a new imagining of a seraphim or the wheels in the sky thing.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
I really don't know what to feel about this because there's been so many reports of these for like a month or two now, and nobody can explain them.
I like it. I'm gonna say it's real.
I'm gonna say it's real too.
I like
'Cause
this one.
I
like
haven't
how
seen
dude
any.
did it.
Yeah, this is the right way to do it. People, take notes. This is the right way. So that one gets our first of the night.
Yeah, I like that. I like that he just pans over and then he brings the photo back up and just uses the scroller wheel zoom on his camera.
Yeah, it's
that's really good.
Get ready because there's a bunch of these and they are weird. All of them are weird. I did see one video where somebody said, "Hey, I've got one of the orbs landed in this tree, and in the dark with light shining on it, it looks funny." But then he goes to see it during the daylight, and it's obviously like
a Burger King sign.
No, no, it's like those giant letter and number balloons that you can get. The metallic one.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It was a giant 0 stuck in a tree.
That's
and I was last minute. I almost threw it in there just to be like, "Oh, this is good conversation," but I was like, "No, it's just a balloon at this point. It's nothing. It's nothing."
That's a funny one though.
But yeah, it looked good.
Got stuck in just the right place.
It looked good at night, and then daylight
Mm-hmm.
hits, and he's like, "What is that? It's a mystery. I have no clue." And I'm like, "Dude, it's a 0 balloon filled with helium stuck in a tree." All right, next one. This is orb sighting in Connecticut.
Ooh.
Whoa, look at that thing go.
I like that. I
Whoop,
like that.
Gone. And he's close. Close. Watch how fast that thing just goes. And zip. Boop.
Wow. Huh. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with the orbs. So
this has been in the news. It's been in the news.
And that even has the look of like rings, floating around a center object.
Yeah. So this is what everybody's seeing right now is these orbs with it's rings of light, but they're kind of pulsating. Like if you were to zoom in on like a planet from a great distance, this is kind of what you would see until you focused. But these things are low in the atmosphere. Like this one's close, really close.
Yeah, and it's definitely generating its own, it's got its own oscillating light. It's funny, that like armillary sort of object looking thing is something that features pretty prominently in my artwork. And I didn't know that that's what people were seeing as like orbs. Like the only orbs that I was familiar with were the ghost hunting stuff, right? The stuff that you can't see, but then it shows up on film.
Yeah.
That's I'm not familiar with something huge and in the sky orb.
These are the ones that everybody's been calling the drones lately.
Oh, really? The stuff over New Jersey?
Yeah. So these are the ones, and people are zooming in, getting real close, and that's when we're getting these really strange circular objects with orbiting rings around them that nobody can really explain. I mean, I'm gonna say this one's real. I don't see any evidence to prove otherwise. It's a really fast blip out of scene. I'm gonna give it the thumbs up.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It doesn't seem like a faked video though.
No.
His camera does something weird at the end, but
I think he was trying to follow it.
I don't know.
Okay, we'll give it one of these. Oh, we're not sure. We're undecided.
It's a good video. It's interesting. It's way
Yeah.
better than the plain one.
Yeah.
Here's the great thing about us moving forward into these videos, because they're going to keep getting better.
Oh, really? You have them lined up like that?
No, I mean, everybody's got great phones now.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Even the bad phones that people are using take excellent photos.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
All right. We got a little giggle on that one. Let's go to the next one. This is a plane passenger films what could be the clearest example of an orb yet to be filmed in LaGuardia Airport, New York.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, geez. It's centered.
What in the F?
I think it's a helicopter.
Really?
Yeah, red and green lights. Yeah, that's what's throwing me off.
Oh, and the front light is facing the plane.
Yeah. Or it's a small plane.
Yeah, but what's that other stuff around it?
This is part of the anomaly, is we're seeing multiple objects at the same time. I guess these could be flares, like lens flares, but because on a plane window you have multiple panes of glass.
And it looks like there are some low clouds, so that could be where their spotlights are hitting patches of moisture and reflecting.
Yeah, I don't think a UFO is going to have red and green lights.
Yeah, that's usually kind of
It's
a giveaway.
Commercial craft is red and green.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a giveaway, isn't it?
Yeah, so that one I'm pretty sure is yeah.
That's a shame because at first it looks very interesting.
It's weird, sure. Let's look at some of these comments. Jesus Christ, people, they're not orbs, they're just out of focus.
Yes, I agree.
That's funny. Also that. Yeah.
I said, wow, this orb is squawking and it's registered as a Cessna 172.
Yeah.
A flying Christmas ball from Amazon. Still, guys, it was just my drone. It might be a helicopter because it has spotlight and red and green lights sometimes in planes also. Yep.
We had sort of a fun little toy at the shop that we mess with, if over lunch. Usually, it was a little plastic ball with lights in it, and it had a single propeller. Right?
Is that the one you can throw?
Yeah, you just push it. It just stays stationary, basically, right? But if you tilt it, it goes this way. If you push it, it just floats through the air. But one of the guys sent it like zinging all the way across this huge field, and the battery went out on it.
Oh no!
At night, like as it got like several acres away, the light went out. I was like, good luck finding it, dude.
But we're not getting that back.
But doing that, right? Like I can just imagine somebody going home at night, driving on the other street because we're almost on a corner. If somebody were on the other street and all they saw was these streaking, flashing lights going across the field, and then they wink out.
Like, oh yeah,
so you'd be like, what
was that?
I didn't have my camera out. What was that? Right. Not that that's what this thing is, but when you said Amazon Christmas ball, I was like, yeah. Also, you could do some weird stuff that would make people, freak out a little bit.
For sure. Yeah. Sadly, this one isn't probably real. Probably some commercial plane of some kind. All right. Next one is
funny, the orb seems to be FAA compliant. What's the last comment?
We can go back. Hold on.
Yeah, scroll it. Let's see.
An alien orb with red and green lights is required by the FFA.
Yeah,
it appears to be FFA compliant.
Yeah, the orb seems to be FAA compliant.
Because drones now have to have red and green lights on them.
Also, okay.
Yeah, they have to. It's a federal, FAA guideline. because too many drones. At first, when drones came out, it was
It was the
drones
Wild
were
West, baby.
yeah, it was
You
crazy.
just do whatever the hell you wanted.
Flying through airports and everything. It was crazy. Now you have to register them. They've got to have guide lights on them.
Yep.
Yep. The days of yore have passed.
So this camera shot I ever got of my work was with a drone at a festival. Because I had a bunch of stuff that I brought that was already done up underneath a big awning, and it had a center pole, and I got really good with the moving the camera gimbal.
Yeah.
And I had a separate on the little screen on the phone you could change the camera gimbal, and then you had 2 joysticks to change pitch, yaw, roll, right? And I got really good at panning the camera, so I brought it in and swept it super low, and then almost touched the ground, and then came back while the camera stayed on the thing, and then zoomed way back out of the way. I just thought it was the steadiest shot. It was like somebody had one of those big movie booms.
Yeah.
Right? It looked like that, except you pass in on the other side of the pole and come out. It was really cool.
Man. I want a drone quite badly. It's my next toy that I plan on purchasing. Soon, maybe.
I've got one from Temu that I've never actually charged up or messed with.
I don't.
It was one of those free gimmies because I was buying something that I actually needed. And they're like, pick a free thing, and I was like, a drone? Yes. Because my DJI crapped out. The smart batteries on it crapped out and wouldn't charge anymore. And I got mad at DJI over it. So they didn't warranty any of it. None of it was warrantyable. I was like, so I just buy more that are also, because I started reading through the page, and there was hundreds of people with the same problem. I'm like, dude, the batteries are $40 because it has its own little smart sensor on it, so that when it gets below a certain point, it tells the drone, it knows how far it is out, and it tells the drone, and when the drone gets low enough, it automatically backtracks and lands back where it was, so that you don't lose it. So there's nothing else you can power it with, and they weren't warranting them, and nobody made other ones, so yeah, the whole thing. I won't buy DJI now because of it. Plus, they're 4 times as much as they were when I bought that one.
What is it? The Phantom 3, the white one with the legs and the skis on the bottom. That's the one I want.
Yeah, I think I had a Spark, and it was obstacle avoidance below and in front. And now I just went and looked at the new the replacements of it, and it has cameras above, front, sides, and bottom. So no matter what, if you set it on avoidance mode, it won't bump into anything.
Right.
So fly it right at a tree, and it'll slow down before it gets to it, and it won't hit it. Super cool.
I want one that I can snap my GoPro onto and play with it.
Yeah. That bigger one that you mentioned, it just comes with a gimbal, and you just put whatever you want on it.
Yeah, that's the one I want. But it's horribly expensive and probably won't happen within the next 2 years. But that's okay. So this is... I'm not going to pronounce this guy's name. Professor something or other. Yeah, it's a foreign name, so I'm not going to pronounce. Here we go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't think we need audio for this. Yeah, this is what people have been seeing. They're saying these are drones, but they're orbs
that look like a ball, a ball of energy, or that's almost what I would think ball lightning would look like.
Yeah,
in a sci-fi movie. That's wild.
Oh, but look, we got flashing lights.
Is it a weird trick of the camera?
Maybe.
No, not the flashing lights, but I mean the way it looks when you zoom in. Is it a weird trick of the camera?
I guess it might be. Let me do an experiment. I've got a really bright light in front of me.
Like it's trying to dim. You know what I mean? Because you're looking directly at a light. See, it almost looked like it was turning there for a second too.
Yeah, it's a plane.
Yeah, but why does it look like that?
I'm gonna get off at a distance and try to get my black light because it's real bright. Hold on. Let's see what we can do.
Because I wonder if that's like, I don't know, like a weird filter assist on the camera, so that you're not actually seeing what you're really seeing.
Yeah, maybe.
Also, it has a watermark.
Yeah.
Hey, I didn't get that effect. I could be wrong.
Also, the longer it sits there, the more it looks like a turning plane of some kind. And you see that the watermark at the top?
CapCut.
CapCut. CapCut has effects in it. And you only get the watermark if you're not paying for the full version. And I don't think you need CapCut just to put the word drone ?
Right.
Because you can do that in Instagram.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I've never personally got this effect, but I see flashing lights on either side.
Yeah, it seems like a CapCut edit.
I don't think it's an edit. I think it's a weird trick of the light with zooming in real close like that.
Yeah.
Maybe because it's dark. I don't know. But look how far out the flashing lights are.
Yeah, it's almost like it's turning.
Yeah, like wings. Like maybe it's just a weird spotlight catching it just a right amount out of focus. I say out of focus, but then he gets real close, and that thing just gets more detailed.
Well, but I wonder, since it's a digital assisted zoom on these cameras, and they do a bunch of auto filtering for light and glare to make a clear picture, I wonder if it's the processor filling in stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's the only way you get like a 40x zoom. It's not, you don't have a telescope on your camera. It's a digital assisted,
Look at
rework of
the two flashing lights. Look how far out they are.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a spotlight directly on this guy.
Yeah.
But we also have no FAA compliant lighting on it.
True.
That much clarity.
We don't know where it's from either.
Right. We could be. This guy is definitely, his post is in Portuguese. So maybe they don't, surely they don't have the same, aviation guidelines like we do.
Well, so I think for big commercial airliners, it's pretty much the same everywhere, right?
Yeah, fundamentally.
As far as markers, but I don't know about local plane traffic, like private air traffic in South America. They may have completely different requirements locally,
right?
For planes that can't actually, fly all that far, it may be different. And it may be different for military too.
The way those lights are flashing, it looks like some kind of collision avoidance thing.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only reason you would have a flashing light, so somebody doesn't run into you.
Yeah.
Take notes, Philadelphia.
Well, aliens seem to crash a lot of craft, so maybe they decided, we need some avoidance lights because we keep having
AAA.
Yeah.
The Federal Alien Aviation Agency.
Yeah, the Alien Aviation Agency
decided they better have some lighting.
Yeah.
Aliens.
That's what that is, aliens. All right, let's go to the next one. So this is Orb Sighting in Nashville, Tennessee by Danny Los Angeles, which is a weird name to be posting a video in Nashville. Just saying. If my last part of my handle on Instagram is Los Angeles, I'm posting a video from Tennessee.
The
music industry.
The third comment is cracking me up.
Project Fake AI videos?
No.
Project Bluebeam faking alien invasion. Don't be scared. Just enjoy the movie on the sky.
No, it says Project Blue Balls. Don't get too close. If you try to touch them, they go off in your face. Happens to me all the time.
All right, well, let's see this.
Let's see it.
Tennessee, that's the skyline over there. I'm gonna see if I can film this. It keeps showing up outside. Look at that.
Oh. Oh.
I'm gonna try to zoom in on this. Oh my gosh, do you see
It's
that?
amazing that they were playing just the right music.
Right?
I've seen it all over TikTok. Now I'm literally seeing them in person. This is right next to Nashville, Tennessee. Right here.
You're not seeing them on TikTok anymore.
No. Not
I don't know.
anymore.
That seems really staged.
What are you not seeing on TikTok anymore?
Anything.
Anything. TikTok
Was it
is
on again?
Yeah, I
the
think
app
so.
is the app is banned.
The app
you can
doesn't
only
work.
you can only go on the website.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. I haven't been able to get on in like a week, 2 weeks.
Oh, I have.
Have
If you
Yeah, hell, I was
if you
just on it.
if you still have it, it works.
Oh, if you got rid of it, it doesn't work.
Yeah, if you try to download it, it says that it's restricted
Oh
by
yeah. It works.
Dang. Yeah, people
yeah,
are
if you
paying
still have the app.
people are paying stupid money for iPhones with
the
TikTok
app still
installed right
downloaded.
now.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's funny.
Yeah.
I wonder. So it doesn't work if it's in your clouds. If it's in your cloud storage,
No.
you had to already have it. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna say this one's probably fake. It seems a little too staged to me. And
Yeah.
if I saw that, my voice wouldn't be that calm.
Right.
No, it sounds. The connection between Los Angeles and Nashville is the music industry and all these performers and entertainers. There's a lot of creativity there, and this just sounds. This
Yep.
sounds really like a made-for-Hollywood little tiny snippet, including all the dramatic music and everything else, and
Yeah.
the way that's called the Eye of God symbol that thing breaks into, whether the person who created it or not knows it. So watch. Let me just get to it just a second. Yeah, the thing. Yeah, it's starting.
When they line up.
Hold on. There you go.
That
There's that big thing in the middle. Things around it. Yeah.
That's funny that's the Eye of God symbol because it also looks like the eyes on what's that thing out of the Marvel comic books, the things that birth out of populated worlds, they're the size of the world.
Mm.
It was on that new Immortals.
I never saw Immortals.
Oh, okay, well dang. Anyway, Celestials.
Oh yeah.
That's what the Celestial looks like. That's because they got the 6 eyes down the front of their stone face thing.
Yeah, we talked about this last month.
Yeah.
On Rapid Fire.
Yeah, there's a different one that came up, and someone was like, "I know what that is. Freaking Celestial looking down the planet. Everybody run!"
Yep. So this one's probably nope. A little too.
It could also be a really good air show for these drones. It could be a drone show.
Oh yeah, there's phenomenal things
Yeah, they're
happening with
great.
drones. I don't know if you've seen the stuff in Japan lately, but they're doing
Yeah.
like full scale Pokemon in the sky, full
Yeah.
illustrations. Yeah,
Yeah, I saw that.
Several thousand drones all linked together.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that one's not real.
Also, probably since he's looking out a window, if I got a couple of people with flashlights behind me in a darkened hotel room,
Oh yeah,
I could probably do the same shot with next to no. Just have everybody stand there with the lights together and be like, "All right, now do the thing," and then they
So
just
there-
start spreading their lights out, and it's the reflection in the window. That'd be a pretty easy one.
So there's something I want to try, and I know this is horrible of me to want to try it, but a guy posted a video and said how to freak out everybody in your entire county with $10. He gets one big balloon full of helium.
Oh, I saw it, and he's got the kind of
and then
dildo looking one.
He ties the long balloon right in the center, and then puts a light on each end of the long balloon and lets it go.
And one in the top balloon, and the wind catches it, and it looks like one of the triangular crafts. Like it looks just like because he uses balloons that are like crystal clear, and he puts the little LED like watch battery lights in either side of the, like I said, the ding dong looking balloon, and then one big one. And when the wind catches it, it's just doing this like triangular thing up in the air on a like
Yeah.
a twilight night. It was really good. I was like, yeah. If I saw that, I'd be like, what is that? But I just saw him put it up there. But
We
by
oughta
the time
do that around here.
by
It
the
would
time
be
it got up to
amazing.
its spot, I was like, that's pretty convincing. That's really good. If I hadn't just seen him let it go, I'd definitely been getting my phone out to film it.
Yeah. I want to try it. It's horrible of me, but I want to try it.
No, I say do it. I say do
around
it.
here, it's just I couldn't even tell you where to get helium from right now. Walmart doesn't do it anymore.
They don't?
No,
Not
because
mine.
helium is a finite resource. And it is going up in price all the time. But you know what? I know how to make hydrogen. We can just fill
But
it
you
with
can
hydrogen.
But you can buy a tank of helium from Walmart.
Yeah, you can.
But I'm not
it's
about this.
it's like Freon, although Freon is a finite resource because you can't manufacture it anymore. But old school Freon, like you would put in some of the first cars with AC, if you want to fill them back up with Freon, the price goes up daily. As it disappears and the stores of it go, it just goes up.
I mean, if we get enough subscribers to the channel,
we'll send up some fake
yeah,
UFOs.
There'll be so many UFOs you won't believe it.
I'm down to do it. I know
Start
exactly
donating.
what lights to buy for the thing. I've already seen them on Amazon.
Start donating. We need like $50 or $60, and we'll fake a UFO in my town, and we'll see what happens.
Film it, and then we'll put it
we'll
on
film
the
it.
internet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I'll film a video of me releasing it like the other guy did, and then I'll film a video of me being like, "What is this? Oh, my hand's shaking." We've seen it enough. We know how to fake it.
Yeah,
we can fake it.
Really good if on a night that's a little windy, drop one or release one like a couple blocks away from Dixon Street on a Friday or Saturday night when everybody's out here super drunk. And you know what I'm saying? It's all the college kids. They're all out here drunk every Friday and Saturday night without fail.
Yeah.
Get a couple blocks away, checking which way the wind's going. Get a couple blocks away, let it go, so it'll drift over the road. That'd be great. That would be perfect.
So we'll say that if we start bringing some money in, that's the first project we'll do.
Project UFO.
Project UFO. Yeah. All right. Well, we got another one here for you. This one is so it says, is Selena Gomez a shapeshifter? How did her ankle bend like that? This is a weird one.
AI.
I couldn't quite explain this one. Here we go. You see her ankle?
Yeah.
Look.
Huh.
It was like curled up like a hand.
Huh. Yeah.
Super weird.
That's
I'm gonna
Selena
pause.
Gomez.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause it at the close up of the strong hand. There you go.
Subterranean lizard men.
Yeah, or women.
So they're really tripedal creatures, and one of the things they use to convince you of their bipedal human nature is one of their tails is just in a sock. It's in a meat sock, and so she just kind of she wasn't doing the foot tail walk very well, and that's what happened. Slam dunk.
Slam dunk.
You're welcome, everybody. Good night.
Slam dunk.
Explain.
Okay, wait.
I've seen ankles look like that back in my paramedic days.
Yeah, but she gets back up and flattens it back out and walks on it. That's
she gets up and then whoop, foot is good.
It might be a weird shadow though.
Yeah, it could just
watch as she picks her foot up. No, I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's hard to.
It's all pixelaty and stuff. Yeah, I could watch that 100 times and still not know what's going on.
Yeah, that's just not the right shape. That's curled up.
Yeah, it's definitely. I think actually the bottom of her foot is dirty, and the light part closest to us is her heel, and it's actually laid flat out.
Yeah, I saw stuff like that at yoga today.
I think she got some dirty feet. I don't know. It is a weird video.
She's not a shapeshifter.
She's a shapeshifter. She's a shapeshifter. Of course she is.
Subterranean lizard persons. I guess they don't. They're not.
told
They
me
don't
that
like.
wasn't true.
They don't like to be called men. It's persons because there's they're really trisexual.
Because they just try anything.
Yeah. Well, it takes 3 of them to have viable offspring. It takes three different sex organs. It's really complicated.
Thank you. I'm here all
Yeah,
night.
it's very funny.
Wait, do we have an audio clip for that? Wait, we do. I think we do.
Probably just music.
Hold on. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. I missed it. There it is. We got it. Give us the line again. Go. Give us the line again. Give us the line again. You got to get into it like you mean it.
What was the line? Wait.
What is she? Trisexual?
Oh. Go ahead.
Because she just tries anything.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah,
Welcome.
bored.
Welcome to Beyond the Shadows podcast. you're very serious paranormal investigators.
For no amount of smack talk is too much.
No. Paranormal cuss and discuss. Welcome.
That's how I described it to those 2 people today that I met.
Weird angle, weird shadows. It's nothing weird there.
I don't know. Or it's like a Wicked Witch of the West kind of thing.
She stepped in a drop of water,
and she's like,
"Yeah, she stepped. Yeah, they got a little. She spilled a drink on her foot and started to go all
weep. Yeah,
started to go all curly noodle on her.
I want it to be real, but I think we all know.
Yeah.
It's probably real. It's just not what they're representing.
It's sure laying on the ground like a tail.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. It's a lizard tail in a meat sock.
No.
Yeah, like the flop, the dead flop, and then the shoe falling off looks just like a tail with the shoe on it.
Yeah, they just put like a real doll leg over the tail, and the curve of the tail makes up her butt. It's very creative. They're very creative. They're wily creatures.
It's like during the 2016 campaign, all the Saturday Night Live wearing all those guys with those doll hands.
Oh, the little
after, yeah.
Oh yeah, they had the little the
little doll hands. Maybe that's what it was.
Maybe so.
Little doll foot.
Yeah, little doll feet. They had to do something with all those doll feet after everyone was using the doll hands on TV.
Right?
What happened to Katy Perry? I'll tell you, Taylor Swift. That's what happened to Katy Perry.
This could be in the vein of the MK Ultra videos. It's just weird. Staring right at the person filming. Oh, then their eyes shift. Whoa. Of course, she's known to do like the lazy eye blink thing. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like she can look forward and then like completely hold one eye all the way open and do like a dumb blink with one eye. Yeah, it's weird.
It's that hair pulled so tight up front there on that one side.
Yep.
She had a little aneurysm.
MK Ultra.
She's just trying to
listen. There may be nothing in, but let me tell you something. She may be having a seizure. That could be a small. That could be a small seizure.
True. Saw Brian have stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No. I wish it were all exciting stuff like that, but
I think she was just.
It's probably nothing.
She had the weird mouth stretch thing she does because She just wanted to make sure her face could still move with all that
Looks
makeup.
seizure-y.
Well, let's listen to the audio. Maybe somebody like shouts at her.
Oh no, it's just the Jason.
No, it's the
No.
yeah, it's copyrighted music. We're not going to listen to it.
Yeah.
Oh, but that kind of works with that video, right?
Yeah, dum 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 dum.
It is just 3 notes though. It's like also funny story. It's the same 3 notes for Mary Had a Little Lamb.
Just in a different order. Yeah.
I play that for
Different order and different tempo. Yeah.
That's what you get, Katy Perry. You get a thumbs down. You are not mind controlled enough.
Also, you're putting up the Illuminati symbol, but then you're playing horror movie music.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to go down a rabbit hole?
And first,
Google this hand gesture and Jim Carrey.
And let's be real, who's gonna want to mind control her to what end?
To influence the youth.
Maybe 15 years ago.
Into buying more things, spending more.
Yeah.
Strengthening the consumer economy. Buy things that you don't need. That's because if you control all currency, then why would you not want them to buy frivolous things? It's the Build-A-Bear group.
We don't buy frivolous things.
No.
I don't know it.
I'm just sitting in here looking around.
I need all this, okay? We're not talking about this. This is all necessary. You can suffer
this is something.
It's all life or death stuff right here.
Yeah, let me just say, I need these things. Katy Perry did not press me to buy a Sega Dreamcast. All right. Didn't happen. Sorry. You want to take a bathroom break?
Yeah.
I need a bathroom.
Yeah, I gotta pee.
All right. We'll be right back, everybody.
Thank God I had it already.
It really, I don't see but just a handful of people during the week, and it's usually the same handful of people all day, every day. But this week I've been by myself, so I don't know. You know, I feel like honestly it's probably stress related, having to practically run the back part of the shop by myself.
Yeah.
When there's usually 5 or 6 of us, it's me and one other guy that barely speaks any English. So, lots of stress. That and the vehicles I work on are generally filled with lots of mold.
Oh yeah.
You know what? Maybe I should finish this little guy. Ooh, it's a little stronger since I've been sitting in a warm room. What's the white wine that's dry? Chardonnay?
Nasty.
Yeah. I don't really have any experience with Chardonnay.
No, Chardonnay's red, isn't it?
No. Chardonnay's white and dry.
Yeah. This is like
high alcohol
Chardonnay, just
content dessert wine.
just a little sweeter than Chardonnay, but crystal clear.
Dang, dude.
Yeah, I'm getting good at it. My new batch, I just started it yesterday. So, what is it? The Simply brand juice?
Yeah.
Have you seen it? It's just it is hands down the best juice you can buy. It's juice not from concentrate, 100% organic, no added sugars, no added waters. It's just the straight juice.
No coloring.
Nothing. You're gonna get what comes out of the fruit, and that's it. They're gonna sterilize it, sure, but
pasteurize it. Yeah.
Yeah, but other than that, it's the best stuff you can buy. It is the cleanest juice you can buy, and that's what I use to make my stuff here. This is strawberry or raspberry lemonade.
Oh, okay.
that I fermented, but I started a gallon yesterday. Well, a half a gallon yesterday. The Simply brand came out with apple juice, and I love a good cider. So I was like, you know what? So I bought 2 of them, drank one almost immediately, half a gallon, just drank it. I loved it. It was great. And took the other half gallon and I started fermenting it yesterday. So probably not the next rapid fire, but the rapid fire after, I should have a different color.
There's a once upon a time I was really into drinking something called long time ago called Viking's blood.
Ooh.
And it's a mead with hibiscus and I don't know, a bunch of other stuff, but it's like a fortified wine almost. I'm not sure where you would get it, but it was a thing.
I know what would make me feel better. Where's it at? Oh, I didn't show you. I got the BB out tonight.
What?
The BB, the Bridge Baby.
What is that?
Where did I'm missing a bottle of vodka?
How do you lose a bottle?
It stays in here. Where is it? Where is it? Like seriously, it's usually right there, and I see it. Wow. Well, oh, here it is. Why is it on the floor? That's really weird.
Animals were drinking it.
I think I already plugged this before.
Espresso martini.
I really like this. Paul and I really like this Fentimans.
Oh yeah, we talked about that last week, didn't we?
Beer.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, it's really good. It's very spicy with the ginger.
This will make me feel a little bit better, a little stronger, just a little kick.
Gross.
It's still vodka, man. It's still vodka.
I know that's the gross part.
How do you displace this bottle? I didn't put it on the floor. I always put it back over here.
Aliens.
Wait for it.
Aliens.
Yep.
I did see somebody had Is at a restaurant, but behind the bar at a restaurant, somebody had the Dan Aykroyd Crystal Skull
Yeah, I keep meaning
stuff
to.
in the skull bottles.
So this is the stuff that you can buy at Walmart, and it's got all the flavoring and stuff in it. You just add vodka and let it sit for a week. I keep meaning to mix this stuff up and then pour it in because I have the Crystal Skull downstairs.
Yeah.
And I really want to keep it here. I also have Alien Head, which is an Irish vodka that is distilled through a comet or asteroid. I forget which one it is. But it is tragically expensive as well. But it's made out of fake uranium glass, so it sits with my uranium glass collection.
Oh, okay. So it glows, but it's not really. It's just got pigment in it.
It's just a cool bottle.
Yeah.
It's one of like 3 bottles I've kept. So, just enough to make me go, Anywho, it's what was I going to say? Something snarky, something awesome. The BB, the bridge baby.
What?
What is that?
What is it?
It's from a video game.
What video game?
Death Stranding.
I haven't played it.
So Norman Reedus did motion capture for the entire video game.
Oh yeah, I saw clips of that.
And so he plays a messenger, a courier, or he'll have like a special suit on, and then he can attach all these storage. Like he'll have a stack 15 foot tall on his back, and he'll be running through post-apocalyptic countryside delivering packages. But this is part of the collector's edition that released when the game released. And I have that, and one of the crates from the game. I'm proud of this. I've only played the game through once, but it is legit a storage container for the BB.
Oh, that's cool.
And stainless steel jacket version of the game.
That's cool.
A little tiny minifig.
Mm.
And then this is the moneymaker because this stuff's going for like $100 a roll. So this tape in the game is used to seal the packages. It says void.
Okay.
It says void if broken, and then it has the company that he worked for in the game's logo on it. The only thing I've opened in this is the game and the BB. But this is used in game. So during the game, you have these unseen entities that try to kill you constantly. And the only way to detect them is with a BB.
Oh, okay.
So you have this BB, which is a clone of the only human who's ever been able to see him. And they clip onto your side, and then it, in the game, this connects as a hose to your suit. And that's why they call it a bridge baby. You're bridged to it. And the baby will start crying in the game when these weird entities are nearby.
That's not creepy.
Oh no, it's horrifying.
It's a horror sci-fi game, isn't it?
Absolutely. So do you know who Hideo Kojima is?
No.
Have you heard of Metal Gear Solid?
Yeah.
So Hideo Kojima is the director for Metal Gear Solid, and he is considered like the Guillermo del Toro of game directors.
Okay. Because I got one recently that I thought was going to be good, and it was a horror sci-fi game, and I just couldn't do it. It's called Callisto.
Callisto Protocol.
Yeah, Callisto Protocol. Dude, it is really horrifying.
Yeah,
Holy
this one,
crap.
Death Stranding, puts Callisto Protocol to shame.
Really?
You'll be running through the countryside with a bunch of packages on your back, and then they have what's called timefall, where the rain that comes down makes everything progress through time really rapidly. So if it hits your skin, you start to age at a super rate.
Ugh.
And if you're caught in the time fall, it just kills you.
Well, yeah.
But the time fall also brings these weird entities that you can't see, but it'll be raining through the time fall, and all you see are handprints on the ground of it walking through in its hands. So you're and like you can't make a sound, you can't move when you see them. So you got to sit still, and your character in the game will hold his hand over his mouth. So you're sitting there, and then you hear your heartbeat, boop, 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 boop. And all you hear is the rainfall and the footprints and the baby fucking crying.
I don't like it. I don't want it.
Yeah, and then if they see you, the rainfall or the time fall collects into black pools, and these hands will come out and start grabbing you.
No, I don't want it. No.
Yeah, it's very very. It is a niche game. I played it because I'm a Hideo Kojima fan. I grew up on Metal Gear Solid. That was my stuff. But yeah, the case had been sitting in my living room for the last 2 years, and I was like, you know what? That needs to go in the office. That's the BB. If you had caught me at the beginning of the episode, it had lights inside of it, but the battery had died.
Oh.
Yeah, yellow lights. It lights all up. I wanted to fill it full of fluid, but it's not liquid tight. So, because in the game he's submerged in amniotic fluid,
right?
Because the BB has an umbilical cord connected to where your bridge connects. Yeah, it's a really weird game. Really weird game.
That's awful. All right, tell us
Sorry.
about this next. Tell us about this next video.
I just saw it looked weird and just threw it in the list. So I think from this point forward, I was just slinging them, trying to get good ones. I'm not 100% sure what this one is, but it says Daily True Horror Moment Caught on Camera, Day 89. Oh, jeez.
Oh.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Oh, geez, you can hear it. Listen. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I want to say it's some Blair Witch, filmography kind of thing, right? Dude's reaction is pretty. He's pretty freaked out, but
very genuine. Like, wow.
Blood trail on the ground following her is pretty good.
Yeah, like you could, yeah. Like you could see she walked across the road for a little while. Oh, jeez. Look, completely crosses the road. I don't know. I can't tell.
I thought for a minute it looked like she was pregnant. She was stabbing her stomach, which is even more ick.
No, it doesn't look like it.
No. Okay.
Oh, that's horrifying.
Dang.
First comment. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
I'd pick her up, see where the night takes us.
Yeah, I see the one down below. Anyone else find this hot?
Your car is a lot more powerful than her. Homie, just plow through it. It says, what's her at?
Dang.
So a moment of silence for those who haven't found this page yet. Every post so good. Oh, that's good, man. I mean, obviously it's probably fake, right? But
yeah, I think it's fake.
But it's good. Damn, it's good.
Well, it's good because you just don't expect to see that, right?
Oh, no. There's not the repetitive, just still doing it.
Even how hard he breaks. Like, and he gets pretty close to her. If this is people filming this for for fun, like he's going pretty fast and he like lays on it. Look at that.
Yeah,
And
like
the
you can
whole
see
car rock-
When he comes
Somebody
to the
wrote,
stop, the car leans back.
let's see if Satan's stronger than my Honda.
I mean, it's obviously fake, but I'm gonna give this one a thumbs up. It's a good one.
I like it.
Yeah, good cinematography. Super good.
We'll
also,
take it.
the clicking, I think, is the fake knife clicking back in. Yeah.
All right, let's listen to it one more time. Let's hear it. Here we go. It might be noises in the car. I mean, kudos on this guy. Very genuine reaction. It was great. It's great.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to give it to him again. I really like this one.
Yeah,
My favorite. It's my favorite one so far.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Ugh.
Right. If you're gonna put a fake video up, at least make it entertaining, make it real.
Right? Put some, you know, quit zooming into lights in the sky and give us something like this. This is excellent.
Right.
Very, very fake, I'm sure, because we haven't heard about this on the news.
There's way too much. There's way too much blood on the highway there for her to be able to be standing up.
She's not moving quickly.
She's pretty white.
Absolutely horrifying, though. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
That's good. Good
You know what?
turnaround from the actress.
We're gonna follow these guys.
Good slow turn, because at first you're just like, oh, it's somebody just by the highway, and then she slow turns and she's just like drenched in blood. It's very
Excellent.
Good. Yeah, like at first
Excellent.
you're just like, oh, it's someone on the highway. What is she doing? Oh my God, she's murdering herself.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's really good.
That's done really well. Congratulations. Let's give him let's give him the golf clap for video of the night so far. There you go. You get the video of the night so far. Moving forward, we're going to try to rip through a bunch of these. So this one's a little weird, but I could see how it could be.
Is this another gin video?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, these are kind of popular right now.
But I could see how this could be set up.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to translate this while it's running. Yes, it says, watch the gin want to get out.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of gin stuff where you see like a ring moving in the dirt and stuff like that, or like another hand come up and dude like grabs it.
So like this guy's reaction is kind of genuine.
It almost looks like the legs of a tarantula.
I mean, it just looks like a hand to me with a bunch of makeup on it.
I thought they looked like giant raccoon paws. Little
Maybe it
is. It might be. It might just be an animal.
I see 1, 2, 3, 4 individual digits.
Yeah.
Ooh, but that nail is pointy.
Uh-huh.
I mean, obviously this hole has been dug out once and then covered back
a
up.
rock in it.
Yeah.
They threw the gin in.
Get homie down there with his makeup brush.
Right.
I think we all know that's a... Yeah.
Too bad. Next.
Yeah. This is the trend lately, sadly, but it's good. Kudos. You get points for kudos. It was good. All right. So this is says Alien Anatomy. This video unveils the unique physical characteristics of extraterrestrial beings, comparing their skeletal structures, height, and overall appearance to humans. Prepare to be amazed.
All right.
Now notice also, this is the body of an alien, and where we have 6 ribs that are connected together, they have 3. And the total is less than 5 feet. And they still look like this. Not like you and I.
Those fused toes.
Yeah.
Now notice also, this
So what made me think this was genuine was how much talking would you need to an old man to make him want to do this?
Yeah, I
And
don't know.
and then I look at the aging on the photos, look at the edges of the photos, wore out.
Yeah,
Yeah, like the corners.
like they've been flipped through a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not much context with this. Lots of comments that go all sorts of places. Nothing solid. This could have been one of dozens of whistleblowers over the last 40, 50 years. It's hard to say. It really is. It's hard to. I mean, the photographs look like a human foot, a
Yeah.
weird blob of flesh for a rib cage,
Mm-hmm.
and then a head that looks like it could be paper mache.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like a rib cage to me.
I like that comment. Gramps' alien feet pick collection.
And then there's the last one. Yeah, that looks like paper mache to me.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. And you know, I mean, my grandpa's a wily guy. You know, if I told him I was doing like a fun video thing, I'd be like, you know, all right, grandpa,
Would he be?
here's the scene. Here are
Would
the
he be into
photos.
it? Would he do
Yeah.
it?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm his grandson. He'd be like, it sounds super weird, but yeah, sure. I'm like, you just have to keep a really straight face though, because he's like 94. So
my
if he was like up there
grandparents-
being like, yeah, so back in
My grandpa'd do it.
yeah, so back in 19 if you look at my notes. Back in 1952,
Look at my
you can
notes.
see like he'd even do the, you know, I could even see him doing the voice, you know. So
My grandpa was pretty skeptical. We'd have to coach him not to call UFOs unifos. That's what he always called them. I don't know. The unifo's gonna get you.
I think Grandpa Jack would do something like this.
oh yeah,